In 2013, the final round and the last match of the Hua League, the second-tier National League. The coach said, "You'll replace me. I'm counting on you, brother." The goalkeeper removed his grip gloves, patted them into Jiang Ji's hands, and clapped him on the shoulder. During the match, the goalkeeper handed over the goal to Jiang Gu, as thrilling as if the captain had asked a passenger to fly the plane. The goalkeeper brought down the opposing striker in the penalty area, parrying a sure one-on-one shot. The referee blew a long whistle and directly pulled out a red card. A penalty plus a red card. And the one sent off, the goalkeeper. The foul was so blatant, even the home players didn't appeal to the referee. The Danshan Athletic home fans fell into dead silence. Countless fans held their heads in their hands, faces ashen, unable to believe it. In the final round of the Hua League, Danshan Athletic only needed a draw to stay in the first division, otherwise they would drop to the semi-professional Hua B League. The current score was 0-1, Danshan Athletic trailing at home to their relegation rival Qizhou United. In the final round of the Hua League, Danshan was 1 point ahead of Qizhou United in the standings. For Danshan, a draw would secure survival in the Hua League, otherwise they would drop to the amateur Hua B League. For Qizhou United, as long as they held the score until the final whistle, they would stay in the Hua League, while Danshan was relegated. Misfortunes never come singly. Danshan's goalkeeper was sent off with a red card, not only gifting the opponent a penalty, but also leaving them without a trained goalkeeper. Only 3 minutes remained in regulation plus stoppage time, maybe 5 or 6 minutes. Time was truly running out for Danshan. The goalkeeper was sent off, the match interrupted. Worse still, Danshan had used all their substitutions, so they had to choose one of the 10 outfield players to become the goalkeeper. A defender could play striker, a midfielder could fill in as defender, but besides the goalkeeper, other positions could be swapped occasionally with minimal issues. But could the goalkeeper be casually substituted? None of the 10 outfield players had trained specifically as a goalkeeper, except Jiang Gu. Jiang Gu originally trained as a goalkeeper, later switched to striker, and was loaned to Danshan Athletic half a year ago to help the team avoid relegation. Head coach Lu Feng had heard that Jiang Gu had goalkeeper experience, but had never seen his actual level, nor had he taught him. Taking the goalkeeper's gloves, Jiang Gu slowly put them on. He needed to delay to get into the mindset and transition roles. Jiang Gu was not confident he could guard the goal well, but forced by the coach's designation, he had to grit his teeth and accept the gloves. Years since he last kept goal, and now he had to save a penalty in such a life-or-death moment. Could it get any more intense? Jiang Gu did not complain. He believed the goalkeeper was not rash, the latter knew the heavy cost of that tackle. If the score became 0-2 with less than 10 minutes left, the home team was almost certainly relegated. Trading the guaranteed goal for a penalty by a red card, a desperate gamble. Even with low success rate, at least there was still a glimmer of hope. Jiang Gu walked from the edge of the penalty area to the goal line, a distance of only 16 or 17 meters, but it took him over 30 seconds. Because of the goalkeeper's special status, the referee did not hurry him, and neither team players said anything. Standing on the goal line, the scene felt both familiar and strange. Jiang Gu closed his eyes, searching his mind for the feeling of being a goalkeeper years ago. The opponent's star striker stood at the penalty spot, a teasing smile on his lips. If he scored this, the match would be over. Just as Jiang Gu closed his eyes, a mysterious chime sounded in his ear. Dong Ball King system successfully activated. A novice gift pack has been received and automatically used. Congratulations. You have obtained the football IQ prediction and upgraded it to SSS level. What system? Jiang Gu was baffled. After 3 years since his transmigration, had this damn system finally activated? Dear host, this system can assist you in becoming a football king. Completing system tasks grants massive rewards. Jiang Gu opened his eyes. A translucent light panel appeared before him, visible only to him. Name Jiang Gu, age 19, of value 1 million, Team Madrid Knights, reserve, status recovered from injury, stamina 1555, explosion coefficient 1. 3 free attributes, 0 control, level silver, low control levels bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, king, each with low, mid, high. Special skills, none. Football IQ prediction, SSS predicts opponent's movement 2. 9 seconds in advance, items, none. The European Superclub Madrid Knights, in order to expand into the Chinese market, signed Jiang Gu 3 years ago and brought him to their reserve team. In an internal friendly match, Jiang Gu was seriously injured. He returned to China to recover, and after healing, Madrid Knights loaned him to a domestic Chinese club. As a young talent who went abroad, Jiang Gu was once highly anticipated by Chinese fans. After that serious injury, he could never regain form, couldn't even make the Madrid Knights reserve team, and ended up stuck in China, mocked as a super flop, exported and then re-imported. Last winter, he was loaned by his parent club to Danshan Athletic, a relegation battling team in the Hua League, toiling in the second tier. His situation was truly lamentable. The referee noticed Jiang Ji's dazed expression. He showed his whistle to the penalty taker, then walked directly to Jiang Gu. Ready? The referee asked, glancing at his watch, hinting time was short. Ready. Bring it on. Jiang Gu shook his arms, nodded at the referee, and stared directly at the ball on the penalty spot. The referee nodded, jogged back to the edge of the penalty area, put the whistle to his lips, and waved one hand toward the goal. Beep. A single whistle made everyone's hearts jump into their throats, players and spectators alike. The penalty taker took 3 steps back, then hopped quickly on the spot, seemingly putting pressure on the makeshift goalkeeper. In the split second their eyes met, a miraculous scene occurred. Jiang Gu saw the opponent's trajectory 2 or 3 seconds later rush forward, stop, abruptly step forward, strike the lower part of the ball with the inside of his foot, a semi-high shot with moderate speed, but a sharp angle heading to the upper right of the goal. Without the aid of the prediction ability, even a regular goalkeeper, let alone a temporary like Jiang Gu, might have been fooled by the taker's feint and made the wrong decision. At that moment the system triggered a new task, save the first penalty. Reward 1 free attribute, point 1000 ball king experience. The penalty taker didn't take Jiang Gu's attempt seriously at all. This season his penalty conversion rate was 108 out of 8. Danshan's head coach turned his back, unable to watch. The sent-off goalkeeper knelt in the player tunnel, muttering what seemed like a prayer. Many home fans closed their eyes, hands clasped, silently praying for a miracle. Saving a penalty often relies purely on experience. In that split second there's no time to think, left or right. It's essentially a gamble. Simply put, it's a bet. With the Ball King system's assistance, Jiang Gu didn't need to guess. He resolutely dived to the right, jumping at a specific height. At the instant the opposing player touched the ball, Jiang Gu's entire body launched diagonally upward, horizontally blocking the ball's trajectory. Though the opponent's feint was very realistic and the angle extremely sharp, Jiang Gu's outstretched hands precisely and firmly caught the ball. Jiang Gu would bet that this was the most handsome save he had ever made since becoming a goalkeeper. If only he could always be this cool, he wouldn't have switched to striker midway. Whoosh. The entire stadium erupted in a deafening gasp, 20,000 voices united as one. The penalty taker was stunned. That temporary substitute had actually caught the penalty, leaving no chance for a rebound. Who would have thought? For an ordinary goalkeeper, deflecting such a ball would already be a miraculous save. But Jiang Gu had firmly grasped the ball as if he had anticipated its precise flight path long before. Jiang Gu pressed the ball firmly beneath him and let out a long breath. This system could indeed be trusted. It actually helped. Center back Wang Mang ran up, embraced him tightly, and roared, "Brother, you did it. You did it." It was because Wang Mang had lost his position that the opponent got a one-on-one chance. And it was because of that certain one-on-one that the goalkeeper sacrificed himself with a deliberate foul. The entire team was on the brink. Wang Mang almost became the culprit. Fortunately, Jiang Gu gave him a chance at redemption. How could he not be excited? Don't celebrate yet. We are still behind. Compared to his excited teammates, Jiang Gu appeared very calm. He held the ball against his chest and gestured for his teammates to run forward. The head coach also came to his senses, shouting at the sideline for the players to push up. If that penalty had been scored, the score would have become 0-2. With only a few minutes left, a 2-goal deficit would be too difficult to overcome, and Danshan Athletic might have given up. Now they were still just 1 goal behind. A draw would secure survival. It seemed like a lofty goal within reach, a leap away. The final result could not be decided before the last second, especially in such a do-or-die situation. During the brief pause after the ball went out, Jiang Gu mentally opened his attribute panel. 1 free attribute point and 1,000 experience points had been credited. The system had not deceived me. He added the 1 free attribute point to stamina, raising his maximum stamina to 56. His current stamina had already dropped to 14, meaning that adding points mid-game did not replenish his current stamina. The 1,000 King of Football experience points lit up a purple progress bar. When tapped, it automatically transformed into a purple fragment, which flew toward the attribute column, also in purple, the burst coefficient. A flash of purple light passed, and the burst coefficient increased to 1. At this critical moment, Jiang Gu had no time to study the essence of point allocation. His attention quickly returned to the match. The Danshan Athletic players charged forward as if injected with adrenaline, even forgetting that their team had 1 fewer player. The entire stadium atmosphere was ignited with waves of cheers rising one after another. Lose by 1 or lose by 2. It's still a loss. At this moment, Danshan Athletic had only one path to attack, and attack. On the football field, momentum always swings. Danshan Athletic's morale soared, naturally suppressing Chizhou United, even though the latter had 1 more player. Apart from Jiang Gu guarding the goal, all 9 outfield players attacked. 8 were pressing forward, an all-or-nothing tactic that made Chizhou United uncomfortable. Everyone hunkered down in their own half, defending desperately. Jiang Gu rushed forward a few steps and shouted at center back Wang Mang, "Go up, smash it with your head. The goal is my responsibility." All players, including defenders, pushed forward for attack, leaving only the goalkeeper to guard the goal. Was that a tactic you could even imagine? Wang Mang hesitated for a few seconds, but realized there would be no chance to fight if not now. Losing 1 goal or 100 goals made no difference. He only had a few minutes left to redeem himself. Danshan Athletic now needed a goal, just one. The home team crazily pushed forward while Chijo United chose a simple and crude approach. Clear the ball at all costs, kick it out of their dangerous area. The wave of attacks had not yet turned into a goal, but a set piece was a great achievement. Danshan Athletic won a corner kick. Regular time had expired, and the assistant referee held up the board 4 minutes of stoppage time. Only 4 minutes remained for Danshan Athletic. Danshan Athletics anchor, their tallest center back Wang Meng, also charged into the opponent's penalty box. He stood out among the crowd like a crane among chickens. The two defenders marking him were both half a head shorter. Even more incredibly, Jianggu also sprinted to the opponent's penalty area, temporarily abandoning his own goal. Danshan Athletics key midfielder Jin Ping stood at the corner flag. Wang Meng raised his right hand, a prearranged signal for a high ball directly to his head. Jianggu scrambled for position next to Wang Meng, aiming to draw defensive attention and give Wang Meng room to operate. The moment Jin Ping sent the corner, Jianggu saw it. Wang Meng won the header, but jumped slightly too early, striking the lower midsection of the ball. The ball hit the crossbar, rebounded, and fell at the feet of an opponent. Then a bizarre scene occurred. The moment the corner was taken, Jianggu abandoned the attack and sprinted back like mad. He knew very well that once the opponent launched a long clear, they would face an empty net. He could only pray the opponent would mess up the kick. As someone who always wanted to seize destiny in his own hands, Jianggu did not rely on luck. He wanted to save the ball before it crossed the goal line. Just as Jianggu had foreseen, the sturdy Wang Meng did win the header. The ball deflected off his head toward the goal, smacked the underside of the crossbar, bounced on the ground, and landed precisely at the feet of the opposing striker. The opposing striker reacted extremely quickly. With a sprint and a nutmeg, he broke through Danshan Athletics' unorganized defense in an instant. He of course also saw the temporary goalkeeper frantically running back. He glanced at the goal, swung his leg, and sent a long kick. The ball arced high across the sky, heading toward Danshan Athletics' goal. At the moment the opposing striker kicked the long ball, Jianggu had already predicted the landing point just in front of the 6-yard box, bouncing once, and then hitting the underside of the bar to go in. At this moment, a new system task triggered, faced the direction of the incoming ball, used an Agita-style scorpion kick to send the ball away. Reward 1 free attribute, 1000 King of Football Experience points. Agita-style scorpion kick. Jianggu remembered the mad goalkeeper's miraculous move. This was a life and death match. One goal meant heaven, the other meant hell. The king of football system truly had a wild imagination, playing such a risky joke. If he failed, wouldn't he become an eternal sinner? But if he could replicate the madman Agita's miracle, let alone the feat itself, just the system's reward was already tempting enough for Jianggu. At the instant the ball was about to hit the ground, Jianggu, who had already arrived, did not reach for it with his hands. He suddenly turned, faced the incoming direction, stood still, jumped, and performed a scorpion kick, perfectly sending the ball back. My God, what a madman. Even a lunatic wouldn't dare to do that. Head coach Lu Feng exclaimed loudly. One could admire Jiang Ji's prediction. He seemed to sense the danger early and started his retreat. It was good to recognize mistakes and correct them. Fortunately, the outcome was not bad. He could have easily caught the ball with a safe conventional save, yet he used such an insane method. This was simply madness. Danshan Athletics' home crowd went crazy. The final minutes were so thrilling, and the audience witnessed an almost insane method of goalkeeping. After the ball was saved by Jianggu in that nearly insane manner, the system prompt sounded in his ear. Dong reward credited. Gained 1 free attribute, 1000 King of Football Experience points. Gained 1 free attribute, 1000 King of Football Experience points. Skill fragment, divine, save fragment 110. The situation on the field shifted in the blink of an eye. While the spectators were still lamenting a near miss, Jianggu miraculously saved a shot that was destined for the goal. With their attack thwarted, the players of Danshan Athletics sprinted back in defense, Wang Meng nearly stumbling in his haste. After the ball hit the ground, it was claimed by a Danshan Athletic player. Under intense pressure from the opposition, he had no choice but to pass it back to the goalkeeper Jianggu. The moment he received the ball, Jianggu felt a heat beneath his feet, and a new task materialized in his mind: score a goal in this match. Reward skill, floating shot, 1000 King of Football Experience points. With less than 4 minutes remaining in the match, they expect me to score. Are you serious right now? I'm the goalkeeper. Forget the 1000 experience points for a moment. The floating shot was a divine technique Jianggu had practiced for ages without mastering. He couldn't believe he could obtain it just by scoring a single goal. However, the conditions set by the system seemed rather harsh. The goal had to be scored in this very match to be valid. Wang Meng assumed Jianggu would pass the ball to him. A goalkeeper passing to the center back, who then passes to the midfielder, advancing layer by layer. It was the most normal offensive approach. But damn it, Jianggu charged forward with the ball, bulldozing his way through. After a 1-2 wall pass with a teammate, he dribbled past the center circle with no intention of stopping. Wang Meng was dumbfounded. Sure, you were a forward when the match started, but you're the goalkeeper now. A goalkeeper dribbling past players and charging solo towards the opponent's goal. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Head coach Lu Feng rubbed his eyes thinking, has this kid gone mad? I brought you here to put out the fire, not to play with it. With only 10 league matches remaining, the relegation-threatened Danshan Athletic had sacked their head coach. Lu Feng took over as the firefighting coach. Joining Lu Feng at Danshan Athletic were forward Jiang Ge and center-back Wang Meng, who were also the team's hope for survival. After 9 rounds of league matches, Danshan Athletic had climbed from dead last to third from the bottom. Today's clash with Qizhou United was a direct battle for the final relegation spot. The temporary worker has already left his post, so why bother guarding the goal? Wang Meng abandoned his position too, expending his last ounce of energy to sprint forward. The other 2 defenders were stunned for a couple of seconds. Weren't the 3 of us supposed to form the last line of defense in front of the goalkeeper? And now you, the main center back, have deserted your post to join the attack. To make matters worse, that guy in goal had already reached the edge of the opponent's penalty area in the blink of an eye, being swarmed by 3 opposing players. To hell with formation, to hell with tactics. The Danshan Athletic team on the field now had 10 forwards. Jiang Ji's dribbling skills were decent among this group. Despite being surrounded by 3 players, they couldn't take the ball from him. Wang Meng galloped over to provide support, loudly reminding Jiang Ge to pass it back to him. Surrounded by 3 men, Jiang Ge couldn't even lift his head. Spotting a gap, he kicked the ball towards the direction of the sound. Because the opponents were all focused on Jiang Ge, a player was left unmarked on the field. Wang Meng received the ball and passed it to midfield mainstay Jin Ping, who was the team's offensive organizer and tempo setter. Qizhou United was fighting with bloodshot eyes, marking the ball instead of the man. After releasing the ball, Jiang Ge ran towards the opponent's penalty area. Wang Meng and the others thought he would run back to guard the goal. The moment Jin Ping received the ball, 2 opposing players charged at him, seemingly to close him down. At this point, Danshan Athletic's goal was wide open. If they could win the ball, they could kill the match. In an instant, 3 players were surrounding Jin Ping. He couldn't pass the ball forward at all, so he chipped it over to a nearby defender who had come to support him. The defender who just received the ball was immediately pressured by 2 opponents. His instinct was to pass it back to the goalkeeper. But damn it, that position was completely empty. Give it to me. Wang Meng dropped back 10 meters and shouted to his teammate. The ball-holding defender finally passed the ball to Wang Meng. Wang Meng realized there was no goalkeeper behind him. He was now the team's last line of defense. He couldn't hold on to the ball. His options were either to launch a long ball forward or kick it out of bounds. The safest course of action was, of course, to kick the ball out of bounds, allowing his teammates to get back into position, especially the goalkeeper. However, this was no ordinary time. With just over a minute left in the match, his team was still trailing by 1 goal. Jiang Ge had no intention of returning to the goal. Standing at the edge of the opponent's penalty area, he raised his right hand high, signaling Wang Meng to pass him the ball. The opponent wasn't playing by the book, leaving the Qizhou United players a bit bewildered. They were solely focused on winning the ball, and only 1 defender was marking Jiang Ge. Wang Meng launched a massive kick. The ball went high and far, but lacked pace, tracing a high parabola across the sky before falling towards the opponent's penalty area. Qizhou United's goalkeeper also sensed the danger. If that fellow also wearing gloves got past the defender, wouldn't he be facing him one-on-one? Before the ball landed, Qizhou United's goalkeeper rushed out of his 6-yard box. He trusted his hands were quicker than the opponent's feet. He didn't need to catch the ball, a punch to send it flying would suffice. As the opposing goalkeeper charged out, Jiang Ge saw the precise landing spot of the ball 3 meters away from both himself and the defender. Jiang Ge took 2 steps in the other direction, moving away from where the ball was about to land. The defending player and the rushing goalkeeper couldn't predict the ball's exact landing point. The safest approach was, of course, man-marking. Jiang Ge was the only person in the dangerous area. If they could mark him tightly, the goal couldn't be scored. When the ball fell to a suitable height, Jiang Ge suddenly sprinted towards the predicted landing spot. The defender and goalkeeper immediately followed. Jiang Ge even overshot the spot a little. If he chose to control the ball calmly, now regardless of the quality of the touch, the chance of finding a shot on the open goal under their tight defense was minuscule. Furthermore, the goalkeeper could use his hands in this area, and hands are always quicker than feet. With other defenders rushing over to help, it was uncertain if Jiang Ge could even get a shot off. In the flash of a moment, a true striker doesn't overthink. Their choices are often instinctive. Jiang Ge had seen Zlatan Ibrahimovic's scorpion kick, and this angle was perfect for that technique. Never having practiced it didn't mean he couldn't perform the move. Jiang Ge jumped on his right foot, then swung his left leg backwards, striking the ball with a scorpion kick. The ball rebounded, tracing a parabola that bypassed the goalkeeper's fingertips and nestled into the goal just under the crossbar. Unlike Ibrahimovic's display of brute force, Jiang Ge's scorpion kick was nimble, a display of using 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. In the flick of a finger, the ball was in the net. Amidst the most thrilling scene of life and death, Jianggu ended everything with a clever goal executed with effortless grace and masterful poise. The ball settled into Chizhou United's net, making the score 1-1. The entire stadium erupted in thunderous cheers. After the goal, Wang Mang and the others only then reached Jianggu, immediately piling on him in a celebratory dogpile, 9 teammates crushing him onto the turf. The Danshan athletic coaching staff and substitutes had gone wild, rushing to the sideline to embrace the players in ecstatic celebration. Overjoyed fans left the stands and charged towards the field, only to be firmly held back by security personnel. The referee glanced at his watch. Stoppage time had already exceeded 12 seconds. 3 long whistles echoed across the pitch. The match was over. Danshan Athletic had equalized at the last moment, successfully securing their league status. The system notification chimed in Zhang Ji's ear. Ding. Reward credited. Obtain skill, floating shot 1000, king of football experience points, skill fragment, scorpion kick 15. Since its inception, the Danshan Athletic team had never won a single championship. Their promotion to the Chinese First League as runners-up in the Chinese Second League was considered the team's brightest moment. Both the players and the fans seemed to overlook the fact that their team had only narrowly avoided relegation, celebrating with the fervor of champions. For Jianggu and Wang Mang, the end of the match also meant the termination of their contracts. They were not permanent members of the Danshan Athletic team. They were more like mercenaries hired to complete a task and then move on. Neither felt a deep attachment to the team. After showering, the two ascended to a high vantage point in the stadium, silently watching the home fans and players celebrate on the field, as well as the relegated Chizhou United team depart in dejection. Competitive sports could be so cruel. Joy for some, sorrow for others, departures for some, stays for others. Wang Mang casually handed a can of beer to Jianggu, pulled the tab on his own, and took a large gulp. Cheers. Jianggu raised his can to clink with Wang Mang, taking only a small sip. He rarely drank, only partaking in small amounts on special occasions. Brother, come with me to Hengtai. Wang Mang declared, brimming with satisfaction after a big swig. Brother Wang, have you already decided to join the Hengtai team? Jianggu had heard Wang Mang mention this before, but since they were in the midst of preparations for the match, they hadn't discussed it in depth. Coach Liu said the Italian champion coach, the Silver Fox, is about to take over Hengtai. He successfully applied for a coaching staff position and can bring along 1 or 2 excellent players. Hengtai was in the Chinese Super League, the top tier of Chinese football. Although a new team, they had been on a formidable streak, ranking at the top of the league after more than a dozen rounds. Due to the asynchronous schedules of the Chinese Super League and the Chinese First League, the First League season had concluded, while the Super League was less than halfway through its fixtures. It was currently the summer transfer window for the Super League, and players who had performed well in the First League were likely to be poached by Super League clubs. Brother Wang, from what I know, Hengtai is stacked this season. Besides 3 world-class Brazilian foreign players, almost all of the top domestic players are on that team. Can you guarantee playing time? Jianggu preferred to speak directly, and he saw no need for pretense with Wang Mang. Wang Mang took a deep breath and said helplessly, I know Hengtai is full of talent. For the center-back position, barring any surprises, I'm the 4th-choice substitute. Oh, 4th. Unless someone gets injured or there's rotation, you might not play a single game all season. Yeah, that's about right. Wang Mang nodded with a wry smile. If you can't even get playing time, why go there? Why not choose another team? Jiang Ji's words made Wang Mang fall silent for a moment. After a pause, he replied, but the offer is too good to refuse. Even as a substitute, they pay more than the starters on other teams. Jianggu nodded silently. He had heard of the superpower of the wealthy Hengtai team, and it was not unreasonable for a professional player to play for money. Brother Wang, if I remember correctly, you're 30 this year, the prime age for a center back. If you perform well, you could even make the national team. But if you can't get playing time. I understand. Wang Mang cut him off. I'm 30 this year, not getting any younger. My girlfriend is pregnant, and we're saving up for a house and wedding. Joining Hengtai, just the signing bonus, is 2 million paid immediately. I really need this money. Jianggu had wanted to talk to his older brother about dreams, just as the latter had once spoken to him about football ideals when he was young. But hearing of his current predicament, Jianggu fell silent. He patted Wang Mang on the shoulder and encouraged him, Brother Wang, good luck. There you two are. I've been looking everywhere. Head coach Lu Feng came over holding a large bottle of beer. Judging by his soaking wet clothes, he had escaped from the jubilant crowd. Coach Lu, Jianggu and Wang Mang called out in unison. Lu Feng had been their teacher at the football school, and since they had no professional agents, he also served as their part-time agent. Zhang Ji's signing with the Madrid Knights was orchestrated by Lu Feng. This event had once trended on domestic social media with headlines proclaiming Jianggu as the future hope of Chinese football, the rising Eastern star about to shine in Europe. But fate had been cruel. The 16-year-old Jianggu suffered a severe injury shortly after arriving in Madrid and had to return to China for recovery. After a recovery period of over a year, Jiang Gu upon his return had completely lost his former prowess. He gradually faded from the various lineups of his parent club, and in the past year, he had even ended up playing in the completely obscure Chinese First League. It was during Jiang Ji's severe injury that the Jiang Gu from another world transmigrated into the original Jiang Ji's body. They say handsome people are prone to transmigration. Jiang Gu was speechless. Was being handsome his fault? He had just secretly stayed up late to watch a Champions League final. In his excitement, he had a heart attack and died only to transmigrate into this parallel world. The Jiang Gu from Earth knew nothing about football. After taking over the original body, he went through another severe injury, which left a shadow on his heart. The fear of being injured again was perhaps the reason why the Jiang Gu after recovery was a completely different person. Just now Lu Feng had received a call from an assistant of the champion coach, the Silver Fox. The assistant said they had watched the live broadcast of Danshan Athletics' final match and were deeply impressed by Wang Meng and Jiang Gu, hoping to finalize the transfer that very night. Lu Feng had already done Wang Meng's ideological work, and the latter was full of anticipation about joining Hengtai. His only concern was Jiang Gu. The young man was set on developing in Europe, and from what Lu Feng knew of him, he wouldn't be easy to persuade. Of course, Lu Feng's strenuous efforts to bring the two to Hengtai came with many benefits. From a purely financial standpoint, he could get a referral fee of 500 for each person. Wow, we did it. Lu Feng opened his arms to them. Jiang Gu and Wang Meng took turns hugging Lu Feng in celebration. After successfully avoiding relegation, each of them would receive a 600 bonus from the Danshan athletic team. Lu Feng's gaze rested on Jiang Gu. He reached out and patted him on the shoulder, saying earnestly, "Xiao Jiang, your part-time agent isn't too bad, is he?" Coach Lu's sudden remark caught Jiang Gu off guard. In his memory, Coach Lu was not one to boast about his own merits and was always very humble. "It's all thanks to your guidance, Coach Lu, that we've achieved what we have today." Jiang Gu offered a compliment to go along with Lu Feng's mood. "This is nothing, absolutely nothing. Barely worth mentioning. There's an even bigger stage waiting for us." As he spoke, Lu Feng pulled Wang Meng closer to him and continued, "Xiao Jiang, Wang Meng and I have decided to join Hengtai. Come with us." It was both expected and unexpected. Jiang Gu recalled that it was Coach Lu who initially encouraged him to play in Europe. Lu acted as his agent, negotiated with Madrid Knights, and ultimately brought him to the La Liga giant. This senior, who had once strongly urged him to go abroad, was now trying to keep him with the domestic team Hengtai. Undeniably, Hengtai had been on a strong rise in recent years, and with the arrival of the Silver Fox, they had set the AFC Champions League title as their coaching goal. However, Hengtai was still a Chinese Super League team. Its football environment was incomparable to Europe's and held little appeal for Jiang Gu, who was determined to develop his career overseas. Moreover, Jiang Gu was now a man with a system. Staying in the football desert of Huaxiao would only make him a big fish in a small pond. Going to Europe, he had the potential to become a world football king. Using his toes to think, Jiang Gu would not choose to stay in the country. Seeing that Jiang Gu did not immediately agree, Lu Feng urged him. Hengtai is backed by the powerful Hengtai Group. Although they are a new team in the CSL, their strength is formidable. The Italian championship-winning coach, the Silver Fox, is about to take over. The Brazilian trio will arrive soon, and most of the best domestic players are already gathered in the team. Coach Lu, since Hengtai is so full of talent, would I even get a position if I went there? Jiang Gu rarely interrupted Lu Feng. At his age, he was in his prime and truly did not want to waste away on the bench. Being rudely interrupted by Jiang Gu annoyed Lu Feng. He also realized that his line of persuasion seemed off. This kid Jiang Gu had a strong desire to perform and was unwilling to be a substitute. Of course, there will be chances to play. Hengtai has established a very scientific and fair competition mechanism. If you work hard and perform well, becoming a starter is not impossible. Seeing Jiang Gu about to speak, Lu Feng interjected, "Besides the domestic league, Hengtai will also play in the AFC Champions League in the future. The team's goal is to reach the top of Asia within 2 years. For a player of your age, this is a golden opportunity to shine." Furthermore, the team has set up a very generous reward system. There are win bonuses. If the team wins, as long as you are selected for the matchday squad, you get a share whether you play or not. There are also goal bonuses starting at 500 per goal, with no cap. The team has also set CSL Championship and AFC Champions League Championship bonuses. The CSL Championship bonus is 50 million Huaxia dollars, and the AFC Champions League Championship bonus is 100 million Huaxia dollars. The distribution is based on each player's performance throughout the season. Even if a player doesn't play a single match all season, just being on the bench a few times can net them bonuses of over 1 million. I've already successfully joined the Silver Fox's coaching staff. Arranging a few matchday squad inclusions for you two is a piece of cake. Lu Feng looked at Wang Meng beside him and smiled at the latter. Wang Meng understood and said, "That's right, Jiang Gu. With Coach Lu looking out for us, are you still worried about not getting a chance to play?" Given their previous conversation, Wang Mang said this as a formality, just to satisfy Coach Liu. Jiang Ge looked at the animated Lu Feng. He never expected Coach Liu to be so obsessed with money. He was a completely different person from the teacher Liu who used to talk endlessly about football dreams. Seeing Jiang Ge's silent, Lu Feng said coldly, "I'm not trying to discourage you, but Madrid Knights have completely given up on you. Since your injury, your metrics have completely failed to meet their selection criteria. Selling you to Hengtai was the team manager's idea." Lu Feng knew that Jiang Ge had always harbored a persistent football dream. He didn't mind pouring cold water on the kid to make him face reality. Coach Lu's words struck a nerve with Jiang Ge. He was well aware that his parent club had given up on him. Even so, he was still unwilling to accept it. According to the contract, Jiang Ge had the right to choose his next club. That is, if Jiang Ge didn't agree, the parent club couldn't force him to sell to Hengtai. He could even choose to stay in Madrid until his contract ended and become a free agent. Although it wasn't surprising hearing Coach Lu say it, still made Jiang Ge somewhat disappointed. "Coach Lu, let me think about it. Today was a happy day, and Jiang Ge didn't want to make things unpleasant. There's no time. I think you'd better take a call." Lu Feng took out his phone and dialed a video call. On the other end was an assistant coach from the Silver Foxes coaching staff, the very one who had called Lu Feng after the match. "Mr. Lu, is it done?" In English, to develop his career in Europe, Jiang Ge had long passed his English proficiency exams. Understanding these everyday conversations was no obstacle at all. "Hello, Mr. Smith. I think you'd better talk to him directly." Saying this, Lu Feng handed his phone to Jiang Ge. Smith on the other end of the line was clearly a bit impatient, but he still forced a smile onto his face. "Hi, Mr. Smith." Jiang Ge greeted Smith politely. Smith leaned closer to the camera to get a better look at Jiang Ji's face. "Yeah, that's you, boy. Your performance this afternoon was fascinating. I am full of anticipation for your arrival." Jiang Ge could naturally tell this was just a foreigner's polite talk. Unless they had a grudge, they usually spoke this way. "Mr. Smith, thank you for your appreciation. My next stop is Europe." "I'm sorry." Jiang Ge shrugged a smile on his face as he rejected Smith. "Shit." Smith's face changed instantly. He raised his hand and ended the video call. "FCK." Jiang Ge also yelled at the phone screen, but the other party probably couldn't hear him. He handed the phone back to Coach Lu. Refusing Lu Feng was one thing, there was still room for negotiation. But directly rejecting the Silver Foxes coaching staff meant Jiang Ge was completely finished. Lu Feng let out a long sigh, his face ashen. He put his arm around Wang Mang's shoulder and left, leaving Jiang Ge alone, bewildered in the evening breeze. With no one around, Jiang Ge opened his system panel. 1 free attribute point and 2,000 experience points had arrived. Besides that, what he was even more looking forward to was the special skill floating curveball. Only now did Jiang Ge have time to carefully study the system's point allocation rules. Free attribute points could be added to physical fitness at a 1:1 ratio. The upper limit for physical fitness was 100 points, which would automatically decrease with age. Ball King experience points were used to activate the progress bar on the panel. The color of the progress bar was random, with 3 possibilities: purple, red, and gold. Purple represented the burst coefficient, red represented the control level, and gold represented special skills. When the purple progress bar was activated, the burst coefficient could be increased. Activating the red progress bar could upgrade the control level, and activating the gold progress bar could enhance special skills. Activating the progress bar for the first time required 1,000 experience points. Now activating it required 3,000 experience points. The further along, the harder it became to activate the progress bar. Free attribute points could also be converted into the 3 attributes at a certain ratio, but the consumption was considerable. For example, 10 free attribute points could only be converted into 0.1 burst coefficient. Domestic players were ridiculed by fans as roughnecks and teased as sea cucumbers, implying their skills were crude and they were weak. As a player growing up in this environment, Jiang Ge was not outstanding in either skill or physical fitness compared to European players. Even if his technique was rough, he should at least be diligent. If he could run tirelessly like Park Ji-sung, couldn't he secure a place at Manchester United? Therefore, Jiang Ge decided to improve his physical fitness first. "Call me rough if you must, but I am not a weak sea cucumber." The next day, Danshan Athletic held a modest farewell party for Lu Feng, Wang Mang, and Jiang Ge. Having just secured their league status, they were reluctantly sending off 3 key players. Danshan Athletic, a small club operating on a shoestring budget, had no grand ambitions. The management's goal was clear: stay in the Chinese League 1, collect the annual dividend, cover expenses, and still make a few million in pure profit. If the club hadn't sold off so many players at the start of the season, they wouldn't have needed to hire Lu Feng and the others as emergency reinforcements. Fans naturally wanted to keep all 3, but the club's management thought differently. Jiang Ji's transfer fee alone was over 10 million. Retaining the trio would increase the new season's expenses by at least 20 million, a figure that contradicted their frugal philosophy. Lu Feng, speaking for the 3 of them, expressed gratitude to the club and the fan representatives. The farewell party concluded, and they took their money and left, severing all ties. Jiang Gu looked forlorn. After collecting his bonus and salary, he left the small city of Danshan alone. Outside the club, some fans held up posters of his face, chanting for him to stay. Jiang Gu was now a man with an extraordinary advantage. He held no regard for small clubs like Danshan Athletic, nor even for nouveau riche Chinese Super League teams like Hengtai. The fans' farewell was a small comfort. Real Madrid Castilla wasn't set on loaning him to Hengtai. There was an alternative VfL Wolfsburg in the Bundesliga. Mirroring Real Madrid Castilla's original intention when signing Jiang Gu, Wolfsburg also coveted the Chinese market behind him. Their goal was to promote the Volkswagen brand. Many Chinese players chose the Bundesliga, or two. Bundesliga as their first stop in Europe, a trend linked to their characteristic, rough technique. Jiang Gu was no exception. He had been reprimanded multiple times by the Real Madrid Castilla reserve team coach, ultimately due to his weak fundamentals and rough skills. After rejecting Hengtai, Jiang Gu naturally prioritized a trial at Wolfsburg. At worst, he could return to Madrid and ride out his contract. Returning to the Chinese Super League was out of the question, never, even if it killed him. The Bundesliga season was nearing its end with only a few rounds left. The championship was already decided, claimed by the league's overlord Bayern Munich. For Wolfsburg, the final rounds were still crucial, determining whether they would qualify for the next season's UEFA Champions League. A young player from China, a reject cast out by Real Madrid Castilla at a tender age. First-team head coach Dieter Hecking, upon receiving the notice from sporting director Klaus Allofs, glanced at Jiang Ji's resume and promptly passed him on to reserve team coach Sebastian. For Hecking, the primary task now was securing the team's Champions League qualification, otherwise they'd have to settle for the Europa League. Wolfsburg was in a phase of rebuilding. They had spent heavily to bring Brazilian midfielder Luiz Gustavo from Bayern, greatly strengthening their midfield. Belgian rising star Kevin De Bruyne was soon to join, reportedly for a fee of €25 million. Veteran striker Ivica Olic remained sharp, still the spearhead of their attack. Legendary goalkeeper Diego Benaglio was as reliable as ever. With talents like Maximilian Arnold and Robin Notch emerging, Wolfsburg's future looked bright. The team was fighting for a Champions League spot, partly to retain their best players and partly to maximize their earnings. Wolfsburg's owner was a complete miser. After winning the 2008-09 Bundesliga title, he opened the Wolfsburg supermarket, selling off every player he could and some he couldn't, severely weakening the team and nearly relegating the defending champions. The club's revival plan didn't mean the owner had abandoned his profit-driven philosophy. Inviting Chinese player Jiang Gu for a trial was purely about tapping into China's vast market to advertise the large VW logo on the team's jerseys. Jiang Gu was arranged to trial at the Wolfsburg reserve team training ground. Owner Frank Witter made an exception by organizing a welcome party for him. A welcome party before the contract was even signed, and media reporters from various outlets were invited. Naturally, the Chinese Football Weekly was on the guest list. First-team coach Dieter Hecking and reserve team coach Eddie Sauser also attended the event. What a spectacle! Had he not been well-informed, Su Jin, the chief German correspondent for Football Weekly, might have suspected Jiang Gu had already successfully signed with Wolfsburg. Young Chinese talents receiving trial invitations from European clubs were few and far between. As the eyes and ears of the football world, Su Jin knew Jiang Gu might trial at Wolfsburg. Since Jiang Gu had just finished playing in the Chinese League One a few days prior, there was no reason for him to have signed with Wolfsburg so quickly, and Real Madrid Castilla hadn't released any news. Logically, Jiang Gu should trial first, gain approval, and then pass a medical before signing. Nothing was certain, yet so why the rush to hold a welcome party for him? Jiang Gu was also bewildered, unsure of Wolfsburg's game. Strictly speaking, he was still a Real Madrid Castilla player. A welcome party without signing any agreement. Could it be a mistake? Fortunately, this small welcome party was just a formality. The media took their photos, and it was over. What surprised Jiang Gu even more came next. After the party, he was summoned to the office of owner Frank Witter. Also present were the sporting director, the reserve team coach, and a mysterious figure. The mysterious man, impeccably dressed in a suit and sporting a full beard, looked somewhat Spanish. Based on the lapel pin on his suit, he was likely a staff member from Real Madrid Castilla. The man then introduced himself to Jiang Gu. He was Ida Munoz, one of the assistants to the sporting director. He specifically showed Jiang Gu a letter of authorization, which stated that the club had authorized Ida Munoz to handle Jiang Ji's transfer matters. At this point, Jiang Gu roughly understood. No wonder they held a welcome party before anything was confirmed. His parent club had already sold him. For Jiang Gu, staying to play in Europe was his greatest wish. If Wolfsburg could take him, and why not? Compared to a giant like Real Madrid Castilla, a club like Wolfsburg could offer Jiang Gu more opportunities to shine. Even starting from the reserve team was far better than playing in the Chinese League One or the money-tainted Chinese Super League. At least the football here was still pure. After signing some documents, he didn't fully understand Jiang Gu was officially bought by Wolfsburg. He took a photo with the sporting director in front of the large VW logo, and the picture was soon posted on Wolfsburg's official website. Since it was a binding contract, Jean Gu was naturally careful. He received a one-year contract with a monthly salary of €8,000 and a release clause of €2.5 million. That old fox Frank Witter knew how to do business. He bought Jean Gu from Real Madrid Castilla for €8,000 and immediately set the release clause at €2.5 million. Jean Gu was speechless at the figure. Perhaps these foreigners didn't have a different interpretation of the number. Why did it have to be that specific amount? Wolfsburg, also known as the Wolf's Lair, is a modest city, more a sprawling factory complex of Volkswagen than a town. The smoke rising from its chimneys is a pristine white devoid of any acrid odor, a testament to rigorous treatment. The club assigned him a two-person dormitory. His roommate was a Belgian with fair skin and slightly blonde hair. His name was Kevin De Bruyne. At this time, De Bruyne was still a distance from being the world's best midfielder, and he hadn't yet reported to Wolfsburg. Although it was a double room, Jean Gu was the only one living there for now. Jean Gu, having traveled from 2022, naturally knew the kind of existence KDB would become in a few years. What puzzled him was why the club would arrange for him to room with De Bruyne. When KDB arrived, he would surely be a first-team player, while he himself was merely a reserve team member. To be precise, Jean Gu hadn't even made the reserve team roster yet. He hadn't even started a trial, nor had he undergone a medical examination. Yet the contract binding him to the club had already been signed. There were already few Chinese players playing abroad. After the rise of the golden age of football back home, some who could have continued their overseas careers rushed back to cash in. Or perhaps for some the choice to play abroad was merely a way to gild their resumes. The news of Zhang Ji's successful signing with Wolfsburg quickly spread back to China. Upon learning this, Liu Feng was filled with regret. He had been too hasty, letting a hefty agent's fee slip through his fingers. Had he known Wolfsburg was so keen on Jean Gu, he would have facilitated the deal. After seeing the news, Wang Meng also sent Jean Gu a congratulatory message. After exchanging pleasantries, they hung up. Jean Gu noticed that Wang Meng was becoming increasingly polite with him, and their relationship from that point on began to grow more distant. Living in the first-team dormitory but reporting to the reserve team training ground every day, Jean Gu was the first to do this at Wolfsburg. Eddie Sauser, the reserve team head coach, was quite courteous to Jean Gu. This was likely a directive from the boss. Though he wore a gentle expression when he saw Jean Gu, he was anything but lenient during training. It started with running laps, 10 laps each. For players with good stamina, this was a mere trifle. For Jean Gu, whose stamina was not his strong suit, it was a considerable challenge. Because the leader set a fast pace, by the time the 10 laps were finished, Jean Gu was not only gasping for breath, but also came in last. Right at the start of the run, a system task was triggered: complete your first training session at Wolfsburg. Reward 1 free attribute, 1,000 Ball King experience points. The task reward felt like a gift. After finishing the run and taking a short rest, Jean Gu checked his attribute panel. Name: Jean Gu, age 19, a value €1 million, team Wolfsburg reserve team, free attributes 2, status recovered from injury, stamina 4656, burst coefficient 1. For burst power, stamina burst coefficient, ball control, level silver, mid-tier ball control levels from low to high, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, king. Each level has 3 tiers: low, mid, high. Experience 3000, 3000, special skills: knuckleball grade C from low to high, CBAS, SSSSS, scorpion kick fragment, 15, auto-synthesizes upon collecting all fragments, godly save fragment, 110, A auto-synthesizes upon collecting all fragments, football IQ prediction, SSS grade predicts opponent's movement 2. 9 seconds in advance, items none. Running 10 laps had actually consumed 10 stamina points. European clubs were indeed on a different level from domestic ones. Even the training intensity was incomparable. Especially those few young black players on the team, they ran their laps with such ease. Determined not to finish last in future lap running sessions, Jean Gu decisively allocated both free attribute points to stamina, raising his maximum stamina to 58 points. The 3,000 experience points were full, and a red progress bar lit up. Once the bar was completely filled, it automatically transformed into a streak of red light that flew towards the ball control level indicator. Jean Gu felt a heat at the soles of his feet, as if an electric current had passed through. His ball control level had been promoted to silver mid-tier. Head coach Eddie Sauser walked over to Jean Gu with a smile on his face and said, "So, Chinese kid, can you handle it?" The head coach's expression belied his seemingly caring words, a hint of sarcasm and disdain tugging at the corner of his mouth. Several teammates also cast unfriendly glances at Jean Gu. They couldn't believe the club had signed a player from that footballing backwater nation. Just from his lap-running performance, they could tell he was a weakling. Next up was a multiplayer passing and receiving drill. Jean Gu, habitually labeled a technical brute, didn't make a single mistake. This took head coach Eddie Sauser by surprise. It wasn't that Zhang Ji's skills were exceptionally refined. With the aid of his prophetic ability, he could accurately predict the trajectory and power of every ball. Practicing passes with these players was as easy as child's play. After the warm-up drills, it was time for a 30-minute internal scrimmage. The players were divided into Team A and Team B. Team A wore red vests, and Team B wore blue vests. Zhang Ge was assigned to Team A by the coach, but as a substitute. The starting spots were given to the few players who were on trial. The biggest name on Team A was Brazilian midfielder Gustavo. The club had bought him from Bayern Munich for a hefty 17.5 million euros. He had a big temper, broke team rules, and was demoted to the reserve team for a month. Although Gustavo wasn't a superstar, he was quite well known in European football. A player who could even get game time for the Brazilian national team. Playing in this level of training match was a breeze for him, wasn't it? The three trialist forwards were all placed on Team A. Even with a world-class midfielder like Gustavo generously providing chances, their performance was disappointing. According to usual practice, Zhang Ge was also supposed to be on trial today. However, his situation was special. The official contract had been signed before the trial began, turning the trial into a mere training session. What reserve team head coach Eddie Sauer never expected was for club owner Frank Witt to show up with an Eastern face. Frank Witt was furious to find Zhang Ge sitting on the substitute bench under Eddie Sauer's orders, and he let out a torrent of abuse at the latter. Following Frank Witt to the training ground was Su Jin, a journalist from the Football Weekly. Since the news of Zhang Ge joining Wolfsburg broke, the popularity of Football Weekly had soared. Their website even crashed once caught off guard by the enthusiasm of Chinese fans. Football Weekly was quick to seize the opportunity, securing exclusive rights to cover Zhang Ji's time at Wolfsburg. Su Jin was here today to report on Zhang Ji's daily training routine. Upon the arrival of the boss, Zhang Ge immediately got the chance to take the field. By the sidelines, Su Jin greeted Zhang Ge with a smile, and Zhang Ge responded with a smile in return. Meeting a fellow countryman in a foreign land always brought a sense of warmth. Zhang Ge donned the red vest of Team A and stood by the field ready to enter the game. Su Jin raised his camera and snapped several pictures. This was Zhang Ji's first appearance since arriving in Germany, even if it was only an internal training match. A direct substitution was made, replacing the right winger, and Zhang Ge took his place. The substituted right winger was a young black man, also on a trial. He had performed quite well in this match, coming close to scoring. Seemingly in the midst of his momentum, he was abruptly taken off. Seeing that his replacement was that frail-looking yellow-skinned player, his face instantly darkened, though it was never particularly fair to begin with. Zhang Ge extended his hand for a high-five, a basic courtesy during substitutions. The black player didn't even glance at Zhang Ge, walking straight back to the substitute bench. Zhang Ge gave a faint smile and sprinted to his position. Based on the plays so far, Team A, with Gustavo controlling the midfield, clearly had the upper hand on the field. At that moment, the score remained 0-0. Team B was united in a resolute defense. Holding this score until the final whistle would be a success for them, as their overall strength was inferior to Team A's. For a weaker team, a draw against a stronger one could be considered a victory. At that moment, the system quest was triggered again: score a goal in this match to earn 1 free attribute point and gain 1,000 Ball King experience points. As a forward, scoring is always the top priority. Without a goal, no matter how hard one tries or how proactive one is, it always feels like something is missing. After all, any team hopes their forward can solve the problem. Just as the system quest arrived, Zhang Ji's goal for this appearance was clear to score. The match resumed. Team A was set up in a 4-3-3 formation. Zhang Ge played on the right side, with another winger on the left. The central striker was the tall Baccarats, and anchoring the midfield was Gustavo, who had only recently been sent down to the reserve team. Zhang Ge, who had just come on, appeared very excited. With the aid of his divine prediction ability, he managed to create space on the right flank several times, but Gustavo never passed the ball to the right. The team's owner Frank Vetter rushed over to the head coach Eddie Sauer and demanded loudly, "That Chinese kid was wide open. Why in the hell didn't you pass the ball?" The owner assumed this was the head coach's deliberate arrangement. After all, Chinese players had little presence overseas, and being overlooked was common. But with an important media journalist present today, what was the meaning of such an arrangement? Head coach Eddie Sauer said with an innocent look, "Mr. Frank, I don't know either. It's not something I specifically arranged. Then fix it, and fix it now." Frank Vetter shot a fierce glare at Eddie Sauer before returning to Su Jin's side. Head coach Eddie Sauer stormed over to the sideline and shouted at Gustavo on the field, "Pass the ball. Pass to the right." The internal training match was already quite relaxed. It was impossible that Gustavo hadn't heard the coach's orders. Ever since being sent down to the reserve team, he had been simmering with anger. He believed that deciding who to pass to and who not to was entirely his own freedom. As a Brazilian national team midfielder, playing in this kind of reserve team internal practice was like child's play, wasn't it? Furthermore, Gustavo had chosen to leave Bayern Munich to join Wolfsburg precisely to get playing time. With his starting position gone at Bayern coming to Wolfsburg only to be sent to the reserves without even a chance to make the first team, how could he feel good about it? At least at Bayern, he could still make the matchday squad. The coach's action only served to provoke Gustavo's rebellious streak. Whenever the ball came to him, no matter how good a position that Eastern kid was in, he wouldn't pass. If there were truly no other passing options, he would rather pass back or take a speculative long shot. Those watching from the sidelines having some knowledge of football, including the owner, began to complain about the selfish behavior of Gustavo and others. Su Jin understood this was the prejudice of European football towards Chinese football. Who could blame them when some Chinese players didn't live up to expectations, causing the entire group to suffer? Rome wasn't built in a day, and there was no love without reason. He only hoped Jiang Ge could adjust his mindset and actively cope with this difficult situation. Although the contract had been signed, a trial performance report still needed to be submitted. Jiang Ge was well aware of his current situation and had no reason to be discouraged. With only the last 5 minutes of the match remaining, the score was still 0-0. What frustrated Jiang Ge was that during these 5 minutes he had run up and down the right flank dozens of times, creating space, many times, yet none of his teammates passed him the ball. Even more exasperating for Jiang Ge was that the opposing left-back tasked with marking him was at least 3 meters away, ready to help the central defender double-team the tall striker Baccarat, as if Jiang Ge wasn't even worth considering. Without support or trust from his teammates, and with even the opponents dismissing him, a nameless anger began to rise within Jiang Ge. Given the situation on the field, and under pressure from the owner, head coach Eddie Sauter kept shouting for passes to the right. The stubborn Gustavo and the other midfielders paid no heed, continuing to play as they pleased. Gustavo, do you still want to make the Brazilian national team? Believe me, I can keep you in the reserves forever. Head coach Eddie Sauter was also enraged, directly threatening Gustavo. He knew the latter had come to Wolfsburg to maintain his form and secure a spot on Brazil's 2014 World Cup squad. The coach's words struck Gustavo's Achilles heel. He understood that if he truly angered the higher-ups and was frozen out, his place in the Brazilian national team for the next year would be virtually gone. For a talent-rich Brazil, he was not indispensable. Persistent effort finally paid off. Gustavo passed the ball to Jiang Ge, who had created space on the right flank. Seeing Jiang Ge touch the ball, Su Jin immediately perked up. Beside him, team owner Frank Vetter also sat up straight, hoping for a brilliant performance from Jiang Ge, even if such expectations were almost overly demanding. Since the fullback marking him was far away, Jiang Ge received the ball and drove forward, quickly reaching the opponent's byline. Interestingly, he was still only being marked by a single defender, even though he was now close to the opponent's danger zone. Gustavo ran up to support, immediately drawing 2 defenders. The tall striker Baccarat and others had already charged into the penalty area, waiting for Jiang Ge's cross. Jiang Ge dribbled the ball, his eyes fixed on the marking defender. He feinted left and right a few times, disrupting the defender's rhythm. As the defender shifted left, Jiang Ge suddenly went right, threading the ball between the defender's legs for a nutmeg, beating the man and the ball. In a few large strides, he reached the left side of the 6-yard box. Gustavo, who hadn't received the ball since Jiang Ge might cross, and moved towards the edge of the box with his teammates. Seeing their teammate beaten, 2 defenders immediately rushed over to cover. Just before the crossing lane was completely sealed, Jiang Ge decisively sent the ball in. At the moment of his kick, Jiang Ge foresaw that the tall striker Baccarat would get to the ball first, but he would head it over the bar, posing no threat, and the goalkeeper would collect it. At times like this, attacking players usually push forward, hoping for a second chance, even if the first attack fails. Jiang Ge foresaw that the opposing goalkeeper would claim the ball, leaving no opportunity for a second attack. One must be careful when throwing a stone for fear of breaking the pot. Their own defense was vulnerable, and they should retreat and defend with full effort. A bizarre scene unfolded on the field. While Team A was pushing forward with all their might for the attack, Jiang Ge, after making the pass, was sprinting back with all his might. Jiang Ge's sprint against the flow of play was conspicuous. Not only were the spectators baffled, but head coach Eddie Sauter was also a mix of bewilderment and astonishment. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Ge had run behind the center backs, becoming the last line of defense before the goalkeeper. The situation on the field unfolded exactly as Jiang Ge had foreseen. The tall striker Baccarat leaped for a header. Having jumped early, he sent the ball in a high arc, soaring upwards rather than forwards. Team B's goalkeeper leaped high amidst the crowd, securing the ball firmly with both hands. The quick-witted Team B forward Lionel, who had been prowling the periphery waiting for a counterattack, immediately sprang into action upon seeing his goalkeeper take possession, sprinting desperately towards Team A's goal. Although Team A's center back was the deepest defender, his focus was on the attack. By the time he reacted, the opposing forward Lionel was already in motion. Team B's goalkeeper threw the ball with precision, finding his forward Lionel. The ball went right, the man went left. Lionel deftly evaded Team A's towering center back, leaving only the goalkeeper to beat. Wait, no. There was still a defender in front of Team A's goalkeeper, that Chinese lad who had just delivered a cross from the byline. How could that kid be in this position? Leitner could scarcely believe his eyes. But this was the only Chinese player with yellow skin on either team. Wasn't he supposed to be a winger? Shouldn't he be involved in the attack right now? How could he be where the center back ought to be? Instead of backing off and jockeying for position like a typical center back to slow the counter and buy time for his teammates to recover, Jiang Gu judged the moment and charged straight at Team B's forward Leitner. To Leitner it seemed this Chinese lad was charging at him at his legs. In that half-second of hesitation from Leitner, Jiang Gu predicted the ball's path. With a rare burst of explosive speed, he surged forward and stole the ball before Leitner could touch it. On the field, Team A's players were sprinting back. Seeing Jiang Gu win the ball, the attackers immediately turned and the defenders quickly regained their positions. Gustavo, Team A's midfield maestro and metronome, also rushed forward to support Jiang Gu. But as he neared Jiang Gu to receive a pass, the Team B player stepped in front to intercept, blocking the passing lane. Jiang Ji's first instinct was to pass to Gustavo, the playmaker designated by the coach. Seeing the passing lane cut off, Jiang Gu simply opted not to pass. Exploiting the space created by Gustavo successfully drawing the defense, he suddenly accelerated and sprinted along the sideline. The left back tasked with marking Jiang Gu was clearly out of step. He couldn't believe Jiang Gu would bypass the pass and go it alone. Another player hurried over to provide cover. Jiang Gu kicked the ball into the unoccupied zone near the byline, playing it to his future self 3 seconds later, much like Gareth Bale. The moment he released the ball, Jiang Gu foresaw that he would retrieve it in 2-3 seconds, while the two defenders marking him were completely out of sync. The mad scene on the pitch repeated itself. Jiang Ji's brutal overtaking was unstoppable as he charged straight for the opponent's byline. Witnessing this, head coach Eddie Satzer was utterly stunned. This kid had just sprinted from the opponent's byline back to his own penalty area, made a successful tackle, and then immediately charged back into the opponent's half. And now he was still capable of such a brutal overtake. His stamina and explosive power were astonishing. Only 3 of his own players remained in front of Team B's goalkeeper, and the opposing tall striker had already raced back. The goalkeeper shoved one of his nearby teammates out to defend against the on-rushing Jiang Gu. Jiang Gu touched the ball, cut inside, and reached the edge of the 6-yard box. Seeing Jiang Gu seemingly about to shoot, the opposing defender stretched out a long leg to block the cross. Not just the Team B players, but even Team A's players and the spectators outside the field all believed Jiang Gu would cross the ball. A cross at this moment, as long as the technique wasn't too poor, combined with striker Baccarat's forward momentum, would make it very difficult for the opposing goalkeeper if he merely got a touch on the ball. But Jiang Gu feigned a cross and shot instead. His right foot connected with the ball, applying just enough force. The ball first nutmegged the defender in front of him and flew straight for the near post. The goalkeeper, not seeing the ball in the air, belatedly looked down towards Jiang Ji's feet behind the defender. With his view obstructed, the ball was already upon him by the time he saw it. The tall goalkeeper instinctively fell to the ground, but the ball had already nestled into the back of the net before he went down. Goal. The ball was in. The moment Jiang Gu struck the ball, he had foreseen it would be an undeniable goal. After scoring, Jiang Gu sprinted towards the head coach on the sidelines and hoisted him up, even though the coach appeared a size larger than him. Watching from the sidelines, Su Jin was so excited he stood up to applaud, raising his fists in wild celebration. The team owner beside him also stood up to high-five him in celebration. 2 or 3 players ran over to Jiang Gu to offer their congratulations. Team A's tall striker Baccarat stood frozen in place. He had even envisioned his own goal celebration. That ball would have been a guaranteed goal if it had just hit his head. Gustavo had been observing Jiang Ji's runs since the previous attack. That kid had not only neutralized the opponent's counter, but after winning the ball had sprinted all the way into the heart of the opponent's defense until he put the ball in the net. This seemed somewhat different from the Chinese players he knew. Jiang Gu returned to the pitch. Gustavo proactively came over to high-five him in celebration, giving him a thumbs up and praising, "Brother, well done." No sooner had Gustavo spoken than the tall striker Baccarat approached and bumped into Jiang Gu. Assuming this was a gesture of celebration, Jiang Gu turned to high-five Baccarat, only to be met with a scowling black face. "Hey kid, that ball was mine. You should have crossed it. You know how to cross, don't you?" FCK. The big black guy immediately started cursing, complaining that Jiang Gu hadn't passed the ball to him. He believed Jiang Gu had no right to shoot. The ball should have been his. "Get out, you idiot." Gustavo stepped between Jiang Gu and the tall striker Baccarat, shoving the big black guy away. "I sent you so many good balls this game, and you couldn't finish a single one. Get out." Gustavo shoved the big black guy again. As an experienced midfielder, Gustavo was the elder statesman on the pitch. With him speaking up, the big black striker spread his hands and walked off looking disgruntled. At that moment, the notification for a reward arrival sounded in Jiang Ji's ear. Dong reward arrived. Gained 1 free attribute, 1,000 Ball King experience points. New mission: score a brace in this match. Reward: 2 free attribute points, 2,000 Ball King experience points. Damn, this system never stops. Is it so greedy? There are only 3 minutes left in the game, and it wants me to score another one. For the sake of the reward, Jiang Gu cast aside his distractions and immediately threw himself back into the match. Let's do this. The center circle kicked off again. Before the kickoff, Gustavo leaned close to Jiang Gu, pointing at the tall center forward backalots, and said, "That big black guy is also here on trial. Today is the last match. If he performs poorly, he'll be packing his bags and leaving." Gustavo's words were merely suggestive. He didn't tell Jiang Gu what to do next. Jiang Gu now understood why the big black guy had cursed at him earlier. So he was also on trial, and his trial stats must have been mediocre coupled with a poor performance in this match. He was on the verge of being cut. Competitive sports were inherently cruel. If you're not good enough, you're out. And yet he dared to curse at me. If I don't take him down, who will? Jiang Gu smiled at Gustavo, indicating he understood the latter's words. He silently resolved never to pass to that big black guy, letting him strut around in front of me. After Team B's center circle kickoff, they actually passed the ball backward. A 0-1 scoreline might have been acceptable to them. After all, Team A had a seasoned star like Gustavo. This was just a training match. They could waste time and be done with it. Especially for a midfielder like Gustavo, who had no particular desires as long as nothing went wrong. He just waited for his suspension to end and return to the first team. Jiang Gu thought otherwise. He had just received a new mission. To improve his strength in a short time, completing tasks assigned by the system was the best way. Team B kept passing backward until the ball reached the goalkeeper's feet. Jiang Gu chased all the way. Although he could foresee that he couldn't steal the ball now, he still charged forward to press. The goalkeeper passed the ball to the fullback, hugging the sideline on the right. Jiang Gu rushed toward the fullback, who calmly passed the ball to the center back in the penalty area. Jiang Gu then charged at the center back, who returned the ball to the goalkeeper. Without a second thought, Jiang Gu pounced on the goalkeeper again. The three of them passed the ball among themselves, forming an iron triangle of passing, playing Jiang Gu for a fool. Team B players burst into laughter, mocking the Chinese lad as a naive hothead. Team A players seemed to see no possibility of a successful tackle and didn't come to help. The 21 players on the field watched Jiang Gu run back and forth among the three. The team's head coach didn't know why that Chinese lad was so aggressive. Though he looked a bit silly, his fighting spirit was endearing. The team owner on the sideline saw Jiang Ji's seemingly foolish yet futile running, smiled at Su Jin, and gave a thumbs up, praising, "It's obvious. He's very proactive." Yes, his attitude is very proactive. Su Jin replied politely. Since Jiang Gu had been on the field for only a short time, he still had plenty of stamina. After running back and forth among the three dozens of times, he didn't feel very tired. Suddenly, Jiang Gu foresaw a high probability of a mistake by the center back. The turf under the center back's foot was missing a chunk. He would likely slip. If Jiang Gu could reach him before he regained his balance, he might snatch the ball. At that moment, Jiang Ji's stamina was at 33 points, coupled with his explosive coefficient of 1. For he could instantly burst out 46 stamina points, far exceeding the fatigued other players. Having conceded a goal to this yellow-skinned kid, Team B was already upset. Seeing that the kid was a bit foolish and reckless, their three-man passing game became even more lively, and they grew more relaxed as they played. Sure enough, the center back stepped into a small hole, momentarily losing his balance. As he adjusted his body, Jiang Gu, as if foreseeing it, had already arrived at his side. In the instant he lost balance, the center back trapped the ball and pulled it back, intending to use his body to block Jiang Ji's path. Jiang Gu had already anticipated his direction of lean, so he bypassed him to the side and behind, effortlessly stealing the ball from under the opponent's feet. Seeing he was about to lose the ball, the center back fell to the ground, trying to feign a foul by Jiang Gu. The referee was not far away, and the situation on the field was not complicated. He had been watching the trio pass the ball for a while. He clearly saw that in the muscle-packed German league, such a level of collision was completely within reasonable bounds, especially since Jiang Gu hadn't even touched the center back's body. The center back lost the ball, and the Oriental kid was now facing the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper, who had been reveling in the monkey-teasing pleasure, immediately panicked. He spread his arms and charged at Jiang Gu, seemingly trying to snatch the ball from his feet. After touching the ball, Jiang Gu also foresaw the goalkeeper's movement. No matter what, the goalkeeper couldn't possibly save this ball, and his rushing out action was very likely to result in a foul. On the pitch, kicking the ball into the opponent's net is the most common way to inflict damage. Besides that, getting an opponent player booked also carries considerable lethality. Of course, the most lethal is scoring plus getting the opponent carded, and the target is the opponent's goalkeeper. Just as the goalkeeper lunged toward his feet, Jiang Gu gently lifted the ball. The ball slid over the tips of the goalkeeper's outstretched fingers and flew into the back of the net. The goalkeeper's forward momentum knocked Jiang Gu down like felling a tree. Jiang Gu leaped forward, tumbled several times on the ground after falling, and lay there. The referee blew his whistle. The goal was valid, and he also showed the goalkeeper a yellow card. In other words, if Jiang Gu hadn't scored, they would have been awarded a penalty. How infuriating. While playing around, the ball went in again. Team B players were all frustrated. This way of conceding was too demoralizing. They thought that Chinese kid was a fool, but it turned out they were the clowns. Su Jin, watching from the sidelines, sprang to his feet and clapped excitedly in celebration. Jiang Ji's goal was incredibly satisfying. The team owner had just hypocritically praised Jiang Ji's diligence, but it was actually a mockery. Wow, he's diligent, and he did it. The team owner jumped up excitedly and gave 2 thumbs up from the sidelines. The head coach didn't know whether to be happy or disappointed. After all, the players on the field were his own. Such careless passing leading to a goal conceded. If it happened in a major match, he believed he would have wanted to kill someone. Jiang Ji's seemingly foolish, ineffective pressing had resulted in a goal, which was more important than anything else. And his teammates on the field didn't seem to have considered supporting him. That was an attitude problem. After scoring, Jiang Gu lay on the grass and let out a long sigh of relief. Although he wasn't injured, he needed a rest. Running back and forth was indeed exhausting. To his surprise, he received an additional reward: Dong mission complete. Gained 2 free attribute points, 2,000 points of Ball King experience, and 1 injury immunity card. Can nullify 1 fatal injury on the field: fractures, muscle damage, nerve damage. Jiang Gu remembered that the system hadn't mentioned the injury immunity card when it issued this mission. That meant he had obtained a hidden reward upon completing the mission. The goalkeeper's action just now was indeed dangerous. If Jiang Gu hadn't anticipated and avoided an injury, would have been inevitable. Gustavo and others came up to congratulate Jiang Gu. The referee ran over, looked at Jiang Gu, and asked concernedly, "Are you okay? Do you need the team doctor?" Jiang Gu immediately waved his hand, extending his hand to his teammates, signaling them to pull him up. He had to hurry now, because he had just received a new mission from the system: score a hat-trick in this match. Reward: 5 free attribute points, 5,000 points of Ball King experience. This system was too crazy. He had been on the field for 10 minutes, opened the scoring, then scored a brace, and now it was urging him to complete a hat-trick. But the reward was indeed generous. 1 goal was worth 5. He had to make every second count. When Jiang Gu got up, he noticed the ball was still in Team B's goal. Perhaps both teams thought the training match would end there, so they couldn't be bothered to fetch the ball. Since the referee hadn't blown the final whistle, the match wasn't over. After getting up, Jiang Gu rushed into Team B's goal, picked up the ball, and quickly ran to the center circle, placing it on the white spot. This move left the players dumbfounded. You're the team in the lead, and by 2 goals at that. The trailing side had already given up, and you're still this dedicated. Although the match time had expired, the head coach and the referee did not mind granting an extra opportunity, as this was merely an internal training session. Su Jin, standing on the sidelines, raised an eyebrow at the boss of Wolfsburg, as if to say, "Our players work so hard, even more diligently than you Germans." The team owner nodded with a smile, thinking this Chinese lad was quite special. He liked the boy's approach. The ball was kicked off again. Team B dared not pass the ball around in the backfield this time, not out of fear of Jiang Ji's interceptions, but rather because they dreaded the head coach's scolding once they returned to the locker room. In these final minutes, Team B suddenly seemed to find their fighting spirit, with the entire team's thoughts oddly unified, determined to score a goal. Jiang Ji's actions had truly annoyed them. They had originally planned to give up with a 0-2 score, but the leading side showed no mercy. Even a clay figure has its limits, let alone these fiery young players. Next, both sides played openly. Team B aimed to score a goal, while Team A did not mind adding another. With Gustavo as the center, Jiang Gu moved to the wing, and the center forward Balakolts charged forward, serving as a pivot. Perhaps influenced by Jiang Gu, Gustavo also took things seriously, determined to show his true skills. The young players of Team B proved to be no match. After dribbling past 2 players, he was brought down by a 3rd defender coming to assist. Fortunately, internal training matches are not played with full force. Gustavo rubbed his thigh and quickly stood up. Team A was consequently awarded a free kick approximately 30 meters from the goal. Gustavo was uninjured. He was the team's primary free kick taker and naturally stepped up to the ball. The other players had no intention of competing with him, all crowding into the penalty area to prepare for a potential shot or cross, unsure whether he would shoot directly or pass. Clearly, this was the last offensive opportunity of the match. If Gustavo took the free kick, Jiang Gu would be unable to complete his hat-trick for the game. After a moment's thought, Jiang Gu gathered his courage and approached Gustavo, whispering, "Gustavo, could you let me take this shot?" Gustavo seemed to misunderstand and replied, "What did you say?" Realizing he might have been impulsive, Jiang Gu concocted a lie. "If I can score a hat-trick, I can take the match ball. There are many children in our small village who love football. They have never had a real football, and I believe this ball would mean a great deal to them." Jiang Gu tried to appear sincere, hoping to persuade Gustavo. Upon hearing Jiang Ji's words, Gustavo raised an eyebrow, patted his shoulder, and said seriously, "All right, this one is for you, for those children who love football." Jiang Gu did not expect Gustavo to be so easily convinced. He secured the free kick opportunity so easily. As Gustavo walked away, center forward Balakolts rushed up and shouted at Jiang Gu, "Kick it into my head. Do you hear me?" Balakoltz not only pointed to his dark head, but also made a fist gesture toward Jiang Gu seemingly as a threat. Jiang Gu smiled faintly, neither agreeing nor refusing. The referee blew the whistle, signaling to take the free kick quickly. Jiang Gu stepped back 3 paces, took a deep breath. Having recently acquired the skill of curling shots, he saw this as the perfect opportunity to showcase it. He shifted 1 step to the right, and the technical points of the curling shot technique appeared one by one in his mind. Run up. Touch the ball. Shoot. Jiang Ji's eyes focused solely on the ball and the goal, ignoring all other players, including the tall center forward. The ball was struck its flight path, swerving left and right, unpredictably clearing the wall of defenders. The goalkeeper saw the ball hurtling toward him, but could not predict its trajectory. It might even fly over the crossbar. As the ball approached the goal, it suddenly plummeted sharply, diving into the top left corner of the net. A curling shot. Outliers see the spectacle, experts see the technique. The head coach immediately recognized this as a high-quality curling shot. The goalkeeper barely reacted, glancing at his teammates in front of him, seemingly unsure of what had just occurred. This was too bizarre. The ball not only traveled at incredible speed, but also swerved left and right, slipping into the goal right before the net, as if precision-guided. Most players on the field were relatively young, and many had never witnessed a real-life curling shot, especially one from such a long distance. As a compatriot of the curling shot master Juninho, Gustavo naturally recognized this technique. Such a peculiar kicking method is known as a curling shot or an elevator shot. For such a difficult skill, most players cannot even understand it, and many stars have attempted it with little success. Gustavo wondered how this young Chinese lad managed to achieve it. He hailed from a country dubbed a football desert. He ran up to high-five Jiang Gu in celebration. A 30-meter free-kick goal, and it was a beautiful curling shot. Well done, little brother. Gustavo did not hesitate to give Jiang Gu a thumbs up. At the same time, a system notification echoed in Jiang Ji's ears. Ding, you received praise from football star Gustavo, gaining 1,000 football IQ experience points. As this was merely an internal training match, Team B players were also teammates of Team A. Jiang Ji's astonishing long-range shot left Team B impressed, and players approached him to congratulate him, thus ending the training session. Compared to the congratulations and encouragement from his teammates, what Jiang Gu looked forward to more was the system's reward notification. Ding, mission completed. Gained 5 free attribute points, 5,000 King of Goal experience points, and the curling shot skill upgraded to level B. Jiang Gu also began to understand that special skills like regular techniques become more proficient and level up with more use. While taking a break during his shower, Jiang Gu checked his attribute panel. Named Jiang Gu, age 19, market value 1 million euros, Team Wolfsburg reserve team, free attribute points 9, status healthy, stamina 2058, burst coefficient 1. For burst power, stamina burst coefficient, ball control, level intermediate, silver ball control levels from low to high, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, king, each divided into high, middle, low tiers. Experience 90009000. Special skills, curling shot level B, progressing from CB ASSS to SSS, scorpion kick, fragment 15, automatically synthesizes upon collecting all fragments, divine save, fragment 110, automatically synthesizes upon collecting all fragments. Football IQ prediction level, SSS predicts opponents' movements 9 seconds in advance. Football IQ experience 1,000 points can be used to upgrade football IQ. Currently no upgradable football IQ items. Items damage immunity card. 1 piece can grant immunity to 1 fatal injury on the field, fractures, muscle injuries, nerve damage. Experience value maxed out. The golden progress bar lit up, transforming into a golden little bee that flew toward the scorpion kick skill, increasing its fragment count by 1. 3 more fragments are needed to synthesize this skill. Jiang Gu delivered an exceptional performance in the match. Su Jin and the team owner on the sidelines hugged each other in excitement to celebrate. Internal training matches cannot be recorded as videos, only a few photos were taken. At this moment, Su Jin's thoughts flowed like a spring, and an article was already fully formed in his mind. News of Jiang Gu joining Wolfsburg spread rapidly within China. The Football Weekly secured an exclusive interview with him in Wolfsburg, making this media outlet and its chief correspondent in Germany, Su Jin, highly sought-after figures. The head coach was very satisfied with the Chinese lad's performance today, never imagining that a country as football desolate as China could produce such a talent. No wonder Madrid Knights had signed him, no wonder the owner was so invested, even deviating from conventional tactics. What surprised head coach Eddie Satz even more was that owner Frank Witt directly ordered that Jiang Gu appear on the regional league field 3 days later. Jiang Gu received an oral notification from the coach that he had made the roster for the regional league match in 3 days and was told to prepare well. Before coming to Germany, Jiang Gu had researched the league system. Here the Bundesliga 2, Bundesliga, and 3 Liga were all professional leagues, while the regional Liga was amateur. Despite its lower level, the intensity of physical confrontation in the regional Liga was in no way inferior to professional leagues. It could even be fiercer, as many players were also factory workers who might be more rough and rugged. Considering the upcoming official match opportunity, Jiang Gu allocated all 9 free attribute points to stamina, raising his stamina stat to 67. He also discovered that the higher his stamina, the faster his energy recovered. After the training match, head coach Eddie Sauzer for the first time did not give the players a post-match summary. He was called to a small office on the training ground by the club owner Frank Witt. Also present was the club's general manager George Schmatt, a professional football manager who was actually head coach Eddie Sauzer's direct superior. In short, the general manager was responsible for the club's personnel and finances, running the team, signing or renewing contracts for players and staff. He held immense authority akin to a company CEO. The club owner, on the other hand, might know nothing about the club's operations and could be a pure capitalist, like an investor and chairman of a company. Frank Witt was exactly that type. In front of head coach Eddie Sauzer, club owner Frank Witt said to general manager George Schmatt, "That Chinese kid, Jiang Gu." General manager George Schmatt reminded him, "Yes, right. We must persuade Jiang Gu to sign a new big contract." The owner looked at the general manager. Such was the command of a capitalist. "So we signed him for 8,000 euros. Transfermarkt values him at 1 million euros, and his release clause is 5 million euros. The contract is for 3 years. How would you like to revise it?" Frank Witt thought for a moment, spread his right hand wide open, his eyes gleaming, and said seriously, "A release clause of this amount and 100 image rights. As compensation, we can raise his wages to a monthly salary of 1,000 euros with a 5-year contract." General manager George Schmatt did not dare to be negligent. He opened his notebook and jotted down the key points of the owner's words. "Sir, please confirm a 5-year contract, monthly salary of 1,000 euros, 100 image rights, and a release clause of 5 million euros. No, a release clause of 50 million euros. Frank Witt corrected him. 50 million. George Schmatt and Eddie Sauzer exchanged a glance. That amount was as high as the release clause for the team's star players. Yes. Whoever wants to poach Jiang Gu, they have to pay at least 50 million euros. Frank Witt was still unfamiliar with Jiang Ji's name. "All right, I'll arrange it immediately." "Oh, what if he's unwilling?" George Schmatt asked, glancing at the documents in his hand. "He has no reason to refuse. The salary we're offering is much higher than what he gets in China. If he absolutely won't accept, we can raise the monthly salary to 1,500 euros. Frank Witt believed Jiang Gu had no reason to refuse. After giving his instructions, he left. As an investor, Frank Witt generally didn't interfere too much in general manager George Schmatt's work. He just wanted to make a profit from his investment, leaving all club operations to the latter. After the owner left, general manager George Schmatt handed the documents in his hand to head coach Eddie Sauzer. "These are Jiang Ji's stats from playing in China." Eddie Sauzer nodded and opened the materials. All the data was mediocre. No wonder Madrid Knights had given up on him. However, Jiang Ji's performance in his last Chinese Super League match was indeed eye-catching. He saved a penalty, stopped a one-on-one breakaway, and scored a goal himself as a goalkeeper, a goal worth a fortune. The summary at the end of the report read: in the Chinese Super League, Jiang Ji's stats as a forward were mediocre, but as a goalkeeper, he shone brilliantly. Combined with Jiang Ji's outstanding performance today, Eddie Sauzer was more inclined to believe that Jiang Gu had suddenly become magical, even if such an explanation seemed a bit fantastical. "What? You're saying Jiang Gu scored a hat-trick in 13 minutes today?" General manager George Schmatt had just arrived after receiving the owner's call and hadn't watched the training match that had just ended. "Yes, sir. The boss saw it too. I think Jiang Gu has suddenly had an epiphany, even if that explanation seems a bit unreasonable." George Schmatt nodded, finally understanding why the boss had suddenly called him over. Jiang Gu had just finished showering when the head coach came into the locker room and took him away. After a brief introduction, Jiang Gu understood the general manager's intentions. Since Jiang Gu currently had no agent, he had to handle contract negotiations himself. Seeing the contract terms the general manager presented in the past, he would have been overjoyed in his dreams. A perfect dream of playing abroad was right before him. He could pick it up just by signing. But the current Jiang Gu didn't think so. After Wolfsburg won the Bundesliga title in the 2008-09 season, they had a fire sale, and the team once teetered on the brink of relegation. The club owner's business philosophy was pure to make money. Such a team was destined never to achieve greatness, let alone become a giant. With his cheat code, Jiang Gu naturally aspired to showcase his skills at a world-class club. How could he waste 5 years of his youth at a small team like Wolfsburg? Wolfsburg's original intention in signing Jiang Gu was to promote the VW car brand. Simply put, they didn't value him as a player, they valued the massive Chinese market behind him. Jiang Gu also understood that he needed a stepping stone, just like the world's best midfielder in 2022, Kevin De Bruyne, who was sold by his parent club Chelsea to Wolfsburg, spent 3 seasons there and only truly shined after his transfer to Manchester City. Similarly, at Wolfsburg, the longest contract Jiang Gu could accept was 3 years. He didn't have excessive demands regarding salary. A monthly salary of around €2 was sufficient. He could only accept a maximum release clause of €5 million. He hoped to be noticed by clubs known for producing stars like Atletico Madrid, Sevilla, Ajax, Tottenham, or Borussia Dortmund. His previous contract had no clause for image rights. The condition Jiang could now accept was a 50-50 split. Because the gap between his demands and the owner's requirements was too large, the new contract was not signed. Jiang and Wolfsburg continued to honor the previous contract. Currently, Jiang Ji's situation at Wolfsburg remained a monthly salary of €800, a contract term of 1 year, and a release clause of €5 million. This meant that if a scout noticed Jiang and it happened to be a club he favored, they would only need to pay Wolfsburg €5 million to take him away. For Wolfsburg, it was a bargain picked up for €800, resold for €5 million, an astonishingly high profit margin. After hearing the general manager's report, the club owner was silent for a long time before deciding to choose a time to talk to Jiang personally. Jiang returned to the locker room to pack his personal belongings. The other players had already left. As he was about to open the locker room door, he heard a sobbing sound from inside. Jiang pressed his ear against the door. Beyond the muffled sobs, there seemed to be no other commotion. The situation didn't appear complicated. He knocked, and the whimpering inside abruptly ceased. Jiang gently pushed the door open. Inside was just one person, the tall center forward here for a trial Baccarat. He looked utterly dejected, sitting barefoot on the floor, his upper body stripped of clothing. Sorry to interrupt. I just came back to get my things. Please continue. Jiang quickly found his belongings and moved to leave. Given the man's unfriendliness on the field, he had no desire for conversation, not even the pretense of polite consolation. I'm sorry. Baccarat spoke from behind Jiang in halting English. Moi. Jiang paused, turning to look at the towering figure, uncertain of what he wanted to say. You are truly incredible. Baccarat nodded affirmatively, raising both thumbs toward Jiang. Jiang noticed that despite the man's praise, the system had not issued a reward notification. This meant either Baccarat was insincere or his commendation simply failed to trigger the reward. Out of politeness, Jiang returned the gesture, offering a casual compliment. You're great too, very strong. Your 3 goals were absolutely brilliant, especially that knuckleball. It rivals my idol Cristiano Ronaldo. Worried Jiang might not understand, Baccarat spoke deliberately, slowly, a pace that exuded heartfelt sincerity. Though they had clashed briefly on the field, Jiang, hailing from a nation of etiquette, was not petty. He set down his belongings, met Baccarat's gaze, and replied, Thank you. My 3 goals are all greatly indebted to you. It wasn't my achievement alone. Football is a team sport, you understand. At Jiang's words, Baccarat grinned, revealing a flash of white teeth. Yet his smile was fleeting. He soon hung his head, sighing incessantly. At this point, Jiang felt he should offer some comfort, even if just polite words. Don't be too upset. Everything will be all right. Jiang naturally understood the reason for Baccarat's sorrow was linked to the trial. No. I've lost my chance. Baccarat spread his hands, shaking his large head continuously. Jiang was at a loss, unsure how to console the man. Competitive sports were inherently cruel. Survival of the fittest was the norm. My family. Baccarat pulled a photograph from his pocket as if to hand it to Jiang. Jiang moved closer, took the photo, and patted Baccarat on the shoulder. I'm from Cameroon. A German scout recommended me to Borussia Dortmund. I trialed there for a week and didn't pass. Then he sent me here. If I fail again, I have to go home. At the mention of home, Baccarat broke down sobbing, leaving Jiang at a complete loss. Gazing at the photo, Jiang said, I can see you are their pride. Baccarat choked out, my whole village, my whole family believed I would definitely play in Germany. They were so proud of me. He didn't finish, but Jiang understood the feeling all too well. He recalled when he was signed by the world's top club, Madrid Knights. The national media had erupted in frenzy, nearly deifying him. On the day of his departure for Madrid, countless people, acquaintances and strangers alike, came to see him off, causing a temporary shutdown of the airport. Everyone believed the new star of China was about to shine across Europe. But no one expected that Jiang would suffer a severe injury the moment he arrived in Madrid. He remembered vividly the day he returned home in disgrace to recover. Only his parents and younger sister were at the airport to greet him. The look of disappointment in his loved one's eyes was forever etched into his heart. As a transmigrator, not a single fragment of the original owner's memory was lost. It was all perfectly preserved in Jiang's mind. The pain of setting out amidst hopeful gazes only to return in defeat was a wound he would never forget. Perhaps because they shared a similar plight, the two found many common topics. Jiang also discovered that aside from his volatile temper, the big man wasn't all that detestable. Baccarat wept, feeling his future was bleak. However, until Wolfsburg gave an official response, anything was still possible. By now, Jiang was certain that Baccarat's praise was genuine. The only reason it hadn't triggered the system reward was that Baccarat's level wasn't high enough. Therefore, to gain more football IQ experience, he needed to earn praise from genuine football stars face-to-face. After Jiang left, general manager George Schmack and head coach Eddie Sauzer began reviewing the afternoon's training match. Since George Schmack hadn't watched the game live, he could only review the data report and video provided by Eddie Sauzer. 10 minutes on the pitch, 3 goals. Not bad. Let me see the match highlights. Schmack glanced at the data report, then opened the match footage which the staff had already edited. When he saw the third goal, even Schmack, a former player and veteran scout, was stunned. He couldn't believe that a player of Jiang's caliber had been sold off by Madrid Knights. I think I need to talk to the owner again. We can definitely accept the terms Jiang just proposed. If another scout discovers him, that too. 5 million release clause is practically no barrier at all. Schmack immediately copied the match footage to convince the owner. Yes, I agree with you. Head coach Eddie Sauzer affirmed. All right, there's no time to lose. This needs to be arranged immediately. Schmack rose to leave. Sir, please wait. Sauzer remembered the trial situation. Here is the data on the Cameroonian Baccarats. Sauzer handed a file to general manager Schmack. All right, that kid didn't perform well at Dortmund. They didn't want him. He has a good physique, so I told Bell to bring him in for a trial. How's the data? Schmack took the file. Not ideal. Sauzer shrugged, his face full of disappointment. Schmack quickly scanned Baccarat's data, pursed his lips, tossed the file onto the table, and stood up to leave. Sir, please wait. Sauzer stopped the general manager again. Anything else? I recommend we sign him. Give him a year. If he accepts, we can offer him the minimum wage. Why? His numbers are very mediocre. 5,000 euros a month may not be much, but the owner's money shouldn't be wasted. Sir, I carefully studied today's match. Although Baccarats didn't score, he occupied at least 2 defenders on the field. It was precisely because of this that Jiang got those excellent chances. You mean to use Baccarats to screen for Jiang? Sauzer nodded solemnly. I want to test my new formation in the match 3 days from now. If nothing unexpected happens, I'm sure it will impress you. Oh. Schmack looked at Sauzer, his eyes shifting thoughtfully before he replied. All right, do as you suggest. Prepare a minimum contract for the big guy. If he doesn't refuse, sign him. After training concluded, Gustavo drove his luxury car to the first-team players' dormitory and invited Jiang to join a beer party that evening. Gustavo, already a renowned star, no longer lived in team dormitories. He either rented or purchased property, as he belonged to the high-income group by nature. Unlike Jiang Balaklosai, also a newcomer, was less fortunate. He had to stay in a small hotel outside the training facility at his own expense. This night might be his last in Germany, so Balaklosai came to Jiang's dorm to invite the Eastern lad for a drink. Jiang received notice from the dorm management that Gustavo was waiting for him downstairs. As a Brazilian star and future teammate, a midfield playmaker, Jiang knew it was essential to build a good relationship. He hurried downstairs and found both Gustavo and Balaklosai there. Realizing their intentions, the three decided to go together. Gustavo was aware that Balaklosai had performed poorly in recent matches. Such subpar trial results usually meant no chance, despite Gustavo having assisted him with several good passes. Balaklosai knew Gustavo's level well and sensed he was being subtly helped. He wished to express his gratitude but felt too lowly to approach him. What shocked Balaklosai most was that Gustavo himself had come to invite Jiang, another young trialist, to join them. Football truly speaks through performance. If you prove your worth, even seemingly unreachable stars can become friends, and may even come seeking you out. Jiang rarely drank alcohol and only had juice at the party. Fortunately, Balaklosai was there to accompany Gustavo in drinking. The gathering took place near the training grounds in the residential area of the VW automobile factory. Some passers-by greeted Gustavo, some looked familiar, likely first-team players. Jiang was surprised to find these stars so approachable. They could be encountered just walking down the street. Hello, 3 of you. Would you mind if I joined? A familiar figure appeared beside them, Eddie Sauzer, the youth team coach. Why would they not welcome him? Gustavo held dual Brazilian-German nationality and chose to represent Brazil. He was, after all, a compatriot of the coach. After clinking glasses with the three, coach Eddie Sauzer rummaged through his briefcase and pulled out several sheets of paper. Gustavo immediately noticed the document's heading. It was a contract. That meant Eddie Sauzer had come to sign someone. Based on their on-field performance, it was clear Jiang was the one set to sign with the team. Gustavo didn't yet know Jiang had already been contracted. Jiang also saw the document in the coach's hand. He thought the club had accepted his conditions so quickly, but was it too hasty for the coach to sign him personally? Coach Sauzer turned to the large black man Balaklosai, who looked at the coach and then lowered his head dejectedly. He knew his recent performances hadn't met the team's selection standards. Balaklosai, do you like this city? Coach Sauzer asked. Of course. Wolfsburg is beautiful. The world's largest automotive company is headquartered here, and Germany's excellent football team is also here. The coach suddenly asked this question, and Balaklosai seemed unprepared, so he chose to say something pleasing. then would you be willing to stay here? Stay in Wolfsburg? Coach Satzel handed the document in his hand to Balaklosai. Balaklosai looked at Coach Satzel, then at Gustavo and Jianggu. He could hardly believe his eyes. Could this agreement really be for him? What are you hesitating for? Take a look. Gustavo raised an eyebrow. Brother, you've passed the trial. Jianggu looked at Coach Satzel, whose lips curled slightly upward. Balaklosai's trembling hands received the agreement from the coach and quickly scanned its terms. For such recruitment, standard contracts were used with no room for modification. As long as Balaklosai accepted, he could sign. The general manager has authorized me. If you have no objections, please sign. Coach Satzel handed Balaklosai a ballpoint pen. Expecting to return home, he never thought Wolfsburg would actually keep him. Balaklosai was so excited he could barely hold the pen. But take your time. We can sign while drinking beer. Coach Satzel raised a large mug of beer. All three raised their glasses to congratulate Balaklosai. Jianggu switched to a beer mug for the first time in Germany. Jianggu was allergic to alcohol. After one beer, red spots began appearing all over his body along with itching, making him very uncomfortable. That was his only allergic reaction. He did not experience difficulty breathing or shock. After drinking a large mug of cold beer, Balaklosai's hands finally steadied enough to grip the pen. He eagerly signed his name. The contract took effect upon signing. 18-year-old Balaklosai stood 191 centimeters tall and weighed 82 kilograms. Physically, he appeared slightly thin for the first team, but had advantages in the youth team. A typical midfield grinder, which was why Coach Satzel had strongly advocated for his signing. The coach verbally informed Balaklosai that he would also be included in the regional league roster 3 days later. Thinking it would be his last night in Germany, he instead found the beginning of a professional career. Overjoyed, Balaklosai drank with Gustavo until dawn, while the alcohol-allergic Jianggu returned to the dorm early to rest. Jianggu clearly remembered that during the evening gathering all three had praised him more than once. Coach Satzel even brought up his outstanding data from his final match in the Chinese Jiao League. Whether from Gustavo's praise or Coach Satzel's, Jianggu received no additional football IQ experience. That is, the coach could not be considered a football star, so his praise could not trigger football IQ rewards. Jianggu had already received football IQ experience from Gustavo, so even if he received praise again, no additional experience could be gained. Since the Ball King system was a mysterious entity that did not respond to questions, Jianggu could only rely on his own understanding. The next morning, the team gathered. Coach Satzel announced the 30-player roster for the regional league campaign. Jianggu and Balaklosai were both included as newcomers in the list. Gustavo's sentence had ended and he had returned to the first team. He was not on this roster. The opponent 2 days later, Oldenburg, ranked first in the northern region, while Wolfsburg's youth team ranked second. To successfully gain promotion to the third division next season, they must defeat the opponent. Before training began, aside from the routine arrangements, the coach specifically mentioned one matter: Oldenburg's goalkeeper Zobish had come under the attention of the club's management. The only obstacle was Oldenburg's asking price was too high. In short, the club's management hoped to thoroughly defeat Oldenburg in the away match 2 days later, ideally scoring 1 or 2 goals to provide leverage for price negotiations. The following 2 days were filled with routine training, and on the second day both underwent their medical examinations, thereby completing all the procedures for their transfer to Wolfsburg. As a forward, Jianggu practiced his shooting, scoring many goals, yet none triggered any system tasks or rewards. This made it clear that routine training could not yield system rewards. Only by stepping onto the competitive field would he have the opportunity. This realization filled Jianggu with anticipation for the upcoming match. It would be his first official game since landing in Germany. To save costs, the team owner arranged for the squad, led by head coach Eddie Sauser, to fly to Oldenburg's home ground only on the morning of the match. Although such an itinerary might to some extent affect the team's performance, it was a necessary compromise given that the Regionalliga, as the fourth tier of German football, receives limited financial support. Fortunately, the circumstances were similar for all teams at this level, creating a sense of fairness in a certain respect. After securing exclusive interview rights with Jianggu at Wolfsburg, the Football Weekly newspaper provided remarkably detailed coverage of him. The casual street gathering with Gustavo and others a couple of days earlier was portrayed by Su Jin as Jianggu partying with a Brazilian star, capturing the attention of many. Though Gustavo is Brazilian, he is far from being a superstar, and the small street-side tavern, while technically a form of nightlife, was vastly different from the nightclubs most people imagine. Su Jin arrived in Oldenburg a day early to provide introductory coverage of a team largely unfamiliar to Chinese audiences. He also explained the rules of the German Regional Liga multiple times, concluding that if they could defeat Oldenburg, Wolfsburg's reserve team stood a good chance of promotion to the 3. Liga next season. Before the match, head coach Eddie Sauser announced the 23-man squad and revealed the starting lineup, with both Jianggu and Bacalots placed on the substitutes bench. The coach had his reasons for this arrangement. Firstly, it was the first time either player had participated in a league of this level. In his view, although it was only the fourth tier in Germany, the match's difficulty would be unlike anything they had previously encountered. Secondly, this was a crucial match for the team's promotion hopes. Securing at least 1 point was a hard requirement from the club. The strategy was to aim for victory on the foundation of a draw. The existing lineup had developed a strong synergy and achieved good results, so he was hesitant to disrupt that balance. According to publicly available information online, the intensity of physical confrontations in the regional Liga is not at all inferior to that of the Bundesliga or II. Bundesliga. Many players are semi-professionals, their football perhaps less refined, and their tackles potentially more brutal. The painful memory of his severe injury in Madrid was still fresh. Although he possessed an injury immunity card, the psychological shadow left by that experience was not so easily erased. After the match began, Jiang Gu obtained some information from an assistant coach, intelligence on the opposing players, including their technical traits on the field and their occupations off it. Jiang Gu noticed that aside from the goalkeeper and one center-back, who were young professionals, everyone else on the field was semi-professional. Among them were teachers, police officers, and factory workers, ordinary professions. But a butcher, no mistake. The opposing left-back was a young butcher, not very old, with a scraggly yellow beard that, judging by his appearance alone, made him look rather unsavory. This was a clash between the top two teams in the league table. Wolfsburg's reserve team currently trailed Oldenburg by 2 points. According to the promotion and relegation rules, only the champion of the northern group among the second teams could be promoted to the 3. Liga. Given the significant points gap between the other teams and the leaders, the promotion spot this year was destined to be decided between these two clubs. With only a few rounds remaining in the season, the best result Wolfsburg's reserve team could accept was a draw. If they lost, the gap would widen to 5 points, and they would lose control over their own destiny in the race for promotion. Oldenburg's thinking mirrored that of Wolfsburg's reserve team. In this top-of-the-table battle, they had to secure at least a draw while striving for a win. A losing was absolutely unacceptable. Consequently, both sides played very conservatively after kickoff. The match was frequently interrupted, lacked any fluidity, and offered almost zero entertainment value. Oldenburg has a large stadium, but because the team had languished outside the 3. Liga for years, they were forced to rent it out to other stronger local clubs. Their current home ground was a small stadium with a capacity of just over 2,000, its facilities completely incomparable to the larger venue. Baccalots, who had been to the restroom twice, complained about how difficult it was to find the toilets and mentioned overhearing a heated argument on his way back. According to him, the two people were arguing fiercely over a player's transfer fee. The seller demanded 5 million, while the buyer was only willing to pay 3 million. To make matters worse, the seller claimed another buyer had offered 5 million, which sparked the loud quarrel. The dull first half ended after 45 minutes with the score still 0-0. The players on the field headed to the locker room, while substitutes like Jiang Gu and Baccalots took the opportunity to warm up on the pitch. In the locker room, head coach Eddie Sauzer summarized the first half strengths and weaknesses for the players and outlined his requirements for the second half. The team's general manager Georg Schmidt pushed the door open with his assistant. His expression was very displeased, his face flushed red as if he had just been in a fight. "Sir, what are you doing here?" Seeing Georg Schmidt here, Eddie Sauzer was quite surprised. He had no idea the general manager had also come to this location. Of course, the general manager was under no obligation to inform him. "I'm here about the goalkeeper Zobish." Georg Schmidt replied, his face full of anger. Mentioning the goalkeeper Zobish, Eddie Sauzer immediately understood. It seemed the club's higher-ups were very interested in this goalkeeper, otherwise the general manager wouldn't have made the trip personally. "That damned Hoffmann, Oldenburg's owner and general manager, has raised the price to 5 million. Georg Schmidt said indignantly. 5 million. Wasn't it quoted at 4 million before? We've run into competition. Schalke 04 is also interested in Zobish." Georg Schmidt scanned the players in the locker room, seemingly not finding the person he was looking for. "Where's that Chinese kid?" Georg Schmidt turned to ask head coach Eddie Sauzer. "Sir, I've placed him on the substitutes bench, planning to send him on in the second half along with the newly signed big black guy." Feeling the sharp gaze of his superior, Eddie Sauzer lowered his head. "No, put him on immediately. He starts the second half." Georg Schmidt directly overruled the head coach's plan. Pausing for a moment, Georg Schmidt's eyes hardened. "Send the big black guy on with him. Go all out, beat them to a pulp. Turn that goalkeeper Zobish into a sieve." "Huh," Eddie Sauzer exclaimed in shock. The strategy of securing a draw while aiming for a win had been formulated by this very superior. Why the sudden change of plan? "That's right, go all out on offense in the second half. Teach Oldenburg a harsh lesson." Seeing that coach Edith Sothel seemed slow to grasp the situation, Ewell Schermate demanded that he announce his tactical plan in front of that Chinese boy and the big black man. The assistant coach quickly brought Jiang Gu and Baccalots into the locker room. Overstepping his bounds, Ewell Shermate instructed Edith Sothel to adjust the formation from the previous 4-4-2 to a 3-4-3, a setup characterized by heavy emphasis on attack and light defense. 3 substitutions were made: 1 central defender was taken off, 1 midfielder was added, 2 wingers were replaced, and 3 forwards went all out. Although this all-or-nothing formation was not part of Edith Sothel's original plan, with the boss giving direct orders, he had no choice but to comply. Jiang Gu was again positioned on his habitual right flank, while Bacalots appeared in the center acting as a bridgehead. After finalizing the formation, Ewell Shermate granted Jiang Gu unlimited shooting rights in front of all the players. He also publicly promised that the team would receive €100 for each goal scored with no penalty for conceding, plus a €100 bonus for victory. While such rewards might seem trivial in the Bundesliga, in the 4th-tier regional league this was absolutely unprecedented. After all, Bacalots currently earned only €500 per month. If this match could be won, he would have at least €500 in bonus money, and if he scored more goals. The second half was about to begin, and Ewell Shermate stood in the player tunnel shouting at the players, "Score! Victory! Score! Victory!" The players' fighting spirit was successfully ignited, and they loudly responded, "Score! Victory!" The home team players looked completely baffled. What had gotten into them? This was clearly a collective madness. After arranging everything, Wolfsburg's general manager Ewell Shermate approached Oldenburg's owner Hoffmann, bringing along the Chinese journalist Su Jin. Although the two executives had just had a heated argument in front of everyone, they would still pretend to be dignified and sit side by side. Ewell Shermate introduced Su Jin to Hoffmann, while Hoffmann introduced Peterson, the assistant manager of Schalke 04, to Ewell Shermate. Ewell Shermate understood Hoffmann's intention in introducing Peterson. It was precisely for the goalkeeper Zobik on the field. The second half began. Wolfsburg youth team made 3 substitutions, and the formation changed significantly. The defense shifted from 4 to 3 players. The midfield was heavily reinforced, both wingers spread wide, and the big black man positioned himself centrally to draw defenders. Even young fans could see that the away team was strengthening its attack, so the Oldenburg coach naturally noticed the anomaly. However, these experienced coaches usually center themselves and wouldn't be easily led around. In nicer terms, this was unchanged to respond to change. In harsher terms, they were half a beat slow. Oldenburg's lineup and formation remained unchanged, still the 4-3-3 from the first half, and based on the players' performance, it aligned with the team's established goal of securing a draw or victory. Edith Sothel understood his superior's intentions and specifically instructed the 3 forwards to try to sneak in a goal early in the second half before the opponent adjusted. Jiang Gu stood in his position as the young bearded butcher defender approached. "Hello, yellow-haired kid, I'm the butcher." The bearded butcher greeted Jiang Gu in imperfect English. Jiang Gu was about the same height as the butcher, but noticeably less muscular. Jiang Gu gave him a sly smile and ignored him. The butcher thought the Oriental in front of him hadn't understood, made a throat-slitting gesture, and sternly said, "Butcher." These were all small tricks players used on the field, including his slightly immature yellow beard, all aimed at pressuring the opponent and trying to establish an image of being a tough, unapproachable figure. Jiang Gu gave a charming smile and ignored this chatterbox. This was a football match, not a verbal contest. The final result would be measured by goals scored. The butcher seemed not to understand his words and muttered angrily, "F damn Japanese." Jiang Gu nodded with a smile, agreeing with the butcher. The butcher sneered, thinking, "Daring to play abroad, without even mastering English, though my English smells like cow manure." There were many Eastern faces playing in German leagues, the majority being Japanese. In lower-tier leagues like this 4th-level regional league, seeing foreign players was rare, so the butcher naturally assumed the Eastern face before him was Japanese. Beep. The second half officially began, and the Wolfsburg youth team kicked off from the center circle. Before stepping on the field, the coach had specifically instructed that Bacalot's role was to draw attention in the center, attracting at least 2 defenders to leave space for Jiang Gu on the right flank. After the center kick on the third pass, the ball arrived at Jiang Ji's feet. No longer babbling, the butcher immediately closed in on Jiang Gu. With the predictive assist skill, Jiang Gu saw the butcher's movements a few seconds in advance. As the butcher stepped forward, the ball bounced up, clearing his head. Looking at the Oriental boy in front of him, he had already circled around him and sprinted backward. The butcher missed completely, and Jiang Gu effortlessly flicked the ball past him with no contact whatsoever between the attackers and defenders. The advantage of a 4-man defense was easily allowing someone to step into cover. Seeing the left back bypassed a central defender, helping Bacalots immediately rushed over to cover, and the goalkeeper moved to the left side of the goal to prevent a sudden close-range shot. At that moment, Jiang Gu heard the system's task notification sound in his mind: task, score 1 goal in this match. Reward 1 free attribute .100 King of penalty experience. The system was always on standby, as long as the triggering conditions were met, the task and reward would never be missed. The situation on the field changed rapidly, opportunities fleeting, especially since Jiang had been granted unlimited shooting rights. His feet were a bit cold at first, but warming up should be fine, right? Before the covering central defender arrived, Jiang had already taken a shot about 5 to 6 meters from the left corner of the penalty area. Seeing Jiang take the shot, the coach looked regretful. He believed Jiang could have pushed closer. Jiang struck the ball with the outside of his foot, sending it diagonally toward the far end of the goal. The big black forward backalots couldn't reach it, and the opposing goalkeeper dared not venture out rashly, making a pointless gesture to punch the ball away. Just as everyone expected the ball to fly wide of the far post, the ball suddenly curved sharply and dropped rapidly at the end of its trajectory, striking the lower part of the far post and bouncing into the net. Goal! The ball was in. Less than a minute into the second half, only 22 seconds had passed, when Jiang scored his first official match goal in Europe, arriving so quickly that even he hadn't anticipated it. After the goal, Jiang rushed toward the sideline and lifted the coach, who seemed still dazed, into his arms. Players on the bench surged forward to celebrate with Jiang, while those on the field also rushed to the sideline, exchanging high fives and hugs, all relieved by the unexpected goal. Wolfsburg youth team began the second half with a dreamlike start. Oldenburg players seemed to have not yet realized what had happened. The goal came too fast, and suddenly, as if they had not even entered the rhythm of the match. As soon as the second half began, the Oldenburg head coach noticed the opponent's formation shift, realizing they were strengthening their attack. Since the opposing team had introduced 2 new players, he had no intelligence on them and no prepared contingency plan, so he could only proceed step by step. This was a perfectly normal strategy, yet the balance on the field was disrupted so quickly, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Su Jin in the stands rose instantly upon seeing Jiang score, pumping both fists in excited celebration. In contrast, Joel Schmatz appeared much calmer, smiling toward Hoffmann beside him, who shrugged and gave a faint smile. Neither of them said another word. Wolfsburg fans who had traveled far waved flags and shouted cheers, accompanying their team on the away journey. For these devoted supporters, nothing was better than a goal. After teammates returned to their positions, a reward notification sounded in Jiang's ears. Ding, task completed. Gained 1 free attribute point, 1000 king of penalty experience, 1 piece of Beckham curve fragment. A hidden reward was triggered, and Jiang received 1 Beckham curve fragment. The banana kick he had just scored did bear some resemblance to Beckham's famous moonshot. The Beckham-style moonshot, also known as the Beckham curve, is the signature move of the beloved David Beckham. To enhance the ball's speed and curve, Beckham used the inside of his foot to strike sideways, maximizing the ball's inward spin and thus increasing its rotation. However, Jiang used the outside of his foot instead. In football history, there is another star with the surname Beck who mastered and popularized the outside of foot technique, Franz Beckenbauer. Whether it's from Beck or Beckenbauer, if all fragments are collected and combined into the skill, it will undoubtedly deliver significant impact on the pitch. Oldenburg took a kickoff from the center circle, their coach still making no adjustments. Perhaps he believed it was not yet time for substitutions. Indeed, a second system task arrived immediately. Task: score a brace in this match. Reward: 2 free attribute points, 2000 king of penalty experience. Jiang noticed that the system never mentioned hidden tasks or rewards when assigning missions. Once the trigger conditions were met, the hidden rewards were never diminished. In summary, emulating the signature moves of various superstars, whenever scoring always yields unexpected gains. Having conceded early, Oldenburg became cautious. Even though they were down a goal, they remained calm, passing the ball in the backfield aimlessly, as if without purpose. Head coach Eddie Sotzler observed that Jiang, like in the training match days earlier, was tirelessly chasing the ball among several defenders, though the chance of him actually receiving it was slim. Unlike in training, the center forward Balaclaws quickly joined the pressing effort. 2 pressing against 4 was certainly more entertaining than being playfully teased like a monkey. Not only did Oldenburg's players think their pressing was a waste of energy, but many Wolfsburg players also saw no need for it. The match was about attitude. When skill is lacking, diligence must compensate, especially since both teams were evenly matched. The indifferent attitude of the other players displeased head coach Eddie Sotzler, who shouted at another forward and midfielder on the field, urging them to join the pressing effort. A curious scene unfolded: Wolfsburg leading in score pressed furiously across the field, while Oldenburg, trailing, lazily passed the ball around. Learning from the first conceded goal, now 2 players were assigned to defend against Jiang. Tufu handled man-to-man marking, while the other center back provided close support. The ball reached Tufu, who passed directly to the goalkeeper without stopping it. Jiang rushed in front of him, teasing triumphantly, "Fool, the ball's gone, haha." On the pitch, it wasn't just physical confrontation and technical skill. It sometimes required psychological tactics, such as provoking the opponent to disrupt their mindset. Matrotti did this exceptionally well, infuriating Zidane, which greatly contributed to Italy's victory in the 2006 World Cup. As the Chinese saying goes, you can't get ivory from a dog's mouth. Jiang would not bother with such a rude person. Following instructions from team management, the goal was to dismantle the opponent like a sieve. More and more players joined the pressing effort. Besides Wolfsburg's 3 defenders and goalkeeper, the other 7 players all joined the ball-hunting fray. Initially, Oldenburg had only 3 defenders and the goalkeeper passing among themselves. As more opponents joined, the pressing passing options and space dwindled, requiring more supporting teammates. Beyond the 2 strikers up front, the remaining 9 Oldenburg players all joined the melee, even the goalkeeper frequently touching the ball. It was unwise for the goalkeeper to have the ball too often. Jiang Gu, being fast and agile, specifically monitored the goalkeeper's receiving and passing routes. Intercepting the ball in front of the goalkeeper would be fatal. Pressured by Jiang Gu, Tufu dared not delay heading the ball to the goalkeeper before Jiang Gu could close in. At the moment Tufu headed the ball, Jiang Gu anticipated the goalkeeper would likely catch it with both hands, a safe and easy method. Thus this pressing round would likely conclude. However, goalkeeper Zobi did not follow conventional tactics. With most of the team pressing aggressively, gaps would inevitably appear in the backline. With accurate passing, their forwards might break through for a one-on-one opportunity. An excellent goalkeeper should possess the ability to initiate counterattacks. Before the opponent's defense is fully formed, the goalkeeper is often the final line of defense. Simply handing the ball to defenders after receiving it is basic. However, if the goalkeeper can pass the ball to attacking teammates via hand throws or quick throws, it demonstrates a rare and valuable skill. Zobi aspired to become an outstanding goalkeeper and held himself to high standards. The bearded Tufu headed the ball from the flank. Zobi did not reach up to catch it, but executed a diving header, clearing the ball outside the penalty area, where it landed perfectly under one of his own players' feet. The Oldenburg team immediately launched a counterattack, creating a favorable 3-on-3 situation in the front field. The last 3 defenders of the Wolfsburg team retreated while defending, while the 2 forwards and 1 midfielder of the Oldenburg team sprinted towards the goal with all their might. The home crowd immediately became agitated, cheering on the attacking players. Coach Eddie Sotzerden felt uneasy in this situation. He could only hope the goalkeeper would make a divine save. The other members of the Wolfsburg team also realized what was happening and desperately ran back, except for the forward Bakalatz, whose speed was not fast, making it pointless for him to return to defense at this time. According to the coach's arrangement, he must always pose a threat to the opposing goal. One must be careful when throwing a stone at a rat, as there is Bakalatz present. The 2 central defenders of the Oldenburg team hardly dared to advance forward to assist in the attack. In the crowd, a figure that was not particularly strong was swiftly retreating, and Eddie Sotzerden saw that familiar figure again. After seeing the opposing goalkeeper dive headfirst to head the ball, Jiang Gu accurately predicted that the ball would be caught by the opposing midfielder. At that moment, he immediately started running back. Although he only started 2 or 3 seconds earlier than the other players, the difference in performance over the latter half of the match was very obvious. The situation quickly changed from 3 defenders facing 3 attackers to 4 defenders facing 3 attackers. Moreover, Jiang Gu is not a defender and has never trained in defense. Apart from being a goalkeeper, his life motto is only about attacking. The 3 players launching the counterattack must run appropriately. Players without the ball must not run too fast, or they will easily be offside. Jiang Gu is different, with his abundant physical energy and a burst coefficient of 1. For his current sprinting speed is much faster than anyone else's. The Wolfsburg goalkeeper gradually retreated backward as the opposing team was approaching the penalty area. The possibility of him saving the ball on the ground was very low. He must focus on guarding the goal. For the defenders, as long as they do not allow the opposing team to take a shot, the defense is considered successful. At the moment when the player with the ball passed it to the side, Jiang Gu accurately predicted the opposing team's passing route. He did not dive for the person or the ball, but instead lunged toward the area where the ball was about to be passed. Amazing prediction. The entire stadium erupted in surprise. As the ball was being passed to the side, it was intercepted by Jiang Gu. Facing the goal and moving quickly after he touched the ball, it bounced high in a parabolic trajectory, slowly but surely heading toward the goalkeeper. Jiang Gu anticipated that their own goalkeeper would have no problem catching the ball, so he immediately turned around and started running back. Because Jiang Gu touched the ball with his foot, the goalkeeper could not directly use his hands to catch it. The goalkeeper slightly leaned backward, using his chest to control the ball, which landed neatly on his thighs, bouncing to a certain height. He glanced forward, straightened his calves, and kicked the ball powerfully with a long pass, sending it high into the air in a tall parabolic arc, landing in the opponent's half. At the moment of passing the ball back to the goalkeeper, Jiang Gu had already started running back 2 or 3 seconds faster than all the other players. When the others realized what had happened, the ball was already in the air, while Jiang Gu had already predicted the landing point of the ball. Needing no glance upwards, he sprinted full speed toward the landing spot. Seeing Jiang Gu sprinting back like lightning, Bakalatz also turned around and ran back, forcing the 2 central defenders tasked with marking him to split one of them to chase after Jiang Gu. Seeing the opposing goalkeeper make a long pass, the Oldenburg goalkeeper with his teammates pressing forward in attack must decisively rush out. If the opposing team gets the ball, it will result in a one-on-one breakaway. The ball was both high and far, likely landing outside the penalty area. In this region, the goalkeeper cannot use his hands. That means he must battle the opposing forward for a 50-50 ball outside the penalty area. With the goalkeeper's ball control skills, this is pure suicide, isn't it? Up and down the ball was about to land, yet that yellow-skinned lad had already arrived just in time, as if he had precisely predicted the exact landing point of the ball. Another amazing prediction. Jiang Gu appeared accurately at the spot where the ball was about to land. At this moment, Zobi Ji had already rushed out of the penalty area. He was now in a dilemma. If he continued forward, he must fight that yellow-skinned lad for a 50-50 ball and cannot use his hands. If he retreated to defend the goal, it seemed too late. As a gifted goalkeeper, Zobi Ji hesitated not a moment. He could only go all in. Retreating was no different than surrendering. Relying on his height advantage over that yellow-skinned lad, Zobi Ji jumped high. As long as he could head the ball, there was still hope, otherwise the opposing team would face an empty goal. Zobi Ji's judgment of the landing point was not as accurate as Jiang Ji's. He believed that jumping near Jiang Gu would surely be right. If the ball landed there, he would definitely head it first. If the ball did not land there, neither side would get it, and a teammate returning to defend might catch it. Although Jiang Gu had accurately judged the landing point of the ball, he deliberately ran off course by 2 meters. As Zobi Ji leaped high with great momentum, Jiang Gu turned and ran toward the ball's actual landing point. Zobi Ji headed nothing. Jiang Gu slightly raised his head and used the technique for catching high balls to receive the incoming ball. What surprised Jiang Gu even more was that the ball landed on his instep without bouncing at all, as if it had stuck to his foot. This level of ball control had only been achieved by Brazilian defender Marcelo. In a Champions League semi-final match, Marcelo received a long pass from a teammate from an extraordinary distance. Everyone expected the ball to bounce upon receiving it, and for a pass of that distance, even a Brazilian international player, a bounce of 1 or 2 meters was considered normal. However, at the moment Marcelo caught the ball, the entire stadium was stunned. The ball seemed to have stuck to his instep, not bouncing even a few centimeters. Jiang Gu had no idea why he could control the ball so well this time. He had practiced ball control of this difficulty countless times before, but none reached today's standard. Since the ball was kicked by their own goalkeeper, there was no possibility of an offside, even though there was no one in front of Jiang Gu. Jiang Gu gently pushed the ball, and it bounced and rolled into the goal. Zobi Ji looked on in despair, helplessly watching the ball roll slowly into the goal he was guarding. Goal! The ball is in again. 3 minutes into the second half, Jiang Gu has scored twice, and the Wolfsburg youth team leads 2-0. Chaos. Complete chaos. If football matches could have timeouts, the Oldenburg coach would have used one without hesitation. He admitted that underestimating that Eastern lad was his mistake. He had been stolen a goal at the start. He thought a step-by-step defense could stabilize the situation, but he never expected that lad's frenzied pressing would turn everything upside down. What seemed like a good counterattack opportunity turned out to be a pitfall. It seemed as if his players were moving half a beat behind. No, more accurately speaking, except for that Eastern lad, all the players on the field were moving half a beat behind. Su Jin on the stands raised his arms and cheered, never expecting Jiang Ji's second goal to come so swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it was 2-0. George Schmack, the general manager of VfL Wolfsburg, also found it unexpected. How brilliant his decision to delegate authority and grant that Eastern youth unlimited firing power had been. George Schmack glanced at Hoffmann beside him, extended his right hand to the latter, and said with feigned apology, "I didn't expect that either." Hoffmann's face darkened. If the first conceded goal was an accident, what could be said about the second? Being led around by the nose. Utter humiliation piled upon humiliation. Hoffmann reluctantly shook hands with George Schmack, then made an excuse about needing the restroom, and rose to leave. After scoring, Jiang Gu sprinted toward the visiting fans' stands and performed a cool sliding knee celebration before them. Baccarats and the others rushed over, piling on top of each other, pressing Jiang Gu firmly onto the grass. A 2-0 scoreline was an awkward one. For the home team, whose established goal was to secure at least a draw, equalizing would require them to push forward and attack. Football is inherently a sport of balance between offense and defense. Strengthening the attack inevitably weakens the defense, and vice versa. Given the visiting team's sharp offensive capabilities, if the home team committed heavily forward, they might concede even more. As his teammates dispersed, Baccarats helped Jiang Gu to his feet, and they high-fived again in celebration. At that moment, Jiang Gu heard the notification sound of the system's reward being credited. Dong mission completed. Obtained 2 free attribute points, 2,000 Ball King experience points, and a spatial position sense fragment. Jiang Gu had expected to receive, besides the regular rewards, a miraculous skill, like the ball sticking instep, but instead he obtained an unfamiliar fragment. As the match continued, he had no time to study its use for the moment. After the reward was credited, the third system mission of the match arrived, as scheduled. Score a hat-trick in this match. Reward, 5 free attribute points and 5,000 Ball King experience points. Just like in the previous training match, if he could complete a hat-trick in this game, 1 goal would count as 5. The head coach of Oldenburg team furrowed his brow discussing something with his assistant. They still hadn't made any substitutions. The bearded butcher-like defender faced Jianggu again. The provocative look in his eyes was gone, replaced by a wary expression. I'm going to score 1 more goal. When that butcher approached him, Jianggu spoke fluent English in a low voice beside him, controlling his volume to a level the butcher could hear, but the linesman could not. On the pitch, competition wasn't just about skill, but also included a battle of psychological fortitude. This butcher had provoked him from the start, and Jianggu was returning the favor, agitating the seemingly hot-tempered defender. Fuck, go to hell. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The bearded butcher defender gritted his teeth and growled a few curses at Jianggu. A crude man, unbothered by formalities, the bearded butcher didn't hold back when trash-talking Jianggu, allowing the linesman to hear. The referee, alerted by the linesman, ran over and issued a verbal warning to the bearded defender. In front of the referee, the bearded butcher nodded, acknowledging his mistake, understanding that civilized competition was part of the game. After the referee left, the bearded butcher glared fiercely at Jianggu, while Jianggu gave a sly smile, looking as if his scheme had succeeded. The bearded butcher spat heavily, reminding himself to stay calm and not fall for this kid's tricks. The subsequent play was steady and uneventful, with both sides exchanging moves. Jianggu didn't press forward aggressively, nor did his teammates make similar attempts. Leading by 2 goals, the VfL Wolfsburg youth team was in no hurry to attack. Having just completed several high-intensity sprints, Jianggu also needed a breather. Football teams usually rely on midfielders to control the tempo, but now the VfL Wolfsburg youth team seemed to depend on Jianggu, their right winger, to set the rhythm. Jianggu was not a perpetual motion machine, nor did he want to establish an image of a workhorse among his teammates, who otherwise all the dirty and tiring work would fall on him. As an efficient goal-scoring machine, how could he be a menial laborer? The state Jianggu pursued was like a still maiden or a fleeting hare, like Messi remaining motionless until the moment he struck, then astonishing everyone with a single move. Although he had stamina, precious energy wasn't meant for logistics. It had to be used at the critical moment for the fatal strike. Only then was it efficient and noble. The visiting team's sudden, well-organized defense caught the home team off guard. Did this suggest they were prepared for a prolonged battle? Were they satisfied with a 2-goal lead? Sounding the retreat so early? Abandoning the attack? As the top team in the Northern Division League, Oldenburg was no undeserving contender. Their 2 main midfielders possessed a certain level of game-reading ability. If the match ended with this score, the home team's points would be overtaken by the visitors by 1 point, though they would still hold an advantage in goal difference. The league had entered a critical phase, leaving no room for error. Even if they ultimately lost this match, they could not allow the visitors to score again, preserving their goal difference advantage. Trailing by 2 goals, the best they could hope for was to lose by a smaller margin. They needed to score at least 1, but above all, they must not concede another. Looking at the schedule, the home team's remaining 5 matches were all against teams near the relegation zone. A smooth path ahead. In contrast, 4 of the visiting team's opponents were in the top half of the table, making a perfect winning streak far more difficult. If the visitors drew even 1 match, they would fall 1 point behind the home team, and Oldenburg would ultimately secure promotion. The home team's head coach was also pondering this. Given the visitors' form today, equalizing or overturning the deficit seemed highly challenging. The best strategy was to focus entirely on defense, ensuring no more goals were conceded. A few minutes later, a deadball situation arose, and the home team made their first substitution, bringing on a defensive midfielder and taking off a forward. As a result, only 1 genuine forward remained on the pitch for the home side. Trailing by 2 goals, substituting a forward for a defensive midfielder sent a clear message to the players on the field: strengthen the defense. The home fans were baffled by this substitution, and a chorus of boos erupted. Some seasoned supporters had brought beer kegs into the stadium and had been drinking since before the match. Now, emboldened by alcohol, they hurled insults at their own coaching staff, calling them cowards and incompetents. Jianggu didn't understand German, but he knew the drunks weren't saying anything pleasant. When the bearded butcher approached him, Jianggu gave him a thumbs up and said in a serious tone, "Your fans are fantastic." Jianggu spoke in English. The bearded butcher wasn't sure if this Eastern youth understood German, but those drunks were clearly cursing, not only insulting the players on the field, but also making lewd remarks about the coach's female family members. "Fuck, what the hell did you say, you Jappe?" The bearded butcher exploded in fury and shoved Jianggu hard. Life is a stage and acting is everything. Even many football superstars, while showcasing their skills on the pitch, also rely heavily on their acting abilities. Moreover, the opponent had indeed shoved him. Jianggu fell to the ground with the momentum clutching his chest and writhing painfully on the grass. The linesman, noticing the commotion, immediately raised his flag to alert the referee. The burly butcher, seeing Jiang Ji's exaggerated fall, cursed in his native tongue and reached out to grab him, only for Jiang Gu to shake him off. The referee's whistle pierced the air as he sprinted toward Jiang Gu and the burly man, while the linesman stepped onto the pitch to place himself between the two, preventing the conflict from escalating. Bacalots, enraged by Jiang Ji's takedown, charged over and, ignoring the referee's presence, shoved the burly butcher, who collapsed in turn. The towering black player stood over him, hurling insults relentlessly. The referee, having witnessed everything, immediately pushed the black player away. Wolfsburg's captain Lowe and several teammates rushed over, and the home team's players crowded around, plunging the field into chaos. The referee dismissed all players except the three involved, leaving only the two captains to plead their cases at his side. After consulting with the linesman, the referee pulled out a yellow card, first brandishing it at Bacalots. Once the burly butcher was pulled to his feet, he showed him a yellow card as well. The burly butcher followed the referee, protesting that Jiang Gu had provoked him first. Since Jiang Gu hadn't retaliated, the referee had no reason to believe the butcher's one-sided story. And so the burly butcher received a yellow card, and so did Bacalots. Jiang Gu had only intended for the butcher to be carded, but Bacalots had selflessly taken one as well, a bittersweet outcome. After receiving the yellow card, the burly butcher seemed to break down, ranting about the referee's unfair decision. The referee issued a stern warning before he finally fell silent. The burly butcher's composure was shattered, and the newly substituted defensive midfielder had to swap positions with him to avoid a numerical disadvantage. A sly smirk curled on Jiang Ji's lips. He reveled inwardly. Why provoke me from the start? Consider yourself lucky I didn't get you sent off. Jiang Ji's new marker was a handsome, fair-haired youth who looked rather refined. He refrained from any trash talk. 10 minutes passed, and the second half reached the 15th minute. The game grew stagnant. Jiang Gu was now guarded by two men, one marking him tightly, the other providing close support. When he received the ball, the home team's midfielders would swarm him, trapping him in a crowd and limiting his brilliance. The coach had given Jiang Gu unlimited shooting rights, but that didn't mean he had to keep the ball. He opted for one-touch passes, distributing it to the midfielders and the towering center forward. Seeing Jiang Gu refrain from dribbling for an extended period, the home team relaxed their defense on him, shifting more focus to the other two forwards. The team, trailing by 2 goals, retreated to their own half, forming a defensive wall. Such a compact defense is a global challenge, and after over 10 minutes, without finding an opening, Wolfsburg's formation gradually dropped back to lure the opposition out. Imperceptibly, Oldenburg pushed their entire line past the halfway mark. Though the coach's strategy was to defend resolutely, the players' actions betrayed a deep desire for a comeback. In the 24th minute of the second half, even the right winger Jiang Gu had dropped back beyond the midline. Only Bacalots remained in the opponent's half, closely marked by a single center back. The home team's midfield push was intercepted. Without hesitation, the visiting midfielder passed the ball wide to Jiang Gu. Jiang Gu took the ball and exploded forward, booting it along the touchline to his future self 3 seconds later. The refined youth marking him turned to chase, never having witnessed such explosive speed. Bacalots immediately sprinted down the center, while the center back marking him and the burly butcher providing support raced back. The moment Jiang Gu turned and surged forward, he left the refined youth in his dust. The burly butcher abandoned Bacalots to close in and provide cover. Jiang Gu didn't dwell on the ball. He played a one-touch pass, threading a through ball on the run. The ball skimmed the ground toward the goal, bypassing the approaching burly butcher and landing perfectly at Bacalots' feet. A pass with a god's eye view. The trajectory seemed measured by a ruler. The burly butcher, trying to block the passing lane, couldn't reach it, and it halted precisely in front of the surging Bacalots. The opponent's starting center back was no pushover, matching his speed and even out-muscling Bacalots. He held his ground firmly, forcing Bacalots to dribble toward the byline. As it was a counterattack, the other attackers were too far away to offer support. The home team's center back held his position, herding Bacalots toward the byline. The goalkeeper stepped back a few paces, then spread his arms and shifted to the left, working with his defender to drive the towering black player to the corner, effectively neutralizing the counter. With the shooting angle shrinking and no passing options, Bacalots acted decisively, firing a low shot on the run toward the far post. The ball slid across the grass in front of the goal. The goalkeeper dove, instantly stretching his arms, his fingertips grazing the ball, but it seemed not enough to alter its path. A goalkeeper's positioning and diving form are deliberate. If he can't reach it, the shot often ends up wide. If it's on target, he usually makes contact. True to form, the ball slid past the far post and went out of bounds. Bacalots raised a hand to Jiang Gu, who responded with a thumbs up. The leading team resorted to counterattacks while the trailing team hunkered down in defense. The home fans, growing restless, hurled curses at the coaching staff. The referee pointed to the goal, signaling a goal kick for the home team. Bacalots was certain the goalkeeper had touched the ball. If not, his shot would likely have found the net. This league level lacked VAR, and even if it had, the referee saw no need to review the footage. Bacolats charged at the referee, insisting the goalkeeper's hand had touched the ball. Jiang, knowing Bacolats was already on a yellow, quickly pulled him away. Angering the referee could lead to a second yellow and a red card. The burly butcher standing nearby saw the referee ignoring Bacolats, and once the referee turned his back, unleashed a stream of profanities at him. Furious Bacolats reacted to the trash talk, charging forward to confront the burly butcher. Sensing trouble, Jiang grabbed Bacolats. The burly butcher, equally agitated, approached with his hands behind his back and thrust his chest into Bacolats, seeking revenge for the earlier shove. With both players already on yellow cards, the referee was reluctant to issue a second. He called them aside and delivered a stern warning. The home fans erupted. Trailing by 2 goals with little hope of a comeback, this fiery confrontation was exactly the spectacle they craved. Play resumed. The home goalkeeper took the goal kick, sending it straight to the right back, keeping the ball away from Jiang Ji's side. However, as he kicked, he seemed oblivious to the field. Jiang had switched to the left flank, and the goalkeeper's pass landed right in that area. After Jiang moved to the left, the refined youth didn't follow, perhaps lacking confidence in playing on the right. The burly butcher did shift over to provide cover. The home team's right back, unfamiliar with Jiang, received the ball, adjusted, and passed it to the burly butcher. In that instant of the pass, Jiang anticipated its trajectory. Ignoring the man, he lunged into a sliding tackle, deflecting the ball's path. Seeing his teammate's pass intercepted, the burly butcher rushed toward the rolling ball. Jiang, having predicted the tackle's direction, got up and sprinted after it. Jiang pressed high up the pitch again, and his teammates quickly moved into support. It seemed like a 50-50 ball, but with his foresight, Jiang slid in again, passing it to the approaching Bacolats. The burly butcher's solution was simple and brutal: booted out for a throw-in. Jiang reached the ball first, and the burly butcher, a fraction slower, kicked him squarely instead. The nearby linesman furiously waved his flag, and the referee's long whistle halted the match. Jiang writhed on the ground, and the tall, dark figure was the first to charge at the burly butcher, but the opposing Captain Lo reacted quickly and pulled him away. The players from both sides were entangled in a chaotic melee. Captain Lo pointed at his captain's armband, repeatedly signaling to the referee that the bearded player deserved a card. The referee ordered the crowd to step back. After a brief consultation with the assistant referee, he decisively pulled a yellow card from his shirt pocket, then a red card from his shorts pocket. 2 yellows made a red, and the burly butcher was sent off. Resigned to his fate, the burly butcher spewed trash talk at Jiang, who was still lying on the turf. The team doctor and stretcher bearers entered the field. Jiang clutched his calf as the live camera zoomed in, causing the entire team's hearts to leap into their throats. The referee signaled for the stretcher team to carry Jiang off the field. Jiang insisted he was fine. After the team doctor sprayed some ethyl chloride on his leg, he struggled to his feet, limped a couple of steps, and indicated he could continue playing. The moment he touched the ball as he fell, Jiang had anticipated that the bearded player's kick would likely not be pulled back. Already on the ground, he had curled up, using the fleshy part of his buttocks to absorb the impact. Such subtle movements could only be detected by a high-speed camera. To the average person, it appeared as though the bearded player's solid kick had spun Jiang around in place. Thus, the referee did not hesitate to pull out the yellow card and send him off. Although no vital area was hit, taking such a blow to the buttocks was indeed painful. Jiang pointed to his thigh, calf, and buttocks, and the team doctor repeatedly sprayed the analgesic on those areas. Even if it didn't hurt, he had to pretend it did. The referee had already sent the opponent off. If he stood up briskly and without issue, wouldn't that be a slap in the referee's face? The reason Jiang didn't leave the field was so he could take this set piece. After a brief treatment, the match resumed. The away team had a free kick just over 20 meters from the goal. With 1 man down, the home team formed a 4-man wall primarily to block the near post for the goalkeeper. The away team left only their goalkeeper and 1 center back in their own half, while everyone else joined the rush to attack the goal. A few days ago, Jiang had scored a beautiful knuckleball, and that goal was from even farther out. However, that was just an internal friendly match. This was an official game, and the opponent's defensive intensity was incomparable to that of his teammates in the internal scrimmage. Many people, including head coach Eddie Sauzer, believe that Jiang Ji's stunning goal was largely a matter of luck. Comparing a single knuckleball goal in an internal friendly to Cristiano Ronaldo's signature technique was simply laughable. With a similar opportunity, and from a similar position, Jiang once again stood before the ball. In the stands, Joel Schmatt and Su Jin also felt inexplicably tense. The match was a proving ground for a player's mettle. Whether Jiang was truly capable or just a flash in the pan would soon be revealed. Because Jiang had just been injured, Captain Lo intended to take the free kick, but Jiang took it over. However, the team's general manager had granted Jiang unlimited shooting rights before the game, so even Captain Lo could do nothing about it. Football wasn't about playing politics. Jiang was confident in himself. He saw no reason to defer, and he wouldn't. Captain Low tried to squeeze into the wall intending to suddenly break it open when Zhang Ge shot, creating a gap. But he couldn't force his way in, and after being directed by the referee, he could only stand at the end of the wall. The referee blew his whistle. Zhang Ge found the air valve of the ball and pressed it firmly into the turf. He would strike the valve with his instep. When the ball deformed, the valve might release a small amount of gas, increasing its instability during flight, making it wobble in the goalkeeper's field of vision and difficult to judge. Zhang Ge took 3 steps back, then 1 step to the side. He took a deep breath, revealing a resolute gaze reminiscent of Cristiano Ronaldo taking a free kick, as all the technical essentials unfolded in his mind. He no longer thought about the result, nor did he care about others' opinions. His eyes were fixed only on the ball and the goal. Although it was the away team's free kick, the home fans fell silent. Football was about more than just winning and losing. The run up the strike, it was all one fluid motion. The ball flew from under Zhang Ge's foot, arcing towards the far post. The opposing player Low instinctively ducked, and the ball whistled over his head. Because his own tall wall completely sealed off the near-post, goalkeeper Zobish abandoned his focus on that side, concentrating entirely on the opposing players in front of him. Generally speaking, from 20 to 30 meters out, a direct free kick on goal was unlikely. The usual choice was to cross the ball, lofting it into the penalty area for teammates to attack. From that distance, Zobish could indeed see the ball clearly. Its height and power didn't suggest a cross. Its erratic trajectory didn't seem like a shot on goal either. It would probably sail over the crossbar. Although Zobish hadn't seen many big games, he had played dozens of league matches. 80 or 90% of such balls would end up in the stands. Based on his judgment, Zobish didn't even jump fully, merely making a token gesture with his hand. As the ball approached the goal, it seemed to be intercepted by a gust of wind, plummeting sharply and drilling into the net at the far post. In the moment the goal was scored, the entire stadium fell into a dead silence. Almost no one could believe that ball had gone in. 2 seconds later, the stadium erupted in thunderous applause. Not only the away team's players and fans, but even the home fans rose to their feet to applaud. A goal of this quality was unheard of and unseen in a league of this level. To hell with the result. Even just to witness this one magnificent goal, the €10 ticket was worth every penny. After scoring, Zhang Ge was not as excited as his teammates. He spread his arms, waiting in place for his teammates to come and celebrate with him. Su Jin and Joel Schmatt embraced in celebration. This goal was exactly the same as the one they had seen in the internal friendly. As the team's general manager, Joel Schmatt was a former Bundesliga player. After seeing the highlights of the internal friendly, he had doubted whether Zhang Ge's goal was just luck. Besides, an internal scrimmage didn't prove much. In today's scenario, Zhang Ge's performance was as consistent as ever, truly astounding everyone. Before coming to Oldenburg, the owner personally called general manager Joel Schmatt, demanding that the team grant Zhang Ge unlimited shooting rights to pad the boys' stats for a future sale at a good price. The owner's business logic was not hard to understand, and Joel Schmatt agreed with it. However, granting unlimited shooting rights to a Chinese rookie had caused him some internal conflict. Now it was clear how wise the owner was. In less than 30 minutes on the field, Zhang Ge had scored a hat-trick. All 3 goals were spectacular, especially the knuckleball he just scored. Absolutely magnificent. While his teammates celebrated wildly, Zhang Ge remained calm, receiving the rewards from the system ding. Mission complete. Reward: 5 free attribute points, 5,000 Ball King experience points. Using the knuckleball skill 2 more times can upgrade it. You have earned applause from the away fans. Reward: 3,000 football IQ experience points. An iron pestle can be ground into a needle. Skills truly required constant honing to upgrade. Cristiano Ronaldo's legendary knuckleball must also have been the result of relentless practice. What surprised Zhang Ge was that earning the applause of the away fans also triggered a hidden reward. In European competitions, the stars who could steal the show and earn applause from opposing fans were legends like Ronaldinho, Ronaldo, Iniesta, Messi, and Pirlo. Conquer your opponents with skill and make football more beautiful. A 0-3 score is desperate with less than 20 minutes remaining in the second half, and the home team down to 10 men. From aiming for a draw to accepting defeat and merely guarding their goal difference, the home team's bottom line has been breached, and they have sensibly lowered it further. Playing with 10 men pushing forward with attack carries the risk of conceding more goals regardless of their ability. The home team's goal difference advantage stands at 5. As long as they do not concede 5 or more goals in this match, they will still retain the advantage in goal difference. Since the remaining fixtures favor them, losing this match is acceptable. Indeed, the home team has lowered their bottom line further. As long as they do not concede 5 or more goals in this match, it is fine. In other words, even if they do not score in the next 20 minutes, they are only allowed to concede at most 1 more goal. The home team immediately used their second substitution slot, pulling off their only striker and adding a midfield intercepting player. After the kickoff at the center circle, Zhang Ge heard the system prompt sound again in his ears. Task complete: 1 assist in this match. Reward 1 point of free attribute 1,000 ball IQ experience points. Jiang Gu heard clearly. The system task did not ask him to score more goals, but to provide an assist. The experience reward was not king of ball experience, but ball IQ experience. In other words, feeding the ball to teammates could improve ball IQ. Generally speaking, with a 3-goal lead and the opponent not intending to counterattack, the remaining time was mostly garbage time to be worn down until the end. Even between semi-professional teams, such tacit understanding exists. Even Su Jin in the stands had already thought of the article headline, Jiang Gu debut hat trick brings Wolfsburg youth team within reach of promotion to German 3rd division. But the team general manager sitting beside him did not think so. He shouted at the head coach, standing not far down in the stands, ordering the players to continue attacking. After arguing with the home team owner Hoffmann-Georg Schmatz was thoroughly provoked by him. Since goalkeeper Zobici is so popular, I'll turn him into a Siva Cullender and let other scouts see how fragile he truly is. The head coach, receiving instructions from his superiors, stood on the sideline, shouting loudly, ordering the players to continue pressing forward and strengthening the attack. Most of the away team players thought the next 10 to 20 minutes were garbage time, unaware that their leader still ordered them to continue attacking. Germans are naturally a bit stubborn. Some might call it meticulous and serious. Since the head coach ordered it, they would continue attacking even though double-digit scorelines are not uncommon in the Bundesliga and Bundesliga. The German character demands attacking until the final second, although not only Germans were on the field. After the second substitution, the player who came on conveyed the head coach's instructions to his teammates, setting up a full defensive block guarding strictly against any further goals. The game was lost with no hope of a reversal. Their only enemy now was time. Breaking a dense defense is a worldwide problem even for the dominant Cosmos team Barcelona, which has no better solution. Naturally, the Wolfsburg youth team would have no clever tricks either. The away team passed the ball back and forth outside the home team's penalty area from right to left, and then back to left to right. Any penetration inside would result in a tackle. They had tried long-range shots and high-center striker Bacalot's aerial bombardment from the bridgehead, but with little effect. To break a dense defense, breakthroughs were necessary. From this performance, Jiang Gu was the sharpest at breaking through, so midfielders should try to pass the ball to his feet as much as possible. Because the opponent was defending deeply, longitudinal breakthroughs faced numerous obstacles, and the effectiveness of crosses after dribbling to the wing was uncertain. The most lethal breakthrough method was cutting inside from the front of the opponent's penalty area. Players skilled at this included Robben and Messi. Robben had the highest proficiency and greatest lethality. The whole world knew he would cut inside, yet no one could stop him. Messi offered the most spectacular display. Due to his small stature and unpredictable rhythm, he would dribble inside and cut into the opponent's densely packed defense. Defenders constantly had to guard against him shooting through their legs. Defenders would choose to dive to block the ball. Once one defender fell down, another would rush in to defend, also choosing to dive. To the audience, an amusing sight emerged. Messi dribbled into the opponent's penalty area. Defenders all fell down one by one, and he felled them like a lumberjack chopping down a large tree. Neither Robben's nimble footwork nor Messi's tree-chopping style had been practiced by Jiang Gu. Jiang Gu believed these two masters' dazzling skills were naturally gifted, relying on fundamentals and talent. Generally, there were no conditions to let them practice such divine skills. Born in China, Jiang Gu had suffered from lacking fundamentals. His current ball control rating was still at the middle level of silver compared to these two king-level masters. He was even inferior to elementary school students. Whether in previous training matches or today's formal match, Jiang Ji's ball control performance was not outstanding. His excellent performance in front of goal merely covered up his shortcomings. This is how football is. It is not wrong to win, not wrong to score. Even if a player performs like dog's head on the field, as long as he can score and win, he is a god. No fan demands their god to be perfect. Conversely, even if a player performs excellently on the field, if he cannot score or solve problems, all his efforts are in vain, and he still deserves criticism. Due to many defenders blocking his front after receiving lofts past, Jiang Gu could only receive the ball with his back facing the goal. There were many teammates available to receive Jiang Ji's pass with 3 possible passing lines, but all were backward passes. The opponent had no pursuit, now only defending without attacking. Passing back to Lof or the center defender would be equivalent to helping the opponent waste match time. Jiang Gu had practiced many dribbling techniques when receiving the ball with his back facing the goal, the most common being the pullback, turn, and nutmeg. With one defender closely marking him and 2 others providing nearby support, the pullback, turn, and nutmeg seemed like a poor choice, likely to be intercepted by the supporting defender. However, it was the only forward option. Without hesitation, Jiang Gu acted. Facing the gentlemanly defender, he first used his body to lean against him. The gentleman pressed his chest against Jiang Gu, arms spread, unwilling to let this Easterner turn around. Jiang Gu could smell the strong sweat odor from the gentleman. He stepped on the ball and glanced at the captain Lof, who came to receive the pass. A supporting defender assumed Jiang would pass backward, blocking the passing lane in advance, forcing him to pass to the center defender, thus wasting more time. At the moment the supporting defender made his prediction, Jiang suddenly turned around. At the same time he flicked the ball backward with his foot, passing it through the gentleman's legs. The gentleman realized the Easterner was about to turn and instinctively reached out to grab Jiang, but he soon let go, unwilling to give the opponent a free kick at this position. Jiang exerted all his strength to turn around suddenly. With his explosive power, how could it be blocked by the gentleman's casual pull? The ball and player separated. The supporting defender immediately rushed in, blocking Jiang's path to the wing. To his surprise this time, he blocked nothing. Jiang did not cross the ball to the wing. Instead, he dribbled toward the center, attempting to cut inside like a tree chopper. 3 defenders converged on one man, yet he managed to break through. The central midfielder immediately rushed over to cover. Jiang tended to stumble when dribbling for extended periods, a direct result of his shaky fundamentals. Thus, throughout the match, he rarely held onto the ball, often opting for a single pass play. This time, acting unusually, he did not pass immediately, but instead surged forward several steps, penetrating into the penalty area. Facing the charging central defender, Jiang appeared poised to take a shot. Since the home team adopted a defensive bus formation, few away players dared to carry the ball inside the penalty area. Seeing the danger, the defender threw himself, entirely diving across Jiang's shooting path. The first tree fell down, and it was the tallest defender in the home team's backline. The feint successfully deceived the central defender. Jiang continued to dribble toward the center. At the very moment his own central defender fell, the home team's defensive midfielder immediately rushed over to cover, positioning himself, with arms crossed, blocking Jiang's shooting line. Simultaneously, the high striker Bacalots, who had been engaged in physical duels with the opponent, pulled away to the other side, creating space for Jiang's advance, and successfully drawing a defender with him. The 3 players who had previously made errors now made amends, surging toward Jiang. Jiang dribbled 3 more steps toward the center, then feigned a shot again, prompting the covering defensive midfielder to dive in imitation of the defender. Another feint. Jiang did not shoot. Not only Bacalots, but also the captain Love rushed into the opponent's penalty area, drawing away another defender. Had the system's task not been an assist, Jiang might have taken a shot by now. A dribbling through a crowd was not his strong suit. Jiang mastered this rhythm. Every 3 steps forward, he feigned a shot, and a defender would fall before him. It felt wonderful to be felling trees like this. Knocking down 4 defenders in succession brought a sense of accomplishment, no less than scoring a goal. In this area, the home team dared not commit fouls, easily believing that numbers would eventually suffocate Jiang. The 5th defender to arrive did not fall like his teammates. Instead, he stretched out his foot. With the goal only 10 meters away, he aimed to prevent a lofted shot from Jiang. At the very moment the opponent extended his foot, Jiang anticipated Bacalot's position, as if he had eyes floating above the pitch. This might be what it feels like to possess a god's eye view, though it lasted only a fleeting instant, mere fractions of a second. With the new objective being an assist, Jiang decisively passed the ball through the defender's legs, pushing it diagonally toward his own striker Bacalots. The ball's trajectory was awkward, though its speed was not high. The goalkeeper had no time to rush off his line. Bacalots, relying on his forward momentum, easily made contact with the ball. Bang! Bacalots struck a firm half volley. The goalkeeper reacted, but the ball was too fast, slipping past his fingertips straight into the net. The white net even rippled like waves, demonstrating the power and desperation behind Bacalot's shot. Goal! The ball was in again. 0-4. Unable to stop himself, Bacalot sprinted into the goal area and kicked the ball on the ground hard. Truly satisfying. Away players rushed into the home team's net to embrace and celebrate. The goalkeeper Zobish was so furious he nearly spat blood, actually running into his own goal to celebrate. Utterly outrageous. The home team's coach wore a grim, iron-like expression, yet helplessly shook his head. How could his players possibly defend against that Eastern lad's lateral breakthrough? Otherwise, wouldn't Bayern have already signed all their opponents? Everyone in the world knows Robin cuts inside, yet no one can stop him. This goal was not unjust. It was a dimensional downgrade. There was nothing to regret. Having scored his first official goal in Europe, Bacalot acted like an excited child, hoisting Jiang onto his shoulders and shouting enthusiastically toward his own fans. Away fans danced with joy, while many home fans, witnessing such brilliant dribbling and teamwork, once again applauded the opponents. Perched on the giant's shoulder, Jiang heard the system's chime ding, task complete. Gained 1 free attribute point, 100 penalty merchant experience, and a fragment of spatial awareness. The hidden reward had indeed triggered, but it was a fragment Jiang already possessed. Immediately the system chimed again. Since you have already obtained the spatial awareness fragment, the system automatically converted it into 100 penalty merchant experience points. Thereafter the system issued no new tasks. The match continued with less than 10 minutes remaining in the game, the away team leading 4-0. The home team's coach frowned deeply, whispering to his assistant from the bench. He hid beneath the awning, fearing a water bottle from the stands might strike him on the head. 10 minutes prior, the home team's bottom line had been lowered to conceding no more than 4 goals in this match. They had not anticipated this new threshold being breached so swiftly. Every team has a bottom line. Oldenburg's had been repeatedly breached. They must now set a new bottom line, conceding no more than 6 goals in this match. Even if they allowed 2 more goals, Oldenburg would still trail only 1 goal in the goal difference. Since their upcoming league fixtures were against weaker teams, securing 3 points from them would not be difficult. They could simply accumulate more goal differences to make up for today's deficit. Meanwhile, Wolfsburg's upcoming schedule was tougher. Their opponents were all strong teams. If they managed just 1 draw, the league championship would belong to Oldenburg. Once he understood the situation, the home coach inexplicably smiled. The blame lay solely with Wolfsburg for digging such deep holes early in the season, making it too late to fill them by year's end. Following protocol, as if the trailing team were the away side, Oldenburg once again deployed their defensive bus formation. In the final minute of regular time, Captain Love's long-range shot struck an opponent and deflected into the goal, an own goal for the home team. Due to the vast score difference, no stoppage time was added. As soon as the 90-minute mark hit, the referee blew the final whistle. 5-0. Wolfsburg successfully secured victory over their promotion-relegation opponent Oldenburg. Everyone had anticipated a clash of titans for first place, but Oldenburg lost so disgracefully, conceding 5 goals without even registering a proper shot. At the end of the match, Su Jin in the stands beamed with joy. It was Jiang Ge who dominated the match, almost single-handedly disrupting the home team's rhythm. Coming on as a substitute, he scored a hat-trick and delivered a spectacular assist. Since the team fell behind 0-2, Hoffmann had not returned to watch the game. Perhaps he had foresight. If he came back to the stands, he would only feel embarrassed. Joel Schmatz exchanged a few words with Schalke 04's representatives, essentially asking, "The goalkeeper has been turned into a sieve. Are you still trying to sign him?" Joel Schmatz came to sign goalkeeper Zobisch, though the keeper had been thoroughly beaten in this match. As a 17-year-old, Wolfsburg's management believed he still had room for growth. With this defeat, Hoffmann likely had little leverage to demand a high price. Thus, for Wolfsburg, this match was a double win. They gained 3 points and acquired a bargain goalkeeper. However, another headache emerged for Joel Schmatz. Jiang Ji's release clause was merely €2.5 million, with only 1 year left on his contract. Who could guarantee that no elite club scout was also watching this match? Although it was a 4th-tier league, the press conference after the match was indispensable, as it was complete in every way despite its small scale. Since this was a top-of-the-table match, around 5 or 6 media outlets were present today. In addition to the 2 teams' own radio stations, there were also some football media. Without a doubt, Jiang Ge was the MVP of this match, and he attended the post-match press conference alongside head coach Eddie Soetzel. First, Eddie Soetzel gave a summary of the match, believing that this was a great victory, with every player performing exceptionally well, especially Jiang Ge, who had just joined the team, contributing 3 goals and 1 assist. The home team caused us a lot of trouble. They played very tenaciously, and this victory was not easily achieved. Eddie Soetzel concluded by acknowledging the opponent in this manner. Mr. 3 substitutions were made in the second half. Your team underwent a tremendous change. Was this prearranged? Asked a football media outlet. Yes, this is our strategy. Our goal was to defeat the opponent, and fortunately we have succeeded. We are now sitting at the top of the standings. Eddie Soetzel answered. The substitutions made at the beginning of the second half were indeed crucial, as the away team seemed like a completely different team in the 2 halves. This miraculous substitution reflected the value of a head coach. From the schedule perspective, the remaining 5 matches, the possibility of Oldenburg winning all is very high. If you want to win the championship, you must also win all. Do you have the confidence? A foolish reporter asked a foolish question. How could one lack confidence? Of course, one cannot arrogantly guarantee 6 consecutive wins, which is not only unreliable, but may also anger the opponent. Eddie Soetzel smiled slightly. For such questions he usually evaded, and spoke about other things such as how united his team was, and how good their form was. Seeing the coach hesitate and not answer, Jiang Ge quickly replied, "Yes, in the remaining matches we will certainly win the championship with an undefeated record. A team like ours not upgrading would be a great loss to the German 3rd division. Eddie Soetzel looked at Jiang Ge with an embarrassed expression. How could one answer such a question? Even if one has the ability and confidence, one should not say it directly, as it may provoke resentment. As Jiang Ge spoke, the reporters immediately shifted their attention to him. A plump female journalist looked at the data in her hand and asked, "Mr. Jiang, China's football ranks 88th globally, having only qualified for the World Cup finals once. What is your view on this?" "It's not my concern. I have never been selected for the Chinese national team." Jiang Ge shrugged, answering with an innocent expression. "At 19 years old, you could be a starter in our national team at this age. In China, a football desert, you cannot even be selected for the national team. What is the reason?" Once the conversation started, these little journalists' curiosity about the Eastern great country was successfully aroused, seemingly forgetting that this was a press conference after a regional league match. "So you're off topic." Jiang laughed and refused to answer the question. Although the journalists were somewhat dissatisfied, their questions were indeed irrelevant to this press conference, and no one pursued that boring topic further. "Jiang, your performance today was very impressive. Do you consider this an extraordinary effort or a normal one?" the plump female journalist asked again. Jiang glanced at the head coach and said casually, "Normal effort. If the home team had not set up a defensive block, we could have scored more goals." Once words are spoken, they cannot be taken back. The head coach could not retrieve what he had said. Isn't it said that Chinese people are usually reserved and humble? He somewhat regretted bringing the equipment to the press conference. He could have brought Captain Leaf instead. Upon hearing Zhang Ji's words, the press conference venue immediately became lively with booing applause and even mocking laughter. "Zhang, your 3 goals and 1 assist were all very beautiful. That long-distance free kick was very similar to Cristiano Ronaldo, and that assist was somewhat similar to Lionel Messi. Is your goal to become a superstar like them?" Seemingly praising, but actually hiding a trap, few of these media journalists are innocent. For such a question, it is actually very easy to answer. Simply praising the 2 role models would suffice. However, Jiang made a surprising statement. "Yes, it is an honor to simultaneously showcase a Ronaldo-style curling shot and a Messi-style dribbling breakthrough in a single match. But the gap between me and the 2 greats is still too vast. I can only imitate Ronaldo's gaze. As for Messi's rhythm, Ronaldinho's ball sense, Bale's speed, Ronaldo's shooting technique, Xavi's passing, etc., I am completely incapable." This was originally a joke about Ronaldo, but Jiang used it to self-mock. The press conference hall erupted into laughter, greatly easing the atmosphere. "Haha, so you admit that you were still a rookie, right?" a bearded journalist asked provocatively, and from his work uniform, it was clear he was from the local media. "You lost the game and are dissatisfied. We can understand. Our goal has already been stated: to defeat all opponents and successfully promote to the German 3rd division. There were more boos and applause in the hall. Jiang suddenly noticed that the head coach was even applauding for him. A bearded journalist said, "Jiang, even Bayern Munich cannot sign Messi and Ronaldo while you are still striving to promote to the German 3rd division. Do you not find this very ridiculous?" Jiang understood that this was mocking him. Even the Bundesliga champion Bayern Munich cannot recruit Ronaldo and Messi, yet this rookie, playing in Germany's 4th-tier league, dares to compare himself with these 2 geniuses. Head coach Eddie Soetzel noticed that this bearded journalist was from the local media. Asking such a question was clearly intentional provocation. In previous press conferences, there had been situations where guests and journalists had fought, so to prevent Jiang from provoking further resentment, he quickly answered, "The team will take every match seriously in the future, and our goal is to promote to the German 3rd division." The press conference ended here. Thank you all. Eddie Soetzel stood up and pushed Jiang aside, fearing that this guy would continue to stay and might start fighting with those scoundrel journalists. The press conference ended hastily, although those unscrupulous journalists continued to ask questions. Eddie Soetzel and Jiang pretended not to hear them. Back on the bus, Jiang chose a seat towards the back, lay down, closed his eyes, and checked his attribute panel. Name Jiang, age 19 years old, market value €1 million, team Wolfsburg reserve team, free attribute points 9, status healthy, stamina 3567, burst coefficient 1. For burst power, stamina, burst coefficient, ball control level intermediate silver, experience 800, 01800, special skills, falling leaf ball grade B. After successfully using the falling leaf ball special skill 2 more times, it can be upgraded. Scorpion tail fragment 25, divine save fragment 110, Beckham curve fragment 15, ball IQ prediction grade SSS, predict the opponent's movements 2. 9 seconds in advance, ball IQ fragments, spatial position sense fragment, spatial position sense fragment, tactical awareness fragment, match reading fragment, God's view, ball IQ experience 6,000 points, can be used to upgrade ball IQ. Items, damage immunity card 1, can once ignore fatal damage on the field, immunity items, fracture, muscle injury, nerve injury. Although the contract with the club stipulated a release clause of 2.5 million, Jiang's market value was still €1 million. Aside from the reference data provided by Transfermarkt, he had not been traded at a higher price yet. During the match, he was kicked by the bearded journalist. Because of his prediction ability and using his thick buttocks to bear the damage in advance, the precious damage immunity card was not consumed. What interested Jiang most was obviously the ball IQ fragments. He originally had 2 spatial position sense fragments, one of which was automatically converted by the system into 1,000 ball IQ experience points. Jiang from 2022 naturally knew what God's view was during their peak periods. Xavi and Luka Modric, as well as Kevin De Bruyne from 2021 to 2022, were all world-class midfielders, and their passes were as if there were a pair of eyes overlooking the field from above. As expected, God's view should be a midfielder's ball IQ. A forward who possesses this ball IQ in addition to shooting ability would be simply amazing. The owner of Wolfsburg is truly stingy. The players had just completed a high-intensity match and were forced to fly back to Wolfsburg overnight, unwilling to even spend money on a hotel for the night. However, the match bonus was paid promptly. As soon as the players returned to Wolfsburg, the bonus was distributed. A total of €150 awarded to every player regardless of whether they had played. Jiang received €1,500, while the big black guy Bacalots received €5,000. Immediately after receiving his money, Bacalots called his family in Africa and boasted about having an incredibly impressive friend, insisting that Jiang's family be greeted. Jiang stared at the screen for a long time, only to see a pair of eyes rolling around in the darkness. After the video call ended, Jiang learned that Bacalot's family had traveled dozens of miles from their village through mountainous roads to the city, hoping to watch his match live. They had expected video coverage, but couldn't even find a text live stream. The family waited in the city until dusk, finally receiving Bacalot's call. Compared to Jiang, Bacalot's was much more fortunate. Though his hometown was poor, his family fully supported him and took great pride in him. Jiang's original parents never approved of him playing football. After that serious injury, his family even urged him to retire immediately and find another career while he was still young. For the sake of his football dream, Jiang persisted, even playing in the low-level Chinese Super League for minimum wage. What pleased Bacalot's even more was that he was assigned a dormitory for the reserve team located in the building next to Jiang's dorm. Since his roommate was a local from Wolfsburg and never stayed in the dorm, Bacalot's effectively got a single room to himself. No longer needing to pay for cheap hotels, Bacalot's was overjoyed. He visited Jiang's dorm, bursting in and chattering excitedly the moment he entered. That night, guests besides Bacalot's also arrived: the team's general manager George Schmatt and his assistant. Upon noticing the arrival of team management, Bacalot's tactfully took his leave. Jiang, I apologize for disturbing you at this hour. George Schmatt appeared quite polite. So what's on your mind? Just say it directly. Upon seeing the general manager, Jiang guessed it must be about the contract, considering his €2.5 million transfer fee would be no obstacle for a club skilled in discovering new talent like Borussia Dortmund, the Bundesliga's black shop. Okay, the club has great faith in you. If all goes well, you could join the first team as early as next year. Jiang said nothing, merely nodding slightly, seemingly unfazed by such wonderful news. Jiang's reaction surprised George Schmatt. Shouldn't he be excited? Even if he kept his emotions under control, his face should at least show some ripple of emotion. However, Jiang remained unusually calm, as if he hadn't heard a word. I said the first team, the Bundesliga next year. Do you understand? George Schmatt thought he'd spoken too quickly and deliberately slowed down, emphasizing several key terms. Jiang nodded slightly and said calmly, I understand. My contract is only for 1 year. Perhaps I won't be able to play the entire season. Wow, this guy understands everything. George Schmatt shouldn't doubt his 10-level English proficiency. As you're concerned, our new contract is ready. George Schmatt extended his right hand to his assistant. The assistant retrieved a stack of documents from his briefcase and handed them over. After receiving the documents, George Schmatt passed them to Jiang with a smile. Please take a look. Jiang took the documents, weighed them. They were quite thick. Then yawned apologetically. Sorry, I'm really tired today. Could you please summarize the key points? I don't have time to read through them all, or you can leave them here for me to review later. Clearly, George Schmatt was the one eager to sign, otherwise he wouldn't have come to the players' dormitory at night. Jiang had no urgency whatsoever. He didn't even intend to sign a new contract, let alone read its contents. No, let me tell you the key points of the contract. Wolfsburg is a club with a history of 60 to 70 years. You can trust us completely. Of course. Jiang nodded firmly. The contract term is 3 years, which aligns with your wishes. Jiang nodded again. The team management had indeed mentioned this earlier when they approached him. Before approaching Jiang, George Schmatt had met with head coach Eddie Soetzel. He obtained a statistical summary of Jiang's performance in today's match. Halftime stats included 9 kilometers of running, less than the captain Luff's 13 kilometers for the full match, 2 successful tackles, 4 interceptions, 3 successful of 15 sprints, 5 creating threats, 10 dribbles, 5 failed, 3 shots, 3 goals, 100 shooting accuracy. Besides these impressive stats, Jiang's dribbling and ball control were not particularly good. In this match, he gained possession many times, but also lost it frequently. As the coach put it, Jiang was a type of forward like Inzaghi. Typically, he wouldn't show standout performances, much like the football environment he came from. His technique was rough and crude. He had to wait for opportunities, and when he exploded onto the scene, his performance was godlike, surpassing the current league level. In other words, Jiang was like a sharp blade. One couldn't expect him to be an axe or sickle used to clear thorns and brambles. His purpose was to deliver a fatal strike to the opponent. The release clause is €40 million. George Schmatt continued. No problem. A monthly salary of €1, a 10-year contract with a release clause of €100 million. I think these terms are quite suitable. Jiang Gu replied solemnly. Are you joking? Zhou Schmat was shocked by Jiang Ji's words. You were the one who started joking. Jiang Gu shrugged and answered. Jiang Gu understood that the purpose of setting a release clause was to prevent players from being poached by other clubs. Theoretically, if any other club wanted to sign him, they would have to pay Wolfsburg €40 million, although in practice, they probably wouldn't pay that much. Although a release clause wasn't equivalent to market value, this clause would hinder his transfer to other clubs. Jiang Gu certainly wouldn't accept it. He was a man with a cheat system, and Wolfsburg was definitely not his final destination in Europe. In exchange, we can offer you a monthly salary of €4,000. Zhou Schmat eagerly tossed out this sweetener. A monthly salary of €4,000 converted to Chinese currency amounted to nearly 3,000 yuan, a very high income. Most Chinese Super League players didn't earn that much in an entire year. Although Jiang Gu had been discarded by Madrid Knights, he had indeed transferred from the Chinese Super League to Wolfsburg. In addition, there are two generous bonus schemes. First, if you score 50 goals in a season, you'll receive a bonus of €1 million. Second, if you provide 30 assists in a season, you'll receive a bonus of €5,000. There's one small condition for this bonus scheme: your attendance rate for the season must be over 90. This was obviously a bonus scheme without sincerity. The bonuses seemed generous, but were practically impossible to achieve. Trying to fool fools, right? Sir, I can only accept a maximum release clause of €5 million, and I retain 100 of my personal image rights. Since Jiang Gu had just played a match that day, Zhou Schmat didn't linger too long. The negotiation didn't reach an agreement, so the matter was temporarily set aside. Whenever he encountered team management, the conversation always turned to contract negotiations. Jiang Gu disliked being entangled by such trivial matters. He had come to Germany to play football. The amount of money was secondary. He found true happiness only when immersed in training. Although no system rewards had triggered during daily drills or internal exhibition matches, the mere opportunity to play brought him immense joy. VfL Wolfsburg 2's opponent in the upcoming league match was Brunswick, ranked third in the North region. Brunswick's first team currently occupied a strong position in the 2. Bundesliga, while their reserve side started the season impressively, even winning the North Region Championship at the halfway point. Unfortunately, their momentum faltered in the second half of the season. Brunswick 2 sat third in the North Region standings, 6 points behind second-placed Oldenburg and 7 behind Wolfsburg. With only 5 matches remaining in the league, their title hopes were purely theoretical. Since the start of the season, Brunswick 2 had viewed Oldenburg as their primary rival, hardly considering Wolfsburg a threat. This wasn't the first time the team had faltered. They consistently showed signs of exhaustion in the latter stages of the league season. Many players on Brunswick 2 were farmers and miners who became busy during the second half of the year, leaving little time for football, which explained their habitual drop in performance. Of course, this was merely internet users teasing the team. Yet such jokes weren't entirely baseless. Brunswick 2 had virtually no professional players. All were semi-professionals who held other jobs. Most were farmers and miners, unlike Wolfsburg, which had more automotive workers. Jiang Ji's standout performance in the previous match had already caught Brunswick's attention. As a traditional powerhouse in regional football, abandoning the pursuit would contradict their nature. Some Wolfsburg fans noticed 2 trending regional videos posted 2 days before the match against Brunswick on social media. The first video was a composite animation titled Dragon Slayer Warrior. Interestingly, the protagonist of the animation was Zorn, the starting center back of Brunswick 2. His real-life job was a miner with 3 generations of miners in his family. It was unclear who had crafted such low-quality effects. In the animation, Zorn wore his team's jersey clad in ancient armor, wielding a long sword and battling a fire-breathing dragon for dozens of rounds. Ultimately, Zorn severed the dragon's limbs, leaving it kneeling before him, begging for mercy. The video itself was unremarkable, and its cheap special effects lacked immersion. Zorn had specifically tagged Wolfsburg's head coach, midfield leader Lou, and others. This naturally sparked speculation. With the match approaching, such a video tagging key figures from Wolfsburg, what could it possibly mean? After all, the Chinese people's totem is the dragon. Though different in appearance, wasn't this essentially a show of intimidation against Wolfsburg? Was he attempting to neutralize Jiang Gu? Perhaps he intended to tag Jiang Gu directly, but since the newcomer hadn't yet joined social media, he asked Liu to relay his message instead. The second video was released by Brunswick 2's midfielder Ferrum, who also tagged several key Wolfsburg players. Ferrum worked as a lumberjack with 3 generations of lumberjacks in his family. In the video, Ferrum wore Brunswick's jersey. His hands and feet transformed into sharp saws, battling tree spirits in a primordial forest. All tree spirits that approached him were defeated. The plot was unremarkable and the visuals lacked refinement, yet the symbolism was clear. He was a midfield destroyer. European teams traditionally engage in pre-match trash talk, though German teams seemed less inclined to rely on words, preferring direct action. For example, the center-back and midfielder of Brunswick 2 had released these two videos, which constituted blatant threats. Players with weak psyches might be affected. Such tactics were part of the game, entertaining fans while intimidating opponents. Wolfsburg traveled to Brunswick as the away team, a distance of merely tens of kilometers reachable by bus. Since both Jiang and Bacalots were newcomers, the head coach worried they might be influenced and personally sought them out for psychological reassurance before the match. For days, Jiang had focused solely on training, had no time to browse the internet, and couldn't understand German-language websites, so he hadn't seen the two videos at all. The tall Bacalots trained alongside Jiang and returned to their dormitory to sleep. With limited English proficiency, he understood nothing of German. Thus the videos had created a stir for nothing, having no effect on Jiang. The coach regretted bringing them up in the first place. Had the coach not mentioned them, Jiang might never have known. Since he felt compelled to see them. Reluctantly, the coach retrieved the two videos, advising them not to be affected by such tactics. Had he not seen these videos, Jiang might not have recognized these players. Against semi-professionals, the overpowered Jiang had never taken them seriously. After watching the videos, Jiang didn't cower. Instead, his fighting spirit was ignited. The evening match kicked off at 7:00 p.m. Upon arriving at Brunswick 2's home ground, Jiang and his teammates were assigned to a small practice area, denied the chance to step onto the actual pitch. Yet this was another tactic. Experienced head coach Edith Soetzel had seen it all before. As the players warmed up, Joel Schmetz met head coach Edith Soetzel once more. In an open area outside the field, Joel Schmetz demanded that Edith Soetzel hand over his phone to his assistant for temporary safekeeping. I've reviewed your starting lineup, and one position needs adjustment. Generally, a club's general manager wouldn't interfere with team formations, especially in reserve teams. Joel Schmetz's motives were clear. Seeing Edith Soetzel's displeasure, Joel Schmetz added, "The owner instructed us to do this." "Oh, sir, please advise." Upon hearing it was the owner's wish, head coach Edith Soetzel had no choice but to comply. Bench Jiang and keep him on the substitute bench. Why? He's uninjured, in an exceptional training condition. Why shouldn't he start? No, you misunderstand. Joel Schmetz waved his hand and continued, "The owner's instruction is simply to prevent him from playing." Not playing? Why? Putting Jiang on the bench I could understand, but not playing at all. The team's best striker being benched. The owner must be out of his mind. "Oh, sir, I've already provided psychological counseling to Jiang and Bacalots. They won't be affected by those two videos." No, you misunderstand. Let me be frank, negotiations have reached an impasse and the owner intends to bench that Chinese youth. The matter was now laid bare. Schmetz ceased his chatter, and coach Eddie Sotzler had nothing more to say. True enough, Wolfsburg's starting lineup underwent a last-minute change. The young Chinese prodigy Jiang, who had performed brilliantly in the previous match, found himself on the bench. At that moment, Jiang was unaware that this was part of the owner's scheme. As a player, he was obliged to obey the coach's arrangements, just as soldiers must follow their commander's orders. Given the proximity of the two cities, both clubs viewed each other as archenemies. Over 10,000 seats were filled in the stadium, with approximately 3,000 allocated to the visiting team Wolfsburg. Observant Jiang noticed that many of the away fans present that day had East Asian features, some of whom were waving the Chinese flag. Clearly they had come for him. After Jiang's impressive performance in the last league match was published, Wolfsburg suddenly saw its Chinese fanbase swell by hundreds of thousands. Some Chinese people working and studying in Germany especially came to watch this match. As a country with generally mediocre football standards, China had not produced a player like Jiang in a long time. The match turned out to be exceptionally fiery from the very first minute. Wolfsburg, the away team, took the initial kickoff. After receiving the ball, Love was still observing when the home team's midfield meat grinder Fellum charged in and brought him down. This was a greeting card confirming the message conveyed in the video. Simultaneously, it was also the home team's attempt to test the referee's disciplinary standards. Though not injured, the experienced Love clutched his leg and rolled on the ground, making it appear as if he were seriously hurt. With the captain down, the other players naturally could not ignore the incident. They rushed forward to demand an explanation from the main referee, attempting to pressure him into sending off the lumberjack. Less than a minute into the match, the main referee would not rashly issue a card. Having been right next to the incident, he judged by his experience that Love's injury was not severe. After dispersing the crowd, the main referee only gave Fellum a verbal warning without showing a card. Seeing that lying on the ground served no purpose, Love asked his teammates to help him up and complained to the referee a bit. The main referee made a silence gesture indicating that Love should shut his mouth. The referee not only failed to penalize the player with a rough foul, but also forbade the injured player from appealing. It was definitely a home field whistle. Su Jin, a reporter for the Football Weekly, had long set up his camera at the designated spot, eagerly waiting to take more photos once Jiang took the field. Following the previous match, the Football Weekly's sales in China surged over 20-fold. Su Jin, this old journalist who had been drifting along, experienced a second spring in his career, becoming the overall head of the newspaper's European operations. Henceforth, no matter which European club Jiangge joined, it would fall under Su Jin's responsibility to cover. Many fans with East Asian features appeared in the stands. Not only was Jiangge absent from the starting lineup, but he was also nowhere to be seen during warm-ups, somewhat disappointing the fans. The director understood not only football but also the market. The camera would occasionally focus on Jiangge, the Chinese forward, who had shown brilliantly in the last league match. Jiangge appeared remarkably calm at that moment. Watching the match up close might not be a bad thing. Even though it was a 4th division league, its competitive level was no inferior to the Chinese Super League. Yashmat, the general manager of Wolfsburg, sat in the VIP box alongside Duke Sch, the general manager of the home team Brunswick club. Coach Eddie Sotzler paid close attention to the on-field situation, occasionally glancing toward the VIP box. Jiangge had originally been included in the starting lineup, but the owner's single word had overruled him. The stalemate on the field truly needed Jiangge's brilliant touch. The Oldenburg team's match started an hour earlier and was already in its garbage time. Oldenburg led 4-0 against the second-to-last team, and securing 3 points was virtually certain. Eddie Sotzler was fully aware of his team's prospects. Facing the third-placed Brunswick second team, this time followed by a home match against the 5th-ranked team, with the lowest-ranked opponent among the remaining 3 being the 12th-placed team. All were tough nuts to crack. Of course, if this match ended in a draw or a loss, the championship would be almost out of reach. Because the Oldenburg team ranked second faced upcoming opponents with nothing to fight for, neither needing to avoid relegation nor capable of winning the title. As in the video released a couple of days prior, Phelim was the midfield meat grinder, committing various rough fouls. Warned by the referee more than 3 times, he still did not receive a card. Due to the away team's weak offense, the Dragon Slayer, Zorn, had no remarkable brilliant performance. The tall, sturdy Zorn tightly restricted the relatively inexperienced black center-forward Bacalots. The entire first half played like a rugby match with constant conflicts, the game frequently interrupted and utterly lacking in entertainment value. After the grueling 45 minutes finally passed, the players on the field returned to the locker room, while the substitutes took the field for warm-ups, including Jiangge. Many spectators began to look forward to the second half, especially the yellow-skinned Chinese fans, hoping the coach would substitute Jiangge in during the second half. The first half spectacle was indeed unappealing. The away team did not even take a decent shot. Coach Eddie Sotzler also grew anxious. He hoped to talk to his superior again, asking if Jiangge could be put into the match. If this game ended in a draw or a loss, the effort of nearly half a season would be wasted. Before Eddie Sotzler could approach, Yashmat, accompanied by his assistant, found them in the locker room. Yashmat announced to the players that the owner had approved if this match could be secured, a bonus of €1,000 would be awarded. The team owner was so generous precisely because he hoped the players would not let their efforts come to nothing and would strive to play well in the final matches. Whenever these two teams met, no mobilization was ever needed. The matches were always fierce. The players also wanted to defeat their opponent, but the opponent was not weak. They had truly done their best. Yashmat led coach Eddie Sotzler to a discreet place and whispered, "The boss has given instructions. Jiangge must not be put on the field. But what if the situation cannot be opened up?" Before the superior could finish his sentence, Eddie Sotzler impatiently posed his own question. Yashmat gave Eddie Sotzler a cold glance, displeased that his subordinate had cut in with his words. "Are you certain that putting Jiangge on the field will change the situation?" Yashmat countered. "Well, at least he is more creative and threatening than others on the field, with a higher possibility of breaking the deadlock." Eddie Sotzler dared not speak too definitively. What if Jiangge went on and still could not help? No way. Yashmat was well aware of the meaning behind Eddie Sotzler's words, namely the immediate substitution of Jiangge. Since the superior did not approve his request, Eddie Sotzler had nothing to say and lowered his head in silence. "You must obey me. Instructions will be given to you at the time." After saying this, Yashmat departed with his assistant. To the disappointment of the Chinese fans, Wolfsburg did not substitute Jiangge at the start of the second half, as they had in the previous match. The match for Oldenburg has concluded with a decisive 5-0 victory. They secured 3 points, moving ahead of Wolfsburg by 2 points despite playing one additional match, reclaiming the top spot with a goal difference of 5. Eddie Sotzler learned from his assistant that in order to win the championship, there was no choice but to defeat their opponent. The second half began. The home team substituted a forward for a central midfielder, shifting their formation from 4-4-2 to 4-3-3, seemingly aiming to strengthen their attack. Wolfsburg did not make any changes, maintaining their 4-4-2 formation since Jiangge, who was originally supposed to start, was rejected by the management. Coach Eddie Sotzler had to temporarily field a midfielder instead. The The 4-4-2 formation is quite ancient. Its characteristic is to ensure maximum balance between offense and defense. In this formation, each player has specific responsibilities and roles with positions able to flexibly interchange and cover for one another. If a coach seeks stability or aims to win through steadiness, they usually arrange their lineup this way. Although the scene was heated, the referee only issued 2 yellow cards in the first half, one to each team. Neither of the players who had posted provocative videos received a card yet. 5 minutes into the second half, the home team's newly substituted left winger dribbled the ball down the wing and delivered a cross. The ball skimmed past the front of the small penalty area. The goalkeeper failed to reach it, and the Wolfsburg center defender also mistimed his jump, allowing the ball to fall to the feet of the right winger on the far side. After controlling the ball, he feinted past the slowly turning defender, who resorted to using his hands. Beep! The referee blew his whistle, awarding the home team a well-placed free kick on the right side of the goal, approximately 3 meters from the penalty line. This was the first free kick the home team earned in the second half, and the third overall, with the other 2 not being in such a favorable position. The stadium DJ pumped up the crowd through the loudspeakers as the home fans clapped in support. At this moment, all the away players retreated into the penalty area to defend. They understood that they could not afford to lose this match. After setting up a 3-person wall, the tall Bacalotz was responsible for marking the tallest opponent, Zorn, closely. The Wolfsburg center defender was assigned to closely mark Zorn. The referee blew the whistle again, and the home team's winger raised his left hand to take the free kick. The ball did not head toward the goal, but flew horizontally in front of the goalkeeper, aiming at the home player prepared to take a shot on goal. Seeing the ball coming toward Zorn, Bacalotz instinctively jumped. He jumped a fraction of a second earlier than Zorn. As the ball reached above Zorn's head, he had jumped to the appropriate height. Although the Wolfsburg center defender also jumped simultaneously, he could not reach the ball since he did not jump as high as Zorn. Bang bang! Zorn headed the ball, which rebounded downward, hitting Bacalotz on the back just as he was descending. The goalkeeper could have accurately predicted the ball's trajectory and landing point, but due to the deflection off Bacalotz's back, the ball changed direction unexpectedly. Caught off guard, the goalkeeper was unable to stop it. The goal was scored. The referee pointed to the center circle, indicating the goal was valid. Goal! 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 The stadium DJ's tongue seemed to be spring-loaded, shouting frantically for tens of seconds without catching his breath. Bacalotz ran toward the referee, and Lev followed him, complaining to the referee, "He pushed me down with his hand. It's a foul, it's a foul. This goal shouldn't count." If one were to watch the high-speed camera footage, it would indeed show Zorn performing a downward elbow motion, but that does not necessarily indicate a foul. It could also be a natural reaction to maintain balance while jumping. Bacalotz was pushed down because he jumped too early. By the time Zorn jumped, Bacalotz's body was already descending. The referee shook his head, firmly believing his judgment, ruling that Zorn did not commit a foul, and the goal stood. After repeating his complaint twice, Bacalotz grew agitated and pointed to his eyes, unclear why he made that gesture. The referee considered Bacalotz's action as challenging his judgment, immediately issuing a yellow card to the large black man. Lev quickly pulled Bacalotz away, knowing that continuing to argue would not end well. After scoring, Zorn ran toward his team's bench, hugging the coaching staff and substitute players to celebrate. Since the away team's bench was nearby, he even went in front of Wolfsburg's bench to show off. The Wolfsburg substitutes were not to be trifled with. They were already simmering with anger. Not only did Zorn provoke them, but he also came right up to them. Several substitutes suddenly surged forward, rushing toward Zorn and attacking him with fists and feet. Jianggu also followed along, but he did not get involved. He was merely joining in the commotion. At this point, he remained quite calm, still hoping to get into the game. Staff members and assistant referees quickly separated the crowd. Zorn took several punches to his face, his eyebrow bone broken and blood flowing. Thanks to the timely intervention of the referees, the conflict did not escalate further. After consulting with his assistants, the referee handed red cards to 2 Wolfsburg substitute players, sending them straight to the locker room before they even stepped onto the field. Zorn, who was also involved in the provocation, received a yellow card. After the situation calmed down, the match time had reached the 60th minute. Wolfsburg was now trailing 0-1. Coach Eddie Satzel looked toward the VIP section, where he could faintly see the figure of Schmatt. Eddie Satzel ordered Jianggu and several other substitutes to warm up on the sideline, ready to enter the game at any moment. When the away fans saw Jianggu warming up, they applauded and cheered enthusiastically. Everyone knew that Wolfsburg could not afford to lose this match. 5 more minutes passed, but Wolfsburg's offensive efforts still showed no progress. As the leading team, the home side played with ease and confidence. No, this could not go on any longer. As the team's head coach, Eddie Satzel had to be responsible for both the team and the fans. In the 68th minute of the match, a stoppage occurred. The away team, Wolfsburg, made a substitution, replacing a midfielder with Jianggu. Club general manager Schmatt was on the phone with the owner, informing him of the situation on the field and seeking instructions on whether to temporarily deploy the Chinese forward. Before the owner could respond, Jiang Gu was already on the field. As Jiang Gu entered the pitch, the away fans applauded warmly, showing appreciation for the departing player and welcoming the new arrival Jiang Gu. Numerous Chinese fans waved flags and shouted. Jiang Gu, hailed by netizens as the hope of China, finally made his appearance. After entering the field, Jiang Gu immediately ran to his familiar right flank, exchanging high-fives and encouraging words with his teammates along the way. Lev, seeing Jiang Gu enter the field, let out a breath he didn't quite understand. He felt a sense of hope that this young man would make a difference. Bacalot, seeing Jiang Gu come on, nearly burst into tears. It was too difficult. The official had credited the recent goal to him. Damn it, it was an own goal. When Jiang Gu first touched the ball, it was already the 70th minute of the match, leaving less than 20 minutes for the away team. At that moment, the system notification sounded: mission: score 1 goal in this match. Reward 1 free attribute, 1000 king of ball experience points. Jiang Ji's substitution also changed the team formation. Both home and away teams were using a 4-3-3 formation, which made the game flow smoothly and look more appealing. In Zorn's view, the opposing black giant center forward was just a large rookie unworthy of his attention as an excellent center forward. However, he found himself quite interested in Jiang Gu, having heard that the Chinese youth was quite extraordinary. After passing Baccarado to his teammate, Zorn moved to the left flank, directly marking Jiang Gu, who was playing as the right winger. Jiang Gu recognized him. The man who had posted 5-cent special effect videos online boasting to be the dragon-slaying warrior. Zorn, coming from a miner's background, was not only strong, but also exceptionally tall. Standing at 183 meters, Jiang Gu appeared like a little brother compared to Zorn, noticeably slimmer in build. The contrast became especially striking when the two locked into close physical confrontation. Jiang Gu couldn't understand why this giant would abandon Baccarado to defend against him. As a descendant of the dragon, he felt offended by that video the man had made. The ball came back to Jiang Ji's feet once again. Since his substitution, his teammates had tried to pass him the ball as much as possible. His miraculous performance in the previous match had given them a breakthrough, placing greater responsibility upon Jiang Gu. The home team had done their homework. Whenever Jiang Gu received the ball, not only was Zorn nearby, but another defensive midfielder would also come over to assist, primarily aiming to prevent him from delivering crosses down the wing. Facing two defenders, Jiang Gu suddenly remembered Iniesta's signature skill, the Cruyff turn. The so-called Cruyff turn involves coordinated use of both feet, utilizing speed changes and the space created by the feint to bypass opponents. This technique isn't particularly complex, yet it gained widespread fame thanks to Iniesta's flawless execution. Iniesta's legendary move has deceived countless players. One must remember those he outmaneuvered were all world-class talents. Meanwhile, Jiang Gu faced merely semi-professional players who'd soon return to the mines after this match. Lacking extensive practice didn't deter him, since his opponent's level was average. He dared to show off, especially since success might unlock hidden rewards from the system. During the Cruyff turn, Jiang Ji's legs resembled chopsticks, with the ball acting as the dumpling. The football bounced between his legs, continuously moving forward relentlessly. An unsettling experience for defenders, particularly tall ones, with slow turning ability. Without hesitation, Jiang Gu positioned himself toward the sideline. He used his left foot to flick the ball to his right, then stepped forward with his right foot to receive it, before flicking it back to his left foot, mirroring the earlier action. Before Zorn could react, ping-pong-like movements allowed Jiang Gu to successfully dribble past him. Amateurs see the spectacle, connoisseurs appreciate the technique. Whether expert or layperson, everyone applauded Jiang Ji's impressive maneuver. Height had its advantages too, longer legs. Anticipating Jiang Gu might aim for the sideline, several assisting defenders rushed ahead quickly with long strides. Jiang Gu gently pushed the ball through the defender's legs, heading straight toward the sideline. Splitting the player and the ball, Jiang Gu surged forward instantly. With stamina nearing 70 and burst power rated at 1. For his immediate output exceeded 100, a sprinting capability rivaling top global athletes. He let the ball roll freely for a few seconds, confident he'd catch up shortly afterward. Seeing both defenders breach, the goalkeeper shifted toward the near post, preparing to block Jiang Ji's shot on goal. Jiang Gu knew he'd experienced a moment of divine inspiration. If he continued advancing into what amounted to a forest of muscle, success seemed unlikely. Without delay, he decisively delivered a cross. Center forward Baccarado and other towering teammates like Le Fou had gone head-to-head fiercely. Who wouldn't seize such an opportunity to take a shot? At last, that reckless Zorn was no longer beside him. Within meters, only Baccarado leaped highest. Jiang Gu himself wasn't certain why his hang time had grown so prolonged, perhaps due to that own goal unlocking latent potential within him. Thud. Baccarado connected squarely with the upper half of the ball. Its trajectory altered drastically. Struck with tremendous force, it slammed into the ground before bouncing past the keeper into the net. Goal. The ball is in. Baccarado scores with his head. Without hesitation, the referee points to the center circle. Overjoyed after scoring, Baccarato ran rightward first. Teammates converged to celebrate, but finding nobody there he slipped behind the goal until reaching the left side, where he spotted Jiang. Baccarato hoisted Jiang onto his shoulders again. Perched atop the giant's shoulder, Jiang pumped both fists toward fans cheering passionately from the stands. The away supporters celebrated, leveling the score. Just then Jiang heard the system chime again. Ding. Assist mission completed. Reward 1 free attribute, 1000 soccer IQ experience points. You successfully executed the Cruyff turn, earning 1000 King of Ball experience. To Jiang's surprise, although assigned a scoring objective, initially assisting also yielded rewards. Though Iniesta perfected the Cruyff turn, collecting corresponding fragments proved impossible. Only gaining 1000 King of Ball experience resulted. Jiang guessed the system task activated upon his entry. Fewer notifications appeared simply because tasks concluded quietly. Regardless, assist or goal, he anticipated consistent remuneration. Earlier committing an own goal, Baccarato redeemed himself via this header, nearly tearing up in gratitude. Brother, thank you. I almost became a villain. Embracing Jiang tightly while exclaiming emotionally, Baccarato added, we haven't won yet. We must score another goal. Naturally satisfied with merely drawing 1-1, Jiang disagreed wholeheartedly. Zorn turned green with fury. Not that Chinese lad scored directly, but swapping positions with teammates combined with being outplayed rendered this goal conceivable. Only now did management respond regarding championship priorities. If trailing persisted past minute 70, deploying Jiang remained viable. General Manager Joel Schmatt wondered whether leadership trusted Jiang excessively, or lacked faith entirely. Before finishing speaking, Jiang entered play, dribbling brilliantly, executing Cruyff turns, delivering crosses down line, launching high headers, smashing nets straight into goals. Schmatt struggled, reporting truthfully, risking coach dismissal. But substitutions worked miraculously immediately following Jiang's entrance, providing assists. The home team kicked off from the center circle once more. For them, without a victory over Wolfsburg, even the theoretical hope of winning the championship would vanish. It was a matter of win or lose. A draw was meaningless. Braunschweig II's mindset was to go all out. With only a dozen minutes left in the match, Wolfsburg had to fight for victory at all costs, as a draw held no value for them either. The final 10-odd minutes were destined to be anything but ordinary. Both sides, in a rare tacit understanding, launched into an open offensive. Zorn recognized his mistake and returned to his original position. He substituted in a slightly smaller defender to mark Jiang, while a defensive midfielder stayed close for support. Ever since Zorn returned, Baccalots couldn't even hold his ground. His physique was indeed somewhat slender compared to Zorn's, and with the latter's frequent minor fouls he was constantly being pushed aside, yet the referee turned a blind eye. In the 83rd minute, Jiang executed a 1-2 pass with Lowe and others charging into the opponent's penalty area. The ball was at his teammate's feet as Jiang made a diagonal run. Just as he was about to receive a lofted pass, the home team's center back Fram charged from behind, hurling his entire body at Jiang. Jiang could anticipate the landing point of the lofted ball and Fram's move. Inside the box, there was no better opportunity than winning a penalty kick. Fram, a lumberjack built like an ox, crashed into Jiang like a truck, sending him flying 3 meters away. Since Fram kept his arms close to his body when colliding, the referee deemed it not a foul and didn't blow his whistle. Jiang couldn't believe that wasn't considered a foul. Unbelievable. The ball was cleared by a home defender with a long kick, and boos echoed from the stands. In the eyes of the home crowd, this was normal physical contact. Who told that Chinese kid to be so frail? Jiang rolled a few times on the ground, landing right in front of the goalkeeper. The latter grabbed Jiang's jersey, yanked him up, and taunted, "Yellow-skinned boy, you look like a big girl. Stop pretending and get up." Hearing this, Jiang flared up. He sprang to his feet and went head-to-head with the goalkeeper, exchanging trash talk regardless of whether the other could understand. Seeing the commotion, Baccalots rushed over to help, followed by Lowe and others. The home players gathered around, looking ready for a brawl. The head referee and assistant referees quickly intervened, separating the players. Because the team had to win this match, Wolfsburg's players didn't dwell on the altercation and refocused on the game. "Kid, you're too weak. You fall at the slightest touch like a piece of paper. I suggest you leave the field now, or I'll break your legs." The home team's center back Zorn sneered at Jiang. Jiang curled his lip and replied dismissively, "Big idiot, bring it on." Zorn kept cursing at Jiang, who responded half-heartedly. It was a game of who would break first and get a card. Jiang and Zorn bickered continuously, lagging behind. Jiang deliberately walked in front of Zorn. The match resumed with a dropped ball by the referee. As the ball descended, a Wolfsburg player looked up and sent a long kick soaring towards the goal. Anticipating this, Jiang spun around swiftly. The linesman also turned and ran back. Realizing the danger, Zorn instinctively reached out to grab Jiang, catching only the hem of his jersey. Jiang burst forward with explosive power. Though his shirt was caught, it couldn't hold him back. Rip! Jiang Ji's jersey tore apart. By now he had built up speed and didn't care about his shirt. He cut diagonally towards the anticipated landing point in the middle. The opponent played a sudden lofted through ball. The goalkeeper and another center back also raced towards the ball's landing spot. There was no time to wait. If the ball touched the ground, he would be surrounded, leaving no space or angle for a shot. Relying on his precise prediction of the ball's trajectory, Jiang Ge leaped into the air with his back to the goal before the ball could land, executing a perfect bicycle kick that connected with the ball. The goalkeeper had come out halfway, caught in two minds. Two defending players, sensing danger, jumped high to head the ball, but they hadn't reached the landing point. Even stretching their necks, they only met air. Thump! The ball hit the net. Goal! Jiang Ji's bicycle kick found the back of the net. The referee pointed to the center circle. 1-2, the away team had taken the lead. In the stunned silence, that moment was almost frozen in time. Jiang Ge, standing 183 meters tall, with his well-proportioned lean physique, long flowing hair, and bare torso. No one expected to see such a magnificent bicycle kick in a league of this level. Compared to the rough brutes of the away team, Jiang Ge, the assassin, delivered his fatal blow with an air of elegance. After scoring, he sprinted towards the baseline and executed a long slide in celebration. His teammates swarmed him, celebrating with hugs. Interestingly, while the away players rushed to Jiang Ge, the home players surrounded the referee, arguing that the goal was illegal and shouldn't count. The home team argued that when the referee dropped the ball, no home player was nearby, so the away team couldn't launch a long pass directly. They should have returned possession to the home team. Jiang Ji's subsequent attack violated the principle of fair play. The rules don't explicitly state that possession must be returned, nor can the fact that the away team's long pass directly led to an assist negate the original intention of returning the ball. In other words, the Wolfsburg player's long kick was meant to return the ball to the opponent. It was the opponent's negligence that led to the goal. In major leagues, it's common to see a player from Team A kick the ball high and far to Team B's goalkeeper. Can we accuse Team A of violating the spirit of fair play just because Team B's negligence led to a goal? As a striker, Jiang Ge was right to seize every opportunity to score. As for the referee's decision, that was beyond his control. The referee might favor the home team, but on such a major issue, he wouldn't be mistaken. Facing the siege of home players, the referee kept backing away, signaling for them to leave him alone. Unable to sway the referee, several home players led by Zorn charged at Jiang Ge, the goal scorer, to confront him. A conflict immediately erupted. Each player kept their hands behind their backs, using their strong bodies to push against each other. The referee blew his whistle, ran to the scene, and pulled out a yellow card. The referee held up the yellow card to Zorn, signaling 2 yellows turning into a red. Zorn looked bewildered, not understanding why he was being sent off. He approached the referee, demanding an explanation. The referee pulled Jiang Ge aside and lifted his jersey, revealing it had been torn in two, exposing Jiang Ji's muscular physique. Thus, the yellow card was for Zorn's foul of pulling the jersey. Having conceded a goal and lost their main center back to a red card, Fram was furious. He charged at the referee in rage, bumping him back a few steps. The referee didn't hesitate and showed another yellow card. The home players collectively lost their composure, but upon seeing the raised yellow card, they held back. Jiang Ge went to the sideline to change his jersey. As they didn't have a spare with his number, they improvised by modifying a number 17 jersey to replace it with Jiang Ji's number and name. Such cost-cutting measures were typical for a league of this level. The goal stood. The away team led 2-1. No matter how much the home players complained or the home fans grumbled, it was futile. The score wouldn't change. The match resumed. Due to numerous stoppages, stoppage time was 8 minutes. Every home player glared at Jiang Ge as if wanting to devour him alive. Jiang Ge, however, remained impassive, a strange smile playing on his lips. He had just heard the reward notification ding, mission complete. Reward 1 free attribute, 1000 King of Football Experience points, Scorpion Kick Fragment, 35. New mission, score a brace in this match. Reward 2 free attribute points, 2000 King of Football Experience points. He didn't expect that scoring with a bicycle kick would also yield a fragment of the Scorpion Kick. The two shooting motions did look somewhat similar. Wolfsburg led 2-1. They only needed to maintain this score until the final whistle to complete the mission. The home team, now a goal down and a man short, seemed unlikely to score 2 goals in stoppage time to turn the game around. Before the match, someone had joked that Braunschweig 2 was like a wrench in the works. Unable to win the championship, but capable of disrupting the race. On the field, the home players seemed to have accepted this role. Taking 3 points from them was possible, but it wouldn't be without a fight. The ensuing play was bizarre. Apart from the goalkeeper, all 9 outfield players for Braunschweig 2 were defenders. They weren't crashing into cars or felling trees. It was hard to find 3 consecutive smooth passes. This venting style of play was indeed dangerous. Several away players were brought down. During the few minutes of stoppage time, the referee issued 3 yellow cards to the home team. The situation was out of control, and issuing cards was futile. Germans are stubborn, or rather they are meticulous. Even though the home team had essentially surrendered, the stoppage time was not a second short. In the last 30 seconds of the match, Jiang sent a lofted cross from the wing. The big black man Bacalots was knocked down in the penalty area. The referee awarded a penalty kick. The home players didn't even bother to argue. They could foresee the consequences of their rough play. The controversy surrounding the go-ahead goal had irritated Jiang. After the referee awarded the penalty, Captain Lo stood over the ball. If this shot went in, the match was secure. Just as Lo was envisioning the goal, Jiang approached, patted the captain on the back, and said, "Let me take it." Turning his head to look at Jiang, Lo was somewhat reluctant. The general manager had granted Jiang unlimited shooting rights in the last match, but Lo wasn't sure about the validity period of this privilege. Fortunately, the kid had performed exceptionally well. "Okay, do your best, my brother," Lo said with words of encouragement before stepping away. Jiang, who already had a goal and an assist, still wanted to take the captain's penalty. This displeased some of the senior players on the team, but since they lacked the ability themselves, they could only keep their grievances to themselves. What astonished the entire football field was that it was just a penalty kick. Did Jiang really need a 20-meter run-up? The penalty spot is positioned 12 yards from the goal line, which translates to 11 meters in German terminology. After placing the ball, Jiang began retreating, steadily forcing the players outside the penalty area to clear a path for him. Penalty kicks are a common occurrence, with the kicker typically taking a few steps during their run-up. However, Jiang retreated almost 20 meters from the ball, an unusually long distance. Generally, a longer run-up allows for more deceptive feints, potentially multiple times, which tests the goalkeeper's composure and focus. Jiang came to a stop, standing roughly 10 to 20 meters away from the ball, waiting silently for the referee's whistle. A buzz of chatter erupted across the field. Those present were die-hard fans who understood nearly everything about the game, wishing they could be playing themselves. This is a penalty kick. Does it require such a long run-up? Can he really do this? Is he trying to run that far because he lacks confidence? I remember watching a video of an African footballer who started his run-up from the center circle, pausing 3 times along the way, and finally delivered the ball straight into the goalkeeper's arms. He ran too far and lost all power. Haha. Before the head referee blew the whistle, the entire stadium erupted in discussion, especially the home team players who believed Jiang was merely showing off. Who would run such a distance for a penalty kick? "Do you think you're Robert Carlos?" Beep. The referee blew the whistle. Starting nearly 20 meters from the penalty spot, Jiang began running, accelerating rapidly, his speed increasing. Everyone was puzzled. Why wouldn't he pause or slow down midway? He was using variations in rhythm to deceive the goalkeeper, and this was perfectly allowed by the rules. Without any hesitation, Jiang charged forward toward the penalty spot, planting his left foot firmly on the grass beside the ball, then swinging his right leg to strike powerfully. The white ball even left an afterimage, moving so fast it was barely visible to the naked eye. Bang, a mid-height shot. The goalkeeper guessed the correct direction and even touched the ball with his fingertips, but his strength was utterly insufficient to alter the ball's trajectory. Goal. The ball struck the net with force, creating a wave of white fabric, and the goalpost shook slightly from the impact. A synchronized gasp rippled through the entire stadium, quickly followed by cheers from the away team players and fans. Beep. The referee signaled toward the center circle, confirming the goal, followed by 3 long whistles signaling the end of the match. From trailing 1-1 to winning 3-1, Wolfsburg celebrated wildly, as if they had just secured the league championship. Home team players collapsed onto the ground in defeat, unwilling yet powerless to change the outcome, all because of that Chinese youth. At that moment, he was lifted high by his teammates in celebration. Many home team fans applauded loudly. That final penalty was utterly astonishing, so violent, so incredibly thrilling. In today's football world, whether free kicks or set pieces, only Robert Carlos possesses the ability to strike with overwhelming absolute speed, reportedly reaching velocities up to 150 kilometers per hour. Unless fans reviewed the slow-motion replays on the stadium screen, they would never have seen how the ball was kicked, and all they saw was a white afterimage streaking past. Wolfsburg's coaching staff and substitutes rushed onto the pitch, forming circles and dancing the local celebratory dance. Jiang had no idea how to perform that strange dance. He caught a national flag thrown down from the stands by Chinese supporters and slung it over his shoulder. A small number of journalists swarmed toward Jiang, including Su Jin, all snapping photos. The home team dejectedly exited the pitch, forced to accept their 3-1 defeat. Once the stadium quieted somewhat, Jiang received the anticipated chime ding. Task completed. Reward: 2 free attribute points, 2000 penalty king experience. Maximum shot speed for this match, 125 kilometers per hour. Reward: unlocked skill, powerful long shot. Overjoyed, Jiang thought, great power truly yields miracles. This time he received a complete skill instead of fragments, though the name seemed rather ordinary. After returning to the locker room, Jiang opened his attribute panel. Name: Jiang, age 19, market value €1 million, team Wolfsburg, reserve team, Free attribute points. 4. A status healthy. Stamina 4376. Burst coefficient 1. 4. Ball control level intermediate silver. Ball king experience 120001. 8000. Special skills. Falling ball grade B2. More uses will upgrade this skill. A scorpion tail fragment 35 automatically combines upon collecting all fragments. Divine save fragment 110 automatically combines upon collecting all fragments. Beckham curve fragment 15 automatically combines upon collecting all fragments. Powerful long shot upgrades with repeated use based on maximum ball speed. This skill levels up through stages: powerful long shot, strong long shot, violent long shot, cruel long shot, brutal long shot. Ball IQ prediction SSS level. Anticipate opponent's movements too. 9 seconds in advance. Ball IQ fragments. Spatial awareness fragment, tactical awareness fragment, match reading fragment, God's Eye view. Ball IQ experience 7,000 points. Items 1 damage immunity card, immune to fractures, muscle injuries, nerve damage. Zhang Ge had thought he'd stumbled upon something precious, only to discover powerful long shot was the lowest tier of long-range shooting skills. Fortunately, having more skills couldn't hurt. Moreover, the skill's upgrade condition was maximum ball speed, meaning he would need to strike harder and faster next time for this divine skill to level up. To achieve greater speed, strength was key. Stamina and explosiveness determine the force applied at the moment of contact, so he must prioritize improving these two stats first. Zhang Ge allocated all 4 free attribute points to stamina, raising his value to 80, matching the average for players in Germany's second division. While the match wasn't particularly spectacular, it was highly engaging and drew considerable attention. At the post-match press conference, head coach Eddie Satzel and captain Lev attended together, leaving Zhang Ge behind. The coach feared the latter might say something inappropriate during the media event. The match's explosive popularity stemmed from 2 factors. First, the 2 teams were bitter rivals. Second, Zhang Ji's remarks after the previous game had successfully provoked the players of Brunswick 2. Many of Brunswick 2's players were semi-professionals, basically rough guys with average football literacy, whose focus likely extended beyond the pitch itself. As seen from the low-quality special effects videos previously posted online by Zorn and Phylum, the team leaders seemed relatively indifferent to the actual football matches. After coach Eddie Satzel summarized the match, reporters were given the opportunity to ask questions. A local television reporter secured the first questioning slot. Mr. Lev. The reporter turned toward Captain Lev seated beside coach Eddie Satzel. Moi. Lev appeared in excellent spirits. Winning today was a step closer to the championship, which mattered more than anything else. That penalty should have been yours. Zhang snatched the ball from your feet before you could take it. Does this indicate your status within the team is threatened? If the team is promoted to Germany's third division, can you still serve as captain given your current ability? Lev smiled faintly and answered calmly. Your question already contains the answer. Aside from winning the championship and promotion, nothing else matters. The reporter had hoped to sow discord within Wolfsburg, but Lev's response left him speechless. A female league official reporter then addressed the coach. So you only sent Zhang onto the pitch at the 68th minute, when you were already down by 1 goal. Do you believe this arrangement was unwise? Yes, I admit it was quite foolish. But we won, which matters more than anything. Coach Eddie Satzel's answer stunned everyone. He alone knew he was indirectly criticizing someone. Whether he should feel happy or not was uncertain. Zhang Ge only entered the match at the 68th minute, contributing 2 goals and 1 assist, turning the game around completely. Team executives who originally intended to bury Zhang Ge failed to do so. Instead, he shone brightly in this match. His market value was set to skyrocket, and scouts from major clubs could hardly contain their excitement. The mere thought of Zhang Ji's €5 million release clause pained the Wolfsburg executives, especially when they considered his dazzling performance and the vast potential of the Chinese market behind him. Some had questioned whether his brilliant display in the previous match was merely due to the collapse of the Oldenburg team, arguing that a single outstanding performance didn't prove much. If the Oldenburg team was destined to crumble in the previous match, then the gravedigger was none other than Zhang Ge himself. In this match, Brunswick 2 showed no signs of collapsing throughout the game, even leading for a long stretch of time. It was Zhang Ge who saved the team in a desperate situation, silencing all those who had doubted him. The more they tried to hide him, the more he stood out. Some boldly predicted that Zhang Ge was far beyond the current league's level, and given his ability, he could easily earn a spot in the German Bundesliga's Wolfsburg team. In other words, other Bundesliga clubs might come to recruit him. That cursed €5 million release clause and the 1-year contract made the team owner regret deeply. Wasn't Zhang Ge considered a discard from Madrid Knights? A player of such poor quality. Originally, the Wolfsburg owner had signed Zhang Ge merely as a mascot to endorse VW cars. Little did he know that the young man actually had some real talent. Upon meeting owner Frank Witt, Joel Schmatt first reported that head coach Eddie Satzel had disobeyed his orders. For the team, Eddie Satzel did nothing wrong, but his disobedience is unacceptable. Inform him that after this season he should find a new employer. Frank Witt had zero tolerance for subordinates who defied orders. What angered him most was that Eddie Sotzel's remarks at the press conference seemed to be directly insulting him. Subsequently, Joel Schmatt reported the details of his negotiation with Jiang Gu the previous night. I never thought that the young man wouldn't even care about money. 100 image rights. Impossible. Frank Witt could not tolerate Jiang Ji's demand for 100 image rights. Originally, he had only wanted a mascot, and now this mascot refused to appear in public and didn't even want to play along. After much deliberation, it was Joel Schmatt who found the breakthrough. After hearing Schmatt's suggestion, team owner Frank Witt decided to send someone to China, hoping to find a way forward there. His outstanding performances over the past 2 matches had attracted considerable attention, especially Chinese fans in Germany, some of whom traveled thousands of miles just to watch Jiang Gu play. Jiang Gu warmly welcomed these enthusiastic hometown fans, but due to the club's strict management and his limited free time, he could not receive them all individually. In 5 days they would face Hannover 96 youth team, which would also be Wolfsburg's last home match of the season. Hannover 96 youth team, currently ranked 5th in the league, had no hope of promotion or relegation, and thus were in a state of complete indifference. The Oldenburg coaching staff had studied the footage of Wolfsburg's comeback against Brunswick, and reached a conclusion the key player was still the Chinese lad Jiang Gu. In a way, it was no surprise that they had been thoroughly beaten by Wolfsburg in their previous match. However, now was not the time to shift responsibility. The next 4 league matches must all be won, and Wolfsburg must not win all of their matches, otherwise they would have a chance to claim the title. In other words, the initiative to win the championship was not in their hands. They had to rely on Wolfsburg's next 4 opponents. What surprised Hannover 96 youth team was that an envoy from Oldenburg appeared at their training ground aiming to distribute bonuses to the entire team with the condition that they either draw or defeat Wolfsburg. Hannover 96 youth team, who had originally planned to play a leisurely soccer match, suddenly gained motivation. Team honor was just empty talk. The championship bonus promised by team executives at the beginning of the season had completely evaporated. Now all they had left was the minimum wage. Everyone was just going through the motions, thinking they might not even stay on the team for the next season. Some older players might hang up their boots after the last few league matches, since football alone couldn't support a family. From Oldenburg's perspective, securing 12 points in the remaining 4 matches was not difficult. With just a 1-point difference, if Wolfsburg lost or drew even one match, the championship would be theirs. In Germany's 4th-tier league, many semi-professional players earned only 1,000 or 2,000 euros per month, equivalent to a part-time job. Yet Oldenburg offered Hannover 96 youth team a win bonus of over €1,000,000. A draw would still earn half. Winning a lottery depends on luck, which is beyond one's control, but a win bonus depends on actual ability. The players' fighting spirit was immediately ignited. Although rewarding an opponent's opponent did not violate regulations to achieve surprise and catch them off guard, Hannover 96 youth team kept it strictly confidential. Given the personal connections between the executives of Wolfsburg and Hannover 96, as long as it did not breach any principles, it would not be inappropriate to do Wolfsburg a favor. They might not have realized that Hannover 96, seemingly indifferent, had come with a purpose. In recent days, Jiang Gu had trained with meticulous care, following a strict routine dormitory training ground cafeteria day after day. What he never expected was that the night before the match, 3 familiar people arrived at his dormitory. These 3 people were extremely familiar: his parents and his former coach and agent Lu Feng. Unexpected yet expected. To support the reserve team, the first team, which had been playing away matches for days, had vacated the Volkswagen Arena to allow fans to witness the reserve team's last home match. Key players from Wolfsburg's first team came to support the reserve team, including Diego Benaglio, the legendary goalkeeper who won the championship in the 2008-2009 season, newly signed Belgian midfielder Kevin De Bruyne, and veteran player Alec, among others. De Bruyne, who had no place at Chelsea, had already joined Wolfsburg. Hearing that his roommate had a match that evening, he specially came to watch. Although the German football market was bustling, Wolfsburg was not a large city, and the reserve team's performance had not been particularly impressive, so few fans usually attended matches. Jiang Ji's performances in the past 2 matches had caught everyone's attention, not only attracting local fans, but also Chinese fans from nearby cities who came to watch the game. Frank Witt, a businessman, would not miss any opportunity to make money. The stadium, capable of holding 3,000 people, sold over 1,600 tickets, a number that certainly exceeded the capacity of the small venue where the reserve team usually played. Since neither his parents nor coach Lu mentioned the purpose of their visit, Jiang Gu naturally assumed they had come to watch the match. His relatives, having traveled so far across the ocean to support him, moved him deeply, and he silently resolved to play well in tonight's match. Before the match began, Oldenburg's game had already concluded with no doubt that they had defeated a relegated township team by an astonishing score of 9-0. Before the match, Hannover 96 youth team's coach once again reiterated the bonus details to the players, stating that anyone on the roster would receive a share. A draw would earn €600, averaging over €260 per player. A win would earn €900, averaging over €390 per player, and each goal scored would earn an additional €100, which could be added to either of the above bonuses. In this way, if they could defeat Wolfsburg, many players would earn a year's salary. Of course, these were the publicly disclosed figures. The side payments to Hannover 96 youth team were not meant to be made public. After the match began, fans gradually arrived from other cities, especially Chinese fans. By kickoff, the live audience totaled 18898 people, and this was merely a fourth division match, not the Bundesliga. Before the game, general manager Georg Schmatt once again instructed head coach Eddie Sauser to keep Jiang Gu on the bench and only let him play in the final 10 minutes. Owner Frank Witt had his own considerations for doing so. He had spent €100 in favor fees to bring Lu Feng from China along with Jiang Ji's parents, so naturally, they had to witness Jiang Ji's performance live. However, he couldn't give him too much playing time. A less time would imply Jiang Ji's lack of strength, which also served as a bargaining chip. Another reason was the overwhelming number of Chinese fans present today. Otherwise Frank Witt might have even excluded Jiang Gu from the squad entirely. Frank Witt had close personal ties with the executives of Hannover 96, and he believed today's opponent would do them a favor with a small scoreline, like 1-0 being ideal, securing points without souring relations. Not only did Georg Schmatt specify Jiang Ji's playing time, but he also hinted to head coach Eddie Sauser that this would be a fixed match, with the final score likely 1-0, a narrow win for Wolfsburg. Even in Germany, a country with a relatively pure football environment, match-fixing scandals often come to light. Though not as exaggerated as in Italy, the impact is still severe. Since top leagues like the Bundesliga are hard to manipulate or too costly to control, many bookmakers target lower divisions. Although the regional Liga is nearly the lowest tier, it is not without betting, especially for matches involving top teams, which already attract considerable attention and are easier to rig. As long as it wasn't too blatant, investigations were rare, and even if conducted, lack of solid evidence rendered them futile. Before the match, the executives of both teams met as casual as their usual gatherings. Wolfsburg owner Frank Witt invited Hannover 96 general manager Koch to the VIP room to watch the game together. From their relaxed and friendly expressions, it seemed more like a friendly match than a crucial game for Wolfsburg's reserve team's title hopes. Tonight, the Volkswagen Arena was buzzing with excitement, rivaling the attendance of a Bundesliga match. The spectators were fervent, with some even bringing league trophy replicas early. In contrast, the Hannover 96 fans were few in number, meticulously attended to by a group of security personnel. Judging by the fans' momentum, Wolfsburg clearly had a stronger will to win, while Hannover 96 appeared indifferent. To be honest, this was Jiang Ji's first time in such a large stadium. Although the Volkswagen Arena's 3,000 capacity seemed modest compared to the home grounds of European giants, it was the largest football field he had ever experienced in his career, and as a player at that, even if he was sitting on the bench. The director knew how to stir the crowd, frequently cutting to Jiang Gu. His handsome Eastern face, whenever appearing on screen, drew screams from the fans, especially the Chinese supporters. In the previous two matches, Jiang Gu came off the bench. Being a substitute didn't signify his lack of skill. On the contrary, fans had come to see him as the team's secret weapon, deployed only at critical moments. Even now, sitting on the bench, the audience found nothing unusual. A whistle blew from the referee, and the away team kicked off. Head coach Eddie Sauser glanced toward the VIP seats, knowing his boss and superior were there along with the opposing team's executives. According to his superior, this would be a fixed match with a small scoreline, likely 1-0 or perhaps 2-1, with victory assured for Wolfsburg. In other words, his current position was superfluous. Even a dog tied to the bench wouldn't affect the outcome. Such an arrangement clearly violated the spirit of football, even amounting to a crime, but Eddie Sauser was merely a small-time second-team coach, not even qualified to assist first-team coach Dieter Hecking. Unsurprisingly, the match started at a slow pace, with both teams playing conservatively. Jiang Gu found it rather tedious, while baccalaureates beside him kept waving at several white women in the stands, noticing they were staring their way. "Aren't you usually a starter? Why did the coach put you on the bench too?" Although Jiang Gu would comply with the coach's arrangements, the waiting was indeed frustrating, especially with his parents watching live and so many Chinese fans present. These rigid Germans just didn't get it. The old man didn't say much, just that "I'd be a substitute like you," baccalaureates replied absent-mindedly, his gaze still fixed on the women around. "My dream is to marry a white wife," baccalaureates whispered to Jiang Gu, staring at the stands. Jiang Gu shook his head with a faint smile, then let out a long sigh. He dared not even look toward the east stand, where the most Chinese fans were, and his parents were there too. With the match rather dull, the fans started a wave to entertain themselves. In the 35th minute of the first half, Hannover 96 defender Hogland passed back to the goalkeeper, But Wolfsburg forward Makita suddenly sprinted, touching the ball before the keeper and slotting it into the net. Goal. Gaga go goal. The stadium DJ's tongue must have been fitted with a 24-karat gold spring. The goal jolted the drowsy fans awake. Flags waved and applause thundered. Jiang Gu and Bacalors joined their teammates in rushing to the scorer at the sideline, embracing in celebration. 1-0, Wolfsburg took the lead. It couldn't be said that Hogland did it deliberately. The ball hit an uneven patch of grass, slowing down suddenly, and Wolfsburg's forward Makita was exceptionally quick off the mark. Besides, even world-class stars can make such basic errors, so Hogland shouldn't be overly criticized, right, Captain? Both teams returned to their conservative mode, and the score remained unchanged until halftime. The starting players went to the locker room, while Jiang Gu and Bacalors took to the field for warm-ups during the break, demonstrating their commitment. Unlike Wolfsburg, the entire Hannover 96 squad retreated to the locker room. Hannover 96's general manager Koch entered the locker room, and in front of the players announced a secret plan to be implemented in the second half. For the sake of fairness, Hannover 96 would field two main strikers at the start of the second half. During the match, Eddie Sotzler defied his superior's orders and sent Jiang Gu onto the field. Worried that this old man might upset the owner, general manager Yul Schmatt arrived at the locker room to reiterate the decision of the club's upper management. Jiang Ji's playing time would not begin before the 80th minute. Compared to the first half, Jiang Ji's appearance was even more anticipated by the fans. Lu Feng sat alongside Jiang Ji's parents. As the second half began, they craned their necks toward the player tunnel, hoping to catch a glimpse of Jiang Gu. Many fans shared the same anticipation, eager to see that magical Chinese youth take the field. The first half had been dull and uneventful, offering little to admire. In the fourth-tier league, there was truly nothing worth praising. All players returned to the field, but the Chinese youth had not yet made an appearance. The away team, however, had substituted two players. In accordance with the principles of fair play, the trailing side, sending in two attackers, was perfectly reasonable. This also indicated that the away team had not intentionally held back in this match. The on-field situation unfolded as expected. The game remained dull, and the players' style of play continued to be overly cautious. The match lacked excitement, so after a few rounds of the wave, the spectators began taking selfies and group photos. Especially for those fans visiting Wolfsburg for the first time, capturing memories at the Volkswagen Arena held great significance. Anyone who has played football knows that the 70th minute is a critical threshold. Almost all players reach their physical limit at this point. Those with lower stamina begin cramping at this juncture, while even the fittest must grit their teeth and endure these grueling minutes. Over the first 70 minutes of the match, the away team ran a total of 55 kilometers, took 3 shots with only 1 on target, committed 3 fouls, earned 1 corner kick, and received no yellow or red cards. The home team ran 58 kilometers, had 5 attempts on goal with 3 on target, committed 4 fouls, received 1 yellow card, earned 2 corner kicks, and scored 1 goal. Just by looking at the data, it was clear this match was not exciting, and the fans did not get their money's worth. In the 71st minute, 2 home team players collapsed with cramps. Such a cautious style of play leading to cramps. Can you believe it? As the 2 players lay on the ground, 2 others helped them stretch their legs while the rest rushed to the sidelines to drink water. Although the referee did not blow the whistle, the match had to be paused. Taking advantage of this break, Lu Feng began to speak to Jiang Ji's parents, something he had never mentioned on the way here. Jiang Ji's mother had once been the star of the provincial swimming team, beautiful in appearance and possessing an excellent figure. Jiang Ji's father was an athlete on the provincial basketball team, playing as a guard. Given his attributes, it would have been impossible to win Jiang Ji's mother's heart without persistent pursuit. Jiang Gu inherited his mother's good looks, appearing very handsome. However, his height was influenced by his father, and at 19 years old, he stood only 183 meters tall. This height offered no advantage either in Europe or on the national team. Before Lu Feng could speak, Jiang Ji's mother couldn't hold back and asked, "Coach Lu, why hasn't the coach let Jiang Gu play yet?" Jiang Ji's mother was unfamiliar with the local football environment. She believed that after traveling such a long distance to watch her son's match, the coach should have let him play. "Oh, son's playing or not, and when he plays, that's up to the coach. Do you think you can just step onto the field whenever you want?" Jiang Ji's father said gruffly. He might not even get to play. We flew all the way from China just to watch him play. If he doesn't get to play, what's the point? No, I must go talk to the coach." Hearing her husband say that Jiang Gu might not play this time, Jiang Ji's mother became agitated. "Oh, how am I supposed to explain this to you? Do you think this is your swimming team? I don't understand football at all." Jiang Ji's father helplessly slapped his forehead. "I don't understand football, but you do? Tell me what's so interesting about this game. A bunch of lazy people, and it took them half a day to score a goal. It wasn't even as exciting as your basketball days." Jiang Ji's father. Seeing the two about to argue again, Lu Feng smiled and said, "Coach Jiang is right. I believe Jiang Gu will be playing very soon." When is soon? Lu Feng affectionately called him Coach Jiang, because Jiang Ji's father had served as the captain of the provincial basketball team for a few years. Aren't there only 90 minutes in a match? It's already over the 70th minute. Jiang Ji's mother had a very clear understanding of the match time. I've already told you the coach decides. What good is it for us to worry here? Jiang Ji's father looked anxiously toward the bench, noticing that his son was not even warming up on the sideline. Whether he would play or not was uncertain. Coach Liu, you're also a coach, what do you think? Jiang Ji's mother realized there was a football coach right beside her. Lu Feng was equally at a loss. Oh, what was this about? Sister Liao, it's happening soon. Jiang Gu will be playing very soon. Lu Feng said with the most certain tone, though he was the least confident. He then added, there's something about Jiang Gu I'm not sure whether I should say or not. Coach Lu, why be so formal with us? Just speak up quickly, you are Jiang Ji's mentor after all. Jiang Ji's parents always regarded Lu Feng as a benefactor to Jiang Gu. Lu Feng cleared his throat, looked at the two with serious expressions, and began. Jiang Gu indeed has talent, but he may have overestimated himself. This is Germany, and even in the 4th-tier league the requirements for players are not low. Coach Lu, just speak plainly, don't beat around the bush. Jiang Ji's father didn't quite understand the meaning behind Lu Feng's words. Yes, Coach Lu, we know you're doing this for the child's good. Please speak plainly, there's no harm in being direct. Jiang Ji's mother gave Lu Feng a confirming look. Cough. Cough. Lu Feng cleared his throat and continued. Jiang Gu is 19 years old this year. In Germany, at his age, talented players are already playing in the Bundesliga and Bundesliga. Lu Feng said this to cool down Jiang Ji's parents, and only by doing so could he temper Jiang Ji's high spirits. According to the information provided by the Wolfsburg owner to Lu Feng, Jiang Gu believed he had certain talents and refused to accept the favorable terms offered by the club. Lu Feng had accepted €5,000 from Wolfsburg and came specifically to Wolfsburg for this matter. If Jiang Gu agreed to the club's new contract, he would receive another €5,000. The club wants to sign a contract with Jiang Gu, but he refused it. Lu Feng frowned, looking embarrassed. What contract? Isn't Jiang Gu doing fine here? He hasn't mentioned it to you too. Oh, this kid has potential for playing football, but when it comes to seizing opportunities in life. Lu Feng sighed regretfully. Hearing Lu Feng say this, Jiang Ji's parents immediately became nervous. They only knew that their son had signed a 1-year contract with the club, allowing him to play in the reserve team. Next, Lu Feng vividly recited the prepared lines, appearing anxious for Jiang Gu. After listening to Lu Feng, Jiang Ji's parents finally understood that the club had offered Jiang Gu a 3-year contract, which he had refused. How dare he? Playing abroad was the dream of countless Chinese players. Whether to improve their skills or to add a prestigious touch, the opportunity to play abroad was scarce, and yet there was reason to refuse it. While the three were passionately discussing Jiang Ji's future, a sudden wave of sighs erupted in the stadium. The goal was scored again. This time it was Hannover 96-2 who scored. In the 75th minute of the match, the away team scored, making the score 1-1. What was happening? Wasn't this supposed to be a mutually agreed upon friendly match? Not only head coach Eddie Sauzer, but the home team's players on the field were completely bewildered. By all accounts, this goal should never have been scored. The reason it shouldn't have been scored was because this was a prearranged friendly match where a 1-0 victory for the home team was the ideal outcome for all parties. But then the Hannover 96-2 midfield suddenly swarmed in a multi-man tackle. 2 strikers surged forward to meet the cross, and as many as 5 players coordinated perfectly to drive the ball into the bottom corner. Could this truly be considered an accident? After the goal, Kirk, the general manager of Hannover 96, was sitting in the VIP room, shrugged his shoulders, and apologized to Frank Witt. An accident. You can just score another goal. Frank Witt was somewhat surprised. Although he wasn't a professional, he wasn't a fool about football either. Could that level of coordination and attack truly be an accident? Seeing his old friend apologize to him immediately, Frank Witt still didn't think along those lines. Perhaps the away team just wanted to score a goal to save some face. After his team scored, Kirk excused himself from the VIP room, claiming he needed to use the restroom. He was worried the final result might make things awkward for him. Hannover 96-2 had scored. They had actually scored. The score was now 1-1. If the match ended this way, Wolfsburg would only get 1 point, falling 1 point behind Oldenburg, who had already taken the top spot. Scoring a goal was the signal to launch an attack. This had been made clear in the Hannover 96 locker room. An interesting scene unfolded. While the Wolfsburg 2 players were still in shock, the Hannover 96-2 players rushed towards the goal, picked up the ball they had just scored, and ran straight back to the center circle, clutching it. On the pitch, only a team desperate to score more goals would rush to retrieve the ball. What did Hannover 96-2 mean by this? Did they intend to score again? They were planning to defeat the home team. The situation on the field changed abruptly. Head coach Eddie Sauzer immediately realized this was likely a conspiracy. If they were forced to a draw or lost, the team's entire season's efforts would be in vain. Even if he wasn't coaching Wolfsburg next season, Eddie Sauzer still wanted to end his coaching career with a championship title. Eddie Sauzer turned his head, looked at Jiang Gu and Baccarats, who were preparing to warm up, and ordered them to get on the field immediately. Taking advantage of the break, before the restart, Jiang Gu and Baccarats were substituted on simultaneously. A defensive midfielder and a defender were taken off, changing the formation from a 4-4-2 to a 3-4-3, an all-out attacking formation. When Jiang Gu and Baccarat stepped onto the field, the match clock had reached the 76th minute. This meant Eddie Sauzer had once again defied his superiors' orders. As Jiang Gu took the field, thunderous applause erupted from the stands. The Chinese fans were especially ecstatic, cheering wildly. The long-awaited Chinese striker had finally entered the game. When Zhang's mother saw her son on the field, she was so excited she hugged his father, completely forgetting the reserve and restraint typical of Chinese women. Seeing Jiang Gu on the pitch, his teammates also understood how they should play for the remainder of the match. Wolfsburg kicked off from the center circle. Loft directly passed the ball back to the center back, who, being shrewd, unhurriedly passed it back to the goalkeeper. This was a test to see how the opponent would react. As expected, the Hannover 96-2 team now was a completely different team from before. Their forwards aggressively pressed for the ball, a stark contrast to their previous passive, health-preserving style of play. It was confirmed. They hadn't just equalized, they intended to win. This was a blatant damn conspiracy. The reason for the conspiracy theory was that everyone at Wolfsburg from top to bottom believed Hannover 96-2 would play a friendly match with them. The away team's earlier performance had seemed to confirm this. However, this assumption was inherently ridiculous, even shameful. If they were truly defeated or forced to a draw by the away team, the home team would have no choice but to swallow their pride and suffer in silence. Before they went on the field, head coach Eddie Sauzer solemnly whispered in Jiang Ji's and Baccarat's ears, "Score goals. Win. This is our only way out. Go on, boys. You must win this match." It was the first time Jiang Gu had heard the head coach speak with such a tone. A man in his 50s or 60s using a pleading tone, telling him they absolutely had to score, had to win. The boundless longing in his eyes deeply shook Jiang Gu. After stepping onto the field, the familiar prompt sound of the system echoed in Jiang Ji's ears. Mission: score a goal in this match. Reward 1 attribute point 1000 ball king experience points. Wolfsburg passed the ball around the back for a few exchanges. The away team's attackers were indeed ferocious, as if they had been replaced by a different set of players. The goalkeeper dared not be careless and launched a long ball upfield. The opponent's press was truly intense, putting them under great pressure. The ball landed on the left flank, far from Jiang Ji's position on the right. Perhaps the goalkeeper had thought about passing the ball to Jiang Gu when he kicked it long, but alas, his footwork couldn't keep up with his thoughts, and the ball went out of play on the left touchline. A throw-in for the away team. The ball was thrown directly to an attacking player. In the first half, throw-ins had been directed towards defenders. This clearly demonstrated the away team's determination to strengthen their attack, and the entire team was highly unified in their thinking. If the match ended 1-1, the away team would receive €6,107,000 in bonuses from Oldenburg. Clearly, they were not satisfied with this score. The team's current intention was to win, and they aimed to score as many goals as possible. Each additional goal increased the bonus by €1,000, a fortune for a team playing in the 4th division. The away team's forward received the ball with his back to the goal. Another home defender immediately moved over to provide cover. In such a dangerous area, even if they couldn't win the ball, kicking it out for a throw-in was a good option. The away team's forward in possession was Edie, a South American player who had been substituted on in the second half. He had scored a considerable number of goals in the league, ranking among the top 10 scorers. Edie leaned against the tall defender as if leaning against a large tree. He exerted a little pressure backward, and the defender, thinking he was about to forcefully turn, increased his own strength. The force was mutual. Just as the defender pushed hard against him, Edie suddenly spun around, clamped the ball between his feet, and flicked it diagonally upward, executing a rainbow flick. The defender leaning on Edie was pushing with force, and Edie, who had been providing the support, suddenly moved away, causing the defender to stumble forward. In the instant the defender was about to fall, Edie completed the rainbow flick, took a step forward, and the ball landed perfectly at his feet. The covering defender, seeing the danger, decisively slid in for a tackle. Edie inherited the typical traits of South American players: very agile. Just before the opponent's sweeping tackle arrived, he flicked the ball up with his toe. The opponent's long leg was already committed and couldn't be withdrawn, swinging straight towards Edie's standing leg. Having anticipated this, Edie wasn't going to wait foolishly to have his leg broken. Just before the opponent's leg swept into him, he leaped into the air, throwing his body forward. Describing it as slow, but these actions happened in the blink of an eye. After falling, Edie rolled on the ground, clutching his shin in agony, looking as if his leg had been broken by the tackle. The referee blew his whistle and immediately brandished a yellow card. The Wolfsburg player who made the tackle vehemently argued that he hadn't injured the opponent, that the contact was minimal, just a slight touch. However, the referee didn't listen to his explanation and insisted on showing him the yellow card. As he was recording the booking, he discovered that this player already had a yellow card. 2 yellow cards resulted in a red. Wolfsburg was reduced to 10 men and also conceded a free kick in a very dangerous position. In the 82nd minute of the match, the home team was reduced to 10 men after receiving a red card, and they also granted the opposition a very favorable free kick. It was a critical moment. There was little time left for the home team. The defensive wall formed quickly, and amidst a cluster of burly men, Jeong Gu wasn't even granted the opportunity to participate in forming it. Due to his lean physique, Balaklos was positioned for counterattacks. While defense was crucial, maintaining the tension of the formation was equally important, preparing to launch a counterattack at any moment, otherwise the formation would be completely crushed. Jeong Gu stood by the far goalpost. Generally, only shorter players were positioned near the near post to prevent opponents from sneaking in at the close angle. Jeong Ji's position here was based entirely on his own prediction, unrelated to any special predictive skill. He had a strong feeling that the player would aim for the far corner, while the goalkeeper's attention was mostly focused on the center to prevent attackers from scoring. For such a free kick, crossing was the most common tactic. Direct shooting wasn't impossible, but it required high shooting skill. The free kick was taken from about 10 meters away from the goal, just outside the penalty area line. The player taking the free kick was the forward Edie. Amidst the deafening boos from the crowd, he calmly set the ball, stepped back a few paces, and waited for the referee's whistle. Before the opposing player touched the ball, Jeong Gu couldn't use his predictive skill. He could only predict the ball's movement after the opponent's foot made contact with it. Since Jeong Ji's position was far from the penalty spot, and there were densely packed players in front of him, he couldn't see the ball's movement at all. He could only rely on his intuition to judge. Bang Edie took 3 steps in his run-up and kicked the ball toward the goal, a shot that seemed like a pass. After the sound, Jeong Gu predicted that the ball would hit the lower edge of the goal bar, almost in the corner. That kid must have gotten incredibly lucky today, how such a world-class banana shot could be achieved even in a semi-professional league below the German 3rd division. Jeong Gu knew it was useless to talk to the goalkeeper at the moment. Not only would the goalkeeper struggle to understand his meaning in such a short time, but even if he did, whether he would believe it was another matter. For a goalkeeper in such situations, one usually trusts only their own judgment and eliminates all distractions. Jeong Gu retreated 1 step into the goal, waiting only for the ball to arrive before leaping to head it. Indeed, the ball flew toward the far end of the goal, and just as it was about to exit the goal area, it suddenly curved, heading straight for the corner of the goal. As no one touched the ball mid-flight, the goalkeeper clearly saw the ball's trajectory. He stretched out his arm and dove horizontally toward the far end of the goal. Since he had been standing in the center, far from the side where Jeong Gu was defending, this dive was utterly futile. He could only watch helplessly as the ball spun into his own net. In the despairing eyes of the goalkeeper, a figure not very tall rushed out from inside the goal, and his black hair made contact with the ball. The football was headed far away. Due to excessive force, Jeong Ji's back of the head collided with the lower edge of the goalpost. He felt a sudden blackness, as if someone had unexpectedly struck him from behind with a blunt weapon. Bang! Jeong Gu fell in front of the goal. Shortly after he fell, the ball whistled in from the midfield. Goal. Silence. The entire stadium fell into a deathly silence. 2 seconds later, the away team players and fans celebrated wildly, while the home team players and fans were all stunned, having been scored against again. Not only had they conceded another goal, but that Chinese boy had fallen in front of the goal and seemed motionless. No one cared about that damn goal anymore. The team doctor rushed onto the field and teammates gathered around Jeong Gu. A stretcher arrived soon, and Jeong Gu was carried onto it. The live broadcast camera zoomed in, showing Jeong Ji's back soaked in blood and a cut on the back of his head. A son is the heart's treasure of a mother. How could a mother bear to see this? Jeong Ji's mother burst into tears, and if it weren't for being held back by Jeong Ji's father, she might have impulsively jumped from the stands. Right next to the goal line, the team doctor began examining Jeong Gu immediately. Jeong Gu gradually regained consciousness, and he heard the system prompt sound of the damage prevention card being used. It seemed this collision was indeed severe. Even a damage prevention card had been exhausted. Although the card prevented further damage, blood still flowed, and pain still persisted. It only prevented serious consequences like a concussion. I'm fine. Hurry up and stitch me up, change my jersey, and I want to continue playing. Head coach Edith Soetzel was stunned, staring blankly at Jeong Gu outside the sideline. An assistant reminded him to make a substitution quickly as the match had resumed, and the home team now had 2 fewer players. Head coach Edith Soetzel was also unsure why he hesitated. He knew his players well. 2 attacking players had been suspended for a red card in the previous match after a conflict with the opposing team, and they weren't even eligible to be included in the squad list. And another attacking player had already been substituted off. The team was already a man down, now trailing by 1 goal, with less than 10 minutes remaining in the match. Who should be sent on? Another defender. Edith Soetzel waited for information from the team doctor, He would only substitute Jiang if the doctor made a substitution gesture. Your head has split open and needs suturing. You must go to the medical room to be treated. The team doctor being responsible for the player said seriously. No, stitch me up right here, hurry, we don't have time. Going to the medical room for suturing would mean leaving the field, and Jiang wanted to continue playing. But there's no anesthesia here. The doctor seemed he could stitch him up right there. No need for anesthesia, it would affect my judgment, hurry, we don't have time. In 2012, in the match between Real Madrid and Levante, just 2 minutes into the game, Real Madrid's star Cristiano Ronaldo was elbowed by a Levante player, his eyebrow bone cracked, and blood flowed profusely. The team doctor performed simple hemostatic treatment, but it could hardly stop the gushing blood. To avoid affecting the match, Ronaldo asked the doctor to suture him on site. Without anesthesia, steel needles passed through the skin of his eyebrow bone multiple times. Before Ronaldo, now Jiang. Seeing the team doctor suture Jiang on site, head coach Edith Soetzel stood still by the sideline, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The live broadcast camera only gave a few seconds of the suturing scene, as not everyone could bear such a bloody image. De Bruyne on the stands covered his face. As a player, he knew how painful it was and dared not watch. Excluding the goalkeeper, only 8 players from Wolfsburg were on the field, and their thoughts were surprisingly unified to defend tightly. They believed that as long as they could prevent further goals, and once the boy being sutured on the sideline returned, there would still be a chance to turn the game around. The professional team doctor knew how painful suturing would be. At this moment, he didn't care about that, only hoping to finish quickly and send the boy back onto the field. The assistant coach personally brought Jiang his jersey, handed it to him, and solemnly said, "We are with you." Jiang nodded with a smile. Though the pain was excruciating, he managed to force a smile, representing his optimistic attitude. 3 minutes later, Jiang returned to the field, and the Volkswagen Arena erupted in warm applause. At this point, only 5 minutes remained in regular time plus stoppage time, less than 10 minutes. And Wolfsburg was trailing by 1 goal, which for a team that needed to win had pushed them to the brink of despair. Jiang returned to the field like a hero, drawing thunderous applause of encouragement from the fans, while his teammates' eyes blazed with fighting spirit. With 1 man down, the Wolves' formation shifted to a 3-3-3, 3 defenders, 3 midfielders, and 3 forwards. When facing a numerical disadvantage, most teams would typically withdraw a forward and add a defender. Football is a sport that emphasizes the balance between offense and defense. It would be unwise to strengthen the attack while being a man down. However, the Wolves now had only one path forward. They had to score. A draw would be meaningless. They needed a comeback victory at all costs. The away team was no pushover. With a 2-1 lead, an extra man on the field, and less than 10 minutes remaining, there was nothing to ponder. A solid defensive counterattack was the obvious choice. Even if the spectacle turned ugly and invited jeers, Hannover 96's mindset was unified. Securing a win was a huge profit, and even a draw wouldn't be a loss. Amidst the overwhelming boos, Hannover 96 indeed parked the bus, leaving only ED as a swift striker up front. Everyone knew ED was fast and agile. With 1 man fewer, only a single center back was tasked with marking him. Loff passed the ball to Jiang. Upon receiving it, he began to advance along the right flank. A staggering scene unfolded as many as 4 players swarmed toward Jiang, surrounding him so tightly he could barely lift his head. Jiang heard his teammates shouting from outside but couldn't see them. Before he could even take a shot, a defender relying on his physical strength charged into Jiang, knocking both him and the ball out of bounds. Jiang fell, but immediately got up, holding the ball for a quick throw-in. The referee's whistle blew. No foul was called. The referee deemed it a fair charge, and the throw-in was awarded to the away team. Head coach Eddie Sauzer, standing nearby, saw it clearly as an intentional foul and roared at the assistant referee on the sideline. The referee stopped the match, pulled out a yellow card, and ran toward Eddie Sauzer, issuing him a card. Eddie Sauzer had no outlet for his anger. The match was the priority, and he couldn't waste time due to his own lack of composure. Play was stopped with the away team in possession, so the match resumed with a dropped ball. The moment the away team player touched the ball, Jiang foresaw that he would pass it to the right flank, the side far from him. The winger, upon receiving the ball, would likely choose to cross it. At the very instant a teammate received the ball on the flank, ED evaded his marker and burst forward toward the goal. After foreseeing the pass would go to the far side, Jiang sprinted toward the center to help defend against ED. If the Wolves conceded another goal, not even a miracle could save them. Though described slowly, the situation on the field changed in an instant. Jiang raced back, closing in on his center back, which was near ED's zone. Sure enough, the away team's winger received the ball, adjusted his steps twice, glanced up to locate ED, and then launched across. Fortunately, this was a lower-tier league, and the players' individual skills were mediocre. If that winger had crossed immediately, without dwelling on the ball. Fearing offside, ED hadn't made his run early, holding back all his energy. Only after his teammate struck the ball did he break away from the center back marking him. The away team winger's cross had a certain lead. The goalkeeper dared not rush out as the ball descended. Seeing the opposing tall center back already beaten, Ed charged straight for the ball. To Ed's utter astonishment, a dark shadow shot in from an angle, snatching the ball away before he could reach it. Jiang Ge had claimed the ball, and the stadium erupted in cheers. The Chinese lad who dashed all over the field was back. Speed was paramount. With the ball in hand, Jiang Ge had no intention of passing, even though his teammates had made runs. Their movements drew the defense away, ensuring that this time he wouldn't be swarmed by 4 defenders. The first to intercept was the opposing winger. Jiang Ge chipped the ball over him, executing a nutmeg, and in a flash he reached the center circle. The remaining away team players all retreated, forming 2 defensive barriers in Jiang Ge's path. 2 opposing midfielders came at him head-on, or rather the 3 of them met in a narrow space. Jiang Ge had no choice but to go through them unless he opted to pass. He resolutely refused to pass. His teammates weren't in good positions, and the defense was too dense. If he passed the ball now, it might not come back. Seeing Jiang Ge charging with the ball, the 2 away midfielders executed a double-team tackle. It was a foul, but since they were far from their own goal, stopping him and wasting time counted as a success. Jiang Ge touched the ball with his right foot as 2 burly men blocked his path, one of them appearing ready to slide in for a tackle. Forcing a direct dribble through was impossible. Chipping the ball would likely see it intercepted by the standing defender. Moreover, nearby defenders were closing in. Once the ball left his control, the chance of it being stolen was extremely high. Almost instinctively, Jiang Ge focused on getting both the ball and himself through. He clamped the ball between his feet, flicked it backward, and sent it flying from under his soles. It arced over his head and the 2 defenders landing in the direction he was advancing. The ball traced a rainbow across the sky, a rainbow flick. Thanks to his anticipation, Jiang Ge regained control without much difficulty. The tall dark backalots had found space and was waving frantically at Jiang Ge. Another forward was also waving from the left flank, and Captain Loff had positioned himself to Jiang Ge's left back against an opposing defender. They were still far from the penalty area. Launching a long ball was problematic. Not only his own technique, but whether his 2 teammates could receive it and then return it to him were all uncertain. The closer he got to the goal, the denser the defense became. The defenders were even willing to abandon their positions just to double-team Jiang Ge. His dribbling skills were average. The rainbow flick he just pulled off was a stroke of genius. If he continued to dribble forward, the probability of losing the ball would skyrocket. Jiang Ge smoothly pushed the ball to Captain Loff. Since Loff had his back to the goal, Jiang Ge was certain he wouldn't try to dribble. After releasing the ball, Jiang Ge burst forward, sprinting into an open space ahead. Loff wasn't greedy. His position there was solely to execute a 1-2 pass with Jiang Ge. When Jiang Ge reached the diagonal space, Loff's pass arrived. Jiang Ge, charging at full speed, took the ball in stride. He made a sudden stop and cut to the right, but before both he and the ball could get through, 2 long legs swept in. This wasn't football. It was like chopping down a tree. Having suffered a severe injury before, Jiang Ge already had a psychological shadow. With no injury-free card available, now the moment he touched the ball, he leaped up and lunged forward. His stud seemed to graze something soft. The referee's whistle blew and he rushed toward the scene. The fans in the stands clamored, condemning the opposing player. Such an uproar could influence the referee's judgment. This was the legendary home field advantage of the 12th man. Even though he wasn't on the field, anyone could see the fallen away player had clearly committed a foul. Jiang Ge lay on the ground, finally seeing what his studs had hit. It was the defender's thigh with a ghastly white gash from which blood was gushing out. The referee arrived. The injured defender immediately pulled up his shorts, revealing a bloodstained thigh. Jiang Ge's heart leaped into his throat. It looked serious. Would the referee show him a card? Sure enough, the referee pulled out a yellow card. The referee approached the incident with a stoic expression, first pulling out a yellow card and pointing at the visiting player lying on the ground, berating him. Were you trying to break his leg? The injured player, nursing a gash on his thigh, looked utterly innocent. He pointed at his own bleeding leg, protesting the referee's decision, insisting he was the one who had been hurt. If he hadn't jumped, your tackle would have snapped his leg. That's a dangerous play. The referee explained to the injured player, clarifying the reason for the card. Relatively speaking, Jiang Ge's injury was not severe this time. His anticipation and quick reflexes had saved his shin. A chime from the system sounded in his ears. A damage negation card had been credited. The team doctor entered the field and sprayed some mist on Jiang Ge's leg. In truth, it didn't hurt at all, but he had to feign pain, otherwise wouldn't that be undermining the referee's authority. The stretcher team carried off the visiting player with the thigh injury, prompting a substitution for the visiting team. They needed to maintain their numerical advantage at all times. The referee awarded a free kick about 30 meters from the goal. Though it seemed a considerable distance, Jiang Ge understood this was a rare opportunity for the team. He had previously scored a free kick from the same distance during a training match. No one contested Jiang Ge's right to take the kick. They had all witnessed his long-range strike that day, and only hoped he could replicate the miracle. Everyone rushed into the penalty area, leaving only the goalkeeper behind. Even the sole center back stood in front of Jiang. The opposing team dawdled for a while, consuming some time, and formed a three-man wall. This free kick was different from the previous ones. The spot was directly in the center, making a cross the most common and optimal choice. The tall striker Bakaluzai was jostled among a forest of muscular bodies, occasionally glancing toward Jiang. Jiang currently had two divine skills at his disposal. One was knuckleball, with a current proficiency level of B, not high, indicating low success rate and threat. The other was power shot, which differed from the knuckleball in that it never missed the target when applied, and as long as it was within the goal frame, it posed a certain threat. Whether it resulted in a goal depended on the goalkeeper's reaction and the ball's speed. Unlike other skills, the power shot required an unusually long run-up, a distinct characteristic. Because of the excessive run-up distance, experienced goalkeepers could accurately predict that a powerful shot was coming. The lethality of the power shot lay in its ball's speed, an absolute force that could be felt but not blocked. Jiang gradually retreated further and further back. When the referee blew his whistle, he was a good 10 meters away from the ball. Seeing this setup, his teammates seemed to understand what he was about to do. The kid had previously taken a penalty with an extremely long run-up, but that was a penalty kick. Close range, the goalkeeper had no time to react. This free kick was 30 meters from the goal. Would that trick still work? The first team players in the stands also shook their heads, believing that Jiang Ji's choice was clearly inappropriate. Any experienced goalkeeper would anticipate a long-range shot, and from such a distance the goalkeeper would have ample time to react. Since the ball had been entrusted to Jiang, they could only choose to trust him. Teammates crowded into the penalty area to jostle for position, hoping that if the kid did take a long shot, the goalkeeper might not hold it, and they could pounce on the rebound. Jiang glanced at the wall, then at the players behind them, and shifted one step to the right to adjust his shooting angle. A sharp whistle blew from the referee. Jiang took a deep breath, then suddenly burst forward, observing the ball's position while making a quick adjustment to his stride. His forward momentum never broke, growing faster and faster. The players in the wall, expecting a powerful blast, instinctively tucked their heads as they jumped, a normal human self-preservation response. Jiang adjusted his striking angle. At the moment the wall leaped, he struck the ball. The ball whistled under the wall, flying like a cannonball straight toward the goal. Apart from Jiang, no one else in the entire stadium expected him to hit a low-driven ball. The goalkeeper's eyes were fixed above the wall. Such a long-range power shot with a long run-up would be extremely fast, but the trajectory was straight. Unlike a knuckleball that wobbled unpredictably, he planned to simply punch it away. The goalkeeper waited for the ball. Besides the three in the wall, both attackers and defenders were searching for the ball. When they finally reacted, the ball had already skimmed the ground and nestled into the net. The goalkeeper had no reaction whatsoever, clueless about how the ball had arrived. The defenders were equally bewildered. They hadn't even seen the ball, yet it was in the net. Gaga gaga goal. The stadium DJ shouted for a full 30 seconds, his lung capacity truly astonishing. Jiang Ji's powerful low-driven shot from distance found the back of the net. The score was now 2-2. A long-range ground missile that exploited the timing of the wall's jump. Wasn't it said that such long-range shots had no secrets? Jiang Ji's earth-shattering power shot left the visiting team utterly bewildered. The crowd erupted with thunderous cheers, fans leaping for joy in the stands. Father Jiang and Mother Jiang cast aside their Eastern reserve and restraint, embracing each other in excitement. Mother Jiang wept tears of joy, sobbing uncontrollably. Oliki and Debulani, among others, were stunned. This goal was simply unbelievable. Ronaldinho and Roberto Carlos combined. Jiang was a genius. The score was level, but that was far from enough. The big black man Bakaluzai knew this well. Without even taking time to embrace Jiang in celebration, he ran to the goal not far from him, picked up the ball, and sprinted toward the center circle. Teammates high-fived Jiang in celebration and quickly returned to their positions. The game wasn't over yet. Their task wasn't complete. They had to score another goal. Just then a system notification chimed in Jiang Ji's ear: mission complete. Reward 1 free attribute point 1000 ball king experience points, maximum ball speed 123 km/h. Did not meet the breakthrough threshold. No additional reward for this long-range shot. New mission: score a brace in this match. Reward 2 free attribute points, 2000 ball king experience points. Jiang hadn't expected that his brilliant long-range shot just now would fail to trigger a hidden reward. The system's reason was that the ball's maximum speed did not meet the required reward threshold. During that shot, Jiang had subconsciously controlled the angle of impact, which was a significant factor in the ball not being fast enough. The fourth official raised the board. 4 minutes of added time. With only 3 or 4 minutes left, gritting their teeth to hold on for a draw wouldn't be bad. The visiting team used this opportunity to make 2 substitutions, replacing the last 2 offensive players on the field. They were going to defend at all costs. The ball was placed at the center circle. The referee blew his whistle, and the visiting team kicked off. Unsurprisingly, they immediately passed the ball back to their goalkeeper. The big black man Bakalusai chased the ball. Seeing him approach, the goalkeeper gently nudged the ball aside with his foot, and just as Bakalusai was about to reach him, he dropped to the ground and clutched the ball firmly. The stadium rang with a deluge of boos. The visiting goalkeeper was legitimately using the rules to waste time. Bakalusai retreated, and the goalkeeper kicked the ball to the right back, deliberately avoiding Jiang-gu on the left. Despite being a man down, the home team pressed forward relentlessly, including Jiang-gu and Bakalusai, chasing the ball in a high press. The visiting team seemed to enjoy this state. 5 players spread out at the back, passing the ball among themselves. Their biggest enemy now was time. Running out the clock would be a success. Facing this kind of cat-and-mouse passing, Jiang-gu had previously succeeded in intercepting, giving him the confidence to persist. Seeing that the goal-scoring hero Jiang-gu hadn't given up, his teammates naturally had no reason to quit, and they all joined the press. As more and more home team players joined the press, the visiting team brought more players into the passing game to find more passing lanes. The visiting team had originally intended to control the tempo through passing, but instead the home team wrested control away from them, forcing them to finally boot the ball clear. A throw-in for the home team in their own half. Almost every player pushed forward, leaving only the goalkeeper and one center back at the back. Leifu threw the ball and landing at the feet of his center back, who then passed it to Captain Leifu, who had returned to the pitch. Although the visiting team had a man advantage, they had no desire to attack, now all of them retreating into their own half. After receiving the ball, Leifu looked up and observed as if about to take a shot, but then he simply feinted and checked the ball. He couldn't find a suitable passing lane, or rather the opportunity was too precious to waste. The home team players were all concentrated in the opponent's half near the edge of the penalty area. Leifu feinted several times, but still couldn't find a good passing option. Jiang-gu also noticed this problem and ran back to receive the ball. Seeing Jiang-gu move out, Leifu's eyes lit up, and he sent a low-driven pass to the latter. As Jiang-gu received the ball, a defender charged at him like a madman. At the same time, Leifu sprinted forward with abandon. Jiang-gu had only intended to provide support, but it seemed Leifu had misunderstood his intentions. Since the captain had made a run, the ball had to be delivered. He threaded a through ball to the space ahead of Leifu. Leifu took 2 long strides, and his right foot touched the ball. At that very moment, Jiang-gu foresaw that the man would pass the ball to him, more precisely to the Jiang-gu 3 seconds into the future. Leifu naturally assumed that Jiang-gu would also sprint forward like he had, completing a 2-on-2 combination. Jiang-gu knew that dribbling was not his strength. The occasional brilliant display didn't mean his ball control was strong. With such a dense defensive formation, the risk of losing possession was extremely high. Jiang-gu sidestepped the charging defender, planted his right foot firmly on the turf, and sprinted toward the right flank. After touching the ball, Leifu didn't even look up. He struck the ball, without stopping, sending it to the right. He believed Jiang-gu would be there. Jiang-gu barely made it, hooking the ball with his foot just before it went out of play, keeping it inside the line. Because he had paused for 2 seconds, 2 defenders had already arrived and used their bodies to force Jiang-gu out of bounds. Just as his body was about to be shoved out of the line, Jiang-gu poked the ball with his left foot, threading it through a defender's legs and rolling it behind them. After falling to the ground, Jiang-gu scrambled up using his hands and feet, catching up to the ball that had already rolled 2 or 3 meters away. Another defender charged in, executing a vicious scissor tackle. Jiang-gu gently tapped the ball with the tip of his right foot, sending it bouncing half a meter high, and then leaped over the tackle. The referee had his whistle in his mouth, but pointed both hands toward the goal. Advantage, play on. Having beaten 3 men in succession, a wide-open space near the right byline lay ahead. Jiang-gu gave the ball a firm push, sending it rolling into that area. The goalkeeper shifted to the left side of the goal, and a small-statured player rushed out to block Jiang-ji's crossing lane. Jiang-gu wasn't about to wait for him to close in. He took a few big strides to catch up to the ball, struck it with the inside of his right foot, and delivered a textbook right flank low cross. The ball flew out. Bakalusai and others leaped high, and even Leifu had surged into the opponent's penalty area. Thud thud, the ball bounced off Leifu's head toward the right side of the goal. It went in. Gaga gaga goal. The silver-tongued stadium DJ went almost mad. Home team players rushed toward the coaching staff, embracing head coach Adi Susir in layers upon layers. Goal, goal, goal. Lu Feng roared, wildly ecstatic like a little child. Father Jiang and Mother Jiang wept openly, tears of joy. It was just too damn thrilling. The home crowd went crazy, hugging anyone nearby regardless of gender or acquaintance. Oliki and Debulani stood up and applauded. So thrilling. Even better than a first-team match. Jiang-gu embraced his teammates in celebration. The system notification for reward credit chimed in his ear. Assist mission complete. Reward 1 free attribute, 1,000 Ball King experience points, 1 damage negation card. The first 2 routine rewards were no surprise. Jiang Gu hadn't expected to receive a damage negation card. This must have been related to that scissor tackle. If he hadn't jumped, or if his reaction had been half a second slower, his leg might not have been saved. The referee stared at his specialized watch. The meticulous German was timing the added time, ensuring that the time lost due to the home team's goal celebration was compensated. 3-2. The home team had scored 2 consecutive goals to complete a comeback. The match wasn't over yet. The visiting player who had executed the scissor tackle was shown a yellow card. The visiting team kicked off from the center circle. Their players wore wooden expressions. The bonus they had almost secured was gone, and they had been happy for nothing for several dozen minutes. There wasn't even a proper striker on the field now. Although the visiting team had a man advantage, organizing an effective attack was difficult. No one even pushed forward. They say football is a sport of balance between attack and defense. A lackluster attack means the defense will bear greater pressure. With only a little over a minute left in the match, the home team couldn't press forward en masse as before. Only the big black man Bakalusai remained up front, and Jiang Gu had also dropped back into his own half. Seeing this setup, the visiting team thought they might take a gamble. It was only 1 goal difference. If they scored, a 3-3 draw would earn them a bonus of 6,000 plus 3,000 euros. The visiting team's head coach shared the same thought, encouraging his players to push forward from the sidelines. The home team was not pressing now. Only 1 striker was left up front, so the visiting team could pass the ball around in their own half without any pressure. No one was bothering them. If they wanted to waste time like that, fine. When time ran out, the victory belonged to Wolfsburg. The visiting team's goalkeeper couldn't contain himself, either joining his teammates as they pushed forward. This should be their last attacking opportunity. The home team dropped back defensively. Bakalusai also retreated to the center, preventing long balls and high crosses. Holding on to the victory was now paramount. Rarely seen at the end of a match, the entire visiting team pushed past the halfway line. Even the goalkeeper ran to the edge of Wolfsburg's penalty area. They were going all out. With no one interfering, the visiting team advanced unimpeded, passing the ball around near the center circle, looking for an opportunity to cross. Jiang Gu, being relatively short, wisely decided not to jostle among the muscular giants in the penalty area. He stayed at the edge, able to accurately predict the ball's movement when the opponent touched it. The referee was already checking his watch, signaling the final seconds of the match. The visiting midfielder glanced forward and launched a long pass, hoping for a miracle. This was their last attacking chance. Jiang Gu could predict the exact landing spot of the ball, but it was too far away for him to reach. Bakalusai leaped high among the crowd heading the ball. The ball bounced off his large head and rebounded toward the midfield. The moment the big black man touched the ball, Jiang Gu accurately predicted where it would land. While others were still watching, he had already started running toward that direction. Seeing the ball headed away by the opponent, the goalkeeper shouted, warning his teammates to mark Jiang Gu. The goal was completely empty now. As Jiang Gu sprinted, 2 players closed in on him. Jiang Gu didn't wait for the ball to hit the ground. He struck a side volley. Thud. At that moment, time seemed to stretch. The ball traced a parabolic arc over the empty half of the field, landed in the small penalty area in front of the visiting team's goal, and bounced a couple of times before rolling into the net. Goal. Another goal. The referee blew 3 long whistles, signaling the end of the match. Wolfsburg had come from behind to defeat Hannover 96-4-2 at home, earning 3 points. Tonight, the Volkswagen Arena was like a festival as the fans witnessed the team's miraculous comeback. This was Jiang Ji's first home match since joining Wolfsburg. He came off the bench again, with the coach giving him just over 10 minutes. 1 assist, and 2 goals later, he led the team to a stunning reversal. The process was nothing short of thrilling and spectacular. Right after the match ended, Jiang Gu was immediately taken away by an ambulance as the hastily stitched wound needed to be retreated. Lying in the team's hospital, the system's prompt finally sounded in his mind. Dong, mission brace completed. Reward: 2 free attribute points, 2000 Ball King experience, Scorpion Kick Fragment, 45. Dong, you have received praise from home fans for the first time. Reward: 1 game intelligence experience points. That final volley triggered a hidden reward, granting another Scorpion Kick Fragment. He was just 1 piece away from synthesizing the legendary Scorpion Kick technique. Would it shock even Ibrahimovic when the time came? He hadn't expected the reward for receiving applause from the home fans for the first time to be so generous. It was a pity that this reward could probably only be obtained once. Jiang Gu was receiving treatment in the team's hospital, with quite a few people waiting outside the treatment room. Among them were Jiang Ji's father and mother, and Lu Feng, his Chinese family. There were also player representatives like Lo and Baccaros, and even a few famous familiar faces, first-team players. The head coach was at the post-match press conference and hadn't arrived yet. Seeing her son injured, Jiang Ji's mother couldn't help but feel distressed. Lu Feng, however, was more philosophical. Such minor injuries were nothing for a football player. If he couldn't handle this, he might as well quit the game, though he didn't say it out loud. The doctor removed the previous stitches and restitched the wound. Despite the anesthetic, Jiang Gu still found it quite unpleasant. Perhaps because the match was over and the adrenaline had worn off, Jiang felt each stitch piercing his heart. He admitted that the serious injury he suffered in Madrid last time had left a psychological scar. After the suturing was done, Jiang walked out of the treatment room, supported by a nurse. He was surprised to see so many people had come to visit him. Fans had also come, but they were held back by security outside the hospital. Lowe, representing his reserve teammates, and Alec, representing the first-team players, both offered their regards. "You did an outstanding job. I see even more potential in you. Keep it up." Alec gave Jiang a thumbs up, praising him directly. "Don, you have received praise from star player Alec. Reward 1,000 game intelligence experience points." Jiang returned the thumbs up to Alec. Known affectionately as Biscuit, Alec was a Croatian international who joined Wolfsburg in 2012. He was the spiritual leader on the pitch and the team's top scorer that season, contributing half of the crucial goals in their comeback victories. Tonight, both Alec and Jiang were labeled comeback kings by the fans. Without Jiang's brilliant performance, the home team would have faced a dire situation. Hiding behind Alec was a young man with blonde hair. A somewhat shy Kevin De Bruyne, being rather introverted, had come to the hospital specifically to visit Jiang, his roommate. Jiang, hailing from 2022, naturally knew who this roommate standing before him was: the 2015 German Footballer of the Year, the future midfield maestro of Manchester City, the world's best midfielder, leading City to 3 Premier League titles. "Hey Jiang, hope you get well soon. Your performance was really great." The introverted De Bruyne blushed when talking to strangers. "Don, you have received praise from star player De Bruyne. Reward 3,000 game intelligence experience points." Tip: training with De Bruyne has a certain chance of obtaining match reading fragments. Even though both were star players, the reward from De Bruyne was much higher than from Alec. It seemed the reward's value was proportional to the star's reputation. Besides the 3,000 game intelligence points from KDB, Jiang also received a system prompt. If he could find a way to train with this roommate, there was a certain probability of obtaining match reading fragments. Spatial awareness fragment, tactical acumen fragment, match reading fragment, God's eye view. Jiang had only collected the spatial awareness fragment so far and needed 2 more to synthesize the game intelligence ability, God's eye view. Anyone who has watched passes from players like Xavi, Modric, or De Bruyne knows just how precise and deadly those seemingly instinctive passes can be. It's as if they have another pair of eyes overlooking the entire pitch from a godlike perspective. Since De Bruyne had just arrived at Wolfsburg and was still preparing for his move, he hadn't immediately moved into the team-assigned dormitory. Lying in bed, Jiang opened his system panel. He had allocated all his free attribute points to stamina. Name: Jiang, age 19, market value €1 million, team VfL Wolfsburg, reserve team, free attributes 0, a status healthy, stamina 80-84, explosion factor 1. For explosive power, stamina, explosion factor, control level silver, mid-tier, control levels from low to high, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, king. Each level has 3 sub-tiers: low, mid, high. Experience 150,001, 8000. Special skills: knuckleball, B rank, ranks from low to high, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. Can be upgraded after using the knuckleball skill 2 more times. Scorpion kick fragment 45, automatically synthesized upon collecting all fragments. Divine save fragment 110, automatically synthesized upon collecting all fragments. Beckham's curve fragment 15, automatically synthesized upon collecting all fragments. Powerful long shot. This divine skill can be upgraded through repeated use based on maximum ball speed. This divine skill from low to high is powerful long shot, strong long shot, violent long shot, cruel long shot, and brutal long shot. Game intelligence prediction: SSS rank predicts opponents' movements 9 seconds in advance. Game intelligence fragments: spatial awareness fragment, tactical acumen fragment, match reading fragment, God's eye view. Game intelligence experience 19,000 points can be used for game intelligence upgrade. No current upgradable intelligence. Items: injury immunity card X2 can negate 1 fatal injury on the field, immunity to fractures, muscle damage, nerve damage. Although a gash had opened on the back of his head, Jiang's status was still listed as healthy, indicating it was only a superficial wound. The injury immunity card had protected his head. In this world, what destroys many talented players isn't the game itself, but injuries. A healthy body is the foundation of everything. Jiang, possessing 2 injury immunity cards, considered himself lucky. He was also slowly emerging from the shadow of his last serious injury. The team granted the following day as a holiday. Concerned about their son's future, Jiang's parents naturally brought up the matter of his contract. Jiang had only signed a new agreement with the club a few days prior. According to the terms of the new contract, the duration was set for 3 years, though the club originally intended to sign him for 5. Jiang agreed only to 3, confident that scouts had noticed him, and if Werder Bremen did not accommodate, he could contact other clubs independently The compensation for breach of contract was set at €9 million, whereas the club had initially proposed $50 million. Jiang Gu refused such an excessive clause, fearing it would hinder future transfers, considering himself an overpowered individual unlikely to remain at a small club like Werder Bremen for long. His monthly salary was €30,000, while the club could have offered up to $50,000. Jiang Gu voluntarily requested a pay cut on the condition that the breach of contract penalty be reduced and his image rights percentage lowered. As a small club, Werder Bremen's annual budget would not exceed €10 million, so high earnings required moving to top-tier leagues L. After the contract was finalized, the club promised to promote Jiang Gu to the first team. His playing opportunities, however, would depend on his performance. Additionally, Jiang Gu requested a €2 million signing bonus from the club, ultimately receiving €1.68 million. He felt he should not let his parents make the trip empty-handed and needed to present them with some local souvenirs. €1.68 million was barely enough to appear respectable. Following the signing, Werder Bremen officially published the key details of the contract on its website. Lu Feng was greatly shocked upon seeing Jiang Ji's contract with Werder Bremen. He never imagined that after arriving in Germany, Jiang Gu had become so remarkable, daring to negotiate terms with European clubs. Previously, when Lu Feng had interacted with Madrid Cavaliers, everything was dictated by others. He dared not speak ill, accepted whatever was given, and resigned himself to having nothing if denied, acting like a dog. In dealings with European clubs, Lu Feng considered himself spineless and despised himself for it. Upon learning of Jiang Ji's agreement with Werder Bremen, Lu Feng proactively approached general manager Joel Schmatz, claiming he had facilitated the deal and hoping to extract some benefits from the club. Joel Schmatz complimented Lu Feng directly. Mr. Lu, you are not only a coach with keen insight but also an outstanding agent. Lu Feng had once been selected for the national team during his youth, playing as a right winger and scoring 1 goal for the side. After retiring, he became a coach, but due to average coaching skills, he took on additional work as an agent. As a player, his most brilliant moment was scoring a goal for the national team, a match in which he suffered a severe injury and was forced off the pitch. From then on, he never regained his former form. As a coach and agent, his highlight had been sending Jiang Gu to the world powerhouse Madrid Cavaliers. Unfortunately, the outcome was unfavorable. Jiang Gu returned home injured and was subsequently abandoned by Madrid Cavaliers. Some joked that Lu Feng had lofty ambitions but meager fate, and this rare football star from China had been ruined by him. Had he not sent Jiang Gu to a major club, perhaps the result would have been different. Lu Feng claimed he had fallen into depression afterward, though it remained unclear whether this was genuine. Being praised face-to-face as both a coach and an agent was unprecedented for him. Thank you. Before Jiang Gu arrived at Werder Bremen, I served simultaneously as his coach and agent, successfully transferring him to Madrid Cavaliers. Without hesitation, Lu Feng assumed Joel Schmatz must have important business to discuss with him. Indeed, John's performance has been impressive. We plan to promote him to the first team, eagerly anticipating his excellent show in the Bundesliga. Lu Feng nodded repeatedly as he listened to Joel Schmatz. He well understood the foreigner's tendency to speak politely only until core interests were at stake. Once conflicts arose, their tone would inevitably change. So you can trust me. When the timing is right, I can absolutely arrange for him to join any club in the world. Lu Feng spoke confidently. Unlike casual chats among friends back home, communicating with foreigners demanded efficiency. Excellent. Joel Schmatz was pleased by Lu Feng's assurance. We hope Jiang delivers outstanding performances before next year's second half, making the €9 million transfer fee highly worthwhile. Joel Schmatz raised an eyebrow, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This was Werder Bremen's standard practice: buy low, boost statistics through play, then sell high for substantial profit. Shadows loomed over them. The dominance of Bayern Munich made challenging for the Bundesliga title extremely difficult. For Werder Bremen, securing a spot in continental competitions was a reasonable objective. Exposure on European stages would enhance player visibility, laying groundwork for higher resale values. Like Borussia Dortmund, known as Germany's black shop, Werder Bremen likewise provided opportunities for young stars to accumulate stats, solely aiming to fetch better prices in future transfers. Joel Schmatz spoke plainly, and Lu Feng easily grasped the underlying meaning. At present, domestic teams like Hungtai and Zhejiang were aggressively recruiting players with heavy investments. If Jiang Gu secured regular playing time in Werder Bremen's first team, a return to China would command astronomical fees. Joel Schmatz's intention was clear. Lu Feng was to act as intermediary, eventually arranging Jiang Ji's transfer back to China. Football agents assist players with matters beyond the pitch, most commonly negotiating contracts or renewals with clubs or brokering transfer agreements between teams. Obscure players typically lack personal agents since they cannot afford them nor see the necessity. Stars almost always employ dedicated agents. With fame comes complications. Players need to focus solely on training and matches, leaving administrative affairs to professionals. In front of Joel Schmotz, Lu Feng declared himself Jiang Ji's agent responsible for all aspects of his life except private matters. Regarding agency status, Joel Schmotz had previously asked Jiang Gu personally, who replied that he currently had no professional agent due to insufficient income to afford one. Mr. Lu Jiang himself told me he has no agent. You claim to be his agent. Do you have authorization? Germans tended to be straightforward, getting straight to the point, unlike Chinese who often spoke indirectly. After a moment's thought, Lu Feng responded, Sir, my handling of Jiang's move to Madrid Cavaliers speaks for itself. In China, where football standards lag, even scouting visits are rare. I suspect you underestimate my capabilities. Oh, I've heard tales of his time at Madrid Cavaliers. Not particularly pleasant, was it? Joel Schmotz remarked calmly. I'll secure the authorization shortly. I demand Werder Bremen grant me at least €1 million in commission. Many football agents operated like leeches, extracting fees from both parties. Joel Schmotz immediately shook his head, rejecting the proposal outright. Their conversation ended without agreement. Joel Schmotz believed Jiang Gu was now part of the club and saw no reason to offer Lu Feng such a hefty commission. Lu Feng knew Werder Bremen had acquired Jiang Gu for merely €8,000, held him for half a year, then sought to resell him for over 10 million, an outrageous markup warranting a share. Nevertheless, beforehand, he must first settle things with Jiang Gu, capitalizing on his parents' presence to finalize the agency agreement. Lu Feng knew Jiang Gu well, and he believed the best approach was to start with Jiang's parents. In China, personal connections outweighed all else, and as Jiang Ji's first mentor, his words still carried some weight. Chinese parents naturally hold a deep respect for their children's teachers. Jiang's father was an old acquaintance of Lu Feng, and they naturally trusted that Lu Feng had Jiang Ji's best interests at heart. After Lu Feng's persuasive pitch, Jiang's parents reached a consensus. They believed that their son, who knew nothing of the world outside and only knew how to play football, wouldn't even realize if he was being taken advantage of. They trusted that Coach Lu wouldn't harm their child, so they verbally agreed to let him become their son's agent. However, since Jiang Gu was now an adult, Lu Feng needed Jiang Ji's personal signature to officially become his agent. His parents' verbal agreement was not legally binding. To avoid affecting their son's training and matches, Jiang's parents planned to return to China the next day and hoped to spend a little more time with him that evening. It was essentially a family gathering, so Jiang Gu didn't overthink it and readily went to the hotel near the team's facilities. Lu Feng was also present at the only Chinese restaurant in Wolfsburg. Jiang Gu, your father and I are going back to China tomorrow. Mom won't be around, so you must take good care of yourself. Emma, Mom, I will. Jiang Gu replied with certainty. Be careful in your future matches, don't get hurt anymore. His mother reached out and gently touched the back of his head, her voice filled with concern. Oh, come on, how can you play football without pushing hard? Isn't a little injury normal? You got hurt on the swim team too, didn't you? And I had plenty of injuries playing basketball. Jiang's father interrupted. Mom, I'll be careful, don't worry. Jiang Gu smiled to reassure his mother. She glared at her husband and scolded. He's not your child, so of course you don't care. How can you say I don't care? That's just how the sport is. Bumps and bruises are normal. Jiang's mother shot him another glare, and he chose to fall silent. And your stomach has always been weak. You need to be extra careful with what you eat here. His mother started nagging again. Mom, I'll be careful. Oh, women are so long-winded. If you're that worried, why don't you just stay here with him? Jiang's father had a short temper and couldn't stand the nagging. Fine, I will stay. Did you think I wanted to go back with you? His mother retorted. Don't be ridiculous. We're on tourist visas. Staying long-term is illegal. The police will lock you up, and then it won't be you taking care of our son, but him taking care of you. I. His mother wanted to argue, but couldn't find the words. She glanced at the awkward-looking Coach Lu and continued. Jiang Gu, you're all alone out here and don't understand anything. If you have problems, be sure to ask Coach Lu for advice. He was your first teacher, he means us no harm. Finally, the topic turned to him. Lu Feng smiled at Jiang's mother and said, Of course. I'll share everything I know. Thank you for your trouble, Coach Lu. Jiang Gu nodded politely to his teacher. Previously, Jiang Gu had held Lu Feng in high regard, but after the unpleasantness during his transfer to Hengtai, his view of his mentor had changed. Mom, you don't need to worry so much. Wolfsburg is a professional team. My daily routine is just training, eating, and sleeping. Nothing unexpected will happen. A professional team. If it weren't for Coach Lu, you would have been cheated by that club. His mother said seriously, a hint of anger on her face. Cheated? How could that be? Jiang Gu didn't know where his mother had heard such news. Why not? You could have signed for 3 years. Why did they only offer you one at first? You're worth 9 million, so why did they say you're only worth 5 million? They only paid you 8,000 a month. If Coach Lu and we hadn't argued with the club, your salary never would have gone up to 3,000. The three of them were speechless. His mother's perspective was certainly unique. Seeing them all shake their head, she pressed on, Am I wrong? You're right. Jiang's father shook his head and replied helplessly. His mother looked at Jiang Gu, who also nodded. His mother looked at him earnestly and said, your father and I were both athletes, but we really don't understand how things work with foreigners. In my opinion, you should just hand over your agent to Coach Liu. You mean agent of football agent? His father corrected. Right, a football agent. Let Coach Liu be your agent, so these foreigners don't cheat you. The logic was sound, but his mother's choice of words made the three of them chuckle. That's right, Jianggu. We don't know anyone abroad, and we don't understand the rules here. Why not leave the agent matter to Coach Liu? His father chimed in. Everyone's gaze fell on Jianggu. He first looked at his parents, then his eyes finally settled on Coach Liu. But Coach Liu, aren't you still coaching with Hungtai back home? Jianggu, I was one of the first football agents in our country. I've managed many star players domestically, and I know the overseas market too. Besides, being an agent won't take up much of my time. Lu Feng meant he could act as a part-time agent. Given Jiang Ji's current income level, hiring a full-time professional agent wasn't realistic. That's right, Coach Liu knows everything, and he's a really good person. He even paid for our plane tickets to Germany. His mother confirmed. What? Mom, how could you let Coach Liu pay for that? Our family should have covered those expenses. Jianggu hadn't expected his coach to be so enthusiastic, almost excessively so. He absolutely refused to take the money. If he hadn't come to tell us you had a crucial match here, and that not coming might affect your future, we wouldn't have thought to come to Germany to see you play. And he said he could help make arrangements for you to transfer back to a domestic league after a year or two here, so you could earn a high salary. It's better to go back home anyway. You can find a wife there, and I can't wait to have grandkids. Truly, success and failure were both due to the same person. Just as the agent deal was about to be sealed, the woman's chatterbox opened wide, spilling everything that should and shouldn't have been said. His mother had no idea what was appropriate to say, so she just repeated everything Lu Feng had told her. The more Jianggu heard, the more he felt something was off. Coach Liu had indeed been good to him, but wasn't he being a bit too eager? Hungtai was playing in the AFC Champions League these days. Had Lu Feng specifically taken leave to come all this way just to be his agent and look out for him? Wasn't that a bit too much, like no pain, no gain? Jianggu became wary. Nothing is given for nothing, he thought. He felt that Lu Feng must have some ulterior motive. Not wanting to embarrass Coach Liu in front of his parents, Jianggu said he would consult him on any future problems. As for the agency contract, he needed to see it before making a decision. Seeing the fat prize slip through his fingers, Lu Feng wanted to cry, but had no tears. That woman's endless chatter was simply lethal. Jianggu was filial, but that didn't mean he was foolish or naive. He was now a man with a cheat code, and he had a plan for his career. There was no way he would let someone of Lu Feng's caliber take the lead. Zhang's father and mother, along with Lu Feng, departed Germany the next day to attend team training, leaving Jianggu without even the time to see them off at the airport. Until their departure, Jianggu had yet to respond regarding the agent contract. Although Lu Feng felt awkward pressing the matter, he remained concerned and spent the entire journey trying to persuade Zhang's parents. According to Lu Feng, the world-renowned manager Silver Fox, currently the head coach of Hungtai, had officially taken charge of the Chinese national team. As his trusted assistant, Lu Feng naturally became the first assistant coach of the national team. Additionally, Lu Feng mentioned that due to restrictions on foreign player quotas, Hungtai was actively recruiting talented domestic players. If Jianggu continued to perform well, he could secure a stable position within the team in the future. The recent Golden Yuan football storm sweeping China had become a trending topic. Even Zhang's father, who only cared about basketball, was aware of it. If his son signed with Hungtai, his annual salary could reach tens of millions, something an old athlete earning only a few thousand yuan per month could never have imagined. Although not well versed in football, Zhang's father understood the intricate workings of the sport. Whether his son chose to sign with Hungtai or join the national team, possessing significant skill was essential, but building connections within the organization was equally important. Coach Liu served as his guide. Zhang's father knew that while Coach Liu had not spoken plainly, he had made his intentions clear through indirect hints. He would need to have a serious talk with his son about the stakes involved. After resuming training, Jianggu had completely set aside the agent contract provided by Coach Liu. He found the commission rate, 10 of his salary, particularly repulsive. It was essentially robbery. Calculated based on his current monthly salary of 300 euros, Jianggu would have to pay Lu Feng 300 euros in agent commissions every month. Although 300 euros per month did not seem like much, if he were to eventually earn several million or tens of millions annually, would he not have to pay him millions in commissions each year? Vampire. The word flashed through Jiang Ji's mind. Jianggu felt there was no rush. Having just signed a 3-year contract with Wolfsburg, he first needed to grow and prove his abilities, just as his roommate De Bruyne had done to establish himself at Wolfsburg. As for which club he might transfer to later, he would worry about that when the time came. Wolfsburg's next opponent in the second team was Werder Bremen's second team. For over 20 years, Werder Bremen's first team had competed in the Bundesliga, making them a strong side. They even won the Bundesliga championship in the 2003-04 season. Jianggu, coming from 2022, knew that this team had been relegated to the 2. Bundesliga in the 2021-22 season. Although the first team was strong, their youth teams were generally decent. Werder Bremen's second team currently occupied 8th place in the league with no relegation pressure and no realistic chance of promotion, a state of indifference. In their previous match against Hannover 96's second team, Wolfsburg's management naturally expected a favor from an acquaintance, but nearly suffered an upset. Had it not been for Jiang Ji's outstanding performance in the final 10 minutes, the team might have missed out on the season's championship. Stupid management had learned their lesson this time, handing all decision-making power back to head coach Eddie Schroeder and ceasing further interference. Moreover, Jiang Gu was now considered one of their own. The €15 million release clause in his new contract gave the management peace of mind. This was the perfect time for him to accumulate statistics, aiming to sell him for a good price in the next transfer window. With management no longer interfering, Eddie Schroeder directly arranged for Jiang Gu and Baccarat to start announcing the lineup before kickoff. Jiang Ji's recent statistics were impressive, yet all of them carried a prefix: the German Regional League and the 4th Division. That was correct. The league level was low, 4 tiers below the Bundesliga. At 19, Jiang Gu was considered an older youth among German young players, a case of older kids playing against younger ones. Although many of Jiang Ji's opponents were adult players, even bearded men at the low league level meant his statistics were not highly regarded by scouts. In leagues of this caliber, players typically earned only €1,000 or €2,000 per month, and transfer fees were shockingly low, merely tens of thousands of euros. Jiang Gu was now earning Bundesliga 2, Bundesliga-level wages while playing in the lowest division. This contrast naturally led people to hold higher expectations for him. Before Jiang Gu, China had once produced a highly talented player named Dong, who was signed by English Premier League giant Manchester United for a transfer fee of £3.5 million, then loaned to the Belgian league, where he even became the top scorer in the 2nd division. However, it was a fleeting success. Upon returning to Manchester United, he failed to meet expectations and retired in his early 30s with disappointment. Jiang Gu was naturally labeled as another Dong, seen merely as a repeat of that pattern. In other words, he needed to prove he was not like Dong, demonstrating not only in lower divisions, but also making an impact in top-tier leagues. Wolfsburg's approach was pure and straightforward. Signing Jiang Gu was purely business. The contract was already signed, awaiting the accumulation of statistics to fetch a higher price. The previous attempt to motivate Hannover 96's second team had nearly succeeded, but ultimately fell short. Oldenburg was not discouraged and approached Werder Bremen's second team, Wolfsburg's opponent, in this match with their PR staff. However, their method this time was much smarter. Posing as die-hard Bremen fans, they promised rewards to the team and signed a reward agreement in the presence of a lawyer. Werder Bremen's second team would receive €6,000 for a draw and €9,000 for a victory. In the previous match, although Hannover 96's second team failed to prevent Wolfsburg from earning 3 points, they scored 2 goals. Oldenburg had to pay a €2,000 bonus, a wasted expense. Coincidentally, Oldenburg's match for this round had already concluded the previous day, and they defeated the 4th-placed opponent 2-0 without much resistance. With 1 extra game played, Oldenburg led Wolfsburg by 2 points, temporarily occupying the top spot on the table. The pressure now fell on Wolfsburg. If they failed to win this match, their championship hopes might vanish. In the final 2 rounds, Oldenburg's opponents were also weak teams, making it highly probable they would earn all 6 points. Surprisingly, head coach Eddie Schroeder not only announced the lineup early, but also changed the formation. This time he abandoned his usual 4-3-3 and 4-4-2 setups, opting instead for a 3-5-2 formation that emphasized ball possession: 3 defenders, 3 midfielders, 2 wing forwards, and 2 strikers. Jiang Gu positioned himself at the right wing forward with Baccarat and another tall striker forming the front line, while Captain Leave manned the midfield. As soon as he stepped onto the pitch, Jiang Gu heard a system notification different from before: mission: score the first goal to turn the match around. In addition to the regular reward, you can obtain a tactical awareness shard. Upon receiving this newly assigned system task, Jiang Gu was shocked. The first goal to turn the match around meant they had to concede first. Right. They had to concede at least 1 goal first, otherwise how could there be a comeback? This was utterly frustrating. How could such a perverse task exist? But the reward was indeed enticing. The tactical awareness shard was an essential component for synthesizing God's eye view. Before the match began, the 2 teams shook hands in a gesture of goodwill. When Jiang Gu saw the opposing players, he began to doubt the tactical plan his head coach had devised for him. The opponents were all nearly 6'5", matching or even surpassing Baccarat in height. The task assigned to Jiang Gu by the head coach was to repeatedly drive down the flank and deliver crosses. Endless crosses, to be precise. He was not required to showcase his dribbling ability in this match. Although his ball control was mediocre, Jiang Gu had always believed his forte was breaking through defenses. In every game, he would produce a few moments of sheer brilliance. Driving down the flank to cross might also require some dribbling, but that kind of breakthrough rarely posed a direct threat to the opponent's goal. Moreover, with the opposition being all tall players, could his team's two center forwards really get on the end of those crosses? Yet a coach is like an officer in the army, and the players are the soldiers. A team without tactical discipline is but a heap of loose sand. Even world-class stars must execute the coach's tactical arrangements. A player as unknown as Jiang simply did not have the capital to defy the coach's orders. The referee tossed the coin, and the visiting team Wolf's Castle kicked off from the center circle. Eddie Sotzel had packed the midfield with players precisely to control the ball. As the match began, Jiang understood why the coach had made such an arrangement. Just as Captain Low received the ball, a towering opposing player charged at him. Low passed the ball to a teammate. Whether the defensive brute couldn't stop in time, or simply didn't intend to, he crashed his chest directly into Low, sending the sturdy captain flying 2 meters back. The referee blew his whistle but did not brandish a card. This foul not only showcased the home team's fierce style, but also indicated the referee's lenient officiating standards. Such an action warranted only a verbal warning. Given that the home team had deployed so many burly players, their intention was clearly to disrupt and destroy. This rough-and-tumble style of play was perfectly suited to counter the visiting team's relatively more delicate approach. Targeting Low right from the start was a psychological tactic in itself. It established an intimidating image of the home team in the minds of the visiting players, instilling a sense of fear. Low picked himself up and immediately passed the ball back to the goalkeeper. He might not have intended to do so, but this action revealed that he had indeed been affected. The 3-5-2 formation deployed 5 players in the midfield, giving them numerical superiority. Eddie Sotzel adopted this formation because he believed his team was stronger than the opponent, and since the rivals played a long ball direct style, the best approach against such a wide-open team was to control the ball and minimize physical contact. Moreover, this formation was not rigid. The 5 midfielders could push forward or drop back during attacks or defense, especially on the flanks. The true power of this formation lay in its 2 wingbacks, which placed high demands on them. The home team's squad of bruisers naturally had no intention of engaging in a passing game with the visitors. Since they were outmatched in midfield, they simply bypassed it, hoisting long balls forward to their 3 tall strikers. Wolf's Castle was astonished to discover that when they controlled the ball in midfield, the home team hardly pressed. Only when they approached the penalty area did they encounter fierce tackles. Furthermore, the home team's several through balls were lethal even if they didn't result in goals. 10 minutes into the match, the home team had played 3 long balls over the top. 2 were intercepted by their forwards, resulting in 2 shots, one of which was on target. In contrast, the visiting team, despite enjoying 70 possession in the first 10 minutes, had not managed a single threatening shot. The ball had only entered the opponent's penalty area once. Possession is not an end in itself. Ultimately, one must launch attacks to solve problems. Head coach Eddie Sotzel recognized this issue and urged Jiang on the sidelines to drive down the flank and cross. It wasn't that Jiang didn't want to go down the flank. He simply couldn't get past his markers. One man marked him tightly, while another provided support, rendering him completely neutralized. In truth, it wasn't that 2 players could completely shut him down. But with no passing lanes available, his teammates couldn't draw the defenders away. Even if Jiang beat the man in front of him, another would immediately step into cover. With the midfield unable to penetrate and the flanks grounded, the visiting team's attack had indeed run into difficulties. In the 16th minute, Low played a pass from midfield to Jiang. After receiving the ball, Jiang dribbled forward a couple of steps. Low, naturally anticipating a 1-2 combination, suddenly sprinted forward. Jiang predicted Low's run and slotted the ball into a slightly less congested space. Low was indeed there, meeting the ball perfectly. Just as he received it, a burly home team player charged in and executed a sliding tackle from 3 meters away. It was unclear whether he aimed for the ball or the man. Since it was a frontal tackle, Low saw it clearly. He nudged the ball aside and jumped to avoid the opponent's studs. The tackle missed both the ball and the man, and the referee made no signal. Low had always been the tough guy image in the team, but the repeated collisions in this match seemed to have cast a shadow over his psyche, making him appear somewhat timid. Low went down, but no foul was called. The ball was picked up by another home team player who without hesitation launched a long ball forward. This was perhaps the home team's tactical plan for the match: fierce interceptions, abandon the midfield, and use long balls over the top to exploit the space behind the visiting team's defense. At the very moment the opponent released the ball, Jiang anticipated that their forward would win the header, and he sprinted back with all his might. The ball was always faster than the man. Before Jiang could reach the landing point, the opposing forward had already successfully controlled the long pass and executed a feint to break, right, deceiving the visiting team's defender. He sidestepped and charged towards the visiting team's goal, instantly creating a favorable 2-on-1 situation. That tall center forward possessed decent footwork. He dribbled forward a few steps, and as he neared the 6-yard box, the goalkeeper abandoned his central position, spreading his arms as he closed in on the ball carrier, ready to pounce the moment the shot was taken. The tall center forward was not greedy. Seeing the goalkeeper charge out, he pushed the ball into the center. Another forward who had made a bursting run poked the ball with his toe, and it nestled into the net. Gaga go goal. The stadium announcer must have impressive lung capacity to handle such a job. A classic counter-attacking goal from a through ball. The visiting team had dominated the first 20 minutes, yet it was the home team that took the lead. That is football. It's a round ball, and anything is possible. The home team led 1-0, and the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. For the home team, the outcome of this match was of little consequence as their opponent was a title contender. Being able to play the role of a spoiler in their championship chase would be a significant success in itself. After enduring 20 minutes of pressure, the home team finally scored. Now trailing 0-1, the conditions for a comeback were in place, and Jeong-gu decided to begin his own dribbling spectacle. Taking advantage of the home team celebration, head coach Eddie Sotzel pulled Jeong-gu aside and whispered in his ear, "Break through to the byline, drive down the flank, and cross. Drive down the flank and cross." The old man was convinced his tactics were correct, even though they were now a goal down. For Jeong-gu, even the most dazzling statistics in a league of this level seemed to prove little, as some unkind online comments suggested this was merely a lower-tier league. If he truly had the talent, he should prove himself in top-tier leagues like the Bundesliga, La Liga, or the Premier League, grand stages like those. This championship didn't seem all that important either, as it would inevitably be labeled a lower-tier league title. For him, improving his own strength was paramount, and obtaining that crucial fragment was the top priority. Although such thoughts might be unprofessional, without strength, mere professionalism alone seemed unable to secure a championship, did it? The visiting team kicked off from the center circle. They were now a goal down, and their task for this match was to score at least 2 more goals. Victory was their only objective. Given that he was heavily marked, Jeong-gu swapped positions with the left midfielder. The 3-5-2 formation inherently required a degree of flexibility from its players. When the midfield couldn't penetrate, launching attacks from both flanks was the best way to break the deadlock. Jeong-gu switched to the left flank. His marker followed him, but the supporting defender did not. It was unclear whether they lacked a contingency plan or if the players were simply slow to react. After the kickoff, Low passed the ball back to the center back. The center back then passed it to the left back, aiming to draw the opponents out and create space for penetration. The left back passed back to the goalkeeper, who then passed it back to the center back. The ball was passed around like this, but the 2 opposing forwards didn't press, let alone the players huddled in their own half. The home team was dead set on playing counter-attacking football, especially now that they held a 1-goal lead. The visiting team's goalkeeper was also quite helpless. The opponents simply refused to press. If this stalemate continued, wouldn't they be wasting themselves into a corner? When the goalkeeper received the ball again, he didn't pass it around. Instead, he launched a long ball towards the left flank, where Jeong-gu was positioned. Jeong-gu ran back a couple of steps to control the ball cleanly. Turning to face the defender, he found that the defender didn't bother him until he crossed the halfway line. Low moved closer, seeking a combination play, and 2 home team defenders immediately followed him. Jeong-gu glanced up at the sprinting Low. At the moment of contact, he flicked his foot, and the ball rolled forward along the touchline. The defender, providing support for Jeong-gu, lunged towards the passing lane between Jeong-gu and Low, but Jeong-gu didn't pass in that direction. The situation instantly became a one-on-one duel, because Jeong-gu himself knew exactly where the ball would roll. Even his marker would be stunned for a split second. Seizing this brief opening, Jeong-gu suddenly accelerated, hugging the touchline as he sprinted towards the byline. The home team's left back flew in to cover, launching into a sliding tackle. Seeing the opponent's studs coming, Jeong-gu instinctively jumped. The ball stayed put and was cleared out for a throw-in. The nearby linesman had a clear view. Although the player hadn't been hit, it was a dangerous tackle. He raised his flag, and the referee blew his whistle, showing the tackling player a yellow card. Such a brutal challenge from the opponent, and this was the first yellow card of the match. Could you believe it? On the pitch, the contest was not just about skill, as sometimes it involved elements beyond football itself. This was true in any country and at any level of the league. The visiting team was awarded a throw-in close to the byline. This was a rare attacking opportunity that the visitors could not afford to miss. Low and others moved up, and tall players like Bacalots also rushed into the opponent's penalty area. Jeong-gu held the ball in his hands and glanced towards the midfield area, where most of his teammates were positioned. Just as everyone expected Jeong-gu to throw the ball towards the midfield, he took advantage of the opposing player in front of him, turning his body, and gently bounced the ball off him. The ball hit the ground, and Jeong-gu stepped onto the pitch, using his left foot to whip across indirectly. It seemed no one was quite ready. The ball was already in the air. Bacalots leaped high, powering a header towards the goal. Due to the distance, the opposing goalkeeper reacted in time, instinctively sweeping the ball away with his right foot. The ball landed perfectly at Jeong-gu's feet. He swung his leg, locked his ankle, and struck the ball. It rocketed like a cannonball into the top left corner of the net. Goal! The ball was in. Jeong-gu scored from the rebound, leveling the score at 1-1. Jiang Gu didn't indulge in excessive celebrations. He ran into the goal, picked up the ball, and sprinted back to the center circle. He heard the system's reward notification chime in his ear ding. Mission complete. Reward 1 free attribute .1000 Ball King Experience Tactical Literacy Fragment. He now possessed the Spatial Awareness Fragment and the Tactical Literacy Fragment. He only needed to collect the Game Reading Fragment to synthesize the God's Perspective. Jiang Ji's almost humiliating manner of taking a throw-in ultimately led to a goal, leaving the home team players seething with frustration. The home team restarted play from the center circle, showing no urgency to attack as they passed the ball back step by step. Pressing was a necessity whether they could win the ball back or not. It represented the away team's attitude. In the stands, Wolfsburg's general manager Georg Schmack was also present to watch the match. His attendance today wasn't purely for the game. He was accompanied by two influential figures. One was Jim Lawler, the renowned Manchester United scout, who would later become their chief scout, and the other was Mino Raiola, the famous football agent representing Ibrahimovic, Pogba, Donnarumma, De Ligt, and Holland. Notably, Mino Raiola was listed on Forbes' 2018 Most Influential Sports Agents list. Jiang Gu, knowing the future, was aware that this stout man would pass away in 2022. Manchester United is a Premier League giant with a fondness for the Chinese market. As the previous season's champions after the disappointing signing of Chinese player Dong, they had been seeking another talented Chinese player. Mino Raiola, a super agent dealing in star players, possessed extensive connections and the acumen to secure the most suitable stage for his players, maximizing both their fame and fortune. Compared to players ruined by agents, being able to collaborate with Mino Raiola was considered fortunate. Having just signed Jiang Gu, the Wolfsburg owner used his connections to invite these two scouts and agents to an away game, revealing his ambition. Both were prominent figures who typically wouldn't pay attention to such a low-level league. Even when scouting for new talent in Germany, they focused on the Bundesliga or two. Bundesliga, usually dismissing regional leagues. The only reason was that the player under observation was from the Eastern powerhouse China. Even if the player's skill was average, the vast market behind him could not be ignored. These scouts didn't need to watch the entire game. 30 minutes was usually enough. Sir, I believe this Chinese forward is quite mediocre, even inferior to the Dong we signed before. Jim Lawler, the renowned Manchester United scout, spread his hands, indicating no further interest in watching. Please give him a little more time. From past experience, he tends to have stunning performances in the second half. Just another 15 minutes, and we'll watch until halftime. It won't waste much of your time. Wolfsburg general manager Georg Schmack was reluctant to let Jim Lawler leave. Jim Lawler shrugged as if about to stand up, saying dismissively, he's only succeeded in one breakthrough. Despite many attempts, his dribbling is average. I haven't seen the explosiveness you mentioned, and his speed isn't exceptional. He still has room for improvement. He needs a bigger stage and a more professional coach. The stout Mino Raiola, seated motionless like a mountain, spoke up. Jim Lawler, who was about to rise, paused and sat back down, saying to Georg Schmack, or perhaps your release clause is too high. If you could offer a discount, we might be able to talk. Mino Raiola nodded in agreement with Jim Lawler's statement. Georg Schmack, managing VfL Wolfsburg, naturally understood the implication. This wasn't about looking down on the player. It was about negotiating the price. We believe the price of 10 million euros is very fair. He still has great potential for improvement. Once he enters the first team next year, his value is likely to rise further. Although the contract stipulated a release clause of 15 million euros, Georg Schmack only quoted 10 million euros to the two. Every club had to consider operational costs. A delaying might lead to appreciation, but it could also result in depreciation. We only spent £5 million on signing Chinese player Dong back then, which is just over 4 million euros. Your asking price is outrageous. Jim Lawler directly entered the bargaining phase. Mino Raiola nodded again, endorsing Jim Lawler's point. I believe 2 million euros is a more reasonable price. Mino Raiola made the first offer. If possible, we'd like to sign him for slightly less than Dong. Jim Lawler pointed at Jiang Gu, who was running on the field. Georg Schmack smiled and shook his head. Since these two big shots dared to make such an offer, as long as Jiang Ji's performance remained consistent, his value would surely multiply several times over the next year. Naturally, he wouldn't sell now. Just as the two were about to stand up and leave, a thunderous cheer erupted on the field. The number of Wolfsburg fans who had traveled to the away game today was no less than the home fans. The three who had already risen to leave all stopped to watch. On the field, Jiang Gu returned to his familiar right wing. After receiving a pass from midfielder Low, he nutmegged a defender, burst forward to shake him off, and then passed the ball to Fila, another Wolfsburg midfielder who had moved in for support. After releasing the ball, Jiang Gu didn't stop, but continued sprinting forward. After a brief adjustment, Fila returned the ball to Jiang Gu. Facing a defender blocking his path, Jiang Gu executed a nutmeg, kicking the ball towards the byline. After bypassing the defender, another opponent charged towards the byline. Having anticipated this, Jiang reached the ball first. Just as the recovering defender thought he could force both man and ball out of play, Jiang used a flashy Rabona to cut the ball back. The ball about to roll over the byline was cut back by Jiang nutmegging the defender. Low, who had moved up to support, received the ball, took a touch to adjust, and sent an across. Two of Wolfsburg's tall strikers jumped simultaneously to contest the header. Bacalotz won the aerial duel and directed a header towards goal, but the angle was too central and the opposing goalkeeper punched it away with one hand. The ball flew out from the home team's goal. Having anticipated the play, Jiang pivoted and struck a volley. Bang! The ball rocketed towards the goal like a cannonball, and the goalkeeper had no time to react as it hit the back of the net. Wow! In front of the two big shots, George Schmatt clenched his fists and pumped his arms in celebration like an overjoyed child. Goal! Another goal! 2-1. Wolfsburg had taken the lead. Mino Raiola and Jim Lawler halted, their eyes fixed on the Chinese youngster celebrating wildly on the field before simultaneously turning their gaze to Wolfsburg general manager George Schmatt. Sir, I actually think £3.5 million is acceptable. I just need to consult with my superiors, Jim Lawler said. I can also raise my offer a bit. If it's possible, we can sign an agreement today, Mino Raiola said, reaching out to take George Schmatt's arm. The visiting team entered halftime with a 2-1 lead. Team general manager George Schmatt visited the locker room again. He did not interfere with the head coach's tactical arrangements in front of the players, but instead pulled the coach aside and advised, I suggest you build the tactics around Jiang. The facts have proven that he is the key man. George Schmatt said this because of the sudden change in attitude from the two higher-ups just moments ago, which further solidified his commitment to the boss's strategy of padding statistics. As the boss put it, even the first team didn't expect much from a Chinese player. All he wanted was impressive statistics. Nothing mattered more than selling him for a good price. As for the Bundesliga title, to hell with it. How many teams could actually snatch the championship from the dominant Bayern Munich? Head coach Eddie Sauzer nodded silently, neither agreeing nor refuting. He had already received notice from George Schmatt that he would leave Wolfsburg after this season to seek new opportunities. For this reason, Eddie Sauzer wanted to implement his own vision in the final few matches, no longer blindly following his superiors as he had before. In Eddie Sauzer's view, his tactical arrangement had been highly successful, yielding 2 goals in the first half. This tactical setup was not something he would change. In the home team's locker room, the enthusiastic fan who had promised to reward the team again reminded the head coach that the current score would cost them any bonus. Owamoyla, you look like a damn ox. How could you be so easily beaten by that Chinese kid? You're done for the second half. Head coach Emre decided to substitute the clumsy player for the second half. And you, Kirk, you're like an old tractor. I asked you to assist Owamoyla. What the hell were you doing? Why are you always 1 or 2 steps late? Head coach Emre then roared at Kirk, who stood beside Owamoyla. Due to his bad temper, he even resorted to profanity. You told me to provide cover, not to man-mark. I had to hold my position, didn't I, eh? Hearing Emre's words, Kirk also flared up. You're done for the second half too, damn it. Emre shouted at the burly Kirk. FCK. Kirk, enraged by the coach's repeated insults, swung a punch at his face. Head coach Emre was knocked to the ground. Fortunately, other players restrained the volatile Kirk, or he would have suffered many more blows. Owamoyla watched with a sharp gaze, looking as if he might take advantage of the chaos. You're done. Go home and tend to your old cows. I'll recommend to the club that you be sacked. Head coach Emre picked himself up from the floor, clutching his bleeding mouth, and threatened to fire Kirk. To hell with your football. If I'm out, I'm out. Kirk grabbed his clothes and stormed out, slamming the door. Head coach Emre had intended to berate a few more players, but after taking that hit, he grew timid. He announced his halftime substitutions and left the locker room. After the coach left, the locker room erupted in cheers of relief. That man had it coming. He was far too punchable. Good riddance. As the second half began, the home team made 3 substitutions, all concentrated on the right flank, where Jiang operated. The visiting team made no personnel changes as head coach Eddie Sauzer believed his first half strategy was sound. After the first half ended, Jiang promptly received the system's reward mission complete brace in this match. Reward: 2 free attribute points, 2000 Ball King experience, Scorpion Kick Fragment, 55. Finally collected. All 5 Scorpion Kick Fragments were now assembled. During the halftime break, Jiang opened his attribute panel, named Jiang, age 19, a value €1 million. Team VfL Wolfsburg Reserve Team, free attribute points 6, status healthy, stamina 58/80, burst coefficient 1. For burst power, stamina, burst coefficient, ball control, level silver mid-tier, Ball King experience 180001, 8000, special skill knuckleball B rank, 2 more uses to upgrade. Scorpion Kick C rank skill ranks from low to high are CBAS, SS, and SSS. 1 more successful use to upgrade. Miraculous Save Fragment 110, auto-synthesizes upon collection. Beckham's Curve Fragment 15, auto-synthesizes upon collection. Powerful Long Shot repeated use upgrades this divine skill based on maximum ball speed. This divine skill progresses from low to high, powerful long shot, strong long shot, violent long shot, ruthless long shot, and brutal long shot. Football IQ prediction. SSS rank predicts opponents' movements too. 9 seconds in advance. Football IQ fragments, spatial awareness fragment, tactical acumen fragment, spatial awareness, tactical acumen game, reading God's perspective, football IQ experience, 21,000 points usable for upgrades, none currently available. Items: 2 injury prevention cards, immunity to 1 fatal injury on the field covering fractures, muscle damage, and nerve damage. The divine skill Scorpion Kick had been successfully synthesized. According to the system prompt, repeated use would upgrade it. The benefits of upgrading were a higher success rate and a higher scoring rate, as every divine skill was designed to directly score or prevent the opponent from scoring. The Ball King experience bar was full, activating a purple progress bar. It transformed into a crystalline purple fragment that flew towards the burst coefficient, increasing Zhang Ji's burst coefficient to 1. 5. Zhang noticed that after half a match he had only consumed 28 points of stamina, and he felt nowhere near exhausted. This underscored the importance of increasing his stamina cap. Without hesitation, he allocated his remaining 6 free attribute points to stamina, aiming to push it to 100. Let's see who dares to call us sea cucumbers after this. With Zhang Ji's current stamina value of 58 and a burst coefficient of 1.5, he could instantly unleash a burst power of 587 points, which was even higher than his current stamina cap. The divine skill Scorpion Kick had been successfully synthesized. He was now a player comparable to Ibrahimovic, though he wondered what level Ibrahimovic's Scorpion Kick had reached. The home team kicked off from the center circle. A system prompt sounded in Zhang Ji's ear. Normally such routine prompts were omitted by the system as long as tasks were completed and rewards were given. Dong new mission assigned: score the third goal of this match using the Scorpion Kick. Reward: 5 free attribute points, 5,000 Ball King experience. Ball control level increased by 1 tier. The previous hat-trick mission had no requirement for a specific technical move. This time it explicitly demanded the use of the Scorpion Kick. Although Zhang Ge wanted to use this divine skill, any technical move had its conditions. Would he have to go through the trouble of executing a Scorpion Kick even when facing a golden opportunity for an open net tap-in? After the second half commenced, the defender assigned to mark Zhang Ge was replaced by a middle-aged man with a receding hairline. The previous 2 had been substituted off. Although Zhang Ge was unfamiliar with this man's name, his collaboration with him during the first half was deeply etched in his memory. It was this seemingly dim-witted man who assisted Zhang Ge in executing a throw-in. At that moment, while the man was turned sideways, Zhang Ge bounced the ball off his back. As the ball rebounded and rose, Zhang Ge delivered a cross, ultimately securing the goal that turned the tide. The man appeared to have a volatile temper. The moment he engaged with Zhang Ge, he began muttering incessantly through gritted teeth. Due to his thick local accent, Zhang Ge couldn't decipher a word he said. Every player has their unique habits on the field. Zhang Ge typically remains silent, speaking only a few words when necessary to communicate with teammates. Some players chatter endlessly, their words an enigma. Some complain, some offer constant self-encouragement, and some perpetually chew gum. These are all methods to alleviate tension and find their rhythm. Zhang Ge had never encountered such a chatterbox. This man not only babbled incessantly, but also wore a ferocious expression, seemingly cursing him. After several exchanges, Zhang Ge finally understood his English, which was thick with the flavor of Beck's beer. Damn rule, screw UEFA, that goal shouldn't count FCK. It appeared that Zhang Ji's throw-in had unsettled the man's mentality. He believed the goal was illegitimate because Zhang Ge had thrown the ball off his body. Thief, you're a thief. You can't take a throw-in like that. The man seemed to be stuck on repeat, his local infused English difficult to parse. Zhang Ge raised an eyebrow and spoke slowly in very standard English. But I scored a goal. FCK, that doesn't count. You're a thief, a thief. Hearing Zhang Ji's words, the man with the receding hairline became even more incensed. Zhang Ge offered a faint smile and repeated, I scored a goal. As the ball reached Zhang Ji's feet, the man let out a roar and charged, striking Zhang Ge in the chest with his shoulder. Stumbling, Zhang Ge passed the ball to a teammate and turned to protest to the nearby assistant referee. The assistant referee remained impassive. The man smirked and taunted, you look like a little girl. If you want my jersey, there's no need to be so hasty. After the game, if I'm in a good mood, I might give it to you. Who wants your damn jersey? FCK, the man bellowed at Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge smiled calmly, occasionally retorting, but his focus remained fixed on the game. According to Captain Lo, Wolfsburg and Werder Bremen had little historical animosity, and the home team had nothing to play for, so the resistance in this match should be minimal. Since the match began, Zhang Ge felt the players were far from the passive demeanor Lo had described. Each seemed to be harboring a hidden fire, showing no signs of being unmotivated. This issue perplexed Zhang Ge. In the previous match against Hannover 96-2, they had promised to go easy, yet nearly ambushed him. Fortunately, his stellar performance after coming on had saved the team. What baffled Jiang Gu even more was that except for the first game, opposing players constantly double-teamed him. Truly, fame is as dangerous as being a fat pig. Given the volatile tempers of these brutes, Jiang Gu credited his intact survival on the field first to his precognition skill and second to his injury immunity card. Precognition allowed Jiang Gu to foresee fatal fouls in advance, while the injury immunity card was his guarantee for playing with abandon. Without it, he doubted he could gradually overcome the psychological shadow of his last severe injury. On the field, Wolfsburg continued to dominate possession. Despite substitutions and being behind, the opponents seemed in no rush to attack. With a one-goal lead, Wolfsburg's players also refrained from pushing forward, making the match rather dull. Lowe operated almost entirely unpressured by opponents, allowing him to pass with ease and achieve a 95 passing accuracy. He frequently delivered the ball to Jiang Gu. However, with two defensive bulwarks permanently stationed in front of him, Jiang Gu found it difficult to make an impact on the right flank. Lowe deliberately shifted the ball to the left, where only one defender guarded the left winger. Expecting progress on the left after 60 minutes, they had yet to complete a single successful cross from the byline. Head coach Eddie Sazer's tactical arrangement might have been correct, but the left flank simply couldn't execute the desired effect, placing immense pressure on Jiang Ji's side. It was akin to the Chinese national team under a world-renowned manager. No matter how brilliant the tactics, the players' low skill level rendered them ineffective. Even the cleverest housewife cannot cook a meal without rice. To break such a deadlock, the best solution was to switch the flanks. The strength of the 3-5-2 formation lay in its flexible transitions. Jiang Gu switched to the left flank, and the man with the receding hairline doggedly followed. The most notable difference from the right was the absence of an assistant referee on this side, meaning minor fouls might go unnoticed by the main referee. Even after switching flanks, two players still marked Jiang Gu, one for tight defense and another for close support. These two stubborn stickers were impossible to shake off. The moment Jiang Gu moved left, Lowe's pass arrived. He was betting that the defenders marking Jiang Gu were unfamiliar with defending the left side, and Jiang Gu was betting on the same thing. Receiving the ball with his back to goal, Jiang Gu glanced over his left shoulder. The tall dark Bacatraz had already come out to support, and Lowe had moved to a diagonal position behind. Facing a double team with his back to goal, his options for beating a man were limited to a nutmeg or a rainbow flick. However, with both defenders spreading their arms to encircle him, either choice would likely result in the ball passing, but not the man. Jiang Gu chose not to dribble. He passed back to Lowe, then abruptly raised his right hand. As the two defenders momentarily shifted their focus to track the ball, he spun around sharply. The man with the receding hairline instinctively reached out to grab Jiang Gu, but the latter slipped past his outside like a greased eel. Upon receiving the ball, Lowe delivered a first-time through pass, threading it through the gap between the two defenders in front of him. Jiang Gu had foreseen the pass would arrive in the space he was running into, and the ball reached him just as he arrived. The coach's instruction was to deliver a cross from the byline. If not for this constraint, he wouldn't have minded attempting another powerful tree-felling cut inside. As soon as Jiang Gu collected the ball, a long leg swept in from the front. In this area, the home team had more players and consequently more legs, twice as many as players. Jiang Gu touched the ball with his toe, gently chipping it. The ball bounced up over a meter, and Jiang Gu leaped to avoid the sweeping leg. At that moment, another figure appeared on the path to the byline, standing with hands behind his back, seemingly determined to prevent Jiang Ji's cross from this point onward. Jiang Gu came to an abrupt stop, hooking the ball back with his heel, sending it rolling toward the center. As he prepared to turn infield, a sharp pain shot through the top of his right foot. The top of the foot, covered only by a thin layer of shoe leather, was one of the most vulnerable areas, utterly defenseless against the opponent's studs. Jiang Gu collapsed to the ground, clutching his foot. The referee blew his whistle and pulled a yellow card from his pocket. The man with the receding hairline had been slightly late in his tackle while lunging for the ball, stamping directly on Jiang Ji's right boot. Jiang Gu heard the prompt indicating the injury immunity card had been used. Although there was no fracture, several bloody gashes on his instep were inevitable. Jiang Gu removed his boot and sock, showing the 3 bloody wounds to the referee. Lowe and others pleaded for a harsher penalty, insisting the man should be sent off. The referee dispersed the protesting, and surrounding players called the man with the receding hairline over while Jiang Gu put his sock and boot back on and struggled to his feet. In such situations, the referee would always offer a lecture. The matter didn't end with just a card. The man's challenge could have broken Jiang Ji's leg. It was a dangerous play. As the referee explained the danger of the tackle to the man, Jiang Gu interjected, "You should give him a red card. He not only injured me, but also kept trying to pull off my jersey." He said he really wanted to collect it. Jiang Gu tugged at his jersey to ensure the referee understood his words correctly. "What did you say?" The head referee found it hard to believe that someone would lodge a protest for such a reason. "He said he wanted to collect my jersey, and he's already made several attempts." Jiang Gu showed the torn corner of his jersey to the head referee. Because Jiang Gu spoke slowly and his English was standard, the referee had no trouble understanding him. Is what he said true? The head referee looked at the Mediterranean uncle with a speechless expression. The Mediterranean uncle had heard everything clearly, and he instantly flew into a rage, reaching out to push Jiang Gu while shouting, "FCK. Go to hell." The head referee made a silencing gesture and warned the Mediterranean uncle with a gloomy face. Jiang Gu had already hidden behind the referee, grinning sheepishly at the Mediterranean uncle. Suppressing the fury within him, the Mediterranean uncle denied it to the referee. "No, absolutely not. He's lying, talking nonsense." Jiang Ji's intention was precisely to provoke this man. He already had a yellow card, and if he lost his temper he might be sent off. What infuriated Jiang Gu the most was that this brute's rough tackle not only scraped his own foot, but also cost him a precious injury immunity card. The man had to pay the price. The referee awarded a free kick about 20 meters from the goal. The Mediterranean uncle approached Jiang Gu and hissed through gritted teeth, "Go to hell with your stinking jersey. Even the beggars on the streets of Bremen wouldn't want it. Go to hell, FCK. I just scored a goal." Jiang Gu replied with a smirk. "FCK, go to hell." The Mediterranean uncle spat on the ground. "I'm taking this kick. So do you want to stand this close to me?" Jiang Gu stood before the ball, pointing at the wall of players behind the Mediterranean uncle. The head referee also ran over, signaling for the Mediterranean uncle to retreat 15 meters and drew a line on the ground. Lo also came over, wanting to coordinate a play with Jiang Gu. The free kick was in a very good position, offering a promising chance to score. "This ball is yours. I'll go for the rebound." Saying this, Jiang Gu walked towards the penalty area. Lo looked bewildered. Hadn't he been competing with me for this all along? Why was he giving it up so readily now? The head coach had stated before the match that the designated set-piece takers were Jiang Gu and Lo. The primary taker handing the ball to the secondary taker surprised even the head coach Eddie Sazer on the sidelines. Given Jiang Ji's height in this team, trying to get a header or a shot amidst the forest of muscular players wasn't an optimal choice. Lo thought Jiang Gu would lurk on the periphery, waiting for an opportunity. With the defenders scrambling to clear the ball, waiting outside wasn't without its chances. Jiang Gu walked over to Bacalotz, and the Mediterranean uncle followed him. Bacalotz looked at Jiang Gu beside him and said doubtfully, "Brother, you'd better go to the back." Jiang Gu was indeed at a height disadvantage among this group. He was even a head shorter than the Mediterranean uncle guarding him, making it quite unsuitable for him to fight for the ball here. As previously agreed, Jiang Gu raised his right hand towards Lo. Lo had no idea what Jiang Gu meant by raising his right hand. He assumed it was a signal to pass the ball to that spot. But other than his hand, he couldn't even see the kid's head. How was he supposed to pass it there? Perhaps the Germans had some misunderstanding about football. Why were all the players on the field muscular giants? This wasn't American football. The head referee blew his whistle. Lo took 3 steps back, ran up, and struck the ball. It was a fluid classical execution without any feint. Jiang Gu was also aware that it was unlikely for him to win the header in the jungle of muscles. Even if he jumped, his leaping ability couldn't compare to these giants. He was lurking in that position solely to draw the defense away for Bacalotz and the other tall striker beside him. Given Jiang Ji's previous brilliant performance, not only was the Mediterranean uncle marking him tightly, but another defender was also guarding him. Such is the power of reputation. Even if he couldn't get the ball, he could still occupy 2 defenders. The ball from Lo was incredibly fast, curving across the goal mouth towards the far post. It was a cross that looked like a shot, or rather a feigned cross and real shot. So many giants jumped high, yet not a single one could touch it. With the near post blocked by his own wall of players, the goalkeeper's attention was mainly on the far post. This shot wasn't difficult to save. The goalkeeper leaped sideways and punched the ball away with both hands. The moment Lo struck the ball, Jiang Gu had already foreseen its trajectory. He had even anticipated that the shot would ultimately be saved by the goalkeeper. As everyone jumped, Jiang Gu took a step back, turned, and ran outwards. The Mediterranean uncle and the other defender instinctively jumped, but to their astonishment, the kid hadn't jumped at all. He turned and ran. "What did you mean by deserting when we were supposed to fight for the ball together?" Jiang Gu took 4 or 5 steps, and the ball punched out by the goalkeeper flew in from behind him waist high. Ever since acquiring the scorpion kick divine skill, facing this kind of incoming ball, Jiang Gu instinctively chose to execute the scorpion kick maneuver. Jiang Gu turned slightly sideways, bent his body forward, and kicked his right leg up. The heel of his foot struck the ball. With a thud, using the incoming force, the ball rebounded rapidly. A scream of pain rang out. The ball hit the Mediterranean uncle squarely in the face. He cried out, covered his face, and fell to the ground. Being hit by the ball was an accident, also known as defending with one's face. The attacking player committed no foul. The ball landed on the ground, and Bacalotz, who had moved closer, launched a powerful shot directly. Another agonized cry followed. A defender who had been assisting in marking Jiang Gu happened to be right in the path of Bacalotz's shot. Without deviation, the ball struck the man's vital region. From the ferocity of Bacalotz's shot and the screams of that defender, one could imagine how painful it was. Although it wasn't a very hard surface, the ball bounced back up from the ground to a height just right for Jiang to execute a scorpion kick. With the two towering walls in front already felled, Jiang's shot faced the goal directly. The goalkeeper, having just been faked out by two of his own teammates in quick succession, hadn't yet recovered his wits. Another shot came. Although he made a diving save, he couldn't stop the ball from entering the net. Goal. Wolfsburg leads 3-1. One player was covering his face, another clutching his groin. Two opposing players lay in the penalty area. Wolfsburg didn't celebrate excessively, and the medical team quickly entered the field. Before June 1, 2020, according to FIFA regulations, official football matches only allowed 3 substitutions. The home team had already used all 3 substitutions at the start of the second half, and had no one left to bring on. After a few minutes of treatment, the Mediterranean uncle managed to stand up and continue the match. The other injured player was carried off the field on a stretcher and sent to an ambulance. Watching the injured player being taken away, Bacalotz apologized. "I didn't mean to. I didn't expect him to block there. Brother, that was some fine shooting, very accurate." Jiang scored a goal, and Bacalotz's shot directly caused the opponent to lose a player. The destructive power of this wave of attack was indeed considerable. Forced to play a man down due to running out of substitutions, the opposing head coach was filled with chagrin. After scoring, Jiang heard the system notification for the reward: Dong mission complete. Reward: 5 free attribute points, 5,000 ball king experience points, dribbling level upgraded to silver high rank. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but Jiang felt a surge of warmth flow through the soles of his feet, adding a few more degrees of confidence to his ball handling. Of course, Jiang's confidence was not without reason. The only one marking him now was the Mediterranean uncle, and this fellow was already carrying a yellow card. Jiang couldn't stay low-key, even if he wanted to. Although treated with painkillers, the right side of the Mediterranean uncle's face quickly swelled up. All thanks to Jiang, the man was not only bald on top, but also had a red left cheek and a white right cheek, looking quite bizarre. "Hey, are you alright?" "I'm sorry." Jiang very gentlemanly expressed his apology to the Mediterranean uncle, always finding some topic to chat with him. "I don't need your apology. Watch your legs, you little Eastern sissy." The Mediterranean uncle was not as polite as Jiang. He loathed this Eastern kid who had scored 3 goals and had such a sharp tongue. Seeing the Mediterranean uncle's harsh words, Jiang held up 3 fingers and replied with a wry smile, "I've scored 3 goals. FCK, you will regret this." The Mediterranean uncle glared fiercely at Jiang, his eyes full of menace, veins bulging on his forehead, almost turning into the Hulk. With the number of players defending Jiang reduced from 2 to 1, the Wolfsburg midfield centered around Low passed the ball more frequently to Jiang's side. Football is inherently a sport of balance between attack and defense. The sudden reduction of 1 player on the home team forced their formation to be further compressed. After scoring the 3rd goal, Wolfsburg chose to make a substitution, bringing on a center back and taking off a tall striker. Wolfsburg's formation now became 4-5-1 with Bacalotz alone at the front. Leading 3-1, Eddie Satzel densely packed his players in the midfield and defensive zones, suddenly switching to a tight defensive counterattacking strategy. The 4-5-1 formation, by stationing as many as 5 players in the midfield, could still adopt an active and aggressive offense based on a solid defense. It couldn't be simply called a conservative formation. Like the 3-5-2 formation, its soul lies in flexibility and variability. Apart from the relatively fixed positions of the 4 defenders and 1 forward, the 5 midfielders have considerable room for change. From the information brought to Jiang by his teammates on the field, head coach Eddie Satzel still hoped Jiang would increase the number of breakthroughs without worrying too much about the success rate. Since completing his hat trick and receiving the system's grand prize, Jiang had not received any new task notifications. He wondered if achieving a grand slam in this match would yield an extra reward. Trailing on the scoreboard and a man down, the home team was forced to push forward amidst the jeers of their home fans. After 2 failed attempts, Jiang tried to dribble past the Mediterranean uncle for the 3rd time, having successfully defended twice before the Mediterranean uncle's confidence soared. This kid wasn't a god either, he was just so-so as long as he dared to make a tackle. Low sent a long diagonal past the ball, tracing a parabola through the air towards Jiang's position. Jiang lifted his leg and stopped the ball steadily once again, showcasing the magical skill of the ball sticking to his instep, as if glued to his foot, without bouncing up at all. Jiang from 2022 had seen Marcelo's gravity-defying skill on TV. At this point in time, Marcelo probably hadn't publicly demonstrated his amazing technique yet. Indeed, after Jiang brought down this pass, warm applause erupted from the stands solely for this exquisite piece of ball control unrelated to the score. Jiang had previously displayed a similar trapping maneuver, which greatly contradicted the rumor of him stopping the ball 3 yards away. Not every attempt yielded such brilliant results. Jiang often made mistakes too, and the embarrassment of stopping the ball 3 yards away occasionally occurred. Seeing Jiang Gu with the ball, the Mediterranean uncle immediately closed in on him. Jiang Gu could even smell his strong, nauseating body odor. Since he was only being defended by one man, Jiang Gu didn't shield the ball with his back this time. He kept the ball under control and advanced slightly 2 steps. The Mediterranean uncle didn't recklessly lunge, knowing the kid's skill. Whoever made the first move would be at a disadvantage. Jiang Gu could go past him on the right or on the left. As a defender, he couldn't guess, like a goalkeeper facing a penalty kick. Guessing wrong meant getting beaten. The safest approach was to watch the ball, not the man. Only track where Jiang Ji's ball was going without bothering about Jiang Ji's body movements, which might be deceptive feints. Jiang Gu advanced slowly. The Mediterranean uncle retreated slowly. The other home team players didn't immediately rush over to help defend, because they had their own defensive duties, and with the away team now pressing forward heavily, leaving anyone unmarked would be bad. Kid, you won't get past me, stop dreaming. Whether for self-assurance or to pressure Jiang Gu, the Mediterranean uncle started muttering to himself again, repeating it over and over. I've scored 3 goals. Jiang Gu performed a step over, just a feint without actually driving forward. The Mediterranean uncle remembered his cardinal rule: as a defender, watch the ball, not the man. He didn't fall for Jiang Ji's feint and continued to retreat slowly. Due to the numerical disadvantage, the home team needed to compress their defensive area to maximize their defensive advantage. The Mediterranean uncle's retreat was a wise choice as long as it was kept within limits. Jiang Gu thought he could provoke the uncle, but he remained unmoved, steady as an old dog. The Mediterranean uncle retreated about 3 or 4 meters, making the home team's defensive formation compact. While each player fulfilled their own responsibilities, they could also provide help to their teammates. Jiang Gu also knew that going further would lead into a bus parking defense. Since his team's back four hadn't moved up, they were already outnumbered in the small area. At this point, he either had to pass the ball to other teammates to stretch the opponent's defense or drive along the wing towards the byline to tear open a gap on the flank. Hey pal, don't be so anxious. I can give you my jersey, but you'll have to wait until after the game. This time Jiang Gu spoke first, much like Zidane taunting Materazzi in the 2006 World Cup final. However, Jiang Gu wouldn't lose his mind like Zidane did. He just wanted to provoke the Mediterranean uncle, who was already carrying a yellow card. FCK, what are you talking about? Hearing Jiang Gu mention the jersey again, the Mediterranean uncle instantly flew into a rage. His gaze involuntarily shifted to Jiang Ji's body, momentarily ignoring the ball at Jiang Ji's feet. Overwhelmed by a surge of blood and fury, the Mediterranean uncle instinctively took 2 steps closer to Jiang Gu. Faced with defensive pressure, Jiang Gu was not concerned about the defender's proximity to him. The closer the distance, the shorter the opponent's reaction time, and the higher the chance of a successful breakthrough. Conversely, a slightly greater distance posed more difficulties, as no matter which method he chose for his dribble, the defender would have ample time and space to react, often forcing him to pass. Even a player like Messi would find himself in such a situation. This one-on-one defense was like holding a handful of sand. It should not be gripped too tightly, for the tighter the grip, the faster the sand slips away. The force must be just right, and a good defender is usually able to maintain this delicate balance. From the match over these few minutes, to be fair, this Mediterranean uncle was quite competent, with seasoned defensive experience and decent performance in various aspects aside from his fiery temper. Seeing the Mediterranean uncle take 2 steps closer to him, Jiang Gu grinned mischievously and said, "So impatient. Your jersey will be yours." Damn. The Mediterranean uncle roared, timing his move to target the ball at Jiang Ji's feet, executing a sudden slide tackle. Though it seemed slow, all the actions and the psychological changes between the 2 players unfolded in just a few seconds. Lev saw that the defender who had been closely marking Jiang Gu suddenly rushed forward after retreating a few meters. "Jiang, over here." Lev shouted to Jiang Gu, creating an opening. Provoking the Mediterranean uncle was intentional, and Jiang Gu could anticipate his next tackle move. Before the defender could reach the ball, he passed it to Lev on the left. After passing the ball, Jiang Gu suddenly accelerated, circling around the Mediterranean uncle's body and sprinting into the space behind him. Lev did not seek to control the ball himself. He simply aimed for a 1-2 combination with Jiang Gu. Without a second thought, he passed the ball to the opening that had appeared behind the Mediterranean uncle. The ball arrived just as Jiang Gu did, completely bypassing the Mediterranean uncle. Before the backup defender could position himself, Jiang Gu dribbled diagonally toward the opponent's penalty area. Strikers like Bakelits were shouting for the ball in the center. Jiang Gu glanced at the situation in the middle, adjusted his steps, and raised his right foot. The defender, rushing to block the cross, immediately spread his arms and slid sideways to block the pass with his body. Jiang Ji's right leg swung with a large motion, making it look as if he was about to take a real shot. Even Bakelits prepared to jump. However, what surprised everyone was that Jiang Gu did not cross the ball. Instead, he gently pushed the ball with his right foot, and the football slid between the legs of the defender, who was facing away to provide support. Feinting past the ball, Jiang Gu evaded another player and entered the opponent's penalty area. Backup defenders continued to come in waves. The third defender to arrive fell to the ground immediately as he saw Jiang Ge seemingly preparing to shoot. He blocked the lower path while the goalkeeper covered the upper path. After felling the first tree, Jiang Ge did not shoot. Instead, he dribbled sideways for 2 or 3 steps, as if preparing to strike with the outside of his foot. Another defender fell in front of him, also trying to block the shot. Bakelitz and others had seen Jiang Ge's routine before. They wisely dispersed at this moment, both to draw away the defenders around Jiang Ge and to create space for his play. Just as the third defender raised his hands to block the ball at Jiang Ge's feet, was hooked from behind by a leg, and the powerful force caused him to fall as well. Jiang Ge fell right at the edge of the small penalty area. Whistle. The main referee blew a long whistle pointed to the penalty spot, and his gaze was unusually resolute. After falling, Jiang Ge did not hear the sound of the damage prevention card being used, but did indeed hurt, fortunately, not seriously. The Mediterranean uncle executed a back tackle, taking down both the ball and the player. The referee remembered this guy. After pulling out the yellow card, he glanced at it once, and then immediately took out the red card. Lev and others angrily rushed toward the Mediterranean uncle. Such a back tackle foul was extremely vicious, and it could easily break a leg. Bakelitz came to help Jiang Ge up, worried that someone might step on him in the chaos. The Mediterranean uncle had no objection to the ruling, only to the referee. Pushing aside the crowd surrounding him, he rushed toward the fallen Jiang Ge and angrily shouted, "Damn you Eastern little bitch, go die. Go die." Lev reached out and forcefully pushed the Mediterranean uncle away, roaring, "Get away, you butcher." The team doctor rushed in to check Jiang Ge's injury, and the stretcher team also followed. Things seemed to be out of control on the field. With the home team about to lose 2 players, other team members also got angry, taking the opportunity to vent their emotions. All 3 referees ran onto the field to maintain order. 3 minutes later, Jiang Ge's checkup was completed, and he was unharmed. He was carried to the sideline by the stretcher team. The main referee ultimately controlled the situation on the field, relying on the yellow cards in his hand. His words alone would not have been heeded. Lev and an opposing player each received a yellow card, while the Mediterranean uncle was sent back to the locker room. Jiang Ge intended to return to the field to continue playing, but the team doctor signaled a substitution to the coach. Though he could have walked back to the bench himself, he was forcibly carried by the kind stretcher team. Jiang Ge was substituted off, and he was replaced by defender Notch, hailed as the future star of Wolfsburg. A player Jiang Ge from 2022 had never heard of, suggesting that this guy might just be a flash in the pan. The match resumed, and the penalty kick was taken by Captain Lev. After Jiang Ge left the field, he became the team's first-choice set-piece taker. Although Jiang Ge had been taken off the field while on the stretcher, he still cared about the situation on the field. The 4 medical personnel carrying the stretcher glanced back at the field as they walked. They were all from the home team, of course, hoping that this penalty kick would not score, otherwise a 1-for scoreline would be too embarrassing. Lev stepped back 4 steps, prepared to run up, and swung his right leg. Because the amplitude of his right leg swing was large, everyone thought it would be a powerful shot. What no one expected was that Lev's right leg slowly descended, striking the bottom of the ball, causing it to rise and trace a parabolic arc in front of the goal, brushing under the crossbar and into the net. A chip penalty. Lev played a clever trick. Seeing such a wonderful goal, Jiang Ge cheered with raised arms, but he did not expect that joy could turn to sorrow. It was unknown whether the stretcher team did it on purpose or by accident. One of them lost their grip, and Jiang Ge fell off the stretcher, landing on his shoulder. It was completely beyond expectation. Worse yet, Jiang Ge could not help but hear the sound of the damage prevention card being automatically used. The precious damage prevention card had been wasted by these fools, and Jiang Ge felt like he wanted to kill someone. This fall was not entirely without benefit. He simultaneously received a recovery card equivalent to reshuffling his hand, exchanging the damage prevention card for a recovery card. Jiang Ge checked the specific function of the recovery card, which displayed as follows: recovery card must be used actively, all recovery speeds are increased tenfold, and all after effects are eliminated. Unlike the damage prevention card, which provided all-weather protection, the recovery card must be used actively, meaning whether to use it entirely depends on Jiang Ge's will. Such a precious item could not be used for minor injuries. If he encountered a serious injury, he would certainly use it. Of course, Jiang Ge hoped he would never encounter injuries again. Another goal scored low converted a penalty kick 4-1. The visiting Wolfsburg team took a 3-goal lead. The home team Werder Bremen's second team was not only trailing by 3 goals, but also had 2 players sent off. Holding a 3-goal advantage, the visiting Wolfsburg team did not organize any further significant attacks. The game had completely entered garbage time. In the remaining 10+ minutes, neither side scored again, and the match time was thus consumed. Having just won a penalty for his team, Jiang Ge was disappointed because he wasn't the one to take it. He received neither the goal-scoring reward nor even an assist reward. Knowing this, he should have snatched the penalty kick from low no matter what. He had taken a fall on a stretcher and still ended up losing out big time. After the team doctor's examination, Jiang Ji's legs were fine, and there was no major injury to his shoulder either. Since the injury immunity card had been automatically consumed, Jiang Ge believed his shoulder wouldn't suffer severe injuries like fractures or muscle strains. It should only be a superficial wound. Jiang Ji's stellar performances over 4 consecutive matches were clearly not a matter of probability. The Wolfsburg official website had replaced its background image with a photo of Jiang Ge scoring a goal, a tremendous honor and a first for a reserve team player. Due to his shoulder injury, the team granted Jiang Ge a special day off the following day. Just as he woke up, his mother called from China. "Hey son, are you okay?" Jiang Ge could tell his mother was very worried. "Mom, I'm fine. Why are you so agitated so early in the morning?" Sleepy-eyed Jiang Ge didn't catch on at first. "You rascal, what are you saying? Agitated? Your mother is just concerned about you." His father's voice came from the side. It seemed the speakerphone was on. "Dad, you're here too." Jiang Ge could still joke around with his mom, but talking to his dad felt as formal as reporting to a boss. "Ahem. Your mother and I have been waiting for you all morning about your matter." "Dad, sorry, I just woke up. The team gave me a day off today." Jiang Ge himself wasn't sure why he was so polite to his father. "Oh, it's fine. Since the team gave you a day off, you should have a good rest. There's a time difference between the two countries. We don't blame you. Take good care of yourself. Jiang Ge, your mother warns you can't risk yourself like that next time." His mother's stern voice came from the side, drowning out his father's. "Mom, what's wrong? What risk?" Jiang Ge was sure he was fully awake now, but he felt his parents' words were strange. "Jiang Ge, here's the thing." His father explained, "The Football Weekly has secured exclusive interview rights with you from Wolfsburg. The footage of your match last night was already released domestically, and they've even invited me as a guest." "Ah!" Jiang Ge exclaimed in surprise. Ever since arriving in Germany, he had been focused solely on training and matches. He never expected the domestic media to be so attentive to him and report so promptly. "Yes, you have no idea, son. You're a huge star back home now. In just 1 week, your fan base has skyrocketed by over 5 million. His father sounded very excited. Coach Liu said this number of fans is nothing. "At this rate, you'll easily have over 100 million within a month." They had been chatting about family matters, but when his father suddenly mentioned Coach Liu, Jiang Ge swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. "Dad, that's all media hype. They're always more trouble than they're worth. Don't take it too seriously. It's fine for you to be a guest, but don't accept anything from them." Jiang Ge was genuinely worried his father might cause trouble back home. Some unscrupulous media had no limits in their pursuit of attention. "Son, don't worry. Your father will never accept money, maybe just a few small gifts." "That's right, son. Your father and I have principles. To make it easier for your father to get to work, that company gave him a Mercedes. Since your father had a back injury when he was a player, they sent over several cases of Moutai for his medicinal liquor. That's all. We really didn't take any money." "Oh, you actually accepted their gifts." Jiang Ge couldn't believe how fast and aggressively that newspaper was moving. There is never unconditional love in this world. These investments would be recouped many times over in the future. Jiang Ge didn't want any involvement with these people. Not yet. They said they'd deliver the Moutai today, and the paperwork for the Mercedes is being processed. "Mom, please don't accept anything from them. Isn't that what you taught me when I was little?" "Son, they gave us these things out of kindness. They're not worth much." "Dad, are you kidding? A Mercedes and Moutai aren't worth much. Tell me honestly, did you ask them for this?" It was the first time Jiang Ge had ever confronted his father. "No, absolutely not. I never even mentioned it." His father denied it sternly. "Son, they even offered your mother several beauty packages. They said they'd take me for a trial today." From his mother's excited voice, Jiang Ge could tell she was looking forward to it. Jiang Ji's head was buzzing. He felt overwhelmed. Those unscrupulous media were truly pervasive, and he had no idea what their intentions were, but it couldn't be anything good. As his mother eagerly described the beauty packages and travel packages, Jiang Ge directly interrupted. "All right, Mom, I'm begging you. Let's not take anything from them. I'll wire you the money. I live a very simple life here and have nowhere to spend it." Hearing her son's words, there was silence on the other end of the line. After a moment, his father sighed and spoke. "Son, you know your mother and I aren't the type to take advantage of others. Everything I just told you was indeed promised by that company, but we turned them down on the spot. Dad, that was well done. One shouldn't accept undeserved rewards. We can't take their things. I don't need a kid like you to teach me that." His father then spoke earnestly. "As the saying goes, a tall tree catches the wind. Ever since you started making a name for yourself in Germany, so many people have come to our door to get acquainted or propose cooperation. Your mother and I are afraid to even step outside. How can that be, isn't it? When I go to the market to buy groceries, the neighbors point at me as if I've done something shameful." Jiang Ge never expected that his modest achievements in Germany would cause so much trouble for his family back home. "Isn't it? Old man Xiao, whom I've never beaten at chess, let me win 3 games yesterday." There was no joy in his father's voice, only sorrow. "Son." His father paused, then said solemnly, Your mother, and I think you should find an agent. Let a professional handle all these off-field matters. That's right, son. Coach Lu said your father sold you to some newspaper. He must have made a good profit, and you can get at least half of it. It was selling the exclusive interview rights to the Football Weekly. His father corrected from the side. Jiang Gu immediately understood. These matters were related to his mentor Coach Lu Feng. It seemed that guy had indeed come with an agenda and he needed to confront him directly. Due to the fervent football transfer market, football agents have become an indispensable part of the sport. On a smaller scale, they influence the transfer market to a certain extent. On a larger scale, they can impact football clubs and even the entire league. Many football coaches aspire to become agents because they already possess a deep understanding of the game, which seems like a natural progression. Driven by profit, not only coaches, but also football journalists, commentators, and even players' relatives are eager to enter this industry. However, being a football agent is not easy. It requires not only professional knowledge, but also a sufficiently powerful network and total dedication. Although Lu Feng is a football coach and Jiang Ji's first mentor with his current capabilities, he can only manage Jiang Ji's return to a domestic club, and even then he works on a part-time basis. Jiang Gu was not only displeased with the exorbitant 30 commission in the agent contract, but also lacked confidence in Lu Feng's abilities as an agent. On the surface, Lu Feng facilitated Jiang Ji's signing with the Madrid Knights back then. However, that was because the Madrid Knights were already looking to expand into the Chinese market and their scouts had witnessed Jiang Ji's brilliant performance on the field, which was the primary reason the transfer materialized. As for Lu Feng temporarily acting as Jiang Ji's agent, it was purely a matter of chance. At the time, Jiang Ji's parents, who knew nothing about transfers, entrusted the matter entirely to their acquaintance Lu Feng. This gave rise to Lu Feng's later boast about orchestrating Jiang Ji's move to the Madrid Knights. After this trip to Germany, as a professional, Lu Feng gained a profound understanding of Jiang Ji's potential, something he had not recognized before. He also realized that if he did not seize the opportunity to secure Jiang Gu now, he would never have another chance as Jiang Gu continued to grow. Upon returning to China, Lu Feng presented the videos of Jiang Ji's recent matches in Germany to the head coach of the Hengtai team, Silver Fox. Although Silver Fox had never coached a German team, his understanding of German football told him that even the regional league was on par with the Chinese First Division, and a team like Wolfsburg's second team was comparable to the Chinese Super League. About to take charge of the Chinese national team, Silver Fox also recognized Jiang Gu as a rare talent. The idea of building a core squad for the national team around the Hengtai team had already taken root in his mind. He cared little about the players' futures or wishes, only about preparing for China's World Cup qualification. Silver Fox requested the Hengtai higher-ups to sign Jiang Gu back to China. They approved in principle, with the transfer fee capped at 80 million. In Silver Fox's view, these players always talked about learning from Europe, but going abroad was merely for gilding their resumes. He was well aware of Wolfsburg's usual tactics, developing players only to sell them at high prices, even resorting to padding the stats of players on the market. He believed Jiang Ji's stats were surely inflated, but still being able to produce such numbers showed Jiang Ji's skill. With Silver Fox's approval, Lu Feng rushed to find Jiang Ji's parents and orchestrated the earlier gift-giving event. Being an old neighbor and acquaintance, Lu Feng knew the Jiang family well. He knew such a gift would make them uneasy. As a professional in this field and an old friend, he was confident the Jiangs would naturally come to him. Just as Lu Feng had anticipated, after receiving the gift from a certain company, Jiang Ji's parents immediately sought his advice. Lu Feng clearly told Jiang Ji's parents that their son was about to become a football star and that a tall tree catches the wind. This was inevitable. To properly handle these trivial matters and not jeopardize Jiang Ji's future, he suggested they find a professional football agent. Although he did not volunteer, Jiang Ji's parents naturally thought of their old acquaintance Lu Feng. Playing hard to get, Lu Feng did not rush to take on the task. Instead, he repeatedly declined, citing his busy schedule at the club. Jiang Ji's parents begged and pleaded, using every kind word, until Lu Feng reluctantly agreed. Since Jiang Gu was now an adult, his consent was necessary, leading to the earlier phone call. Jiang Gu could guess that the mastermind behind all this was likely his former mentor. He verbally agreed to let Lu Feng help manage some affairs, but only under the supervision of his parents. Jiang Gu knew his parents well. They were not people who sought petty gains, nor did they know anything about marketing. Jiang Gu remembered when his father was a basketball coach, someone once gave him local specialties to secure a starting position. Once his father understood the intention, he not only firmly returned the gift, but also expelled the person from the team. From then on, no one dared to give Jiang's father gifts anymore, and he became known among the players as the most impartial coach. Lu Feng, believing that Jiang Gu had already agreed to sign an agent contract, accompanied Jiang's father to Germany, brimming with eagerness. For Lu Feng, this was a deal that would profit him from both sides. First, the seller Wolfsburg would give him a certain kickback. Second, the buyer Hengtai would pay him a commission. As Jiang Ji's agent, he could also take a cut from Jiang Ji's salary. Such as the greedy football agent, often called a cancer of the transfer market, yet indispensable, as many players are not well versed in the business side of football. Although Jiang's mother believed Lu Feng was the most suitable person to be their son's agent, Jiang's father thought they should respect their son's wishes. Lu Feng might have been their son's first coach, but his focus seemed to have shifted away from coaching in recent years. These days, not only in Germany, but also in China, videos of Jiang Ji's goals had gone viral. Some fans had set up a Jiang forum dedicated to tracking and reporting on him. Because the Football Weekly was a paid media outlet, the free nature of the Jiang forum quickly attracted a large number of enthusiastic fans. On the Jiang forum, news about him was more detailed, encompassing not only reports from Su Jin of Football Weekly, but also information from other media or individuals, such as photos taken by a fan on site, as long as Jiang was in the frame. Overall, the news on the Jiang forum was more comprehensive and timely. Many enthusiastic fans based in Germany would post live updates from the stadium while watching the games. An anonymous professional compiled statistics on Jiang Ji's performance in these recent matches. The data was impressive, and the first word that came to mind for most football experts was overwhelming dominance. Famous football agent Jorge Mendes tweeted, "I am amazed by Jiang Ji's performance. I believe he is fully capable of securing a starting position at a mid-tier Premier League club." Jorge Mendes, the agent for Cristiano Ronaldo, De Gea, James Rodriguez, Falcao, Di Maria, Marcelo, and others, was named the best football agent from 2001 to 2020, wielding significant control over the European transfer market. Mino Raiola tweeted, "I watched Jiang Ji's match live. His explosive power is remarkable, and his anticipation skills astonished me. Given his physical condition and technical characteristics, I suggest he choose a La Liga team." Barnett, one of the three dominant figures in the European football agent world, stated that he would immediately keep an eye on this Chinese player. Barnett, Mendes, and Raiola, the three dominant agents in European football, simultaneously issued statements regarding Jiang, a Chinese forward, an event unprecedented in China's history, a privilege typically reserved for top-tier European talents. It must be acknowledged that Wolfsburg's management operated with great professionalism. Leveraging their extensive network, they quickly thrust Jiang into the spotlight. Soon clubs from around the world dispatched scouts, especially those eager to tap into the Chinese market, with some even preparing transfer budgets. Scouts flocked to the German city of Wolfsburg, an honor not yet bestowed upon even Kevin De Bruyne 2 years later, who would eventually win the German Footballer of the Year award. That said, Jiang Ji's current skill level does not yet match De Bruyne's. What drives so many clubs is the enormous potential of the Chinese market, a major factor behind their interest. Among all clubs, one stands out: Madrid Knights, who had recently sold Jiang, now regretting their decision and desperate to buy him back at a high price. Guests arrived in full. 8 people per table, several tables stacked, but the host seemed absent, or perhaps no one suitable was available to receive them. Although player transfers are matters between clubs, differing offers require the player's personal consent. Jiang had no professional agent, just as he began worrying when his father and Lu Feng arrived. His father brought Lu Feng because the latter understood contract terms far beyond Jiang Ji's current capacity, acting as a strategist to prevent being taken advantage of. Though Lu Feng arrived early, it proved timely. But Jiang was not someone acting out of desperation. He set a condition: if met, he would sign a 5-year contract. Jiang Ji's conditions were twofold: first, a top 5 European league; second, a mid to upper table club; a third, pending further discussion. Lu Feng was stunned. He had hoped to bring Jiang back to China after accompanying his father to Germany, only to find himself pushed aside by the young player. With contact with scouts approaching the next day, Jiang and Lu Feng resolved the agent issue overnight. "Since we've come this far, I'll speak plainly." Lu Feng grew serious. The warm, affable smile vanished. "Coach Lu, I hope our personal bond won't be affected by the transfer situation, and vice versa." Jiang also made his stance clear to Lu Feng. "Mr. Silver Fox watched your match highlights. He wants to take you to Hungtai. Coach Lu, I believe this should respect the child's choice. If Jiang doesn't want to return home, we shouldn't force him, right?" Jiang Ji's father interrupted politely. Lu Feng raised his hand. "Coach Jiang, let me finish. I'd like to ask Jiang something. Do you know about Silver Fox?" "Somewhat. He's a renowned Italian coach, having won the World Cup Champions League and 5 Serie A titles during his tenure, known for counterattacks and flexible tactics." Lu Feng nodded approvingly. "Clearly you've done your homework." "Yes. I've gathered some information on every foreign coach who has trained domestically. Under Silver Fox, Hungtai has consistently topped the Chinese Super League, proof of his coaching ability." "Indeed." Jiang silently nodded. The teacher before him was Silver Fox's assistant. He couldn't publicly undermine his team's record despite holding the best domestic card. Agreements for Silver Fox joining the national team have been finalized. Contract signing imminent. "Oh, that's wonderful. China finally gets a champion coach, a World Cup winner. Lu Ge glanced at Jiang Ge. The boy's words sounded oddly dismissive, implying they were all failures. As part of Silver Fox's team, I will also join the national staff. Lu Feng revealed his identity. He'd soon become an assistant coach to the national team. Jiang Ji's father clapped. Wow, Coach Lu. Congratulations on your promotion. What seemed like mere pleasantries felt strange to Lu Feng. I'm flattered, but since Silver Fox is unfamiliar with China's football environment, leadership expects me to support him. Jiang Ge sensed Lu Feng held real power within the national team. In the worst case, he could easily sideline Silver Fox. Seeing silence from both father and son, Lu Feng spread his hands. One side is Hung Tai, the other is the national team. Jiang Ge, do you see the connection? Jiang Ge blinked thought, then stayed silent. His father understood immediately. Lu Feng meant he controlled both teams. As Jiang Ge spoke up, his father tugged him. Hung Tai versus the national team, one coaching staff. Doesn't that mean everything rests with Coach Lu? Ha ha ha, that's exactly right. Besides the 3 foreigners, aren't at least 8 players on Hung Tai Chinese? Lu Feng looked at Jiang Ge. Yes, correct. Those who work well at Hung Tai. Would Silver Fox prioritize them for the national team? Lu Feng raised an eyebrow toward Jiang Ji's father. The point was blunt, as dual assistant coach selection for the national team required his approval. Jiang Ge assumed Lu Feng came to Germany solely to become his agent, unaware he was actually recruiting talent to bring him back home. This was a serious matter Jiang Ge hadn't anticipated before. Citing need for consideration, Jiang Ge paused the discussion. As a man with cheat codes, his goal wasn't to polish his resume abroad, but to prove himself on Europe's stage, not China's. Wolfsburg 2's next opponent ranked 12th, weak and disinterested. Management deemed Jiang Ge unnecessary for the match, granting him a week off to handle transfer affairs. Officially, they claimed his shoulder injury prevented participation. The unexpected vacation gave Jiang Ge time to settle off-field matters. Perhaps Wolfsburg's managers never imagined that upon hearing the news Oldenburg would jump at the chance. They immediately contacted Hamburg 2, Wolfsburg's upcoming opponent. Hamburg's first team struggled terribly in the Bundesliga, currently 18th, on the brink of relegation. Should they remain last after the season, they'd face a playoff against the third-place 2 Bundesliga side to stay up. Jiang Ge from 2022 knew Hamburg's myth of never being relegated broke in 2018 when they were eliminated by Borussia Mönchengladbach, their first ever drop to 2 Bundesliga, where they've since become strong contenders. If the first team faltered, the second team couldn't be much better. Hamburg 2 ranked 12th, but unlikely to fall further, trailing 13th place by 6 points. The next day, Jiang Ge still hadn't signed an agency agreement with his teacher. Instead, he invited his mentor to negotiate with club scouts as a student. To Jiang Ji's astonishment, the top-ranked bidder turned out to be Madrid Knights, the same La Liga giants who had previously cast him aside. I had thought we would sign the management contract with Jiang Ge last night, but it turns out the lad is still hesitating. Lu Feng was just a step away from threatening him with a national team spot. The next day, Jiang Ji's father and Jiang Ge invited Lu Feng to meet with scouts from various clubs. Strictly speaking, at 19 years old, Jiang Ge has long surpassed the age range scouts typically focus on. Scouts generally only pay attention to players under the age of 14, identifying hidden gems, purchasing them at incredibly low prices, and nurturing them into the backbone of the team. That is precisely the value of a talent scout. On September 17, 2000, a 13-year-old Messi arrived at La Masia for a trial, and Rexach signed him with a napkin. Perhaps Rexach never imagined that this Argentine little man would one day become the king of Barcelona. This napkin signing reflects the value of a talent scout, and the fate between Messi and Barcelona has become a beautiful legend. Jiang Ge is not a minor player. Many stars were already shining in top leagues at his age, yet he remained stuck in Germany's 4th division. Precisely for this reason, many clubs aiming to expand into the Chinese market sent scouts to meet this seriously overage newcomer Jiang Ge. Many wealthy buyers came knocking, and the Wolfsburg boss was more than happy. The first to meet Jiang Ge was the negotiation representative of the Madrid Knights team that had previously sold him off. It wasn't the big-bearded Spaniard he had met recently, but a Chinese-Spanish scout named Si Ning, whose Chinese name is Si Ning. Jiang Ge recognized this face. It was he who had discovered him 3 years ago and brought him to the Madrid Knights. Lu Feng naturally recognized this Chinese compatriot. Although they hadn't kept in contact since the transfer was completed, Lu Feng always properly retained contact information for such people, one of the boasts he could make. Jiang Ge thought this meeting would be awkward since the negotiation representative was Si Ning with a skin tone similar to that of Chinese people, which added a sense of familiarity when the three met. Jiang Ge, I'm sorry. I've been on vacation the whole time, and we committed an unforgivable, serious mistake. Seeing Jiang Ge, Si Ning spoke, first communicating with Jiang Ge in pure Mandarin. Jiang Ge sat across from Si Ning. Without looking up, he could see the Madrid Knights team emblem on the other's chest, once a dream for countless young players, including himself. Representing the La Liga powerhouse Madrid Knights, Xi Ning spoke to Zhang Guo in the tone of a fellow townsman meeting a fellow townsman, leaving Zhang Guo with no outlet for his anger. Zhang Ji's father believed he should remain silent in such situations, sitting there without saying a word. Seeing Zhang Guo remain silent, Lu Feng spoke up beside him. Mr. Xi Ning, hello. I am Lu Feng, Zhang Ji's mentor. We met 3 years ago. Oh. Xi Ning's voice trailed off as if suddenly remembering everything. He stood up and bowed to shake Lu Feng's hand. Coach Lu, I finally realized why you looked so familiar. Oh, it's my fault. I just didn't recognize you. Mr. Xi Ning, you're too kind. We are always looking forward to you returning to China to discover new talents. Well, yes, I will, hee. Zhang Guo watched them exchange pleasantries with a blank expression, lightly tapping his finger on the table, glancing at his phone. Only 15 minutes had passed. He was ready to leave right on time. Although Xi Ning was attending to Lu Feng, his attention was mostly focused on Zhang Guo. So Zhang Guo, we hope you will return to the Madrid Knights. Zhang Ji's gaze shifted away from his phone screen to Xi Ning. Xi Ning stood at 1.8 meters, and the small team emblem on his chest didn't take up much space, yet Zhang Guo couldn't help but stare. Like countless children who dreamed of playing football, Zhang Guo had collected many team emblems in his childhood, including that of the Madrid Knights. For most football players, the Madrid Knights, a La Liga powerhouse, is a dream, and countless people take pride in becoming a member of the team. 3 years ago, Zhang Guo finally achieved his wish, stepping into that magnificent stadium. At that moment, his life was filled with sunshine, glory, and applause. After being grievously injured and abandoned, the Madrid Knights emblem, once a source of pride, repeatedly pierced Zhang Ji's heart. The deeper the love, the sharper the hate. For a long time, the emblem had become Zhang Ji's nightmare. Perhaps only he truly understood this pain. Hearing Xi Ning's words, Lu Feng was overjoyed. He never thought the Madrid Knights would want to sign Zhang Guo again. There was so much room for maneuvering here. First, Lu Feng could once again act as Zhang Ji's agent, earning a commission on the transfer back to the Madrid Knights. Second, once Zhang Guo returned to the Madrid Knights, there would be no need to urge him to return immediately. Given the Madrid Knights' influence in China, the commercial opportunities were almost limitless. He could even establish a management company specifically for this purpose. Third, once Zhang Guo returned to the Madrid Knights, his value would surely skyrocket. In 1 or 2 years, if he could be transferred back to Hungtai, the commissions would be even greater. Every way he looked at it, this seemed like an amazing opportunity. Seeing that Zhang Guo remained silent, Lu Feng lightly poked the student beside him. Do you want to buy regret with money? Zhang Guo said calmly. Xi Ning hadn't expected Zhang Guo to counter like this. Talented players often had strong personalities, something he had seen many times. We made a serious mistake in our previous work. The Madrid Knights, as one of the world's top clubs, has always been a cradle for stars. Mr. Xi Ning. Zhang Guo interrupted Xi Ning's words. Lu Feng glanced at Zhang Guo, repeatedly signaling him with his eyes, hoping the lad wouldn't speak recklessly. After all, they were a world-class top-tier club. How many good matches had he played anyway? He shouldn't get carried away. Zhang Guo looked at his teacher, his gaze shifting to Xi Ning, locking eyes with him. This indicated that what he was about to say had been carefully considered. Mr. Xi Ning, thank you for inviting me to return to the Madrid Knights. This has resolved a long-standing issue in my heart. I apologize on behalf of my department. It was a mistake in our work that caused you trouble. Xi Ning sincerely expressed his apology to Zhang Guo. Beside him, Lu Feng's eyes had narrowed into slits. It looked like a big opportunity was unfolding. As a Chinese compatriot, I would like to borrow a line from the Tang poet Li Shangyin to express my feelings at this moment. That feeling could become a memory later, but at that time it was already filled with regret. After speaking, Zhang Guo smiled faintly at Xi Ning, placed his hands on the table, and prepared to stand up and leave. Lu Feng blinked. He wasn't entirely sure what that ancient poem meant, but it seemed Zhang Guo was about to walk out. Zhang Guo, don't act recklessly. Lu Feng reached out and grabbed Zhang Guo, who was already standing up. As a Chinese compatriot, Xi Ning understood the meaning of that ancient poem, and he silently nodded with a tight-lipped expression. No, I should be the one leaving. Xi Ning stood up, shook hands with both Zhang Guo and Lu Feng separately, and left the meeting room. With the representative of the next club waiting outside, and Zhang Ji's father present, Lu Feng dared not reprimand Zhang Guo for actually rejecting the Madrid Knights. They've taken the initiative to apologize to you. Isn't that enough? Don't be stubborn. Let me call Mr. Xi Ning and put in a good word. We might still have a chance to salvage this. That's right, Zhang Guo. Coach Lu is correct. For a club of that magnitude to apologize to you on their own shows they are sincere. Zhang Ji's father also believed his son should give the Madrid Knights another chance. Watching Xi Ning's departing figure, Lu Feng stamped his feet in anxiety. Seeing his son's lack of response, Zhang Ji's father said nothing more, understanding that such matters should respect his son's wishes. Zhang Guo remained silent, returning to his seat to await the next club's representative. According to Wolf Castle's arrangement, Jiang Ji's task for the day was to meet with representatives from various clubs. Jiang Gu understood that the clubs arranged to meet him had already been screened by Wolf Castle's senior management, with bids likely within their expected range. Thus the transfer fee was not his concern, nor could he influence it. The only thing to consider was whether to sign the transfer contract. The departure of the Madrid Knights representative crestfallen not only surprised Wolf Castle's executives, but also shocked the other clubs waiting outside. Jiang Gu hadn't even proposed any conditions such as a signing bonus before outright rejecting them, and that was the Madrid Knights. The next to meet Jiang Gu was a representative from Manchester United, a tall, slender, middle-aged man in a light gray suit and glasses. After a brief introduction, Jiang Gu learned his name was Branson, a member of Manchester United's scouting team. Signing with Manchester United would be good, though their influence fell short of the Madrid Knights. They still boasted a considerable fan base in China. If Jiang Gu could sign with Manchester United, Lu Feng would naturally not urge him to return to China immediately. The plan, as he had envisioned, was to first develop Jiang Ji's commercial value domestically, then bring him back to the Hengtai team in 2 or 3 years. Jiang, like Dong, your speed and explosive power fascinate us. We look forward to continuing our legacy with the Chinese player. Branson placed a stack of documents on the table, smiling at Jiang Gu. Mr. Branson, I am not Dong, nor can I replace him. Perhaps you have the wrong person. Hearing this, Lu Feng quickly interjected, Mr. Branson, what he means is that he is confident he can become someone like Dong, no surpass Dong, to become the most successful Chinese player in Manchester United's history. Excellent. That's exactly what we hope for. Branson nodded affirmatively at Lu Feng. Jiang, what are your conditions? Branson looked at Jiang Gu with curiosity, struggling to imagine what harsh conditions had led to the falling out with the Madrid Knights. I need a starting position. Can you guarantee that? Jiang Gu blurted out without a hint of hesitation, surprising both Lu Feng and Branson. Lu Feng immediately nudged Jiang Gu. Not to mention the Premier League, the latter couldn't even secure a spot in the Bundesliga. How could he claim a place in Manchester United's starting lineup? After all, Manchester United had been formidable in recent years, winning the Premier League title 5 times in 7 years. Though their performance had dipped under Moyes this season, that didn't mean a player like Jiang Gu stood a chance. Branson gave an awkward smile and lowered his tone. Your predecessor Dong is an excellent example. You might need to follow his path and be loaned to another club. Jiang Gu knew that Dong had been loaned to the Belgian league outside the top 5. Can you guarantee it will be in a top-tier league like the Premier League, La Liga, Bundesliga, Serie A, or League One? Jiang Gu pressed. Branson shrugged and replied with a smile, that I can't guarantee. We'll try our best to arrange it for you. Do you have a preferred club? Yes, right here. Jiang Gu pointed at the ground beneath his feet. Lu Feng was momentarily confused, giving Jiang Gu a gentle push. Branson is from Manchester United. Manchester United, do you understand? Branson shrugged again. Based on my personal experience, the most suitable clubs for you would be in the Belgian Pro League, Eredivisie, or the Championship. Lu Feng had some knowledge of the leagues Branson mentioned. The Eredivisie and Championship were by no means low level, especially the former home to renowned clubs like Ajax and PSV Eindhoven. Jiang Gu, I think you can sign. Spending a year or 2 at another club to gain experience before returning to Manchester United. That's a path many key players have taken. That's right, son. Coach Lu makes a good point. Manchester United is a Premier League giant. Jiang Ji's father felt that if his son could sign with Manchester United, it would bring him great pride. Jiang Gu also knew his mentor's words were reasonable. Unless a player was a prodigy who could directly enter the first team, those with slightly lesser skills or needing improvement were often loaned to other clubs for development. Lu Feng and Jiang Ji's father spoke to Jiang Gu in Chinese, which Branson didn't understand. He glanced at the documents in his hand and pushed them toward Lu Feng. This is the agreement. You have up to 3 hours. I await your good news. Mr. Branson, I want a signing bonus of 3 million euros and a monthly salary of 1,000 euros after tax in the first year. If that's acceptable, I'll sign right now. Jiang Gu didn't want to wait, mainly because he suffered from analysis paralysis. If it was a yes, he would sign. If no, he wouldn't. He didn't want to compare endlessly. Hearing Jiang Ji's words, Lu Feng's hands trembled involuntarily. The kid was certainly asking for a king's ransom. However, he had no reason to stop him. Just this morning, Jiang Gu had said he was temporarily hiring his father and Lu Feng as his agents, with the contract dissolving automatically after this negotiation. Apart from a fixed commission, Jiang Ji's father and Lu Feng could take a 30% cut of the signing bonus. Many football stars' fathers acted as their sons' agents. Jiang Gu couldn't trust Lu Feng, now only his father. He included Lu Feng because he was more familiar with the contract details. Upon hearing Jiang Ji's demands, Branson frowned and retrieved the agreement from Lu Feng's hands. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid we cannot agree to such conditions. However, we still hope you will come to Manchester United. Branson clearly couldn't accept Jiang Ji's terms and rose to leave. Lu Feng half stood, as if to stop him, hoping Jiang Gu would lower his demands and sign the contract with Manchester United. Jiang Gu also stood up, smiling as he saw Branson out. Being courted by such a prestigious club was an honor in itself, wasn't it? Watching Branson's retreating figure, Lu Feng was dumbfounded. This kid was truly getting carried away, rejecting both the Madrid Knights and Manchester United in succession. Was he aiming for the heavens? Before the next club's representative entered, Lu Feng, speaking from the height of his seniority, lectured, "Jiang Gu, I'm not one to criticize, but turning down the Madrid Knights might be understandable. But why would you squander such a golden opportunity from Manchester United? Do you know how many people would dream of this?" "Coach Lu, I just wanted to get a bit more benefit. Who knew things would fall apart so quickly over a single disagreement?" Jiang Gu replied with an innocent look. "You? 3 million euros. How could you even say that? Do you really think you're a star?" Lu Feng pointed at Jiang Gu, shaking his head incessantly. Jiang Ji's father glanced at his son, but said nothing. He believed this was his son's way of rejecting Manchester United by other means. What if they had agreed? Wouldn't we have made a killing? All right. Lu Feng watched Branson disappear around the corner and shook his head helplessly. Just as the teacher and student were bickering, a middle-aged man of modest height walked in. Jiang Gu immediately noticed the lapel pin on his suit. It was FCB. After introductions, Jiang Gu and Lu Feng learned that the man before them was named Solari, a scout for Barcelona. The observant Jiang Gu noticed that unlike the previous two, Solari had arrived empty-handed. "I apologize, I received an urgent directive from above and rushed over from Munich without having time to prepare any agreements. If we can reach a consensus, I believe you your agent, and I can draft one on the spot." Solari glanced at Lu Feng beside Jiang Gu. "On a napkin, right?" Jiang Gu said half-jokingly. "Huh, an excellent idea." Solari laughed and gave Jiang Gu a thumbs up. Jiang Gu returned the gesture, both understanding the significance of a napkin contract. "I need not elaborate on our club. Please state your conditions. I'm curious how you managed to dismiss both Real Madrid and Manchester United." Like United's Branson, Solari couldn't fathom how this Chinese youth could have turned down those two giants. "After signing, I want to continue playing for Wolfsburg for at least 1 year. Also," sensing Jiang Gu was about to mention the signing fee, Lu Feng discreetly pinched him, hoping he wouldn't miss out on Barcelona after rejecting the others. "Please discuss the rest with my agent and teacher." Using an excuse to use the restroom, Jiang Gu got up and left, leaving Solari, Lu Feng, and his father in the meeting room. It was surreal. Real Madrid had been like a dark cloud over Jiang Ji's heart. When Xi Ning spoke those words to him, the cloud that had lingered for nearly 3 years suddenly dissipated. Now Jiang Gu felt the world was filled with sunlight, and even the air carried the scent of flowers. Indeed, he had come to a place fragrant with blossoms. The restroom behind the team office was surrounded by an array of unknown flowers. "Today is a good day, may all wishes come true." Joyful and spirited, Jiang Gu unconsciously hummed the tune of Good Day. Finding the restroom empty, Jiang Gu clenched his fists and let out a few roars to vent his excitement. It was the formidable Barcelona after all. As the saying goes, a good horse doesn't turn back to graze. Jiang Gu, now a man with a golden opportunity, naturally wouldn't return to Real Madrid. As for rejecting Manchester United, firstly, he was unwilling to live in Dong's shadow. Secondly, he was surprised they hadn't bargained. To avoid scaring them off, he let Coach Lu negotiate with Solari, first intending to make the final decision once talks were well underway. Strolling back to the office, Solari was already writing on paper, not a napkin. Seeing Jiang Gu return, Lu Feng whispered in Chinese, "As you requested a loan to Wolfsburg for at least a year, a signing fee of 1 million euros, you retain 30 of image rights, a base salary of 8 euros, and bonuses determined by the club you play for." It was truly magical. Jiang Gu was about to be bought by Barcelona, yet it wouldn't affect his continued play at Wolfsburg. Jiang Gu insisted on staying at Wolfsburg because he had adapted to the league and was reluctant to leave his roommate De Bruyne. That was all. He didn't want Barcelona to loan him to an unfamiliar environment requiring time to adapt and risking culture shock. The deal was quickly concluded. As the terms were confidential, Jiang Gu had no idea how much Wolfsburg had sold him for. What was certain was that he would receive a 1 million euro signing fee, 3 euros of which would be commission for his father and Lu Feng. How they would split that amount was not his concern. Back at the hotel that day, Jiang's father decided to give Lu Feng 1 euros as commission for accompanying him to Germany to help his son sign the contract. A sum of 100 euros was substantial, equivalent to 7 yuan in Chinese currency. Now that Jiang Gu was a Barcelona player, Lu Feng, eager to seize this golden opportunity, explicitly requested that Jiang Gu entrust him with the management rights handling all matters except for games and private life. Jiang Gu understood his teacher's intentions. The repeated trips between China and Germany must have been for this very purpose. Knowing that hesitation could lead to trouble, Jiang Gu decided to make his stance clear to Lu Feng. "Coach Lu, tomorrow I will have professionals draft a statement to be publicly released in China. Its main content is that except for myself no one is authorized to engage in any profit-making or non-profit activities in my name. Furthermore, my football agent is my father. If you have any issues, discuss them with him directly. Hearing this, Lu Feng was startled. He was trying to sever ties with him. Once that statement was released, even Zhang Ji's parents would have no say. And this kid was openly declaring he didn't need a football agent, putting him in an awkward position. Jiang Gu, Lu Feng called out sternly. Jiang Gu looked at Coach Lu with the earnestness of a student listening to a teacher. Have you thought this through? You are an adult now. Do you realize the consequences of publicly releasing such a statement? Yes, I have, and I am fully aware of what I am doing. Jiang Gu replied seriously. Lu Feng's face turned ashen. He took a deep breath and said arrogantly, national team selection must go through me. Do you not want to be on the national team anymore? Zhang's father was utterly shocked. He never expected Lu Feng to say such a thing. It seemed he was truly cornered. Jiang Gu didn't understand why Coach Lu would ask that question. Given the rumors online, it seemed the issue wasn't entirely baseless. I do. I await the call of my motherland at any time. Jiang Gu replied with the resolute force of a soldier answering a superior's question. Arrogant. Lu Feng spat out the two words in anger. He paced a couple of steps, then looked at Zhang's father, and said, Coach Jiang, you were the one who kept calling me, and even came all the way south to find me before I agreed. Zhang's father was speechless. He had indeed traveled south to find Lu Feng. However, he had believed Lu Feng to be a man of integrity and selflessness. He never imagined the man would threaten his son with a national team spot. It was utterly outrageous. Coach Lu, we are both sports workers trained by our country. I am deeply disappointed to hear what you just said. In competitive sports, merit should be the only criterion. Zhang's father despised such corrupt practices. Coach Lu, thank you for your guidance. I have made my decision, and nothing will change it. Jiang Ji's gaze was firm. He knew exactly who he was talking to, and understood the consequences of his actions. Don't think that scoring a few goals in a low-level regional league makes you special. China has plenty of talented players, there are many like you. Look at Hung Tai now dominating the AFC Champions League. Even with 2 or 3 foreign players on the field, it's still our Chinese players leading the way. I am now a key assistant to the Silver Fox, who gets called up to the national team and who doesn't still requires my input. Jiang Gu understood the intent behind Coach Lu's words and replied firmly, Thank you for your meticulous guidance, but my decision will not change. Lu Feng had hoped invoking the national team would intimidate the young man, but he remained stubborn. Fine, you think you've grown wings, do you? Let's part ways here. No more contact from now on. Jiang Gu felt terrible for angering his teacher to this extent, but he had to assert his position now, or their bitter conflict would only come later. Soon the news of Zhang Ji's transfer to Barcelona was published in the newspapers, with both Wolfsburg and Barcelona officially confirming the news. For the first time in history, a Chinese player had joined the La Liga giants Barcelona. The news was first posted on the Chinese Jiang Gu forum, which listed some contract details, though neither Jiang Gu himself nor the two clubs responded. Renowned football commentator Zhang Jun wrote in his personal blog, This is significant. It proves that our players are indeed capable of catching the eye of world-class super clubs. Duan Xiaoshuan, host of Channel 5, stated on his program, Jiang Gu has set an example for domestic players. With persistence and hard work, dreams are not out of reach. The fiery football commentator Dong Dao tweeted, Jiang Gu is truly a role model for domestic players. If he can improve his protective receiving ability, it's entirely possible for him to earn a substitute spot at Barcelona. Former Chinese international General Fan said candidly on the show, Jiang Gu being noticed by Barcelona shows he has the ability. But since everyone is saying so many good things, I suggest we not let him get carried away. The starting point is too high. With the current Barcelona, even the possibility of Jiang Gu being a substitute is slim. I hope Jiang Gu adjusts his mentality, seeks a starting position at a less famous club to improve his skills first. The road ahead is still long. The prospective head coach of the Chinese national team Silver Fox said in an interview, We are watching closely. We are scouting and cultivating talent for the 2018 World Cup. An attentive netizen found Zhang Ji's first coach Lu Feng's Weibo. He had written a long post, the gist of which was that football is a team sport, and individual players cannot represent the level of a team. What we need is a team, not a star player. Only when the team is strong can the national team be strong. China rarely produced a Barcelona player, so every known and unknown football commentator stepped up to voice their opinions. To summarize, the consensus was that there was no place for Jiang Gu in the current Barcelona squad. He couldn't even make the bench. The wisest choice would be to be loaned out to a lower-tier league, where he could guarantee playing time. Before signing, Jiang Gu had naturally considered this. Even as a man with a cheat code, he needed to improve gradually through matches. With his current strength, securing a position in the current invincible Barcelona first team was clearly unrealistic. Jiang Gu had long decided to continue playing for Wolfsburg. Being a Barcelona player loaned to Wolfsburg offered many advantages in terms of identity and persona. First, he no longer had to worry about off-field matters. The Wolfsburg management, eager to cash in, had gotten their wish. Second, he could continue to be teammates with De Bruyne and absolutely had to obtain that match-reading fragment. Third, as a Barcelona player, he would receive higher attention in football, which could help him secure more playing time, as only official matches could improve his abilities. Although his shoulder was still a little red and swollen, it wasn't serious enough to cause an injury. Jiang Gu didn't understand why the club hadn't included him in the matchday squad. Even without a match, Jiang Gu still traveled with the team to Hamburg. Even as a spectator, he wanted to be with his teammates. The current Hamburg first team was still in the Bundesliga, ranked third from the bottom. This team had a peculiar trait. They participated in the relegation playoffs almost every year and always managed to survive until they were finally relegated to the 2. Bundesliga in 2018. One would expect the second team's strength to be decent given the first team was a Bundesliga side. However, the second team's performance this season was mediocre. The first half was fine, ranking in the upper half. But in the second half of the league, the team suffered an 8-game winless streak, dropping out of the top 10 and currently sitting in 12th place. It was rumored that the first team had called up the key players from the second team, causing this drastic decline in performance. With only a few rounds left in the Bundesliga, the first team was fighting for survival, pulling every capable player from the club. The current Hamburg second team was essentially made up of the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. This might have been one of the reasons Jiang Gu unexpectedly got a rest. Head coach Eddie Sauzer deployed a 4-4-2 formation today. The two tall strikers, number 11 Bacalors and number 14 Leitner, formed the front two. Captain Low, number 10, commanded the midfield, while the other positions were filled with regular starters from previous games. It could be said that aside from Jiang Gu, the entire Wolfsburg lineup consisted of first-team regulars. Before the match, Jiang Gu saw the opponent's squad list from the coach. It contained only 2 professional players, a 38-year-old veteran midfielder Rojas, and a goalkeeper Reese, an 18-year-old youngster. Apart from them, everyone else was a semi-professional player with day jobs as diverse as police officers, aircraft factory workers, teachers, farmers, dock workers, and even fishermen. The current weakness of Hamburg wasn't inherent. In the last century, Hamburg had won the German top-flight league 6 times and even the European Cup once. The club's history boasted many stars. Franz Beckenbauer, the current honorary lifetime president of Bayern Munich, played here for 2 years. Wolfsburg's former coach Magath spent almost his entire playing career at Hamburg. Wolfsburg's veteran striker Aulich also played for Hamburg. Dutch football legend Rafael van der Vaart had also played for the club. There was no need to use a scythe to kill a chicken. Although Jiang Gu missed a chance to pad his stats given the disparity in strength between the two teams, he really wasn't needed. Cheating to crush such a weak opponent offered no sense of accomplishment. Hamburg's second team played their home games in the suburbs, reportedly on a school's football pitch. The stands held fewer than 1,000 seats and admission was free. Jiang Gu deliberately chose a seat near the coach's bench. By the time the match started, very few spectators had arrived. Most of those present were young people who looked like students. Compared to the fiery scenes of previous matches, this felt more like an internal training game. The small venue didn't mean the FA didn't take it seriously. All the essentials were present. For referees officiated, and the security personnel on site seemed to outnumber the spectators. Given this atmosphere, no one would be surprised if Hamburg's second team had already thrown in the towel. Wolfsburg was not only at the top of the league table, but had also achieved a perfect winning streak in recent games, scoring heavily in each match, riding a wave of championship momentum. Hamburg's second team, on the other hand, gave off a feeling of giving up. They had nothing to play for, no ambition, and no desire. With the first team struggling against relegation, it seemed unfair to expect much from the second team, because they genuinely had nothing left to give. Before the match kicked off in the home team Hamburg's dressing room, the club's management announced a significant reward plan. In this round of the league, both Oldenburg and Wolfsburg 2 kicked off simultaneously. Looking at the current standings, Wolfsburg 2 still held the top spot with a 1-point lead, while Oldenburg trailed by a single point in second place. This was the weakest opponent Wolfsburg 2 would face in the final rounds of the league, making it highly likely they would secure 3 points. Oldenburg's opponent was also unremarkable, a team already relegated, so taking all 3 points was almost a foregone conclusion. As the players from both sides took the field, the sight of the home team's lineup made Jiang Gu both amused and inexplicably bitter. Having played in the Chinese First Division, Jiang Gu recalled that when Danshan Athletic was short-handed, the players on the field were all amateurs. Some rushed straight from work to play, without even warming up. A fishmonger came straight, without bathing, reeking of fish, and a veteran over 40 played, while his son and grandson cheered from the sidelines. It was both comical and strangely poignant. Semi-professional teams truly struggled, often persisting purely out of passion. The starting 11 of Hamburg 2 stood in a row, aside from the goalkeeper Reese. None of them looked the part, clearly not resembling professional footballers. After shaking hands the coin toss, determined that Wolfsburg would kick off first. Hamburg 2's veteran midfielder Rojas faced off against Wolfsburg 2's captain Low, both midfield cores of their respective teams. Low kicked off from the center circle, passing to his nearby teammate number 12. The latter took a step forward and lofted a high ball to the forwards number 11 Bacalors and number 14 Leitner. Unfortunately, neither managed to claim it, and the opposing defender booted it out for a throw-in. Perhaps due to early match nerves, the defender could have controlled the ball and passed it to a teammate. At least Jiang saw no need for such a hasty clearance, as no away player was pressing. This reflected the home players' level. They panicked against professionals. Wolfsburg 2's throw-in was delivered with such core strength that the ball flew like a cannonball into the opponent's penalty area. Bacalors leaped high and headed the ball goalward. Hamburg 2's goalkeeper Reese reacted swiftly, palming it away. The ball fell outside the box, where an awaiting away player struck a powerful volley that soared into the stands. Coach Eddie Sauzer expressed his displeasure, shouting a few words onto the pitch. Judging by the expressions of Wolfsburg 2's players, they were very relaxed. The opponent's strength failed to rouse their spirits. Jiang realized that despite his prediction skill, he couldn't utilize it since he wasn't on the field. He was now merely a spectator, unable to warn his teammates with that ability. As the home team prepared for a goal kick, the away players slowly retreated, leaving 4 players up front, a clear display of their confidence. Hamburg 2's goalkeeper Reese placed the ball, took 2 steps, and launched a long kick that sent it over the halfway line. The ball traced a parabola through the air, landing at the edge of the away team's penalty area. The home team's number 8, playing as the furthest forward, looked up to track its trajectory and ran toward the anticipated landing spot. Wolfsburg 2's defenders number 2 and number 3 marked him closely, with number 3 applying tight pressure, while number 2 provided cover 2 meters away. As the ball descended, the home team's number 8 stretched out his right leg to receive it. Seeing this move, Jiang couldn't help but think of Marcelo's almost magical gravity-defying control. The motion looked similar, but the result was worlds apart. The ball bounced off number 8's instep, flying 4 or 5 meters away, easily collected by the away team's number 2. They say Chinese players control the ball 3 meters away. This guy sent it 5 meters off. Had he not clutched his head in frustration, one might have thought he was attempting a shot, given that the goal was less than 20 meters away. The ball returned to Low's feet. He was the team's metronome, dictating the tempo, when to accelerate, when to slow down, when to attack, and where to direct play. Previously, when Jiang was on the field, Low's role was less pronounced, as Jiang's brilliant performances had made him the de facto metronome. With Jiang absent from this match, Low's influence became apparent, as all players revolved around him. The home team seemed oblivious to this, with only veteran Rojas marking Low. Within 3 meters of him, no other home player could be found. Most home players crowded their own half, packing the defense into a tight formation, a common strategy for weaker teams facing stronger opponents. Low habitually passed the ball to the right flank, only to realize that the player coming to receive it was not the Eastern youngster. The away team's right winger number 7 turned immediately upon receiving the ball, dribbling past an opponent, but the ball didn't follow, as 2 defenders left it behind. The home team's forward number 8 gestured for the ball up front, but his teammate, who had recovered it, chose not to launch a long pass. Instead, he calmly pushed it to Captain Rojas. This was Rojas's first touch. As a rare professional player on the home team, Jiang was curious to see his skill level. Rojas received the ball, advanced a couple of steps, and as Low closed in to intercept, he lightly flicked the ball with his heel, sending it through Low's legs. Wow! From the stands, Jiang couldn't help but applaud. The move was exquisite, reminiscent of a 30-something Cristiano Ronaldo. In his youth, Ronaldo had flashy moves, often performing stepovers like Robinho, going nowhere, while leaving opponents and teammates bewildered. In his mature years, Ronaldo rarely used such flamboyant tricks, but when he did step over, it was guaranteed to beat a man. His heel passes in particular often caught opponents off guard. Seeing Rojas execute that move made Jiang's own heel itch with envy, but unfortunately, he had no chance to play in this match. Rojas nutmegged Low with a deft heel flick, then exploded forward, leaving him completely in the dust in just 2 strides. Low hadn't expected the old-timer to have such skill. He turned and chased, sliding in with an outstretched leg to try and win the ball. The moment Low's foot came in, Rojas flicked the ball up with his toe, ready to go down as soon as contact was made. Loft committed a foul by tackling from behind, earning himself a yellow card. As the match lacked intense physicality, both sets of players exchanged polite gestures after the infringement. Jiang vaguely sensed that Rojas was no ordinary player. That position posed little threat, with few home team players pressing forward, so even if he had taken a shot, it would hardly have created any danger. Rojas seemed more intent on provoking a foul from Loft, who, as if possessed, inexplicably slid in from behind. The home team prepared to take a free kick near the center circle. The experienced Loft stood in front of the ball, refusing to move until the referees signaled for him to retreat to a proper distance. Despite 3 of his teammates crowding into the opponent's penalty area, Rojas chose not to launch a long pass. Instead, he turned and passed the ball back to the defender behind him. The ball was passed around in the home team's half. The 2 tall forwards no. 11 Bacalots and no. 14 Leitner charged forward to press, forcing goalkeeper Reese to quickly scoop the ball up. Ordinarily, such pressing requires coordinated effort from multiple players to be effective. With only 2 away players pressing, the goalkeeper simply picked up the ball. Was this a stalling tactic? The match had barely begun 5 minutes ago. If they started wasting time now, when would it ever end? The game was dreadfully dull. Having just slept on the plane, Jeong Gu himself felt drowsy. No wonder the home stands were so sparse. With this attitude, the home team deserved no fans. Just as he was nodding off, a roar erupted from the coaching bench. Even if Jeong Gu could doze off, head coach Eddie Sauzer could not. He remained on the touchline, constantly shouting instructions to his players. Startled by the commotion, Jeong Gu opened his eyes to see the home team Hamburg 2 on the attack. Unaware of the preceding play, Jeong Gu saw 5 Hamburg 2 players committed to the attack, while the away team Wolfsburg 2 also had only 5 players in position. The rest were scrambling back with Loft sprawled on the opponent's half. Could this be a counterattack? Hamburg 2 had instantly created a 5-on-5 situation in the front court. The veteran captain Rojas was among them, dribbling the ball forward. Had the data not shown he was 38 years old, Jeong Gu would hardly have believed it. His speed and agility were those of a spry 27 or 28-year-old. Rojas drove the ball deep. The Wolfsburg defender marking him dared not make a rash move, knowing that being beaten would leave them in a precarious 4-on-5 situation. The Wolfsburg players retreated steadily, first compressing the defensive space. Once the area was narrowed, the possibility of double teaming and covering emerged, and their teammates were sprinting back with all their might. As Rojas approached the edge of the penalty area, 2 defenders confronted him, seemingly ready to shut the door. Nearing them, he cast a glance to the left and slotted the ball to a teammate making a run on the wing. As that winger was far from their own goal, the Wolfsburg players selectively abandoned their marking of him. The winger received the ball without pause, nudging it forward a few meters. The ball rolled 3 or 4 meters ahead. Rojas and his teammates surged forward, and the cross from the left flank arrived swiftly. 3 players, including Rojas, leaped high. The Wolfsburg goalkeeper made a decisive charge, punching the ball clear from above Rojas's head. Jeong Gu broke out in a cold sweat. For the seemingly lackluster and outmatched Hamburg 2 to suddenly launch such a threatening attack was truly startling. Head coach Eddie Sauzer bellowed onto the pitch, "Are you all asleep? Wake up." Although he wasn't even on the roster, Jeong Gu felt the coach's words were directed at him. He found a spot where he wouldn't block anyone's view, determined not to doze off again. Shortly after the first half ended, back in the locker room, Jeong Gu learned that his team had managed 3 shots in the first half, with only 1 on target. The home team had 2 shots in the first half, neither of which was on frame. Looking at the stats, the home team was indeed weak, but the away team wasn't strong either. "Boys, our goal today is to take all 3 points. We need victory, we need goals, understand?" Head coach Eddie Sauzer declared, looking at the dispirited players in the locker room. The players responded positively to the coach's words, yet their eyes lacked the fighting spirit of previous games. Something seemed missing. The second half began with Wolfsburg 2 making an immediate substitution. Head coach Eddie Sauzer replaced the lackluster No. 14 Leitner. He moved an attacking midfielder to the wing, brought on a diminutive winger, and shifted the formation to 4-3-3, with Bacalots as the lone target man up front. Fortunately, Hamburg 2's defenders were not particularly robust today, allowing Bacalots to just about hold his ground and serve as a pivot. In previous matches, Eddie Sauzer had achieved good results with this formation. The home team made no personnel changes, fielding the same 11 from the first half. Their bench couldn't even muster 12 players. Jeong Gu counted only 7 substitutes. Calling this Hamburg 2 a depleted squad was no exaggeration. The home team kicked off, exchanged a few passes in midfield, and lost the ball to the away team. After circulating among several players, the ball found its way back to Loft. Loft remembered the coach's strategy: feed the ball to the wings for a cross. Though a common attacking pattern, it often proved effective. It wasn't that the home team was unaware of the away team's intentions. Knowing was one thing, if executing was another. Even if anticipated, it wasn't always stoppable. In many matches, the opponent's strategy isn't particularly inscrutable. Even an obvious plan can be unstoppable, because on the pitch, defense relies not on will, but on ability. The cross came in from the left wing. The defender's challenge arrived, but it was clearly too late. Loft, with only 1 defender marking him, won the header, snapping his neck to direct the ball goalward. Goalkeeper Reese was quick to react, diving to his left to pluck the ball cleanly out of the air. Wolfsburg 2's wing attack was a textbook example. Bacalots and others drew the defense up front, creating space for Loft behind. The cross was perfectly delivered to Loft's head at a comfortable height. His timing for the jump was spot on, and he connected perfectly. The pace and angle were excellent, but it all came to naught against the goalkeeper's prowess. From the stands, Jiang unconsciously mimicked the motions of passing, jumping, and heading the ball. He ended up holding his head in a long sigh of frustration. Could it be true that strong teams breed freak forwards while weak teams breed freak goalkeepers? This goalkeeper was anything but weak. Coach Eddie Sacher stood on the sidelines clapping to encourage his team. Although this attack had not resulted in a goal, the direction was correct. Continue like this, as surely the goalkeeper cannot block every shot. After halftime, the away team's spirit appeared significantly stronger than in the first half. Unable to score, the players retreated to their own half. The goalkeeper Rise attempted to initiate a quick counterattack with a throw-in, but scanned for good passing options without finding any, so he handed the ball to the central defender beside him. According to Love, the home team's defensive counterattack in the first half stemmed from his own error when dribbling in the opponent's half. After the ball was stolen, VfL Wolfsburg too naturally assumed they could regain possession, yet many failed to immediately return to defense and instead pressed locally. If Rojas were not so old, that offensive play would likely have conceded a goal. The score remains 0-0 thus far. A cruel reality seemingly ignored by the away team, as if boiling a frog in warm water. Can you even imagine such a scenario? The away team must secure 3 points. To date, they've managed only 2 meaningful shots, and time is approaching the 60th minute. Not only coach Eddie Sacher, but Jiang also paced the stands, longing desperately to step onto the field and tear that damned goalkeeper apart. Other matches proceeded simultaneously, but only the game involving Oldenburg could potentially affect VfL Wolfsburg. At the 62nd minute, Oldenburg annihilated a relegated amateur side 11-0, with 3 players scoring hat-tricks. This scoreline continued to expand further. Seeing his teammates unable to break through, Jiang truly wished he could bring a loudspeaker to inform them of that match's result. At the 71st minute, Rojas intercepted the ball at midfield and lofted a pass toward the right flank to his teammate, wearing number 17. After receiving the ball along the sideline, the players surged forward down the wing. It must be said the performance displayed during this sprint surpassed everything shown previously. VfL Wolfsburg's left back immediately closed in while another central defender provided support nearby. Number 17 of the home team did not stop, driving relentlessly toward the goal line. Typically, a player delivering a cross near the goal line becomes ineffective, yet this number 17 seemed unaware of this fact. The ball stopped precisely at the touchline, facing both defenders. As the Wolfsburg left back extended his leg to poke the ball out, even merely clearing it, the very moment he reached out, number 17 used his heel to flick the ball, which slipped neatly between the defender's legs. At that instant, number 17 spun sharply around. Beep. The referee blew his whistle, a foul for pulling by the defending team occurring just inside the penalty area near the goal line. Slightly inward would have awarded a penalty kick. The home team secured an ideally positioned free kick. From here, one could either shoot or deliver a cross. Given the narrow angle and less confident in shooting ability, crossing would generally be chosen. Crossing a free kick within this zone proved difficult for the goalkeeper if struck by an attacking player. Indeed, Captain Rojas took the free kick and signaled to his teammates with a gesture only they could understand. 7 home team players crowded into VfL Wolfsburg 2's penalty area. Jiang Ji's heart leaped into his throat. He never imagined this seemingly straightforward match would unfold like this. Beep. The referee blew the whistle again. Rojas prepared to take the run-up, touched the ball with the inner part of his right foot, turned his body deliberately, enhancing the spin applied to the ball. The ball arced gracefully before everyone's eyes, untouched by anyone. Even the goalkeeper could not reach it. Flying toward the far corner of the net, suddenly it dipped downward just as it neared exiting the goal mouth, diving straight into the net. Goal. The ball is in. A Beckham-style curler, such an obscure senior player executing this in a match of this caliber. Can you believe it? Sparse fans jumped up excitedly one by one. On the pitch, home team players piled atop Rojas beneath the grass, giving him a stacked gift. In contrast, away team players looked bewildered, some even blaming each other. Jiang could scarcely believe his eyes. The quality of that free kick could only be matched by Beckham himself, or perhaps him alone. Precisely speaking, since Jiang hadn't yet collected all fragments of the Beckham curve, he couldn't guarantee 100 replicating such a shot. Score 1-0, VfL Wolfsburg trailed away from home. Time reached the 76th minute. For them needing full points, they must score twice more, and concede none, all while time grew exceedingly short. Coach applauding from the sideline, Jiang likewise cheered on his teammates from the stands. Honestly, watching these guys compete from the stands felt exhausting compared to playing oneself. Jiang secretly vowed never to take vacations again. It was unbearably frustrating having pent-up energy nowhere to release. That single goal lifted the home team's morale and awakened VfL Wolfsburg. Previously prone to hoarding the ball, Love now aimed for quick passes directed toward both flanks. The ball rarely lingered midfield, accelerating the tempo dramatically. Jiang noticed increased errors from the home side due to faster pace. Though Rojas possessed decent ball control, his effectiveness diminished drastically when surrounded by 2 or 3 opponents. At the 82nd minute, Love delivered a direct pass to the right flank. Unlike previous plays cutting inside, this player chose to go wide instead. After evading one defender, he crossed the ball. Balakot's jumped heading powerfully, but the ball struck the crossbar's upper edge, bouncing off the baseline. Jeong-gu cried out loudly, clutching his head and sighing regretfully upward. At the 85th minute, the away team launched another assault, focusing on the left flank. Once again, opting for a low cross, the ball arrived swiftly. Love Balakots and others leaped, attempting to strike it. Balakots headed the ball, but too directly. The keeper caught it cleanly. Pacing frantically against the wall, Jeong-gu thought watching matches tortured him more than anything. He'd rather run 20 laps than sit here spectating. At the 89th minute, the final regular minute, VfL Wolfsburg still trailed 1-0. This counterattack originated not from Love, but their own goalkeeper. After stopping a feeble attempt, he threw the ball out, initiating a fast break. Waiting furthest ahead, Balakots anticipated the center back, turning, then charged forward sprintingly. Simultaneously, the right winger surged forward intensely. Catching the goalkeeper's pass at midfield, Love glanced briefly ahead before launching a powerful kick toward the goal. Since one defender was drawn away by the wing play, only one player marked Balakotic closely, while another supporting defender remained several meters distant. Receiving the ball from behind meant risking losing opportunity to shoot. Recalling Jeong-ji's bicycle kick technique suddenly surfaced in Balakotic's mind. Before closing defensively, Balakotic leapt, using his left foot, lifting his body while kicking outward with his right. The instep hooked perfectly onto the ball. Bam! The ball drilled into the lower left corner of the net. Goal. Scored. VfL Wolfsburg equalized. 1-1. Balakotic barely celebrated, rushing toward midfield, retrieving the ball. Witnessing Balakotic's acrobatic volley from the stands, Jeong-gu clenched fists, cheering fervently, not appearing injured shoulder-wise whatsoever. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in Jeong-ji's ears. Dong Balakotic imitated your move directly. You earned 1,000 penalty kick skill experience points. Jeong-gu never imagined that witnessing Baccarat's mimic his own shot could also earn him football intelligence experience. It seemed fame wasn't entirely a bad thing. Turning teammates into fans came with its own rewards. After the goal, head coach Eddie Sauzer embraced his assistant in celebration and roared at the players on the field, "Score another one! Score another one!" In the stands, Jeong-gu pumped his fists and sprinted more than 10 meters along the aisle, as ecstatic as if he had scored the goal himself. A string of silvery laughter rang out beside Jeong-gu. Jeong-gu followed the sound and saw a delicate figure on the right side of the stands, about 5 or 6 seats away from the aisle where he had just been celebrating. He had been so focused on the game that he hadn't noticed the spectators around him. Hearing the laughter, he couldn't help but turn his head to look. A long-haired girl in a beige trench coat was covering her mouth, laughing uncontrollably. Judging by her complexion, she was likely of East Asian descent. Jeong-gu then realized he might have been too immersed in the game as a spectator. Unlike him, the other fans weren't so excitable. Not only the girl with the East Asian features, but Jeong-gu also noticed several Western faces staring at him, as if he were the main attraction of the match. Jeong-gu raised a hand to acknowledge the nearby spectators and silently walked back to his original spot. With the score tied, the home team kicked off from the center circle. The ball was under Rojas's control. Apart from the goalkeeper, who could use his hands, Rojas was the only player on the home team who could keep possession calmly. Head coach Eddie Sauzer shouted from the sidelines, ordering Lowe and the others to press. There were only 3 minutes of stoppage time left. If they let Rojas waste time like this, it would be over. The feeling of helpless frustration was unbearable. Jeong-gu had only been quiet for a few seconds before he involuntarily began banging his water bottle against the stainless steel railing in front of him. A 1-1 draw was acceptable for the Hamburg team. According to a message from the locker room, if the match ended with this score, the entire team would receive a bonus of 6,000 euros. An amateur team that couldn't even fill a 23-man roster suddenly getting a 6,000 euro bonus. For those semi-professional players, it was almost like winning the super lottery. The objective of the visiting team Wolfsburg 2 remained unchanged. They had to take all 3 points. Their championship rival Oldenburg had already won their match with an astonishing score of 15-0. The home team Hamburg 2's defensive strategy for the final 3 minutes was brutally simple: disrupt, clear the ball, long waste time. As long as the ball stayed away from their goal. In the last minute of stoppage time, the visiting team retrieved the ball in their own half. All their teammates had surged into the opponent's half, leaving only the goalkeeper in their own half. After he passed the ball, he too would have to move up. Every man counted. The referee was checking his watch. This should be the visiting team's final attacking opportunity. The ball was with Lowe. Apart from him, almost no one dared to take possession. The opponent wasn't pressing, but after more than 90 minutes of play, the ball had become scorching hot. The visiting team's coaching staff and substitutes were all standing on the sidelines practically itching to join the play. Jiang Ji's palms were sweating with anxiety. He never imagined the match would turn out like this. As the team's core player Lo was fully aware of the value of this possession. He had to seize this final opportunity. Lo passed the ball to the center back, glanced up to survey the field, took a few steps forward, and the center back quickly returned the ball to him. When Lo tried to advance with the ball, Rojas spread his arms wide, blocking his path. "Kid, I'm not letting you through. The game is over," Rojas said, smirking at Lo. Seeing no way through, Lo passed the ball to the left back. After releasing the ball, he ran behind Rojas, signaling for a 1-2. Rojas, who had been consistently solid throughout the match, directly grabbed Lo with his arms, as if playing rugby. Rojas body slammed Lo to the ground, landing heavily on top of him. The referee blew his whistle and immediately showed Rojas a yellow card. Rojas adjusted his socks and stood up quickly. Lo lay on the turf, apparently injured. The visiting team was the one pushing for an attack now, and as their captain, no one suspected Lo of faking an injury. Seeing the situation was serious, the referee signaled for the medical team and stretcher bearers to enter the field. After a quick examination, the team doctor made a substitution gesture to head coach Eddie Sauzer. A bolt from the blue, adding insult to injury. At this critical juncture, Lo was being carried off. Eddie Sauzer quickly sent on a forward. By now the 3 minutes of stoppage time had elapsed. Because Lo's injury had delayed the game for about a minute, the referee would discretionarily add some extra time. This should be the visiting team's final attack. Jiang Gu was so anxious, he almost bent the stainless steel railing. The powerlessness of being unable to do anything was truly agonizing. Without Lo in midfield, Wolfsburg's free kick was over 30 meters from the goal. The center back lacked the confidence to shoot with his footwork, so he could only lob the ball into the box. Even the goalkeeper had charged forward. Do your best, and leave the rest to fate. After this kick, everything was in God's hands. All the home team's players had retreated to their own goal. They knew this was the final battle. Survive this, and the €600 bonus was theirs. The center back took a long kick. His footwork matched his position perfectly. He just aimed for the area where his teammates were most densely packed. Baccarat's had a slight height advantage among the crowd, but his frame was a bit slender, making it hard for him to hold his ground. Looking up at the trajectory of the ball, predicting its landing point, Baccarat's leaped high into the air. As he jumped, 2 defenders beside him also rose. All 3 misjudged the ball. It didn't land where they jumped, but 3 meters to the side. The first to head the ball was a defender from the defending side, a short-statured one. Without hesitation, he executed a diving header to clear the ball out. As long as the ball was away from his goal. The visiting team's center back, who was lingering outside, happened to collect the ball. He took a touch to adjust, and then unleashed a powerful shot towards the goal. The ball hit a defender's body and bounced to the ground. The visiting winger picked it up, half-turned, and stabbed a shot goalward. The ball snaked through the crowd. Goalkeeper Riss reacted almost instinctively, sticking out a leg to block. A certain goal was denied. Baccarat charged into the 6-yard box. Seeing the ball at his feet, he lashed out a fierce shot. Goalkeeper Riss protected his chest with his hands and parried away the close-range half-volley. The ball bounced back again, still falling to a visiting player. Almost without adjustment, another shot was taken. From such a short distance, with such a wide goal, the ball flew over the bar. A skied shot. From the stands, Jiang Gu cursed loudly at the field for crying out loud. Missing that shot is harder than scoring it. The home team's goalkeeper took the goal kick. The referee blew his whistle and the match was over. The score was 1-1. Wolfsburg 2 had been held to a draw by Hamburg 2. The home team's coaching staff and substitutes all rushed onto the field in wild celebration. The home fans patted their seats and left with indifferent expressions. Jiang Ji's face was ashen with despair. He kicked the stainless steel railing in fury, wincing in pain. Forget it. Can't even beat this team. Trash. All of you are trash. Bullshit. Jiang Gu vented his frustration. The match was agonizing to watch. He was of course speaking Chinese, so those Germans probably couldn't understand him. After leaning on the railing for a few minutes to calm down, Jiang Gu was about to turn and leave when a faint, pleasant fragrance wafted over. Someone tapped him on the back. He turned to find the East Asian girl who had been giggling in her seat earlier. "Hi there, are you Jiang Gu?" The girl asked sweetly when she saw Jiang Gu turn around. Yes, who are you?" Since the girl spoke standard Mandarin, Jiang Gu replied in the same language. "Hello, I'm a student at Hamburg University, and I'm also Chinese. My name is Mi Xiaowei." It was clear that the girl was somewhat nervous and shy, her face flushed with color. Jiang Gu looked at the girl before him, unsure why she had approached her. "I saw your report online, see here." Mi Xiaowei waved her phone screen. Jiang Gu noticed that Mi Xiaowei's phone displayed an article about himself accompanied by a training photo of him at Wolf Fortress. Jiang Gu suddenly became captivated by Mi Xiaowei's phone as he spotted another headline about himself. Barcelona signs Chinese striker merely to prove Madrid Knights lack vision. It's an English report from the British The Times. "Let me see your phone." Jiang Gu took the phone from Mi Xiaowei's hands. He quickly skimmed through the article, The phrase, Chinese striker, referred to him, and it included his photograph. The gist of the article stated that Barcelona swiftly signed the Chinese striker Zhang Gu purely to mock the Madrid Knights, rubbing salt into their wounds regarding the Chinese striker's ability, which could be disregarded entirely. Zhang Gu understood that these journalists would stir up trouble for attention, possessing little credibility. Barcelona's official response was unlikely, and if they did respond, it would probably be a denial. However, the media speculation might not be baseless. As bitter rivals of the Madrid Knights, Barcelona and the latter team were constantly at odds both on the pitch and off in terms of transfers. Perhaps Barcelona's aim in swooping in on Zhang Gu was indeed what the media suggested, to mock their rivals' short-sightedness. For days, Zhang Gu had been undergoing recovery training at the club and had no time to follow such news. Seeing this information genuinely annoyed him. His team had just been drawn against a weak Hamburg reserve side, likely losing their chance to win the championship and get promoted. Vile journalists utter nonsense. Zhang Gu muttered angrily, handing the phone back to Mi Xiaowei. Zhang Gu, can we take a photo together? Mi Xiaowei boldly voiced her wish. Certainly, no problem. Zhang Gu forced a smile and posed with her for a photo. Having a compatriot show up to support him in person was rare, so this small request was something Zhang Gu would fulfill. Mi Xiaowei glanced at the picture looking quite satisfied, then requested, "Can I have your contact information?" "Sorry, I didn't bring my phone." Zhang Gu made up an excuse and turned away, leaving after the draw left him in a foul mood. "Will I come watch your matches again next time? Will you ever come play at our school?" Mi Xiaowei called out behind him as he walked away. Zhang Gu slowed his pace and turned back to answer, "No way. I'll never play in this shitty league again." Back in the locker room, Zhang Gu only then realized this stadium belonged to Hamburg University. The reserve side didn't even have their own home ground, yet damn it, they had managed to draw against Wolf Fortress. The players understood what a draw meant. Most likely they'd miss the championship. Without winning the Beta District title, the team would remain in the regional league for another season. The atmosphere in the locker room was heavy. Nobody said a word. No one could blame anyone. The match had gone without serious mistakes. The fault lay solely in the opposing goalkeeper's miraculous performance, akin to a divine guardian. In other words, the team lacked absolute dominance over their opponent, so accepting the draw was inevitable. Head coach Eddie Satzel wore disappointment on his face, though he didn't lash out at anyone. This was precisely the familiar Wolf Fortress reserve side he knew. What was there to complain about? In the home team's locker room, everyone was ecstatic. Being able to draw against a strong opponent striving for victory counted as a win in itself, especially since the team had promised a 6-0 bonus. Post-match press conferences for leagues of this caliber usually attract few reporters. Today, however, quite a few attended. Not just local media, but also representatives from Wolf Fortress and Oldenburg. "Mr. Satzel, how do you view the 1-1 result?" A young reporter stood up to ask, identified by his lapel pin as being from local Wolfsburg media. "This scoreline wasn't exactly what we wanted, but we gave our all. I'm satisfied with the players' performances," Eddie Satzel answered. In the recently concluded match, Oldenburg secured 3 points, overtaking us by 1 point on the standings. "With only one round left in the league, do you think we still have a chance?" The reporter followed up immediately. "Well," Eddie Satzel paused, organizing his thoughts before responding, "indeed, the initiative for winning the championship has slipped from our hands. But that's football. It doesn't always go according to plan." Satzel wore deep disappointment on his face. He well knew what this draw meant for the team. "May I ask why you didn't field the Chinese striker who performed brilliantly in previous matches?" The reporter seemed agitated while asking. "He was injured in the last game. I believe if he could have played today, the outcome might have been better." "You sold him to Barcelona. He can't play for your team anymore now. Why did you sell him at such a crucial moment? Are you only thinking about money? Have you considered how the fans feel?" The reporter grew increasingly agitated, less like questioning and more like condemning. This question clearly exceeded Satzel's ability to answer. He shook his head wryly as security personnel escorted the reporter out of the interview area to restore order. Subsequent questions from other reporters mostly centered around the possibility of Wolf Fortress losing the championship. Even though it was merely a draw, it felt like a defeat in the players' hearts. Even Bacalotz, who had scored an overhead kick, looked dejected. On the return flight, Zhang Gu sat beside Bacalotz and gave him a thumbs-up praise. "Your overhead kick was absolutely stunning. It should definitely make the top 10 goals of the season." "Really? That goal was truly magnificent. Before executing that move, my first thought was of you. I've seen you perform similar actions. I never imagined I could actually do it myself." Emotional Bacalotz seemed almost speechless. "Thought of me?" Zhang Gu asked with a smile. "Absolutely true. At that moment, I really did recall your overhead kick shot. You've become my idol." "Yes, my idol." "Really?" Zhang Gu raised an eyebrow and smiled sheepishly at the big black man. "Exactly. I want to learn from you. Please teach me how to execute the elevator kick and Beckham's curling free kick too." "That's easy, but I have one request." "What kind of request?" "Anything except money. I'll give you anything." Bacolot stared intently at Jiang Gu with bright eyes, his gaze drifting downward toward Jiang Ji's lower body. Jiang Gu immediately shifted sideways and waved his hand. No, you misunderstood. You just need to think of me whenever using those moves. Back at the Wolves' Den, head coach Eddie Sauzer immediately called a post-match meeting. In attendance were the players' coaching staff, the club's assistant general manager Schumacher, and sporting director Schaefer. Unlike any other post-match meeting this season, the atmosphere in the room was heavy and tense. Throughout this long season, the team's early performance had been poor. They ranked 4th from the bottom after the first 5 rounds and only climbed to 10th after 10 matches. Yet never before had a post-defeat meeting been shrouded in such a somber mood. The club's leadership had always encouraged the players, especially the younger ones, and no one was ever harshly criticized for their mistakes. As the meeting began, head coach Eddie Sauzer did not blame any single player. Instead, he took full responsibility and announced before everyone that he would leave Wolfsburg at the end of the season. Earlier, the club's CEO had conveyed the owner's wish for him to resign voluntarily, and he chose this moment to make the decision public. Jiang Gu was quite surprised by this news. He had heard from Lowe that head coach Eddie Sauzer had been with the club for over a decade. Even if he had no great achievements, he had certainly put in the hard work and was considered a meritorious coach for the team. Perhaps Jiang Gu would never have dreamed that the fuse leading to Eddie Sauzer's dismissal was himself. In this match, we failed to set the pace in time. The opponent's weakness was exposed too late. This is my fault as the head coach. Eddie Sauzer looked at Lowe but did not criticize him. It's all my fault. I held onto the ball too long in this game and underestimated the opponent. Lowe admitted his mistake. Eddie Sauzer nodded, refraining from blaming Lowe. After all, Lowe was a player he had nurtured himself, and it was not the time to be harsh. I've reviewed the full match data and studied the opponent's lineup. Both the process and the result are unacceptable. Not only was the tactical arrangement inappropriate, but the players' attitudes on the field were also severely problematic. Each and every one of you played like garbage. My old mates in their 50s have more passion than you. Today's starting 11 are all professional players. Among the opponent's starters, only 2 are professionals. One is the goalkeeper, and the other is their 38-year-old veteran captain. You professional players earning high salaries can't even outplay a bunch of fishermen, boatmen, and miners. Have you no shame? Have you no shame? Sporting director Schaefer slapped a stack of documents on the table, his face dark as he scolded the players and coaches. Upon hearing the sporting director's words, Eddie Sauzer and the players all lowered their heads. Jiang Gu suddenly raised his hand, indicating he had something to say. Jiang, do you have something to add? Eddie Sauzer asked. Jiang Gu nodded, looked at the sporting director, and said, Sir, I believe there is nothing wrong with the team. Fluctuations in form are normal. Even a galactic team like Barcelona has its off days. If we must find a problem in this match, I think the opponent's goalkeeper is the real issue. He was far too strong, far above the level of this league. Jiang Gu spoke in standard English, his pronunciation clear, and measured, his demeanor neither humble nor arrogant, even when meeting the eyes of the club's executives. Sporting director Schaefer seemed unfamiliar with Jiang Gu and looked at head coach Eddie Sauzer with a puzzled expression. Sir, he is our new signing, Jiang Gu from China. Eddie Sauzer introduced. Chinese. Schaefer repeated, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. As Eddie Sauzer began to explain, Jiang Gu interjected, That's right, I'm Chinese. I play as a right winger. Which academy did you come from? Schaefer interrupted, pressing for an answer. I studied at Jiangnan football school in China during my youth, and after graduating I joined. Okay, no need to introduce yourself. Schaefer rudely interrupted Jiang Gu again. As far as I know, there isn't a single renowned club in China. There are also very few Chinese players playing abroad. Doesn't this show that your country's youth development is a complete mess? A contemptuous smile played on Schaefer's lips as he glanced impatiently at Jiang Gu. Assistant General Manager Schumacher signaled for Jiang Gu to sit down. Sir, you are right. Compared to Europe, the level of youth training in China is indeed lower. But that doesn't mean I am the kind of person you assume I am. Hearing Jiang Ji's words, Eddie Sauzer, Schumacher, and the others were all shocked. He actually dared to talk back to the sporting director. The sporting director is a very important position in any professional football club. Often held by football experts, they are responsible for coordinating the relationship between the head coach and the club's senior management, acting as a bridge between the two. Their most important job in the club is signing players. Surprisingly, this sporting director did not know Jiang Gu. This was not hard to understand, however, because Jiang Ji's transfer to Wolfsburg was personally handled by the owner and the general manager. It was quite understandable that the sporting director was kept in the dark. So please introduce me to your player. Schaefer looked at head coach Eddie Sauzer. Certainly, sir. Jiang Gu is currently a Barcelona player on loan to our club. Upon hearing this, Schaefer couldn't help but sit up straight, his previous arrogant demeanor somewhat subdued. In his first few games, he has scored and assisted consecutively with over 3 goals per match. In just 3 games, he has become the club's top scorer. 3 games. Top scorer. Schaefer looked at Eddie Sauzer in disbelief, wondering if the old man had gotten his facts wrong. Yes, sir. Having only participated in 3 matches, he is now the player with the most goals for the team. Eddie Sauzer repeated. Schaefer's expression was a picture of astonishment before he finally forced a twisted smile and praised Jiang, well done. In all his years of coaching, Eddie Sauzer had never seen Schaefer praise a player in public. The man usually wore a deathly expression that was always unpleasant to behold. Assistant General Manager Schumacher was also deeply shocked. He had heard that there was a formidable Chinese forward, but he had no idea he was this formidable. Sir, before this match, Jiang had a shoulder injury, which is why he unfortunately missed the game. Eddie Sauzer explained to the 2 executives the reason for Jiang's absence. Well, that's no problem. You must get well soon. Our team still has great hope for next season's league. Schaefer's tone towards Jiang became very polite. Although no one mentioned it, everyone knew that the league title was all but lost this year. Since Wolfsburg's second team was held to a draw by Hamburg's second team, they were overtaken by Oldenburg by a single point. With only 1 round left in the league, Oldenburg only needed to beat Rotenburg, who were 4th from the bottom, to win the title. For Wolfsburg's second team to win the title in a reversal, they would not only have to beat Lübeck, who were in 7th place, but also hope that Oldenburg failed to secure 3 points. The title was only a theoretical possibility. The initiative was no longer in their hands. They had to rely on others' results. In terms of opponent strength, Altona, who were 4th from the bottom, were clearly weaker than Lübeck, who were in 7th place. However, Lübeck had nothing to play for. Altona, on the other hand, had not yet secured their survival before the final round. They were 2 points ahead of the 3rd from bottom team. If the 3rd from bottom team won their final match and Altona lost to Oldenburg, it would be Altona who were relegated. The club's sporting director Schaefer had originally come to vent his frustration. But after being rebuffed by Jiang, the post-match meeting transformed into a pre-match rally. Even if there was only a 1 chance, they had to give it their all. They absolutely had to take all 3 points in the next game. The final opponent for the Wolfsburg second team this season is Lübeck, whose home ground lies in a small city in northern Germany without an airport. To support the team's last match of the season, the club granted permission to depart 3 days early for the away game and stay at the most luxurious hotel in Lübeck. The training ground was about 1 kilometer from the hotel. The team had to take a bus from the hotel entrance to the training ground every day. On the 3rd afternoon after arriving in Lübeck, having finished their morning training, the team prepared to return by bus to the hotel when a crowd of fans blocked the hotel entrance, preventing the bus from entering the premises. Suddenly the bus stopped on the road in front of the hotel gate. There seemed to be quite a few people ahead. Jiang thought there might have been a traffic accident, but upon closer inspection, he saw someone holding up his large photo. Initially the players paid no attention. Blocking the car for a while wasn't unusual. However, once they spotted Jiang's photo, all eyes turned toward him. Jiang, what's going on? Coach Edith Soetzel, seated at the front, turned to look at Jiang. Jiang got up and walked to the front of the bus. The situation truly shocked him. Around 100 or 200 young people stood before the bus holding banners and photos. Indeed, none of the banners or photos contained any information about the Wolfsburg team. They were entirely about Jiang. Among the crowd, he recognized the girl he had met a few days back. Her name was Xiao Wei, and there were many other East Asian faces present. It was clear these people weren't here for the team. Their sole support was for Jiang. After a short while, police dispersed the crowd, allowing the bus to enter the hotel. After entering the hotel, the players were having lunch when the group followed them into the dining area, as they too were staying at that hotel with no grounds for expulsion. Jiang saw the girl he had encountered earlier. Jiang, I'm Mizayo. We took a photo together. Mizayo approached Jiang and greeted him. Since Mizayo spoke Chinese, Jiang naturally focused on her. Thank you all for your support. The team has a match this afternoon, so I'll head back now. Jiang addressed the fans in English before walking toward his teammates. Jiang, we bet on you winning. Someone in the crowd shouted loudly in English. Don't worry, we'll win it. Jiang smiled gently at the crowd. I bet on 3-0. Can you score more goals than that? Upon hearing Jiang's reply, the fans became excited. Great, I like that scoreline, though it might not be enough. Jiang waved goodbye with a smile and left the enthusiastic fans behind. These were classmates of Mizayo, some Chinese, some German, who had come specifically to watch the match and stayed at this upscale hotel hoping to get close to Jiang. What did Jiang mean when he said 3-0 isn't enough? Asked a German student among the classmates. He means the score could be even bigger, for example 4-0, 5-0, or something like that. That's exactly right, replied one classmate. I'm going to place a bet on 4-0, maybe also on 5-0. Let's go together. The greater the difference, the higher the payout. I think we should even bet on 1-0 with 100 euros. What if we hit it? In the previous round, there was a shocking 1-5-0 result, but no one placed bets. The odds were reportedly 1-1-0-0-0. Girls loved chasing stars, boys loved placing bets. Even in Germany's lowest leagues, betting options are available. At the convenience store outside the hotel, placing bets was very convenient. An old man with Mediterranean features wearing glasses was reading the newspaper. A group of young people entered the shop and pulled up the betting odds for Lübeck versus Wolfsburg's second team. Regarding the exact score betting option alone, the odds for Lübeck winning 1-0 against Wolfsburg's second team were 2-1 with a Kelly index of 0.95. If someone bet €100 on Lübeck winning 1-0, they would earn a net profit of €95. Correspondingly, the odds for Lübeck versus Wolfsburg's second team were as follows: 2-0, 4-1, out 2-1, 2-1. As many possibilities as there are, so many odds exist. Smaller score differences generally carry lower odds, usually under 10 times. The most extreme were the huge score odds. Lübeck winning 9-0 or higher carried odds of 1-1, Kelly index 0.95. Similarly, Wolfsburg's second team winning 9-0 or higher also had 1-1 odds, Kelly index 0.95. Classmates mocked Messi for not understanding football. Even if she favored the away team to win, such a disastrous score was impossible. A home team scoring 0 while the away team scores 9 or more was absolutely implausible. The shop owner looked furious. He believed this Oriental girl's bet was insulting his hometown team. "Uncle, place your bet. You dare pay out, I dare bet." Messi handed over €100 to the Mediterranean man. The shop owner shrugged reluctantly, unwillingly printing out the lottery ticket for the young Oriental girl. Messi hadn't placed bets on anything else. She only wagered €100 on the 0.9 or higher category. At local time 3:00 p.m., both matches, Wolfsburg's second team versus Oldenburg and another fixture, started simultaneously with both sides aiming to defeat their opponents. Wolfsburg's head coach Edith Soetzel announced the starting lineup featuring prominently Jiang Gu and Bakalowitz. The injured captain Leaf was relegated to the bench. Coach Soetzel deployed a 3-5-2 formation today. Wolfsburg had no room for retreat. They must win this match. Lübeck lined up in a 4-4-2 formation. For them, victory or defeat mattered little. They had no chance of championship contention nor relegation pressure. In the previous league round, Oldenburg heavily incentivized Hamburg's second team. Under substantial rewards, brave men emerged. Despite being underestimated, Hamburg's second team managed to draw against Wolfsburg's second team, allowing Oldenburg to surpass Wolfsburg by 1 point in the standings. In this round, merely defeating their opponent would crown Oldenburg champions and promote them to the third division. Only one promotion spot existed. If Oldenburg advanced, Wolfsburg's second team would remain in the fourth division. For Wolfsburg's second team, assuming they defeated their opponent, they could only hope Rotenburg, their opponent of Oldenburg, would either draw or beat Oldenburg. Only then would Wolfsburg advance. Before the final match day, Rotenburg still hadn't secured safety from relegation, adding suspense to the concluding game. Such minor drama in a fourth division league. The championship decided until the final match day added entertainment value to otherwise undistinguished competition. Nearly 10,000 Wolfsburg fans traveled to Lübeck, outnumbering home supporters by more than threefold. With the referee's whistle, the visiting team Wolfsburg kicked off first. The number 10 passed the ball to the winger on the left flank. Immediately, Jiang Gu and Bakalowitz pressed forward to create space for crosses down the wing. Number 10 dribbled along the sideline toward the baseline before facing interception from two defenders. He lofted a pass toward the center. Bakalowitz glanced at the incoming ball, heading it slightly. It landed directly in Jiang Ji's path. The defender marked number 3 noticed the ball rolling behind him. His immediate reaction was to chase the ball rather than cover his man. At the exact moment Bakalowitz tapped the ball, Jiang Gu anticipated its landing spot. Just as number 3 began turning around, Jiang Gu exploded forward. With a stamina stat of 91 and a burst coefficient of 1.5, his instantaneous sprint force reached 136.5. Even world-class defenders might struggle to contain such acceleration. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Gu arrived at the ball's landing spot. The central defender number 2 hurried over to assist defense. Before he could close distance, Jiang Gu extended his right leg using the outside of his foot to curl the ball. It arced between goalkeeper and charging attackers, striking precisely into the far corner of the net. Goal. The ball went in. 0-1, Jiang Gu opened his scoring account with an outside-of-the-foot strike. Just 28 seconds into the match, the away team's first goal arrived. Jiang Ji's breathtaking outside-of-the-foot drive curved perfectly into the net. The opposing players stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what had just happened. How did the ball go in? Among the fans in attendance, some were still finding their seats, others were greeting each other, and many hadn't even settled into the game when the first goal was scored. Mi Xiaowei and her companions raised Jiang Ji's photo high, celebrating with excitement. The betting options for this match were diverse, including one on the timing of the first goal. With a goal scored less than a minute into the game, the bookmaker was surely crying in the restroom. Jiang Gu score 8 more. Mi Xiaowei shouted towards Jiang Gu on the field. Since she spoke in Chinese, only her Chinese classmates nearby could understand. Jianggu on the pitch naturally couldn't hear her. One of Mi Xiaowei's female classmates tapped her on the shoulder and said, "Xiaowei, this is a football match, not basketball. One player can't score that many goals. Regardless of who scores, as long as Wolfsburg nets 8 more and the home team scores none, you'll win the bet, 1 million euros. This was of course a tease directed at by Xiaowei. The score she had bet on was utterly fantastical, clearly the wager of someone who knew nothing about football, just throwing money away to the bookmaker. Bai Xiaowei was studying fashion design at Hamburg University, a world away from the grimy sport of football. One day while browsing the news, she came across a report on Jianggu and was deeply captivated by his handsome face, which led her to gather with her football-loving classmates. After the goal, Jianggu ran to the sideline to embrace and celebrate with head coach Eddie Sauzer, dedicating this lightning-fast goal to the veteran coach. Even if others might have been distracted, Eddie Sauzer certainly was not. He saw clearly that the ball headed over by Baccarat was a 50-50 chance for both offense and defense. Jianggu could reach it, but so could the defender. The defender hadn't made an obvious mistake. His only error was underestimating Jiang Ji's explosive speed. Such acceleration Eddie Sauzer had never seen before, whether as a player or a coach. Boy. Eddie Sauzer gave Jianggu a thumbs up. It's rare to see a head coach publicly praising his own player like Eddie Sauzer did, instead of just yelling from the sidelines. The home team's head coach Schwab hadn't been paying attention to the situation on the field at the time and only learned how the goal was conceded by asking his assistant, "Pull yourselves together. Show the same drive you have for partying in nightclubs. Don't look like a bunch of half-asleep idiots." Schwab cursed at his players on the field, trying to shake them awake. Conceding a goal less than a minute into the game was utterly disgraceful. As the home team prepared to kick off from the center circle, Jianggu heard the system's notification dong, first goal scored. Reward 1 free attribute, 1000 King of Football, EXP Beckham curve, fragment, 25. He had obtained a hidden reward. Whether it was Beckham's instep curling shot or the outside of the foot curve, both were considered Beckham curves. Trailing by a goal right from the start, the home team naturally looked to strengthen their attack. After the kickoff, the home team's midfielder number 11 threaded a through ball to the right wing. The winger number 23 received the ball and took a heavy touch forward, attempting to knock it past the defender, but was intercepted by Wolfsburg's left back number 3. The ball was passed back to the Wolfsburg goalkeeper. The goalkeeper glanced to the right and kicked the ball to the right attacking midfielder number 11. Seeing the ball come to his side, Jianggu ran a few steps along the sideline. The right attacking midfielder number 11 played a pass for Jianggu to run onto. Although Jiang Ji's touch was a bit clumsy, he managed not to lose the ball. Seeing Jianggu with the ball, number 11 quickly made a run towards the center. The striker Baccarat, positioned furthest forward, waved to Jianggu, signaling for a cross to his head. In this local area, Wolfsburg had formed a 3-on-4 situation. The home team players scrambled back. Just before a defender could get a foot in, Jianggu pushed the ball diagonally, and it slid perfectly across the path of number 11's run. After releasing the ball, Jianggu sprinted towards the byline, where there was open space. He expected number 11 to return the ball to him. Number 11 didn't control the ball. He swung his foot and crossed it directly towards the head of the tall striker Baccarat. The center back number 0, marking Baccarat, got his head to the ball, deflecting it towards the byline. Jianggu ran to the edge of the 6-yard box, and the ball arrived. With the angle too tight to shoot, he played a cutback pass. The ball flew across the face of the goal past the goalkeeper to the far post left winger number 7. With a gentle touch, number 7 turned the ball towards the goal. The goalkeeper, having committed to blocking Jiang Ji's side, left the other side wide open. The ball was unstoppable, rolling into the net off number 7. The move was fluid, and the involvement of the opposing center back kept Jianggu onside. Less than 3 minutes into the game, and they had conceded another. The home team's goalkeeper slammed his hand against the goalpost in frustration. Goal. Another one in. Jianggu spread his arms wide. The goal-scoring left winger number 7 and Baccarat both ran over to embrace him in celebration. "Jiang, you finally got me an assist." Number 7 grabbed Jiang Ji's shoulders and shook him vigorously in excitement. "We are a team," Jianggu replied with a smile. "Give me another one, and I'll take you clubbing in Wolfsburg when we get back." Number 7 seemed eager for more. "No, next time you have to pass to me." Baccarat also wanted a goal. Ha ha ha. The three hugged each other, laughing joyfully. The players on the away team's bench rushed to the sideline, embracing head coach Eddie Sauzer in celebration. Eddie Sauzer looked up at the stadium clock, showing 2 minutes and 47 seconds. 2 goals ahead in less than 3 minutes, with Jianggu having a goal and an assist. It felt like a dream. He had to pinch himself to make sure it was real. While celebrating with his teammates, Jianggu heard the system's prompt dong, first assist completed. Reward 1 free attribute, 1000 football IQ EXP. This assist didn't trigger a hidden reward. In the stands, a Chinese male classmate beside me, Xiaowei, raised his lottery ticket and shouted excitedly, I won. I bet on 0-2. A German classmate next to him looked at the ticket and said with a smile, "Hey Joe, the regular match time is 90 minutes. We've only played 130 of the game. You seem to be celebrating a bit too early." The away fans were still reveling in the joy of the previous goal when a new one arrived. Just 3 minutes into the match, Wolfsburg 2 was already leading 2-0. Fans were also keeping an eye on the other game, where the score between Oldenburg and Rotenburg remained 0-0. The supporters wished it would end right then and there. This was destined to be a game where the visitors stole the show. In the stands, the away fans outnumbered the home supporters several times over, and on the pitch the home team was utterly bewildered by their opponents. If timeouts were allowed in football, home coach Schwab would have called one without a second thought. Though football has no timeout, substitutions can give a team a moment to catch their breath and correct glaring issues on the field. True to form, a frustrated Schwab called for a timeout. No, he used his first substitution. Just 5 minutes into the match, the home team made a change, effectively admitting his tactical error in front of everyone. The fourth official raised the board. Number 4, the center back, was replaced by number 14 in a like-for-like swap. "Dickon, you must hold your ground for me. That kid Weber is too young, he's been torn apart." Schwab patted Dickon on the back, offering encouragement. Center back Weber, seeing he was being substituted, understood immediately. He knew his position had been a major problem. Being taken off at such an early stage was a profound humiliation for any player. As he ran to the sideline, Dickon high-fived Weber. Weber then collapsed to his knees, unable to move, and began to cry. Coach Schwab walked over, helped the young man up, and said gently, "Son, it's not your fault. You're still young. I'll take the blame. Go and rest." Weber nodded and trudged to the bench, his face etched with disappointment. Dickon quickly took his position, spat on the ground, clapped his hands, and encouraged his teammates, "Steady, brothers. I'm here." Although the home team made a substitution, the formation remained unchanged. It was a forced change, wasting one of their precious substitution slots. The match continued. Having conceded 2 goals right from the start, the home players finally roused themselves. For the next 10 minutes or so, both sides exchanged attacks, but neither managed to score. In the 24th minute, Lübeck's captain launched a long ball over the top, targeting Wolfsburg's backline. The number 9 striker collected the ball, chipped it over the last defender, who slid in and faced the keeper one-on-one. He slotted the ball through the goalkeeper's legs, and it rolled into the net, a shot that beat the keeper twice. But the linesman's flag was already raised. The number 9 had been offside the moment he received the pass. No matter how beautiful the subsequent dribble and shot were, it was all for naught. Though the goal didn't count, it served as a stark warning for Wolfsburg. When pushing forward, they had to guard against such long ball counterattacks. Before the match, the coach would lay out the offensive and defensive plans and formulate strategies, but that was just a guiding principle. As the game progressed, the situation on the pitch changed in the blink of an eye. The ability to adapt accordingly is known as game reading ability or football IQ. The strength of the 3-5-2 formation lies in its flexibility. With 5 midfielders, it's easy to free up players to change the formation. In the attack that led to the previous goal, number 7 had played as a left winger. He had tasted success in that shift and scored a goal. Perhaps thinking the home team was weak and easy to bully, number 7 stayed rooted in the left wing position, waiting for Jiang to send him another perfect pass. This effectively turned the formation into a 3-4-3, leaving them vulnerable to counterattacks. Jiang noticed this, and seizing a moment to switch positions on the left, said to number 7, "You should go back to the attacking midfield position. John, you promised to pass to me again, and I promised to take you to the bar." Number 7 repeated their earlier deal. But football isn't played on favors or barter. With no time to explain, Jiang pushed him and said sternly, "Get back to your position." Though a bit displeased, number 7 didn't dare say anything. After all, Jiang was the team's top scorer and had just set him up for a goal. He obediently returned to his original position. Wolfsburg's formation reverted to 3-5-2, a system known for its dense midfield and strong control. True enough, once number 7 was back in place, the other positions were also freed up. This reaction was chain-like. Wolfsburg regained control in midfield, while the home team's 2 forwards barely touched the ball for a long time. Gradually, Wolfsburg pushed the entire team over the halfway line. The home team left only 1 striker up front, with everyone else retreating to defend their own half. Trailing 0-2, the home team actually set up a defensive bus. The fans from both sides in the stands let out a thunderous chorus of boos. For Wolfsburg, players passed the ball around the perimeter, unable to find a suitable attacking opportunity. Jiang was now playing as a shadow striker, constantly moving between the left, center, and right positions. The big black striker up front was a decoy to draw defenders. The real threat was Jiang. 2 players were marking Jiang tightly, believing that if they neutralized him, the away team's attack would fizzle out. In the 37th minute, the right attacking midfielder, number 11, played a through ball to Jiang. Jiang received the ball with his back to goal. The left attacking midfielder, number 8, immediately moved in to support. They executed a 1-2 pass. Jiang gave the ball to number 8, then suddenly turned and sprinted forward. Number 7 took the opportunity to overlap, forming a triangle with number 8 and Jiang. Number 8 didn't hold onto the ball, he adjusted his step and slotted it to number 7. The advancing number 7 then flicked the ball to Jiang ahead. Meanwhile, the tall striker Baccarat created space and raised his hand for the ball. The two defenders marking Jiang were completely beaten the moment he turned, and even grabbing his shirt was in vain. Seeing the ball from number 7, Jiang didn't break stride. He swept it towards the center with a Rabona. The defender closing in on Jiang expected him to dribble. The one marking Baccarat thought the ball would be played to the big man's head, but the ball came skimming across the ground. Baccarat swept his foot and the ball curved along a diagonal line, nestling into the far corner of the net. With his view blocked by his own defenders, the goalkeeper couldn't even make a save attempt. The ball was in the net again. The big man Baccarat ran over and scooped up Jiang, saying excitedly before that goal, "I thought of you, I absolutely thought of you." If the guy hadn't brought it up, Jiang would have forgotten. It seemed the big guy had misunderstood him. The stadium erupted with a deafening roar. In under 40 minutes the team was leading 3-0, while the other match was still 0-0. Jiang heard the systems chime in his ear. Dong, second assist completed. Reward, 2 free attribute points, 2,000 football IQ experience points. That was it. No hidden rewards were triggered. The big guy had just said he thought of Jiang, but because his shooting motion didn't mimic Jiang's, the latter didn't receive any extra reward. A classmate beside me, Xiaowei, angrily tore up the 0-2 lottery ticket in his hand, then, as if by magic, pulled out another ticket and said excitedly, "Hey, I also bought one for the 0-3 score." The first half concluded with the visiting team Wolf Fortress leading the home team Lübeck 3-0. Lübeck's head coach Schwab believed that his decisive substitution of Diogen had yielded some results, conceding only 1 goal in the remaining 42 minutes, considering that they had previously conceded 2 within just 3 minutes. Schwab was fully aware that Wolf Fortress was fighting for the championship that day. With their strength and determination, it was unrealistic and entirely unnecessary for his team to equalize or turn the game around. The only expectation for the second half was to avoid conceding further goals. A scoring one to save face would be ideal. Lübeck ranked 7th in the league. Even if they lost this match, their position would drop by only 1 place, which was not a significant setback. For Schwab, this season could be considered successful. At his age, securing an annual salary of €300 in his hometown was fortunate. Thus, for the final match, he merely hoped they wouldn't lose too badly, as victory required strength, and with the current state of his squad, how could they possibly compete against the ferocious Wolf Fortress? As the league draw neared its end, many Lübeck players situated within such a team with no desire for victory had already drifted their thoughts toward various tourist destinations. Though not as extravagant as star players after a hard-fought season, it was quite necessary to relax with family and friends. In the locker room, Schwab instructed his disciples to prevent further conceding goals in the second half and to seize any opportunity to score. A 0-3 ending was also acceptable. In the locker room, the Wolf Fortress players also learned the score of another match. In the first half, Altena tenaciously held off Oldenburg's intense offensive. Oldenburg's 10 shots all failed to find the net. Though the scene was completely one-sided, Altena managed to keep their goal clean, demonstrating extraordinary resilience for the sake of avoiding relegation. From the first half situation and score, it was nearly certain that Wolf Fortress would secure all 3 points against Lübeck. Thus, the true determinant of the championship would be the result of the Altena versus Oldenburg match. Fans were constantly monitoring the other match, many watching the game, while simultaneously checking the live score of the other match on their phones. As the second half began, Jiang heard the system's notification sound in his ears, ding, new mission delivered. Complete a hat trick of assists in this match. Reward, 5 free attribute points, 5/0 ball IQ experience points, 1 damage immunity card. Just as one wishes, so it comes. Having consumed the damage immunity card in previous matches, Jiang constantly worried about getting injured on the field. The shadow of his Madrid injury was not so easily dispelled. Jiang felt that without the damage immunity card, his strength was at least reduced by 30%. It was easy to talk about playing with one's life on the line, but when facing actual dangers, the body would be honest, especially for someone who had suffered a serious injury. Before the match, head coach Eddie Sauter reminded Jiang to try not to provoke opposing players to avoid retaliation. Eddie Sauter was naturally protecting Jiang. For the team, the 3-0 score was already sufficient, as long as they didn't collapse, the opponent would find it difficult to mount a comeback. For Jiang, this was merely the final match of a lower league season. He was likely to join the first team next season. If he suffered a serious injury in this match, it would not be worth the cost. In many football matches, once the outcome is no longer in doubt, both teams often tacitly agree, "I won't hit you, and you won't retaliate." They simply waste the rest of the time until the end. Receiving this mission from the system, Jiang was indeed in a dilemma. The coach had told him to play carefully, but the system demanded another assist. Only a goal would count as an assist. Jiang wondered if the score becoming 4-0 would completely ignite the opponent's anger. Then he thought this was not bullying a weak team, but rather the final match of a lower league. If he didn't farm some attributes now, there might not be such a good opportunity in the Bundesliga later. The system's rewards were too tempting. Jiang was forced by the system. At the start of the second half, Lübeck made a substitution, withdrawing a forward and adding a midfielder, shifting to a 4-5-1 formation. With 5 midfielders and only 1 striker leading the line, it was clearly a defensive posture. The home team, trailing by 3 goals, actually adopted a defensive formation first. The home team kicked off from the center. A midfielder passed the ball to a defender, and the striker at the front, number 9, withdrew to the midfield, forming a 4-6-0 formation. The two head coaches might not have privately discussed how to play the match, but this formation on the field was a message to the visiting team: we do not intend to attack, we will defend to the end. You have already won, please leave us some dignity, and do not score again. Eddie Sauter, experienced on the battlefield, naturally understood this tactical language. Fortunately, he had not encouraged his players to intensify the attack during halftime. At the 50th minute, after 5 minutes of the second half's adjustment, a tacit understanding of wasting time seemed to have been reached between the two teams. Wolf Fortress's formation was 3-5-2, with strong midfield control. They passed the ball smoothly around the center circle, essentially useless passing, as the opposing players did not press forward. The ball was passed back and forth until it reached Jiang's feet. As a forward, when Jiang received the ball, his instinctive reaction was to push forward. Center-back Diagen stood in front of Jiang, spreading his arms with a sheepish grin. You can't get through, pass it back. Immediately, the number 5 defensive midfielder came over to assist, forming a partial encirclement around Jiang. The number 11 attacking midfielder on the right side of Wolf Fortress approached Jiang, intending to take the ball. The pass had to be backward as no one intended to attack further. Jiang dribbled as if to break through to Diagen's left side, but it was merely a feint. The ball hardly moved under his feet. Perhaps Diagen was too relaxed, focusing on marking rather than the ball. After Jiang made the move, Diagen shifted slightly to his left. In the instant Diagen moved his body, a gap appeared in the encirclement formed with the number 5 teammate. Jiang trapped the ball between his feet, tossed it upward in front of him. The ball arced through the air, landing directly in front of him. Rainbow feint. The two defenders simultaneously reached out to grab Jiang, but their hands only grasped at empty air. The drowsy fans suddenly saw such a brilliant feint and immediately cheered. Jiang took a powerful dribble, the ball rolling along the sideline toward the goal line. He took several large strides to catch up with the ball, and 2 defenders immediately came to intercept. One slid a tackle, while the other threw his body toward Jiang with his arms behind his back. Without the damage immunity card, Jiang would not engage in a direct confrontation with the opponent. He immediately kicked the ball powerfully toward the goal line. After passing the ball, he leaped to avoid the sliding tackle and evaded the human sandbag. The ball rolled quickly toward the goal line, and everyone believed it would roll out of bounds. Jiang burst into action again, took a few steps forward, and slid to hook the ball. Just before the ball went out of bounds, Jiang's right leg hooked the ball. Generally, saving such a ball is considered the mark of a skilled player. Jiang was not merely trying to save the ball. As he hooked it, he added some force. The ball bounced back like a spring, skimming the ground toward the center. Bacalats arrived in time, gently pushed the ball, and it drilled into the goal from the far end. Goal! The ball went in again. Though they were playing carefully, it did not mean the players would reject scoring. A brace Bacalats excitedly carried Jiang on his back, and teammates rushed over to embrace and celebrate with the two of them. 0-4 Wolf Fortress scored again. Schwab sighed, deeply glaring fiercely at Eddie Sauter next to him. You truly have no sportsmanship. We've conceded defeat, and you still play like this. Eddie Sauter spread his hands with an innocent expression, shrugging at Schwab to indicate he was helpless as well. Schwab looked toward the substitutes bench and ordered the assistant coach to send on 2 forwards. This old villain lacks sportsmanship, let's go all out against him. Shortly after scoring, Jiang heard the system notification sound: Dong mission complete. Reward: 5 free attribute points, 5/0 football IQ experience points, 1 injury immunity card. New mission: score a brace in this match. Reward: 2 free attribute points, 2/0 king of football experience points, 210 divine save fragments. The regular reward for a brace wasn't surprising, but the divine save fragment was a rare find. Since Jiang was unlikely to get a chance to be goalkeeper, opportunities to obtain such fragments were scarce. Since the system had issued the task, he might as well score another goal, hoping the home team players wouldn't lose their minds. After the score fell to 0 for the home teams, head coach Schwab immediately flew into a rage. In a fit of anger, he substituted 2 forwards onto the field, pulling off 1 defender and 1 defensive midfielder. It was a signal that they were going all out against Wolfsburg. Seeing the home team substitution, Eddie Sauter wore a helpless expression, fully understanding their intent. Home team fans were gradually leaving the stands early, but when they saw their team sending on 2 forwards, they started applauding and stayed. The team could lose, but they couldn't lose their fighting spirit. After scoring the 4th goal, Jiang Gu noticed a blaze of anger in the eyes of the home team players. Were they planning to retaliate against him? Yellow monkey, watch your legs. Diet Jin growled lowly behind Jiang Gu. Jiang Gu turned to look at Diet Jin, whose eyes were full of fury, teeth bared like a rabid dog. This guy must be getting desperate. You blockhead, my 70-year-old grandmother reacts faster than you. When it came to trash talk, Jiang Gu had never feared anyone. It wasn't his first time bickering on the field, and arguing with these rigid Germans meant provoking them. FCK. Look at you all, girly. Diet Jin sneered at Jiang Gu, a hint of greed in his eyes. The look sent a shiver down Jiang Ji's spine, but he grinned back and retorted, your wife loves guys like me. FCK, I'll break your legs. Diet Jin pointed hatefully at Jiang Ji's right leg. I'm going to score another goal. Jiang Gu raised an eyebrow, unfazed by the blatant threat. The tension wasn't just between Jiang Gu and Diet Jin. Players in other positions also got into arguments, igniting the tempers of both sides. In the 65th minute, receiving a through ball from midfield, Jiang Gu decisively cut inside, dribbling past Diet Jin, who was blocking his path. The home team's midfielder number 12 immediately moved in to intercept. His tall frame made him look menacing, but Jiang Gu gently nudged the ball past the player's legs, slipping by him easily. The opponent lunged at nothing. After the home team's formation adjustment, the defense wasn't as compact as before, giving Jiang Gu more room to operate. Jiang Gu advanced a few steps, nearing the edge of the penalty area, facing the goal directly. 2 defenders formed a makeshift wall, blocking his shooting lane. Another player tried to help, but Bacalotz immediately pulled wide, raising his hand for the ball and drawing that defender away. Jiang Gu glanced at Bacalotz, feigned a shot, then cut the ball, moving towards the left flank. Wolfsburg's left winger number 7 had already overlapped, raising his hand for the pass. Jiang Gu glanced at him, noticing he seemed offside. He made a feint to pass, then used the outside of his foot to knock the ball back towards the center. Everyone thought Jiang Gu would pass wide, but he turned and cut back into the middle. The 2 defenders chased back, hands behind their backs, blocking his shooting path. Finding no space on the right, Jiang Gu nudged the ball and shifted his body left. Both defenders moved left in unison, perhaps due to nervousness. They focused on the man, not the ball. Creatine. A gasp rippled through the crowd, followed by a torrent of curses aimed at Diet Jin for the tackle. The referee's whistle blew, penalizing Diet Jin for a tackle from behind and brandishing a yellow card. Diet Jin vehemently argued to the referee that he had touched the ball first. The referee explained the reason for the card: a tackle from behind, taking down both the man and the ball, a textbook dangerous play. Jiang Gu lay on the ground as Bacalotz and others swarmed the referee, demanding a harsher punishment for the player who fouled him from behind. After over an hour of play, this was the first heated moment of the match, and the first yellow card was long overdue. Jiang Gu wasn't seriously injured. He got up and continued his appeal to the referee. He said he was going to break my leg. He told me so just now. The referee had intended to have the 2 shake hands publicly, but upon hearing Jiang Ji's words, he turned to look at Diet Jin. Is what he said true? The referee asked Diet Jin. No, I did not say that. Absolutely not. Diet Jin shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum. Under the referee's mediation, the 2 shook hands perfunctorily. Wolfsburg was awarded a free kick right on the arc of the penalty area. In the current Wolfsburg reserve team, whenever a free kick was awarded, as long as Jiang Gu stood over the ball, no one dared to challenge him for it. Even Captain Lowe had to defer to him, though he hadn't played in this match. The home team set up a 4-man wall blocking the near post. Diet Jin was in the wall as well, all 4 players covering their faces with their right hands and protecting their groins with their left. Jiang Gu placed the ball, deliberately positioning the valve hole forward to avoid kicking it. The referee blew his whistle. Jiang Gu stepped back and back, retreating nearly 20 meters. The home team players had seen Jiang Ji's powerful shots before. One defender immediately ran over and lay down on the grass behind the wall to prevent Jiang Gu from sneaking the ball under their feet when they jumped. Jiang Gu started his run-up, kept accelerating. A loud thud echoed as Jiang Ji's right foot struck the ball. A white blur whizzed past the wall, and the net behind the goal rippled violently. A powerful shot, and the ball went in. Goal. 0-5. Wolfsburg leads by 5 goals. Jiang Gu spread his arms wide as his teammates ran over to embrace him in celebration. He listened to the system prompt in his ear. Dong brace, mission complete. Reward: 2 free attribute points, 200 King of Football experience points, 210 divine save fragments. This shot reached a maximum speed of 131 km/h. Powerful long-range shot successfully upgraded to forceful long-range shot. New mission issued: score a hat-trick in this match. Reward: 5 free attribute points, 500 King of Football experience points. With that kick, Jiang Gu had hardly considered the angle, focusing solely on speed. He believed that the defenders were also flesh and blood. When faced with absolute speed, the human body was honest. It couldn't help but dodge. As he had predicted, even the seemingly ferocious Diogen flinched at that moment. He ducked his head to avoid the cannonball-like football. The ball Jeong-gu shot flew precisely over Diogen's head. The goalkeeper was watching the far post. He was utterly motionless as the ball hit the net, his mouth forming an O as he exchanged bewildered glances with his teammates. If not for the replay on the big screen, it would have been impossible to see how the ball was kicked in. From the stands, they only saw a streak of white light. The entire away section had turned into a sea of joy, with the visiting fans taking over the stadium as the home fans retreated in gloom. Mi Xiaowei shouted excitedly onto the pitch, "For more to go." The classmate beside her helplessly tore up the 04 lottery ticket, then like a magician pulled out another ticket for 05. Just as she was about to show off her new ticket, thunderous applause erupted from the stands, and someone shouted, "We are the champions, we are the champions." Jeong-gu on the pitch was also baffled. The home team had only just kicked off. What were these fans so excited about? In another match, Rothenburg had scored. Oldenburg pressed forward relentlessly, unleashing over 30 shots in 60-plus minutes, all to no avail. Rothenburg weathered the storm, seized a counterattack, and scored with their only shot of the entire match. In the 68th minute, Rothenburg, sitting fourth from the bottom, struck on the counter to take a 1-0 lead over league leaders Oldenburg. Could you believe it? The news spread like wildfire among the fans, turning the entire stand into a sea of jubilation. Football is a game of sheer drama where anything is possible. Oldenburg, with their relentless bombardment, failed to break through, while Rothenburg, battered and beleaguered, scored with their first real chance to take the lead. Though the players on the pitch hadn't seen the news, the reaction from the fans made it clear it had to be good news. For Jeong-gu, a league title at this level was a mere footnote in his career. Completing the system's tasks was the real priority. Our opportunities would be far scarcer once he reached the Bundesliga. In the 75th minute, the home team launched an attack, committing as many as 8 players forward, their largest offensive push of the match. The home team's center back number 0 received a throw from the goalkeeper and launched a long ball. Wolfsburg's midfielder number 11 miscontrolled the pass. The home team's attacking midfielder number 23 collected the ball and sent a long pass to their newly substituted forward number 29. Wolfsburg's center back number 2 immediately closed down the forward, while left back number 3 attempted to dispossess him. Number 29 shielded the ball with his powerful frame, then passed it to his teammate forward number 34, who had come to support. The home team's attacking midfielder number 15 surged forward, meeting the through ball from number 34 that sliced through the defense of Wolfsburg's numbers 2 and 5. Number 15 received the ball one-on-one with the goalkeeper. He glanced up, took 2 adjusting steps, and struck the ball. But where was the ball? Just as number 15 lifted his leg to shoot, a dark figure swooped in from his side and poked the ball away. After poking the ball to his goalkeeper, Jeong-gu turned and sprinted forward. Number 15, who had lost the ball, didn't even see Jeong-ji's silhouette and, indifferent to him, charged at the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper launched a long kick. As the ball flew, his head tilted to the right as if trying to guide its trajectory. The moment the goalkeeper struck the ball, Jeong-gu anticipated its landing point. It was heading out of play beyond the right sideline. Jeong-gu ran to where the ball would land, planted his feet, and waited. The linesman stood on the sideline, eyes fixed on the airborne ball, ready to raise his flag. When the ball was still a man's height above the ground, Jeong-gu leaped and headed it to a teammate. A ball destined to go out for a goal kick had been miraculously saved by Jeong-gu. The match had devolved into an open, end-to-end battle. The home team's forward push had left vast expanses of space in their own half. Wolfsburg's right attacking midfielder number 15 received the ball and immediately laid it back to Jeong-gu, who was charging down the flank. After passing, number 15 cut infield, eager to score in this one-sided route. Bacalotz was central, number 7 on the left and Jeong-gu on the right. Wolfsburg had a favorable 4-on-3 advantage up front. Jeong-gu had a clear path ahead. All 3 defenders were concentrated in the middle, momentarily abandoning the right flank. He took a heavy touch, sending the ball rolling towards the byline, and sprinted with all his might to chase it down. A cutback pass from the byline for a teammate to finish at the near post was the most common and effective tactic. All 3 of his teammates had surged into the home team's penalty area, waiting for Jeong-ji's cross. As Jeong-gu neared the byline, the system's chime sounded in his ear, ding, score a goal, with an outside of the boot shot to earn Beckham, curved fragment 35. It was a triggered mission. In that split second, Jeong-gu had no time to overthink. He executed a Rabona to stop the ball, then immediately struck it with the outside of his right foot, catching the bottom of the ball. The ball arced through the narrow gap between the goalkeeper and the onrushing attackers. The goalkeeper couldn't reach it, and the attackers' diving headers missed. The ball, spinning violently, flew towards the far post and curled into the net, just as it seemed destined to go wide. From almost a 0-degree angle, the ball was guided with pinpoint precision through a minuscule gap, evading everyone to nestle into the back of the net. It was reminiscent of Macon's iconic zero-angle goal in the 2010 World Cup. Goal. Another one scored. 0-6. Wolfsburg had routed Lübeck by 6 goals. The entire stadium erupted. Lübeck's home ground had been completely taken over by the away fans who were singing Wolfsburg's anthem. Grunweiss VfL Unsier Farben Luchten, Hell, and Fußball Firmament Wolfsburg's VfL. Though the 3 players in the box didn't get on the scoresheet, Zhang Ji's goal was so magnificent that no one held a grudge. Except for the goalkeeper, every player ran over to embrace and celebrate with him. The system's reward notification chimed in Zhang Ji's ear. Ding, hat-trick mission complete. Reward, 5 free attribute points, 5,000 ball king XB Beckham, curved fragment, 35. As before, the system ceased issuing missions or any further prompts. This piqued Zhang Ji's curiosity. Would scoring 4 goals bring a surprise? What about assisting 4? With 5 or 6 minutes of regular time left plus stoppage time, there were about 10 minutes remaining. The home goalkeeper, with tears in his eyes, once again retrieved the ball from the net and kicked it towards the center circle. Never had a kickoff felt so painful. Wolfsburg took the opportunity to substitute, replacing the tall striker Bacalots with their ever-present captain Lowe, who had played every match this season. Head coach Eddie Sauzer had intended to substitute Zhang Gu as well, but when he asked for his opinion on the sideline, Zhang Gu said he wanted to score another goal and refused to come off. Bacalots, who had scored a brace, received a warm ovation from the fans as he left the pitch. Applause was also for the substitute captain Lowe, who had never missed a match since the first round, whether starting or from the bench. Eddie Sauzer brought him on to honor his perfect attendance record despite him carrying an injury and being out of form. As Lowe came on, Zhang Gu approached him, high-fived him, and said with a smile, "I'll set one up for you later." "Great, I'd love that." Lowe was delighted with the proposal. In the 86th minute, the home team launched a long ball, and their forward number 9 headed towards goal, but it was collected by the away goalkeeper. The goalkeeper launched a long kick, clearing the ball into the opposing half. Zhang Gu controlled it with his chest, and as it dropped, he flicked it up and chipped it perfectly to Lowe. Lowe, who should have been in midfield, was lingering behind due to his poor physical condition after the previous attack. Receiving Zhang Ji's pass, he held the ball with his back to goal, shielding it from the marking center back number 0. After releasing the ball, Zhang Gu sprinted like lightning towards the right flank, drawing 2 defenders with him. Lowe backheeled the ball through the legs of number 0, spun around, and played a through ball into the space ahead of Zhang Gu. Even at this late stage of the match, Zhang Ji's explosive pace was astonishing. Zhang Gu charged with full force towards the byline. The goalkeeper rushed out to smother the ball at his feet. Zhang Gu used the outside of his left foot to poke the ball into the center, leaving the goalkeeper grasping at air. Lowe arrived on cue and calmly slotted the ball into the empty net. Goal. Another one scored. 0-7. Wolfsburg was dismantling Lübeck. Since the previous goal, the fan songs had not ceased. But when Lowe scored this one, the stadium fell silent, punctuated by sighs of despair. In another match, Oldenburg finally scored. The score was leveled at 1-1. Before this round of league matches, Oldenburg had 67 points and Wolfsburg 2 had 66 points. If the match ended with this score, Wolfsburg 2 would have 69 points, Oldenburg 68 points, and Wolfsburg would win the championship by a single point. However, in the final 10 minutes or so, Rotenburg might not be able to hold the draw. If they couldn't, the championship that seemed within Wolfsburg's grasp would slip away. After completing his 4th assist of the match, Zhang Gu did not hear the system's prompt sound. That meant no reward. "System, I completed a quadruple assist. Is there no reward?" Zhang Gu asked the system telepathically. "Dong, respected host, due to the low level of the league you are in, goals or assists exceeding 3 are not within the scope of rewards. Oh no way, there's a limit. Such a restriction is to prevent you from maliciously padding your stats." "What do you mean by maliciously padding my stats? Every goal and every assist was earned through my hard work." With that, the system stopped responding to Zhang Gu. No matter how much he reasoned with it, it was as if it had crashed. As the fans fell into a brief silence, Zhang Gu could hear Mi Xiaowei's sharp voice from the stands. "Zhang Gu, score 2 more. Still need 2 more. Zhang Gu was speechless. Wasn't this enough? It was already 7-0. If he scored more, wouldn't the opposing players be traumatized? After the 0-5 score was broken, Mi Xiaowei's friends could no longer produce lottery tickets. After all, who would think to buy a score like 0-6 or 0-7? Only a fool like Mi Xiaowei, who knew nothing about football, would buy 0-9. In the 89th minute, the last minute of regular time, Zhang Gu received the ball on the right flank. He took a long crossfield pass directly to the left. Since acquiring the spatial awareness fragment, there were moments when he felt as if he could overlook the entire pitch from above, though the sensation was fleeting. Wolfsburg's left winger number 7 received Zhang Ji's pass. He chested the ball down, but it bounced on the ground and rolled far away. A clear display of the rough player's true skill. However, what followed was even more absurd. The Wolfsburg number 7's mistake directly gave the ball to the opposing player Ditchen, who turned and passed it back to his own goalkeeper. Whether due to a misstep or poor technique, the poorly positioned goalkeeper failed to collect the back pass. The ball slowly rolled to the far post, hit it, and trickled into the net. Own goal. The home team finally scored. It was Ditchin who scored. Goal. The ball went in again, 0-8. A score beyond words. Many young players on the home team collapsed on the grass crying. This score made them doubt the sport of football itself. They just wanted to go home to their mothers. Whether it was German meticulousness or rigidity, the stoppage time lasted a full 3 minutes. With such a score and such a scene, was there really a need for added time? The match had to continue. The home team kicked off from the center circle. They had lost count of how many times they had done so. Who would have thought that the final match of the season would be so unforgettable? The ball was barely kicked off before it somehow reached Jiang Ji's feet. Jiang Ge looked up at the opponent's goal and struck a long-range shot directly from near the center circle. The dejected home team goalkeeper was leisurely walking back, not expecting the shot to come so quickly. He looked up, stretched his arms and jumped, but still couldn't reach the ball. The football landed just before the goal line, bounced, and rolled into the net. The goalkeeper fell flat on his face in front of his own goal. It was a catastrophic embarrassment, a cascade of shame piling upon shame. Goal. The ball went in again, 0-9. With such a score, the team being crushed was actually ranked 7th in the league. Could you believe it? After the goal, the referee glanced at his watch and immediately ended the match. The Wolfsburg players embraced in celebration, but the fans in the stands were not as excited as expected. Many were looking at their phones. The other match had not yet ended. Stoppage time lasted 5 minutes, and the score was still 1-1. That meant Wolfsburg's championship journey had only 3 or 4 minutes left. The seemingly secure championship was like a flower in a mirror or the moon's reflection on water, liable to vanish at any moment. The home team players left the field in dejection, while the away team remained on the pitch waiting for the result of that other match. If they could win the championship, they would celebrate right there on this field. Time passed so slowly, each minute felt like an entire year. The entire stadium fell into an eerie silence. Players without phones stared at the sky, some even praying. At this moment, no one was more excited than Mi Xiaowei. Her lottery ticket, which seemed like a waste of money, had actually won. With odds of 1-1,000 and a bet of 100 euros, she could take home 95,000 euros, nearly 7 million renminbi. Just as Mi Xiaowei was celebrating with her classmates, a thunderous roar erupted around them. That match was over. Rothenburg had stubbornly held Oldenburg to a draw. The 1-1 score not only secured Rothenburg's survival in the league, but also sent Wolfsburg to the championship throne. Football is so wonderful. Oldenburg had calculated everything, but never expected to stumble against a team fighting to avoid relegation. Fortunately, Wolfsburg never gave up. Grunweiss VfL Unsier Farben Luchten Hell and Fußball Firmament Wolfsburg's VfL. Wolfsburg's anthem echoed over the city of Lübeck. Wolfsburg too had luckily won the North Region League Championship this season, successfully earning promotion to the 3. Liga next season. At the post-match press conference, the home team appeared first. Head coach Schwab came alone without any players. He hunched over, appearing much older after this devastating defeat. A local Lübeck journalist got the first question. A blonde, wavy-haired female reporter stood up and asked, "Mr. Schwab, our team has never lost by such a large margin. What are your thoughts on this score?" Schwab looked expressionless, glanced at the female reporter, and said, "Each journalist has 2 questions. What is your next question?" The female reporter was stunned, not expecting such a reply. "My next question is, do you recognize your own inadequacies, and will you choose to retire directly after this season?" Schwab nodded slightly, looked at the other reporters beside the female journalist, and asked, "Does anyone else have any questions?" The reporters were taken aback. The old man hadn't answered anything yet. "Mr. Schwab, do you believe there were major issues with your lineup today?" "Sir, how do you evaluate the opposing player Jiang Ge?" Several journalists asked 7 or 8 questions, some of which were quite sharp. Seeing that no more new questions were being raised, Schwab took a slow sip of water and began, "Regarding your questions today, I will answer from 2 aspects. First, God has bestowed the championship upon Wolfsburg. Second, Jiang Ge is a deity sent by God. With his level of skill, he could dominate even in the Bundesliga." With that, Schwab rose and, assisted by a staff member, hobbled off the press conference stage. Eddie Satzer and Lu Fu attended the post-match press conference. The most frequently asked question concerned Jiang Ge. Whether it was Eddie Satzer or Lu Fu, they spared no praise for him, claiming he was the greatest contributor to the team's championship victory. Having participated only in the final few matches of the 38-game league season, receiving consistent accolades from both the legendary head coach and the esteemed captain Jiang Ge is likely unprecedented in football history. The team bus departed from the Lübeck Stadium, surrounded by fans who formed dense layers around the vehicle, cheering and singing. Many held up photos of Jiang Ge. A group of young, attractive German girls dressed in revealing outfits held bilingual banners in German and Chinese. Their message roughly stated that they had crowd-funded an island and invited Zhang Gu to be their island lord, adding that they wished to have many football teams with him as the island ruler. The enthusiasm of Western women opened Zhang Ji's eyes. At present, he only aimed to become a king of football. Only on the day he hung up his shoes. If there were still so many enthusiastic female fans, would he consider becoming an island lord? The bus moved forward slowly as fans gathered around it singing and dancing. This championship belonged not only to VfL Wolfsburg too, but also to all supporters who backed them. As quiet settled within the carriage, Zhang Gu heard a system notification. Ding, respected host, congratulations on winning your first championship. The system has gifted you a random treasure bag. Would you like to use it now? Although the system did not assign any specific tasks for a football player, the greatest honor is undoubtedly a championship. The previous beginner treasure bag had unlocked the SSS level skill prediction, which thrilled Zhang Gu. He hoped to draw another high-level skill this time, and exclaimed impatiently, use it. Ding, treasure bag usage successful. Congratulations, you have gained 50 free attribute points. It wasn't that free attributes were undesirable, however the end-of-season treasure bag failing to produce an SSS level skill felt like much ado about nothing, disappointing Zhang Gu. Teammates interacted with fans inside the carriage. Sitting at the rear, Zhang Gu quietly closed his eyes and opened his attribute panel. Name Zhang Gu. Age 19 years old. Market value 5 million euros. Team Barcelona loaned to VfL Wolfsburg. Free attributes 66 points. Status healthy. Stamina 2391. Explosion coefficient 1. 5. Ball control level high grade silver. King of football experience 13003600. Skills. Fading ball B level 2, more uses will upgrade. Scorpion tail repeatable upgrades, ultimate level divine dragon tail. Great save fragments 210. Beckham curve fragments 35. Powerful long shot, repeated use of this skill upgrades based on maximum ball speed. Football IQ. Prediction SSS level, predict opponent movements 2. 9 seconds ahead. IQ fragments, spatial awareness fragments, tactical discipline fragments. Football IQ experience 3000 points, upgradable, currently none available. Items. Damage immunity card 1, immunity types fractures, muscle injuries, nerve damage. Recovery card 1, tenfold recovery speed, eliminates aftereffects. After one match up to 16 freely distributable attributes were obtained. Adding the 50 points, just one through the lottery, the total usable amount reached 66. Without hesitation, Zhang Gu prioritized maxing out his stamina. A common criticism of Chinese players is poor stamina. Though both are of Eastern origin, this issue rarely manifests among Korean players. Therefore, Zhang Gu decided to fully boost his stamina first. A player who never tires might appear technically rough, yet would not be dismissed. To integrate into higher leagues, gaining a coach's approval comes first. If a coach lacks confidence despite vocal support from fans, and Capital One may merely sit on the bench. Zhang Gu raised his stamina to 100, the maximum value for his age group, the ceiling for stamina. Most ordinary players fall below 80, while regular individuals hover around 50. Immediately after maxing his stamina, Zhang Gu received another system notification. Ding, your stamina has reached its peak value of 100. To protect your physical condition, the system will temporarily seal your explosion coefficient. Your explosion coefficient has been reset to 1. 0. System, what is this nonsense? Sealing my explosion coefficient. What should I do during matches when I need to break through? Zhang Gu hadn't anticipated accidentally triggering a sealing project. Respected host, your current explosion coefficient is 1. 5, allowing a peak power output of 150, which exceeds your body's tolerance limit. Until your physique improves, the explosion coefficient remains sealed. What exactly is physique? For football players, physique can simply be understood as bone strength, muscle strength, and meridian strength. The average human physique index is 5, whereas football players range between 5, and 9. 5, with a maximum possible value of 9. Zhang Gu didn't expect allocating points could lead to pitfalls. The system's arrangement seemed reasonable. Exceeding physiological limits with explosive force would inevitably cause harm, akin to installing an airplane engine in a small car. It may deliver immense horsepower, but even minor ignition risks causing the entire vehicle to disintegrate. How can I enhance my physique intensity? Respected host, you can activate the Physique Intensity Refinement Project. Once your physique index surpasses 6, 5, the explosion coefficient seal will automatically lift. Zhang Gu reviewed his attribute panel again, but found no entry regarding physique. System, where is this physique? Physique refinement remains inactive and hidden. Please spend 50 free attribute points to activate this project. Zhang Gu was speechless. Not only would he face pitfalls on the field, but the king of football system itself was riddled with traps everywhere. For Zhang Gu, this season had concluded and days spent leveling attributes in lower-tier leagues were gone forever. How could he raise his attributes before the next Bundesliga season began? First, he needed to unseal his explosion coefficient. Otherwise, lacking explosive advantages on the field, how could he dribble past opponents? An explosion coefficient of 1.0 made little difference. Just like a 3.0 liter engine displacement compared to 1.0, a naturally aspirated engine delivers smooth power without real bursts. An explosion coefficient of 1.0 resembles natural aspiration, offering steady output devoid of explosive force. In contrast, 1.0 equates to turbocharging or twin turbocharging, delivering instantaneous thrust comparable to 4.0 or 5.0 engines. Comparing the two would be unfair. He spent 50 free attribute points to activate the Physique Refinement project. Under the Physique section, a striking yellow-green number appeared 6.0. This meant Jiang Ji's current physique index stood at 6.0, falling short of the required threshold of 6.5 by 0.5. Though seemingly insignificant once understanding the allocation rules for physique indices, he couldn't help but feel unsettled. Free attributes could be converted into physique indices, with every 10 free points yielding 0.1 physique index. To remove the explosion coefficient seal, at least 50 free attributes were necessary, but he only had 7 remaining. He must acquire 43 free attributes before the next Bundesliga season started. Jiang Gu dared not imagine how powerless he'd appear on the field without explosiveness. After finally shaking off the frenzied crowd, the bus arrived at the hotel. After tidying up, Jiang Gu sought out head coach Edi Satzer. "Sir, do we have any matches scheduled during this holiday?" Edi Satzer was surprised by Jiang Ji's question. First, he was no longer Wolfsburg's coach. Second, players typically relax thoroughly during holidays, yet this gifted youth thought about training himself through matches, an admirable trait indeed among those blessed with talent. "I am now merely an honorary coach of Wolfsburg. As for future team arrangements, I'm unaware," answered Edi Satzer with a smile. Oh, Jiang Gu suddenly remembered. The old man had resigned. This match marked his farewell game with Wolfsburg. "However, as someone who's been through it all, I can tell you that the club might arrange friendly matches or commercial games. You could negotiate with club executives." "Thank you very much." Jiang Gu bowed gratefully toward Edi Satzer. As he prepared to leave, the old man called out from behind. "Jiang, my home lies on the outskirts of Wolfsburg. Feel free to visit whenever you're free. Here's my address." The old hand handed Jiang Gu a card. Respecting elders is a fine tradition in China, and Jiang Gu was no exception. Accepting Edi Satzer's card, readily agreed. Edi Satzer joyfully declared, "I'm thrilled you'll come. I'll introduce my granddaughter to you then." Jiang Gu